All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get right into this. We got some very important things here. Glad to be back on this channel. Glad everything is working okay. Hope the audio is coming in all right. I'll try to adjust this mic just a little bit here. And I'm going to begin by playing what I really want to play here. Let's go right into this. Trump talks about Kennedy. I am going to start here. This one is about a week or so old. Before I get into, well, let's just go ahead and play this and I'll stop this as needed.
RFK announced a running mate this week, 35-year-old from the tech center, seems to be very progressive. They
Put it mildly.
to put all three of you together, it widens your lead right now. How do you view RFK and his new running mate?
Well, I've always liked him, and I've known him actually for a long time. I've liked him. He's a very liberal guy. He's probably the most liberal person in the race, including the Green Party. And so
I take note of what he says there because he's gonna expand on that a little bit later in a more recent post that Trump made today, which is April 11th, 2024. This is from about, I think this is March 31st. This interview was taken on Trump Force One, it looks like.
I think he's probably going to hurt Biden. I don't see him hurting me. Our people are solid. We have a very, very solid core. And I think that core is 60%.
So RFK hurts him more?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. He's very, very, he's ultra liberal or ultra progressive, as they'd rather have. They don't like the word liberal anymore. You're supposed to use progressive, so therefore I'll probably use liberal. But he's a very far left person. Very, very. I think the most in the race. A lot of people were thinking, well, maybe he's going to hurt Trump. I don't see it. Once they see his record, they're going to understand how far left he is. He's a radical left person. And again, I've known him for a long time. I understand him. I like him, get along with him, but that's his inclination. His running mate makes him look like a baby in terms of being left. She is really left, but she also has enough money from her husband that she can help him finance a campaign.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race. He's more so than the Green Party. He's more so than even crooked Joe Biden. But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him. Unfortunately, he is about the Green New scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. They want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong and powerful and lots of other things and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work. I guess that would mean that RFK Jr. is going to be taking away votes from crooked Joe Biden, and he should, because he's actually better than Biden. He's much better than Biden. If I were a Democrat, I'd vote for RFK Jr. every single time over Biden because he's frankly more in line with Democrats. RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is also a very liberal person, but that's okay. She's got plenty of money from her ex-husband. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be, but he's a better man than Joe Biden, that I can tell you. It's great for MAGA. I hope he continues to run, but the communists will make it very hard on him to get on the ballot, as they did for him as a Democrat. He wanted to get on the ballot. They made it very, very difficult for him. They really went after him viciously, just like they go after me. Welcome to the crowd, RFK Jr. But the fact is that the Democrats are vicious, communist, fascists. They're horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent. But expect him to be indicted any day now, probably for environmental fraud. He is crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. Biden can't speak. Biden can't debate. Biden can't put two sentences together. So I guess he's probably going to indict RFK Jr. But I'm glad that he's running. They will fight it out together. We have the right and we have the center, and we have even center a little bit left, if you can believe it or not, because that group is radical left. They want windmills. They want all sorts of things that are going to destroy our country, and we're not going to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe that RFK Jr. will do very well, and I do believe he's going to take a lot of votes away from crooked Joe Biden. Thank you very much.
I really like that. It's very, I wouldn't say slanted, but it's very kind of balanced from President Trump. And again, we know how President Trump has often gone after his political uh, opponents. There still seems like there's something very different that Trump does when he talks about RFK Jr. It still seems like to me that there is that level of respect. And when I listened to that speech, the second one, it looks like Trump is what did I write? It was half shoot. It sounded like it was half scripted is what it sounded like. Like half of it was Trump reading off a script, and then Trump, as he usually does, goes off script and kind of gives his own views, his own thoughts on it. That's the way that I read this. That's the way that I looked at this. And because I've been waiting for this, obviously, writing the book Kennedy and Trump, as I'm writing the first chapter, so far like 18 pages, and trying to put everything into a cohesive story to make sense of it. Where do you begin? Where do you end when these two guys have this history, this clear history? And then here you have Donald Trump, the only time really, I mean, the only two times really going after Kennedy, as he's going to do. And Kennedy talked about this. Kennedy expects this. He expects Donald Trump to go after him, and he hopes that Trump will attack him on the issues. And so that's what Trump is doing. He makes it very clear. I like him. I like Kennedy. You're going to hear that over and over again. There were so many quotes in that in this first chapter of my book that it was like, how many times am I going to say? How many times am I going to quote Trump as saying he likes Kennedy? It's clear he likes Kennedy. They disagree on some things, but some of the things that really stuck out to me in that 3-minute video that kind of came out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from. If you're on Truth Social, Donald Trump posted about 4 or 5 different videos, and that was one of them. And it was just about RFK Jr. So I think Kennedy, sorry, I think Trump's campaign really wants Trump to go after Kennedy, and I don't think Trump is going to do that. Trump is way too smart for that, and because he understands the Kennedy family, he knows the Kennedy family. I should have added. I got a few clips here to play, but I should have added the clip about Trump where he mentions Ted Kennedy, and I'll try to find that one and add that here too. But this is the podcast, Kennedy and Trump podcast number 35 that we have. Good to be back on this channel, and just wanted to play that clip because these are the clips that I've been waiting for, that I've been searching for, been looking for. And here comes Trump once again, kind of out of nowhere. We're just kind of waiting, RKO out of nowhere. And Trump delivers his views on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, I think half of the problem that we haven't heard more about Trump's views on Kennedy is because the media is not asking him about it. They ask Kennedy all the time about Trump, but we don't hear a lot of Trump being asked about Kennedy. And when Trump is, it's very brief, it's very short, but this was a 2.5 minute clip, right? Let me see how long that was, but it's a 2.5 minute clip. Yeah, about 2 minutes, 35 seconds, where Trump is focused on Kennedy. Is it because of the vice president pick that Kennedy has? Is it just time? But Trump makes some interesting quotes there. He says, he looks forward to seeing Biden and Kennedy battle it out. But what about the real battle that we want to see? We want to see Kennedy and Trump battle it out. That's the real fight here. And that's what's going to make America great again and again and again, is to see that debate one-on-one with Kennedy and Trump, and let Sleepy Joe do his thing, and he can sit in the corner and just watch and maybe learn something, more than likely, I feel like Biden is in that bubble, the same bubble they put Clinton in, they put Bush in, Bush Jr., they put Barack Obama in, this bubble that just kind of praised them, and just they only wanted to surround themselves, to surround their president with people within that bubble. Whereas when Trump came in, he wasn't a part of this bubble, and they actually kept trying to poke at him and poke and poke and poke to just kind of poke jabs at the president, probably one of the greatest presidents ever, President Donald J. Trump. And now we have an interesting person that comes in named RFK Jr., who can make a very big difference, who can make America great again, who is making America great again just by running. Just by running, Kennedy is making America great again. He is exposing Biden, and he is showing people that it's not just about Biden versus Trump. That's not what this is. And Trump knows that. But Biden, when you hear Biden being asked about what is the greatest threat here, it's all about Trump. Biden's campaign is all about Trump. Whereas Kennedy understands this is not about Trump. Trump is not the bad guy here. Trump is not the one, it's not we get rid of Trump and then the world is fine. That's not what this is. Biden is holding the mantle of the New World Order. Biden is doing the bidding of the New World Order. The same ones that got rid of Kennedy, the same ones that pulled off 9/11, and on and on and on. 2020, all the strange things that happened in 2020, all of this stuff. And so they want us to believe that, well, Trump was part of that. Trump was another part, to get Trump in, and that was part of the plan. I don't believe that was part of the plan. Maybe it was. But we all know that everything is a part of God's plan. And whatever happened, when you look at this and you say, this is a part of the plan, look at what they're doing to this guy. Was the plan to get Trump in and then just tear him down, maybe? Whatever it is, you can clearly see how they are treating President Donald J. Trump is not how they have treated every other president ever. Name one president that they've treated like this. And then think about the presidents that maybe should have gotten this treatment. You want to talk about indictments, a president that should be put in jail. Let's start with George W. Bush Jr. That guy, he should be tried. If anyone's going to be tried for war crimes or anything, it should be George W. Bush. The things that they're going after President Trump for, Clinton did. Bill Clinton did. And so the double standard is very, very clear here. And I think a lot of people see it. I know Kennedy sees it too. Recently, and I'm going to play that clip too, they're going after him because of his views on January 6th. I have another clip about Kennedy talking about 9/11. These are all things, very powerful things, and that the common person like me wants to hear, man. I want to hear presidents talk about this stuff. But they try to put the presidents in this bubble where they don't even talk about it. They never get asked about it. And they're asked about, what is your favorite flavor ice cream? I don't care what Joe Biden's favorite flavor of ice cream is. I don't think many people do. So it's just more of the draining the swamp. And there's a lot of disagreements between Kennedy and Trump, but what they agree on are some of the major things, some of the major issues that I believe most Americans agree on, or at least want to talk about. Some of the stuff they go after Biden, they talk about Biden. Biden, just yesterday, right? He had the premier of Japan, whatever the Japanese equivalent of the president is. He had him on there, and Biden's clearly reading from a script. Can't even read from the script that they're giving to him. Right? I mean, at least Trump can read from the script, the teleprompter scripts that they're giving. He may go off script, but he comes right back to it. He knows how to do that. Whereas with Biden, he was talking about something and he's talking about the 20th century. And then he corrects himself, the 21st century. Right? And it's so fake. It's so staged. I'm just so tired of it. The same old. And I understand why people are tired of it, but there's a revolution, and the revolution is with Kennedy and Trump. There's something very different about these two men, about these two presidential candidates. It's very different from past presidents and past presidential candidates that actually have a chance of winning. And if you don't think that RFK Jr. can win, you are going to be pleasantly surprised because he can win. RFK Jr. may not win in 2024, but he can win and he will be a future president. I don't believe he's going to beat Trump in 2024. I do believe RFK Jr. can win in 2028 and 2032. That's just my view. But if anyone can win and beat Trump in 2024, it is RFK Jr. There's no doubt in my mind that RFK Jr. is the only one who can beat Trump in 2024. Um, and so I'm going to play maybe a few more clips, but I thought that that was a very powerful clip because when Trump feels like he's backed into a corner or they're coming after him or something, he usually is on the attack. And here you have a 2.5 minute speech of President Trump talking about RFK Jr. And it's almost like, I don't want to say like a bipolar, but it's like he's reading something and talks about how Kennedy is this ultra liberal, this and that, but he's better. It's just it's back and forth, and I like that about Trump. I like when Trump is forced to play that balancing act. And I don't, maybe force is not the right word, but it feels like Donald Trump. We're getting another side of Donald Trump that we don't see too often because he's usually talking about people that go after him. Kennedy is not going after Donald Trump. Kennedy is very, very different. What Kennedy does is he talks about his views, about what he agrees with Donald Trump and what he disagrees with Donald Trump on. Kennedy is also able and willing to say that he's wrong about things that he used to disagree with Trump on. And it's very interesting because Kennedy is the only one, maybe the only one, but he is one who has actually beaten Trump in lawsuits and has beaten Joe Biden in lawsuits. So he is a very interesting person. I am really looking forward to this. And I'm also looking forward to having my friend here, Catherine Michelle, who's going to join us. How are you, my friend?
Hi, I forgot my microphone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Oh,
It sounds
okay,
good.
perfect. Then I won't worry about it. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, just talking about, some of the things that there was an interesting clip today that President Trump came out with, and he pretty much goes after RFK Jr. It's about a 2.5 minute clip. I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't, I'd love to replay it for you, get your thoughts on it. There is a lot just in that 2.5 minute clip. The media made it sound like, Trump really went after RFK Jr., but I'd love to just play this 2.5 minute clip and kind of get your thoughts on it, if that's all right.
Yeah, because I would really like to address what you were just saying because I'm one of
Please do.
those, and I want to hear more of what you said because I'm one of those who are like, this is going to be such a critical race. I don't want to waste my vote on somebody who can't win. So I have to go just to get Biden out. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I've been telling everybody, don't go independent, don't go all that stuff. You gotta go Republican. So if I'm saying it wrong, I want you to set me straight.
Oh, awesome. All right. Well, let me play this and then we'll come back and get your thoughts. This is about 2.5 minutes here of President Trump attacking RFK Jr.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race. He's more so than the Green Party. He's more so than even crooked Joe Biden. But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him. Unfortunately, he is about the Green New scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. They want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong and powerful and lots of other things and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work. I guess that would mean that RFK Jr. is going to be taking away votes from crooked Joe Biden, and he should, because he's actually better than Biden. He's much better than Biden. If I were a Democrat, I'd vote for RFK Jr. every single time over Biden, because he's frankly more in line with Democrats. RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is also a very liberal person, but that's okay. She's got plenty of money from her ex-husband. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be, but he's a better man than Joe Biden. That I can tell you. It's great for MAGA. I hope he continues to run, but the communists will make it very hard on him to get on the ballot, as they did for him as a Democrat. He wanted to get on the ballot. They made it very, very difficult for him. They really went after him viciously, just like they go after me. Welcome to the crowd, RFK Jr. But the fact is that the Democrats are vicious, communist, fascists. They're horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent. But expect him to be indicted any day now, probably for environmental fraud. He is crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. Biden can't speak. Biden can't debate. Biden can't put two sentences together. So I guess he's probably going to indict RFK Jr. But I'm glad that he's running. They will fight it out together. We have the right and we have the center, and we have even center a little bit left, if you can believe it or not, because that group is radical left. They want windmills. They want all sorts of things that are going to destroy our country, and we're not going to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe that RFK Jr. will do very well, and I do believe he's going to take a lot of votes away from crooked Joe Biden. Thank you very much.
There's a lot of good stuff in there. Let me just pause this, but I do want to get your thoughts on this.
Well, when I was just listening to that, I guess I didn't hear him attacking him. So maybe, and again, I'm not up to date on all this. So you know way more than I do. So you probably know the nuances and the hidden messages. But it's more like he's just saying that Kennedy should be the one that the Democrats should vote for, and not Biden, clearly. So where was it that you heard him attacking Kennedy?
I didn't really hear it. I think you're right. I think you articulate that very, very well. And when I first heard about this clip, that's what the media, and that's what these people were all saying. Trump goes after Kennedy and everything. And there's some nuances, I would say, that he's a radical left, but and it's like, when I think of radical left, I think of Joe Biden. I don't think of Kennedy, but I think what Trump means is that he's a real Democrat. If you are a real Democrat, vote for Kennedy. That's what I heard.
Yeah. And and for me, I don't think that was a bad thing, because again, you're way younger than me. I could be your mama. I'm so old. But I remember way back in early 60s, right? Okay. That's dating myself. I remember that time. Yes.
Make love, not war.
War. And, the Democratic Party back then is really what Kennedy is about right now. That was the Democratic Party. And I used to vote Democrat for the longest time way back then. And it wasn't until things started turning so liberal and they got weird and wackadoodle that I switched parties. I went straight to Republican, because, I at first, and that's why I was telling you, I tell my friends, wait, don't go, you have to do this, you have to do this, because that was the argument that they won me over. And it was when I was working for the government contracting facility, and most of them, not all, but most of them there were Republicans, and I was still voting Democrat. So they sat me down and they got me with logic, because before I was always voting on feeling. And so they sat down and they really said, okay, hey, get rid of your feelings here, push those aside, and now look at the logic. And so when you do that, then one side makes more sense than the other. But and I went off on a tangent and I lost where I was going. But anyway, what I see here, which is what happens with the media so often these days, is so frustrating. Trump isn't attacking him. Yeah, he called him radical left, which, who knows? I mean, Trump's getting up there too. And us older people tend to get things confused sometimes and say the wrong thing, as you see with Biden, except for we're not that bad, right? But, it's like, if Kennedy, and this would keep me from voting for him, if he truly is about the Green Deal, I don't want anything to do with that. No,
Mhm.
that is the biggest waste of money. It costs so much, like those windmills, which a lot of people may not know. It's like I was in California and lived there when they first started putting them up, and then they would have these big, massive fields of the windmills. Well, then come to find out, those windmills, when they break down, which is quite often, they can't be recycled. So they have these big, massive, like graveyards, so to speak, of these windmill parts. And it's like, where's the green in that? I mean, you still have to use coal, you still have to use all this other stuff, and then you have these things that cannot be recycled. And that's just one of it. Same thing with the electric cars and all that other garbage with that. So
Yeah, which is interesting. That may be one of the things that I think Trump is kind of wrong on, or kind of going after RFK on. He may be lumping him in, because I haven't heard RFK talk about anything about the green. RFK is a real environmentalist. He talks about the mercury and the fish. He is a guy who has sued Monsanto and won. He's the real
that's
deal,
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know of anybody, California, a lot of the farmers out there, and even in our Midwest, who have tried to sue Monsanto, and they've all lost, every
Yeah.
single one.
Yeah, Kennedy is not afraid to talk about, where does this autism come from. He is not scared to talk about why we in the past you had 3 or 4 shots. Why are we giving them 74 shots now to children? Why are children getting a Hep C shot when they're a newborn baby?
Oh, the Hep B? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hep B. Thank you.
Yeah. And that is it is not necessary. And I didn't even know they were doing that until my daughter, they didn't do that when she had her daughter, but when she had her son. And there was a 10-year difference between when her daughter was born and her son was born. And then she was like, she goes, started listing all these, she goes, oh yeah, and they're going to give this, this, this. And then she mentioned the Hep B. And I said, excuse me? And she didn't know at the time what it was. And I said, Lindsay, no. I said, do you know what Hep B is for? And she's like, no, but they said it was all part of it. I said, that's for it's a sexually transmitted disease. Do you plan on pimping out your infant? And she was like mortified. And I told her, I said, when I was working in the hospital, we had to get, and I understood, and I only got my vaccines when I was in the ER, just because of the environment. That to me is different. Where I am now, I don't get them because I don't need them. But there I did. That one I didn't want, but I had to in order to keep working. And then I had to sign a waiver. So if I had gotten sick or something, had any kind of a reaction, I couldn't then sue the hospital or sue the company. And so I told her, I said, look into this. So that's when she started looking into it, and she stopped vaccinating after that. But yeah, it's like, what is wrong with these people?
Yeah, they tried to scare us. Kaiser tried to intimidate. They brought this big black dude in to try to intimidate us, and I'm like, we're not doing that.
Good.
And they tried to do all of these things. And with our second child, they tried to intimidate us differently, and tried to guilt us into, like, no, we're not. And there was another one. I think it was a vitamin K or something. Do you know
the
what that?
vitamin K shot. Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to intimidate us with that one too, like, oh, it could cause seizures, it could cause this and that, or something like that. And we're just like, no, we're not doing that.
Well,
But
and And I never thought twice about the vitamin K shot. I'm like, well, when you're in
What
the
is it?
medical
What?
field and you deal with this stuff, it's like, whatever. It's, just this shot, right? And it's to help with clotting, because once they start cutting the
Yes.
cord, then, you don't want them to bleed out. But here's the thing that I told my daughter. I said, you know what? We were created with this fantastic ability. And I learned this later, of course, when I was in nursing school. I said, here's the kicker to all this is we were created that when we give birth, there's a reason why the placenta takes longer to be expelled from the body. I said, it takes roughly 5 minutes for the infant then to be able to start clotting its own blood and to keep from bleeding out when you take the cord away. I said, but in America, we're all too eager. Once you come out, cut that cord, clamp it. Well, if you do it that way, like right away, like what we do here in the US, and if it's not clamped correctly, they can bleed to death through that cord.
Oh.
But if you just leave it for 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, it takes care of itself.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's this amazing miracle. What else can you call it? But because they don't want to wait, it's like the birthing process is like, this machine. Get in there, get it done, get that thing clamped, get that baby out, go, 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 separate the infant from the mom. And it's ridiculous. So then, well, what do they need then? You have to stop the infant from bleeding to death by some accident, like if the clamp comes loose or whatever. So they need the shot. You have to give them the shot. So the vitamin K will clot the blood.
Interesting.
But again, now they're finding out, though, it's not the vitamin K that's causing the issues later on in life. It's the additives that they put in these vaccinations, or whatever you want to call it. I can't remember if they put aluminum, which they probably do. Those are the what do they call that? I forget the term, but those additives, that's what's causing health issues later on in life. But again, they can't just do something simple like K, or just let nature take its course and let it do it itself. Right. But then they will now. They're also scaring young mothers, because my daughter, when she just had her second son a couple years ago, and she's like, but Mom, I don't know, I'm afraid, because I was reading up on this, and if you wait and you let everything, you wait the 5 minutes or whatever, they're now saying that can be linked to these autoimmune diseases later. And I said, oh my God, stop reading, get off the internet. That's not true. It's not true at all.
Yeah. She may like some of Kennedy's books. It talks about, and you may have some interesting views on that too, because he has written a lot about that. Something that I learned, and I got a strike from it, of course, for trying to play a 5-minute clip of where Kennedy talks about that he was on Donald Trump's vaccine safety committee back in 2017. So President Trump, one of the first things, because he gets a lot of crap, and I give him a lot of crap for some of the people he put in certain places. I mean, John Bolton, he had Henry Kissinger. I mean, he had some just swamp creatures, right? And so when he says drain the swamp, that's the best thing he could have said in 2018, because a lot of those guys were not there in 2018, but a lot of them were there in 2017. They were there when he was put in office. He surrounded himself with some pretty bad people. Yes, he got rid of them later on. But one of the good things that he did, one of the biggest mistakes that I think President Trump did in those early years, was to let RFK Jr. go. He put RFK Jr. side by side with Dr. Anthony Fauci on the vaccine safety committee, and let RFK Jr. do his thing. It's in RFK Jr.'s. I want to say, I don't know if it's in the real Anthony Fauci book. I think it is. I know it's in the movie. It's in a recent book by Dick Russell about RFK Jr. But RFK Jr. talks about that, and he talks about how he pretty much questioned Anthony Fauci on all of that stuff, and to ask him, show us some facts, show us some data, and Fauci could never do it. They ended up suing them for that stuff. But something happened And all of a sudden in 2017, 2018, RFK Jr. is no longer on Donald Trump's vaccine safety team. Big mistake. Can you imagine if RFK Jr. would have been on a vaccine safety committee in 2020?
Yeah.
And it would have been a big difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot
Possibly.
different. But I don't know if I should say this. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut. I don't know.
Say it. Go ahead and
Okay,
say
well,
it.
I'm going to say it. Is, everyone is put into a place for a reason. And Trump was put in there too. And Kennedy was taken out for a reason.
That's
And
true.
it was all pre-planned. It was way done, way in advance, and they all knew what was coming, and they knew who would be the stumbling blocks, and so they got rid of that. And Trump was right in there with the rest. They're all guilty. That's just it. There's not a president that we haven't had that hasn't been part of the problem. And I guess that's kind of like where, my cynicism comes in. It's like, where's any kind of hope that Kennedy would really be different? Because we know what we'll get with Trump. We know Biden's an absolute buffoon. And again, I'm not saying I hate that term Trumper or whatever. I'm not saying I think he's the best qualified of anybody, because there are other people I think I would have voted for. But with what we have right now to choose, how do I know Kennedy's going to be the better choice between him? We have, in my mind, it's like, I'm like going, okay, I have to at least put my vote to where I think it's going to win, because I do not want that dementia-ridden buffoon in there anymore.
4 more years.
Yeah, our country, we won't even have a country anymore. Well, and that's that's being fanatical, but it's like he's destroying us. They are destroying our entire country.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't want to stand by and watch it happen anymore.
Yeah, and they're doing the same thing I feel like we had when Bush was in office, probably when Clinton was in office too, and I don't know how far back it goes, Barack Obama, where they put these guys in this bubble and they kind of mask them, and to me that's what stuck out with Trump, where it seemed kind of different, where it's like they usually will go to these great lengths to protect their president. Didn't matter if it was George Bush, who is guilty of many war crimes, who should, if anyone should be in jail, it's George W. Bush, in my view. And
Obama and Bush, they need to be in a cell together. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's very different that the only one they're actually trying to put in prison is Donald J. Trump.
Mm-hmm.
What makes him so different? And in that speech that we just played, Trump even says, he warns RFK Jr., you got to be ready because they're probably going to indict you on environmental crimes because Kennedy is an environmental lawyer. And so they're going to try to go after him. They've already tried to go after him. They've already tried to censor him. He was at a censorship hearing. They tried to censor him at a censorship hearing too. It was crazy. I don't know if you've seen that, but it was just some of the craziest stuff that I've ever seen. What they've been doing to Kennedy is so similar to what they've been doing to Trump. And I'm not a computer programmer, but I understand a little bit about computer programming. This just seems like a program. And it's like they put this virus in there and said the same virus that we've been going after Trump with, they just also sent that virus over to the Kennedy team too. And the similarities, and that's what really prompted me to start to write this book here, is because this is crazy how similar they are. And I wanted to see, are they going to go after each other? Because I've seen Trump go after political opponents unlike anybody else. He talked, with Hillary Clinton, she'd be in jail. He's gone after Biden. He's gone after all of them. And he talks, like a regular American who's pretty angry. He says some things that I'm like, ooh.
He talks the talk, but he didn't walk the walk. And that's where he lost my vote, was he had, well, everybody, the entire government has more than enough to put Hillary Clinton away in prison. She should be in prison forever. And he didn't even attempt to even indict her on anything. And that's when he lost me. It's like, okay, you're just a blowhard now. And that's how I see him. I see him as a blowhard. However, he did really well for our country. I mean, we were sitting pretty when he left the office. We were all, starting to get pretty comfortable. It's like, wait, we can breathe, we can afford things. So he did a lot of great things. But, as far as, the attack method, it's like, if it works, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And it worked great with, what they did against Trump. I mean, it's ludicrous what they've done. However, they're in power, so they can do whatever they want. And so they're just making stuff up and, hey, let's go after whoever we don't like to make the way for what they want. It's like, I really feel like we're not even under a presidency anymore. We are under a dictatorship. And that to me is what it feels like. I'm not, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to question them. You go to prison. You're not allowed to try to sue them. You go to prison. You can't try to run against them. They'll tear you apart. And that's a dictator. That is not a government entity.
Yep. Definitely.
What we're used to. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think with some of the similarities that I see with what happened with Hillary Clinton, is they before President Trump got in office, or maybe even early on when he got in, they had the whole thing, the whole Robert Mueller investigation into Clinton, and he said that no reasonable lawyer would ever prosecute her. And it's interesting that a couple months ago, Robert Hur, I think his name is, he pretty much said the same thing about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is incompetent, and he's so much not there that you can't prosecute him either. And so it's very interesting, and the timing is very strange too, because after that comes out, what can Trump really do to try to prosecute Clinton? He is not, because if he did it, the first thing they would do is they would call him a dictator who's going after his political
well, now,
opponents.
yeah, if he did it now, but if he did it back then, she wasn't quite off her rocker back then, not as much. Then I see where if he had jumped in, been sworn in, and then right away started the process, then I think it would have been okay. But yeah, now, I mean, she's just as loony as Biden is. They're both like, they both belong in a home being spoon-fed. And it's sad. But see, that's the thing that gets me, is they had Pedo Joe tested, and he comes out as quote unquote not fit, and he's got all these problems. Well, then why is he still in the position of I've never said he's never been the president. He's just he's a spot holder. He's done nothing. He's a walking buffoon that doesn't know left from right and walks in circles and talks about ice cream. That's not a president.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why is he still there? But then at the same time, it's like, the next up in line would be Kamala. And she's worse. I mean, how bad is that to have her, who's worse than a guy with dementia?
Yeah. Who has run? Biden has run, I think, 4 times previously and lost.
Well,
so
yeah.
they keep going, and they put
and
her
how
there.
she even got to be in the position of vice president. I mean, she had to drop out of the presidential race because she had 0% of the vote. 0%. And then all of a sudden she's on the ticket as vice president. What?
Right. Scripted. It sounds scripted to me.
Yes.
It's all staged. And I really think I don't know. I think there's something different about Trump, and I could be wrong, but I think there is something different. And I think that the Clinton thing, just to end that thing, is just that they had, pretty much said Robert Mueller, who got fired, Trump fired him, which he didn't do a lot, but he did fire that guy, thankfully. Which is like, John F. Kennedy firing Edgar J. Hoover. It's a big deal then for him. John F. Kennedy should have fired that guy, if anything. But by the time that Clinton had already been cleared of it, if Trump would have made any move against Clinton, I think there would have been more of a backlash against him. And now it's like they're so scared that when Trump gets back in office in 2024, that he's going to go after Biden. That they had to bring this thing out to say, well, we can't prosecute Biden either. And that's what I mean. It sounds very, very similar where they're already saying, no, we can't go after Biden. We can't go after Clinton. And so if Trump tries to do anything now, they're setting it up as if maybe that's scripted too. Maybe they do want Trump back in. And they're setting it up to make sure that Trump doesn't go after them. And they've questioned Trump about it. And he says, they ask him about his revenge in all of this. And Trump has made it clear, this is what he says. It may not be what he does, but his revenge will be to get back in office and get the country back on track. We'll see if that's what happens.
I don't see Trump. I mean, he could have easily done that when he was president the first time if he was a vengeful person. He doesn't again, could be wrong. I don't know the man personally, but he comes across as the type of man who's like, if I have business that needs to be attended to, I'm going to do that. I don't have time. Take your pettiness and walk out the door. Leave me alone. We've got to fix this. Right. And so that's how I see him. I don't see him as, and that's why, my petty side is that's why I'm so mad at him, because I'd go after them.
I think we all expected that. Yeah, no, we thought, oh, Trump's going to get in office. He's going to put the Clintons in jail. He's going to put all these pedos in jail. And none of that happened. Mm-mm. None of that happened. He talked about draining the swamp. I believe that he did. A lot of people don't believe that he did. They believe, and RFK Jr. is one of those people. It says, how can you drain the swamp when you put the swamp creatures in power of that swamp? And so I half agree with him on that. I think Trump did not only got rid of a lot of people, but more or less he exposed a lot of those people that we've been trying to probably expose for years and years. He brought the NWO like cockroaches and shined a big spotlight on them to let people know this is who they really are. You're not going to get that from Biden. You're not going to get that from Barack Obama or Bush or anything like that, because like you said, they're part of that system. Yep. People want to believe Trump is part of that system. I don't know. I just really think there is something different the way that they've treated every other president in history and the way that they're treating President Trump. And the way they treat RFK Jr. is very similar. That's why I like both. That's one of the reasons why I like both. I've always liked the Kennedys, but
well, yeah. I mean, I grew up in that era, and the Kennedys were like our royalty. If we had royalty, but yet you see what they've done to that family.
Yeah,
all of them the government has killed them all. Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, why does he want to run? Okay, I mean, you have a really long family history of every time your family has gotten into office, they've offed you, and not in good ways. So
right.
Why are you putting yourself in that position? I don't know. I mean, he must have a real strong love for the country, which is good. It's a good thing to have.
We definitely need that. And I think Kennedy is a very good person who has also exposed the same swamp to say, well, okay, why are they giving a person like maybe Nikki Haley, who is running against Trump, why does she get Secret Service protection, but RFK Jr. doesn't? If anyone should get Secret Service protection, shouldn't it be RFK Jr.? They still won't give him that. And they make excuses, say, well, they'll only do it 180 days out. If you are the presidential candidate, 180 days out, and you have to have a certain number of, this and that. But they did it for Barack Obama when it was like 500 days out, right? And so Kennedy brings up all these things. Why, they've done it for these people, they've done it for them. Why aren't they doing it for me? And this is when he was still running as a Democrat. So I mean, and now it's just even worse. It's so crazy to me, some of these things that are happening. I just want to document all of this stuff and put it in a nice little book, not only for us, but for our future, because we know how bad the censorship is, and our children's children, it's going to be even worse. And I want them to have some type of resource if they really want to dig in and learn more about what happened in this very pivotal history point of history. This time right now, to me, 2024 is very special. And we could say that about every day, every year, but there's something very different about this presidential election. Not the Ross Perot. The Ross Perot thing is okay. That's one thing. This is different. This is a lot different. It's like taking that to a different level for me, because I remember Ross Perot. I thought he was great. I thought it was awesome to see a third party person up there, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a debate between Trump, Kennedy, and Biden right there. I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be
it would
great.
be good between Kennedy and Trump. Biden will have nothing to say. He'll just be asking for his ice cream cone.
That works in Biden's favor, though. All he has to do is stand there and let Trump and Kennedy go back and forth, right? They're just going to ask him, "What's your favorite dog? What's your favorite color?" I don't know. Did you hear this? The other day, Biden was, I have another clip I want to play, but did you hear this? Biden was asked the other day, what is his best moment in the White House? And he said it's his grandchildren coming into the bed and jumping on their bed and waking them up in the morning. Weird. That's all I want to say on that before I get my third strike on this channel. But I think where think where it's going with that. And it's like, wow, of all of the moments that's the moment. That's what stands out to you, not how you got the country back on track, how you stop wars and this and that. That's the big, your grandchildren coming into your bed. Well, I look forward to that too, I guess. I don't know. I keep my door locked. I wouldn't really let my children in my bed, but I don't know if I let my grandchildren in there either. But that's a whole nother issue, especially with what we know about Biden and the Hunter laptop, the laptop from hell, and everything like that.
Well, and Ashley's diary.
The sniffing children, Ashley's diary, on and on like that. To hear that's a clip they're not. You're only gonna find that on Fox News or something
Disturbing.
like that. But it is, and I mean the full clip. I wish I had the clip, but the full clip is just odd. It's really, really odd. But to think that is your moment right there.
Wow.
And of course, he says the biggest threat. It's not terrorism. It's Trump. Trump is the biggest threat. That's what Biden feels the biggest threat is, So on and on and on. Even though you have the FBI director who sat in front of Congress because they needed money, because they needed $500 million. And so all of a sudden, terrorism is back, and, it's the biggest time, the biggest threats ever. And it's like, well, why did you let all these people into the country then? Why did you do all that? Why are we still getting groped by the TSA?
Yep.
And we can't have water bottles? I can't fly with a water bottle. But it's okay to let these people come into the country that are not vaccinated, that we don't even know what type of things they're bringing into this country.
Well, and
that's
they
okay.
know that the people coming in are on the terrorist watch list. They know this, and yet they're still coming across the border.
Yeah.
And, I've seen a lot of what they're illegals. I've seen a lot of them, even where I am. And for the most part, I would say quite a few have been pretty nice and decent. But then there's groups of them that go through the store shopping, and they walk around like they own the place, and they're going to just take over anybody and everybody. It's like, don't give me no evil eye, do. I don't care who you are. We will tussle in the frickin' store. And I'm just like going, if you think I'm going to be afraid or not come to my store because you're now in here acting like you are, you clearly don't understand Americans, because a lot of us, we're not going to take that.
Mm-mm.
There are some who will, but a lot, we will take you down,
Yeah.
because this is our country. But yet they've let them in by the droves, and now they're infiltrating like these little fingers everywhere.
Yep.
I don't like it.
No, I don't either. And I really love that Kennedy changed his view on the whole border wall, and actually said, I was wrong about Trump's wall. He said that, and
Yeah, I heard him. I did
it's
him say
like,
that. Yeah.
wow, okay, that's really cool, and that's great. And he went down there and he looked at what was happening. He did a 18-minute video, that he goes down there. They have rooms where they try to help children who have been sexually abused by these people, and
Mhm.
some of the stories that are there, it's just crazy. And it's like, wow. And then you have Biden and these radical weird Democrats who are like, everything is fine, we should just let them all in.
No, they
It-
all need to go down there and work that border. I kind of was like on the fence with it all, and I'm like, if it goes up, fine. If it doesn't, whatever. I'm like, I wasn't convinced one way or the other
Mm,
until I knew somebody who went down there and worked as a border patrol agent, and when they were telling me, I mean, they weren't even in that job, not even 6 months, and they're just like, I can't do this. It is the most dangerous and the most horrible thing you will ever see. And what they told me about what happens, I'm like, get that damn wall up.
yep.
Keep them all out. Put it up and don't let them in. If and those who truly want to, I'm all for having them come in the legal way. Absolutely. Open it up to those who come in legally. You go through the process, you come in the right way. We will accept you with open arms. But what they're
Absolutely.
doing now, no, it's got to stop.
Yeah.
It's so bad down there.
Yeah, I think it's so bad that they're even saying Biden is probably going to do something. He's going to come out with some executive order and everything. And again, the problem is, the reason why they're hesitant, I think anyways, the reason why they're hesitant is because day one, Biden came in and reversed
Mhm.
everything that Trump had done to secure our borders. And I love, there's a great Kennedy quote where he says, a country has to have borders.
Mhm.
Country doesn't have borders, and it's not a country. What type of country does not have borders? What is it then?
And
And it's
who
like, this
doesn't
is,
protect their borders? Name me
yeah,
one country that doesn't. But yet America and Trump especially was dragged through the mud for trying to
for that.
protect our borders.
Yep. And it's these globalists who don't want countries. They don't
Right.
want borders.
Right.
And it goes back to that. Well, this is the whole New World Order thing. There's the globalists. It's the same, whatever you want to call them, the neocons. Kennedy calls them that, which I love. That's a term that I, grew up with. Because I was a Democrat, and I was a lifelong
Mhm.
Democrat. Kennedy's, I have many books for the Kennedys, read as much as I can. I'm still reading as much as I can. The Kennedy family is fascinating to me, whether
Mhm.
you what you like, what you don't like, who says this, who says what. But here we have, I don't, three strikes and you're out, but third time is a charm. Three times is a charm. And here we have one Kennedy that was killed while in office, second Kennedy that was killed right when he won the nomination. And now we have a Kennedy that I think, if they go after him, if they try to kill him, it's going to be, it's only going to work in Trump's favor, and they don't want that. So Trump may actually be helping to keep Kennedy going. And then at the same time, they're like, well, they have all these plans of how they're going to get Trump, and Kennedy is messing those plans up too. because he's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be the rematch, and they already know. They learned in 2020 what they can do to keep Trump out of office, et cetera, et cetera. All the things that they did with all of the riots and everything else. How are they going to factor in Kennedy now that Kennedy's there?
Yeah. And, the thing that I don't understand is, they're trying to indict Trump for questioning the election totals. I don't see them indicting Hillary. She did the same thing. I don't see them indicting
Gore,
Gore. Thank you. That's his name. And the whole truth
Kerry,
is, I think,
John
wasn't it
Kerry.
between Gore and Bush? And I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure Gore actually did win, but
Yeah,
they
I believe
cheated
so.
because
Right.
they wanted Bush in. But yet he still challenged it. They're not indicting and suing him, but because Trump is saying, okay, let's look at this.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you just throw him in prison. And it's like, wow, come on.
Yeah.
And it's all due to things like that I finally, I walked away from the Democrat. I'm done with they're just a bunch of whiners. Like,
Mhm.
oh, stop
Sore
complaining.
losers.
Yeah.
Sore losers. What it
And
feels like.
just real quick,
Yeah.
before you show this other clip, this was a couple years ago. My granddaughter, she graduated high school, but when she was in her senior year and she was staying with me for a little bit, I was helping her with her classes, right? And she's going through her history class. And I still remember they're rewriting history now. And I remember she asked a question about Watergate.
Hmm.
And so she's giving me the choices that she has to choose from. And I'm trying to remember the question. I don't remember what it was. And I'm like, it's none of those. It was this. And she goes, no, I have to choose one of these. And I go, I lived it. It's not that, it's this. And so she's like, so she goes, you're not helping me, CG. So she went and she looked at the answers and the one that they gave. And I go, Samantha, that's not right. That is not what happened. Here's what happened. And what really happened was not even in the textbook. It was completely done. And I'm just like, and I told her, I said, okay, when you're covering history from now on, you talk to me and then you do what the book says because I want you to pass. But I said, but you come talk to me and I'm going to tell you what really happened, like the Kennedys and the Watergates and all that other stuff. I said, that was happening when I was in high school, middle school and high school. I said, so no, I was definitely old enough and I knew what was going on. And I remember those times, especially Watergate. That was huge, huge, huge. But yet, so the fact that you want to write these books for posterity, it's so critical because the children on down the line, because they're going to change the books. They're going to need something that's going to be the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the biggest thing is, I know, and we all know what's going to happen, but there's going to be people that are going to want to search out some alternative views, just the way that I was searching out alternative views on JFK, on 9/11, and once you find it, it changes things. And they're like, well, the people that are going to try to force their views on you. Yeah, I've read a bunch of those books too, where they're like, this is what happened on 9/11. This is who killed JFK. It was LBJ. It was George Bush. It was this and that. But then I read books like that don't go that far that I really gravitate to. So you need those different types of books to gravitate to. I gravitated to more of the journalist views. I gravitated to Jim Garrison, who prosecuted a person who would Clay Shaw, it's the basis of the whole JFK movie and everything. So I gravitated towards him. And that's one of my favorite books ever, to see what he found, and how the only reason why we have the Zapruder film out there is because of Jim Garrison, who was able to get that into the court records, where later on people could actually, these are part of public documents that people can get. So even though he lost the case, it didn't end there. He opened up a can of worms. And when I read his book, it's like, that's the books that I want to write. I started writing the books where it's like, I got it all figured out. I know exactly what happened. And those are the books that will never see the light of day, because it's shameful when I look at some of those early writings that I did with some of that stuff. It's very, very shameful. It's like I had no idea what I was talking about. And maybe I still don't. And that's what prompted me to say, you know what, make sure that you back up everything and you source it, and you make sure that you say whether this is your opinion or whether you believe that this is a fact that can be proven or that somebody else has proven. That's helped me, and my little stint in journalism also helped me too. I do have a 9/11 clip, but before I get to that one, I have maybe this one is about maybe 6 or 7 minutes here that I did want to play. This is about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is asked basically who is worse, who is the bigger threat? Is the bigger threat President Trump or is it Biden? And they don't like his answer. They don't like RFK Jr.'s answer. They tear it up. They misquote him. So I found what he really said during that interview with CNN, of all places. And RFK Jr. has said, he says that the CNN host was actually pretty fair. Usually they cut him off. They don't let him answer the question. He said this host was pretty fair. So when you watch this 7-minute clip that I'm about to play here, just keep that in mind. You can tell the host is looking down, looking at her papers, reading off of a different script, and RFK Jr. is not. But this is a pretty interesting clip. I'll play this here. It's about 7 minutes or so, and then we will come back. And again, I want to thank Catherine. I want to thank you for being here and just for taking the time to share your views as someone who has lived through the Kennedy era, the real Kennedy era. And maybe we'll get some of your views on hey, are we going to see a new Kennedy era here at some point? I mean, here I am. I got my Kennedy gear on. I'm ready. Kennedy 24. I got these buttons here too. I have also done just a very little part in the state that I'm in to make sure that Kennedy's name is on the ballot. My goal is to get Kennedy's name on the ballot. That goal was done quickly. As soon as Kennedy announced his VP, was done. It was over. He got more votes or more people to sign up just to get his name on the ballot. Doesn't mean you have to vote for him or anything. Each state is different. Kennedy is now on the ballot in 7 states, not in your state yet, but hopefully that's coming.
Welcome to Colorado.
But don't be shocked if that comes, and when you go to vote, that you will see Kennedy's name on the ballot. To me, that is a victory. A huge victory for every person who ever wanted a third choice. And I when people talk that they voted for the lesser of two evils and they voted for Trump, it bothers me. It makes me think, don't vote for the lesser of two evils. Don't vote for anybody. If you think they're all evil, show up, cast the vote, but leave it blank or something. But we should never vote for evil. If I thought Trump was evil, I would not vote for him. And I don't think anybody should. If you really truly believe Trump is evil, or you truly believe Kennedy is evil, don't vote for them, and don't think that your vote is wasted either. I don't believe in any wasted votes. Anyway, we'll come back and talk about that. But I will play this 7-minute clip and we will come back.
A moment ago, you said you essentially see Trump and Biden as the same. Different issues. But do you really believe that when people talk about the threat to democracy that Trump poses, do you really think that is an equal evil to Biden?
I mean, listen, I can make the argument that President Biden is a much worse threat to democracy. And the reason for that is President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech, so to censor his opponent. I can say that because I just won a case in the Federal Court of Appeals and now before the Supreme Court. It shows that he started censoring not just me. 37 hours after he took the oath of office, he was censoring me. No president in the country has ever done that. The greatest threat A democracy is not somebody who questions election returns, but a president of the United States who uses the power of his office to force the social media companies, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, to open a portal and give access to that portal to the FBI, to the CIA, to the IRS, to CISA, to NIH, to censor his political critics. President Biden, for the first president in history, to use his power over the Secret Service to deny Secret Service protection to one of his political opponents for political reasons. He's weaponizing the federal agencies. Those are really critical threats
Donald
to
Trump,
democracy.
of course, tried to overturn a free and fair election. He tried to overturn one, right? He's still fighting in court.
Yes.
How is that not a threat to democracy?
Well, I think that is a threat to democracy. If him trying to overthrow the election clearly is a threat to democracy. But the question was, who is a worse threat to democracy? And what I would say is, I'm not going to answer that question, but I can argue that President Biden is, because the First Amendment, Aaron, is the most important. Adams and Hamilton and Madison said, we put the guarantee of freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all of our other constitutional rights depend on it. If you have a government that can silence its opponents, it has license for any atrocity.
So just to be clear, you're saying you could make an argument that President Biden is a worse threat to democracy than Donald Trump. That's what you just said.
But who else has ever tried to censor? What president in history has ever tried to censor political opponents? What president has weaponized the federal agency? When my father came into the Justice Department, the first week he was there, he got all of the branch and division attorneys together, and he said, whatever we do, we are not going to use the power of the Justice Department for political
Trump, of course,
reasons.
Has said that he would do that. He has said that he would do that.
Of course, and that is reprehensible.
And he is the only president who's tried to overthrow the results of an election.
Well, let me say something about that. I'm not going to defend President Trump on that. That was appalling. And there's many things that President Trump has done that are appalling. But in 2001, we had an election stolen in this country during the Bush-Gore election. In 2004, I wrote an award-winning article for Rolling Stone that showed how that election was stolen from John Kerry. So I don't think, and most Americans agree with me about 2001, that it was a stolen election from the Democratic Party candidate. So I don't think people who say that the election is stolen, not that we shouldn't make pariahs of those people. We shouldn't demonize them. We shouldn't vilify them. What we should be doing is saying, let's all get together, Republicans and Democrats, and fix the election system so that it cannot be fixed, so that we're the exemplary democracy of the world. We ought to, Las Vegas, let me tell you this, Las Vegas is built on machines that can count and never make mistakes. Can't we make an election machine, and can't we have an electoral process that every American says whatever happens?
Okay, hold on.
It can't be fixed.
I understand that we want elections to be as perfect as they possibly can be,
Yeah.
and one should not use the fact that the election was not stolen and was not cheated to not try to perfect it. I understand that distinction, but when you do as you're doing, and you open the door to, well, we want every machine, you're opening the door to people who can say, well, then that's exactly what I'm saying. The machines miscounted, the machines did this, but they didn't. Every single analysis has shown that that did not happen, right? As you
Sorry, that is just, I know you're probably like, stop. That is just not true.
Wow.
I mean, there's so much in there. And you can see, because when I had to watch that a couple times, and we'll get back to it. There's still a few more minutes, but Kennedy is very, he's dancing around the whole, did Trump try to overturn? Trump did not try to overturn an election.
No, and I'm so tired of hearing that.
Yeah, and I have heard in other clips that Kennedy recognizes that. He may not see that in this clip, but there are other interviews and things like that where he recognizes that. He says, look, he may, with the whole January 6th thing and, other things that Trump is being charged with or being accused of. And he's like, with the whole, some of these things, he hasn't even been charged with them, and they're acting like he's guilty. But I don't know.
It's like they really think were stupid because I stayed up watching the state of Georgia until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
And at
wow.
3 o'clock in the morning, Trump was ahead 57 to 38%.
Hmm.
I finally went to bed and I said, okay, he's got it. Why haven't they called it? I don't know. I was so mad. And I said, fine, I'm just going to go to bed. I get up a few hours later and it was given to Biden. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, all these votes came in and it flipped and then it was given to Biden. That's when I knew it was rigged and that it was a complete and total sham. I'm like, no. And so when there's actual, people who are like, wait a second, we know, we saw. And then if we're like going, hey, we question this, all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're overthrowing the government. No, I'm taking you to task. You guys did something wrong. You did something wrong. You can't get him in prison because he keeps beating the charges because they're a lie. So where's the truth in your statement?
Right.
Oh, Greg, this gets my ire.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's only about 3 more minutes. I'll play a few more minutes, but if you want me to stop at any
No,
time,
that's fine.
All right, let me keep. Let's see. Okay, looks like it's there. Okay.
No. Do you worry that you're opening the door for
Well,
people to
no,
believe this?
I'm
Look
not-
at the
no,
Republican
listen.
primary voters and that they believe.
I'm not worried.
that Trump won.
I don't worry about how people might misinterpret my words. What I said, I mean, and I'm careful about how I use language. Oh, I'm not saying that election was that there was cheating. I've never said that. What I've said is that there are problems, particularly, Aaron, if you don't have paper ballots. The election machines can be fixed in various ways, and that's just a fact. What we ought to have is machines, and we ought to have paper ballots at the same time, and we ought to have a very low threshold to get a recount of the paper ballots, and that just makes sense. It's common sense, but if we implement that in every jurisdiction, you're not going to have problems where Americans at each other's throats.
I mean, so
accusing
you're
each other
talking
of
about a
fixing the-
technical thing, like instead of having 0.5% be the trigger for a recount, you would put it even lower. I mean, that's the sort of reform you're talking about here.
Whatever. I'm not choosing a particular threshold, but
What I would like to see is an automatic recount. Period. I don't care how, whatever, an automatic recount regardless. Let's get it right. And this goes back, we're at 2024 now, 24 years later, that we've had some strange things happen starting in 2000. Right. And that's what I loved about RFK Jr. He's talking about that. He talks about what happened with Gore, what happened with Kerry. If you just think about that, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, now you have Trump kind of saying some of the same things, and actually Trump is someone who's doing something about it. He's not just saying, well, and then just, okay, I'm going to go home and be with my family. He's like, no, I'm going to stand up and we're going to find out what really happened here. This trial, he's got some good lawyers. Trump has got some good lawyers. Mm-hmm. They're going to dig up some things that they're going to wake up a lot of people, I think, about.
Now, when you first started going to vote, did you have to bring your ID?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's the way it always was. From the time that I first started voting when I was 18, you always had to show up with your ID because they had to make sure you were in the right precinct. You had to have proof of address that you even lived in that precinct. And it worked. Yep. Okay. We didn't have any issues with ballot, messing around with the ballots. But when they stopped doing that, I still remember it was somewhere around the early 2000s. I can't remember when it was, but I still remember I walk over to the precinct and I have my ID. I go to walk up. They go, we don't need that. And I go, well, then how do you know I live here?
Right.
How do you know it's me? And
right.
They're like, oh, we don't need that anymore. And ever since that time, it's been a complete mess. But yet when you talk about bringing back and you should, every single person who votes should have an ID, and you better prove you're a citizen and that you live in that jurisdiction.
Right.
And, I think a lot of this would be settled. And you put that back in with what Kennedy was just saying, a redundancy in the system to make sure that, this was done. Okay, this proves that this was done. And now that proves that was done. So it's a good vote. What's wrong with that?
Right. Why would they not want that? And I think the whole because of what happened in 2020, these drop boxes, which I was reading a Wyatt Earp book, and they were talking about stuffing the ballots using the same type of thing that the drop boxes do. You just go in there, and it was only because of the recount that the Wyatt Earp crew were able to go back and say, wait a minute, there's too many votes here.
Yeah,
You have
they
people
had
that have
proof that they
had
were.
proof.
Yeah. And then they're saying that Trump is lying. There's proof in every single section that there were, and we're talking 20,000 votes, envelopes and stuff that don't belong there, more for each one. And it's like, and now what the heck's the matter with that woman?
I know. And Georgia is so crucial because of how close this was. And if they're able to go back, I mean, you open up the discovery to Trump's team, I can understand why people would think that he's part of this system, because this is all going to help him. It just seems like they're making it seem like they're going to put Trump in jail. But the other side of me says, wait a minute, everything that they're doing, maybe they want him to get back in office. Maybe this is part of their plan of how they're going to make sure he gets back in office. I don't know. It's the craziest thing. And we know these people know how to play both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another reason why it's like you bring Kennedy into this thing, and all of a sudden we don't have two birds. We don't have two wings of the same ugly bird here. We have something else. This may be a four-headed beast here, because you have the Democrat beast, you have the Republican beast, then you have Trump, who I don't believe is a Republican or a Democrat. He's a businessman. Then
He was a Democrat most of his life until he ran. All of a sudden now he's a Republican. So yeah.
Right. And then you have Kennedy there, who is the real Democrat in all of this. And he can't get any love from his own party. And so we're doing something very magical. Magical is not the right word, but something very great is happening in this country right now that I wanted to happen with the Ron Paul movement, the Tea Party, all of that. I was expecting it to be where we are now, where we have a third party candidate here. And one of the reasons why I voted for Trump is because that's how I saw him, because he was running against Jeb Bush. It came in 2016. It came down to the two top Republicans were Jeb Bush and Donald Trump. And on the other side was Hillary Clinton. And
it
Joe
was horrible,
Biden.
right? It was horrible.
Crazy. And it's like, here we are, the same old. And then here comes Trump. And then now here comes Kennedy. And to me, it's a fascinating story. However the story ends, I want to be there to just document it. I want my children to read it, to understand it. My fear is that my friends, my family are probably not going to read any of these. They may read a book that I wrote, maybe, hopefully.
Hey, you're lucky. Nobody reads my books. They're all like, nah.
Well, I don't think they'd read my fiction books, which I want to get back to one of these days. My love is really fiction, Tolkien, and other things like that. I want to write the greatest martial arts book ever, which is the most impossible thing that can never be done, because you cannot describe a person kicking and blocking and punching in a book. It just does not work.
Doesn't work, yeah.
But I'm so stubborn. I'll be 90 years old and I'll have finished that book. But with these, you will find somebody who wants to learn about the 911 and alternative theories. And, I think it was the reason why, I don't promote that book that much or anything is because there's so many other great books out there that are talking about the same thing. And I know that my nieces, my nephews, my children, they may not read those other books. They may at least look at the book and say, oh, Uncle Greg wrote this book about 911. Why is it different than what the school is telling me? Why is it different? They may research that. That may lead them down a path to look at other books with alternative theories. That's my goal.
Well, and when we do the show for my channel, I can't wait until we actually discuss your 911 book, because I was at that time. I mean, I was still an EMT working on the bases. My ex-husband was military. It had been for a long time. I mean, I was working for a government contracting facility. You could not find a person who was more pro-America, pro the government. We've got this all right. And I mean, I bought the lie hook, line, and sinker. I tell you, I was like the poster child for, they're so bad and they hurt us. I really was, until the guy we dated when we were in high school. I mean, we were too old. I can't call him my boyfriend, but partner. I don't know what you call it. But anyway, when he was still alive and we were still together, well, we were together until he died, but that's neither here nor there. But he was still alive, and he sat down with me one time and he's like, "Okay, Catherine," he goes, "You honestly believe all this stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah." And then he said one thing. He's like, "Okay, do me a favor. We'll talk tomorrow, but for the rest of the night, you go and you just start researching everything, not just one thing that you say you believe. You go start research," which was the first time I ever had my eyes open, because I never thought to look at the other side of things. I'm just like, I thought our side was the right side, right? I don't need to find out what they're doing because we're right. And he goes, no, stop that. Go look and we'll talk tomorrow. And then he hangs up the phone and I'm like, no, that's kind of rude. Fine. I'll just start. I never stopped. I for like 3 days, and I would call him. I'm like going, "You're not going to believe what I found." And he would start laughing. And he goes, "Okay, do you need more time?" And I'm like, yeah, I'll go. So it's like 3 days later, finally, I call him back and I'm like, I was devastated, because it's like, I finally started to see that it wasn't what we were told. And I'm like you, I don't know all of the truths. I just know some things, it's impossible for it to have happened the way they said it did. And wow, that was an eye-opener. So when you wrote that book and then you sent me that book, I'm like, oh, okay, we've got to do a video. And it's taken all this time, which is ridiculous. I can't believe we waited so long, but I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. I really am too. I'm so excited. I love, books, and I'm so happy that you're doing this series about just books, and just kind of tell us more about that. Make sure that you tell us what your channel is too, so people who are watching
I
this
never
can
know what my channel's called.
All right, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, I mean, just look. I don't even know, my face isn't even on there anymore. I went into an AI photo generator and I created a new picture and logo of a coffee cup and it says, "What say you?" But I think you
Yes.
still look at underneath my name, but then it's a coffee cup. But yeah, what I'm going to be doing, and I'm doing books of all different types of genre. True crime, I want to get Stephen on there and talk about the Yosemite murders. Your books with the Crowley case, 911, and then what you're working on with the elections. And then I'm also doing sections for, I know this is so funny. I don't want to be the typical female. I've always fought against it my entire life, because women love romance, right? I can't say I love romance. I don't, but I have
Fabio on the cover and everything. No,
I can't. Those types of guys, seriously, it's like they make me vomit. I can't deal with them. But now, I was always the kind that went for the intellect. I want somebody who's going to be smart. You better be smart and you better be on your toes, because I am a lot to handle, and I know that. And you had better be able to handle it, because if you can't, see ya, go bye-bye. It's like, don't waste my time. I'll walk away in a heartbeat. But what I thanks to Sophia, now I'm throwing her under the bus. I'm tossing her.
Yeah, we're gonna blame Sophia now here for
Yeah,
everything.
she's the one. Yeah, well, no, it's her fault. She's like, I found these books. She goes, you have to read them. And I'm like, and then she's like, well, they're romance. I'm like, romance? Oh, romance books? Are you sure? Because I read like you said, Tolkien, Tolstoy, and Don Quixote, well, which is supposed to be considered romance, but I didn't see it romance. But I read like fantasy,
Gone
thrillers,
with the
true
Wind.
crime. That's what I read.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, fine. But she was really super excited about these books. And I'm like, okay, I needed something on my list because I just finished everything I had. And so she gave me the name, and I'm not going to give the name of the books because I think that's what we're going to cover.
Okay.
And so I started reading it. I read the first one, and I'm like, darn, this was actually kind of a good book. But it didn't have a lot of the romance, and it had a lot of storyline to it. And then I read the second one, and then I'm like, oh my good, okay, I was hooked. And then somebody else, and I can't remember, I think it was just, how YouTube gives you recommendations. And then it popped up with this Hades and Persephone story. Now, I knew nothing about, Greek mythology. I mean, zero. I heard of Zeus. Okay, that's about the extent of
There
what
was
I
a wrestler named Zeus. I remember.
well, and then it ruined it for me later, because when I first read the first book, and it's a 7-book series, and it's romance, and I would say it's actually more like soft porn in a lot of sections, and I'm just like, okay, I don't read this stuff. I don't know what this is. What's this all about? But the story, her name is Scarlett St. Clair, but the way she wrote the characters, it was like, holy cow, this is such a good story. Well, then I'm, most of the way through the series, and then I find out that, okay, there are 2 theories in Greek mythology, that Persephone's dad was Zeus, or they don't know. Now, I have a problem if it's Zeus, because Zeus is Hades' brother, which means he's doing his niece, which is disgusting, which totally took out the romance for me. I mean, I just couldn't. I'm like going, up until that point, you're like, oh, this is such a good love story. This is so good. And then you're like, okay, ew, incest.
That's
I
like,
can't go there.
yeah, that's where it moves from softcore porn to hardcore porn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way they write romance these days, okay. I mean, back
Is it
in
bad?
my day, you
Yeah.
had the little Harlequin romances, like, oh, the heaving bosoms and that type of thing. But, oh, no, that you can't get away with that anymore. It's like, that's what porn was when I was younger.
Oh,
and I'm
wow.
like, oh my gosh, this is, you're like, is anybody watching me read this? Like, oh my
It's kind of
gosh.
like movies, right? Like movies that they used to just insinuate everything.
Right.
Now they throw it in right in your face, where it's like, I don't need all that. I get it. I understand
Yeah,
what you're trying to say.
I got a good imagination. I don't need it all written out.
Wasn't that a big thing? Leave some to the imagination. right?
Yes, yeah. And but anyway, the story was really good, and so now Sophia's got me reading all these romance novels, and I'm like, okay, again, it's not my favorite genre, but I can't say I hate it like I used to, So I will never read a romance novel, and I'm like, oh, darn you, Sophia. You made me read one.
You made you read one, and it sounds good. It sounds like you liked it. So
Yeah, I mean, the whole series that well, there's one book that was
too much.
yeah, I mean, it's like every other page was one of those scenes. And when you have like a book, you're like, okay, this isn't even like titillating at this point. It's like, it's tedious. It got to the point where it's totally tedious. And I'm like, it was
Too much.
the story in between, which was so small, was excellent, but
Mhm.
that really destroyed that whole entire, it almost ruined the whole series for me. But her 1 or 2 after that, especially the last one she wrote, it was like, okay, thank you, she saved it, and she did such a good job.
Nice.
But yet she introduced other characters that I could then root for that were not, possible uncle and niece, which again, it's the Greeks are
always
so
nice.
weird.
Yeah, we're back into the Biden era of things.
Right?
things
There you
going
go. There you go. Anybody who likes Biden would love this.
I'm curious to see what books are on Biden's bookshelf while his grandchildren are bouncing on the bed.
It will
that
be
he's
the Hades
sleeping.
and Persephone stories. No, I can't say anything because I mean, I really did enjoy it, minus the one book. But the last one, I loved the last book, which was called A Touch of Chaos. She did it. What I liked about her series, and I'll discuss this when Sophie and I do it, but from Persephone's point of view, it was called A Touch of, and then the first one was A Touch of Darkness, and then each one, it was started with A Touch of. And then when it was Hades' point of view, it was called A Game of, like a game of gods, this type of thing. So, when I read him, her point of view, his point of view, her point of view, his point of view, and it actually filled in a lot. And I really felt like the story just, was very well-rounded and well-written, minus all that other stuff. But yeah,
That's great. Yeah, and don't you feel like reading is so important?
it is.
It's so like I feel like it's going to be a lost art at some point, and I hope that it doesn't become that. I hope that how when they say like what is old is
New again.
yeah,
Mhm.
and I hope that that's what books. I hope it stays like that because there is nothing like having a physical book in your hand, reading it, and just I don't know. There's something very just great
I know.
about
If you see back
yeah, yeah.
over
I'm
here,
looking.
I
Yeah,
I
I can
have that bookshelf and then this one right here. I mean, I
okay.
have, and this isn't even all of my books. I have so many books that my son has in his shed because I don't have room for them in this little teeny tiny place. In my house that I had, in the Springs, it was a big house. I was there by myself and I had my books everywhere. I just had
Love
tons of
it.
books. I
Love
love books. And then I get here, so I have to be real careful which ones I choose. But what I love about like my grandson, he loves books too. So he got into chapter books a couple years ago. So
it.
he got into this was The Good Dog. It's a series written, I
Mhm.
forget the author, but if you look up Good Dog series, like on Barnes and Noble, so every time a new book comes out, if I forget, he'll call me up and he's like, "Hey, geez, a new book's out. Can you order it for me?" So I'm like,
Nice.
"Okay, but you got to
Yes.
read it to me."
Yeah.
And yeah, so I love it. I just, yeah, reading is so 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 important, and it's so funny.
Any oh sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say again. I mean, okay, I don't think I look super young, but I don't look my age. I just don't. And it's really funny. And so when I use the idioms that we had back in the 60s, right? Like my editor for a book I'm writing,
Mhm.
I'm writing in the thing. I told her, I said, I'm really sorry in my delayed response. I have 50,000 irons in the fire and I'll get back to this in just a second. So she writes back, irons? Yeah, she had no clue. And I go,
Oh wow.
it's an old idiom. I said, I'm sorry, is my age showing? And she must have looked it up because she writes back all these laughing emojis. And I'm like, oh, geez, I'm old.
You probably taught her something there. Oh, iron's in the fire. Okay, yeah, yeah. We throw iron in the fire, not your ironing board or in your, the iron to make sure your clothes aren't wrinkled. Not that type of iron, but
I know,
different.
and that's so sad because you talk about that. I have an ironing board. I love my ironing board. I
I
love
do
to
too.
iron. Okay, it's one of my favorite things to do. And my
Wow.
granddaughter, when she was with me, she's like, "CG, what is this, and why do you have it?"
They don't iron clothes anymore, or what's
No,
going on?
clothes, you don't have to iron them anymore. Not really.
Really?
Yeah,
I have to iron all my clothes.
I love ironing. It's
Me
just, it's a good
It's
habit. It's
any
something fun.
tips for like as I'm trying to
Can I see
want
you?
yeah, sorry. I want my children to learn how to read, and we're kind of working on that, and we're starting with some very early books and everything, but I would love to get to the point where we're all sitting outside or sitting somewhere and we're all just reading, especially at the early ages. What type of books? Any recommendations? Do you go with the rhyming books when they're,
It depends on the children. They're gonna like different stories, but you read to them. Absolutely have to read to them every
okay,
single day, and then they have to watch you read. If they're watching
okay.
you read and you read to them, that really helps it. Like my daughter, when she was little, she absolutely loved the Dr. Seuss books. My son, take it or leave it. He wanted like other like real stories.
Mm,
And my granddaughter, she didn't really like anything, and she's just not a reader at all, even though we would, read to her. And my grandson, though, he likes some Dr. Seuss books, but he really likes the chapter books, like the good dog stories. But the younger one, even though he doesn't sit still, he really likes Dr. Seuss. So I find Dr. Seuss is, I know
and those are
some people,
rhyming. Those are the
yeah,
rhyming ones, right?
yeah, and
Yeah.
they're nonsensical, which really gets it gets your imagination flowing. So when we get to like Walking in My Pocket, and there's a teller and a zeller and a geller and a weller and the cellar, and so we get to that part, and so I'm like, okay, you guys, we're coming to the part. How fast can we say this? So
And they
we're all
like
like
that.
speeding it
Wow.
up, and yeah, so I do really fun things like that, and then yeah, reading to them is so, so, so important.
Yeah. Yeah, we read to them every night, but I'm always like I want to make sure that they're engaged, and but then I've heard, the rhymings are good, or this type of book is good, and they like the Fancy Nancy books right now. They're really into that Pete the cat, and but I'm just always curious because I don't know. I'm a new parent, so I always want to hear, you know, give me some advice or give me some tips or tricks. How do I keep them engaged in the physical reading, especially in this digital age with everything else?
Right. Now, do you let them pick out stories, or do you guys just read them?
Both.
So,
So
yeah,
yeah,
so go with when you see a pattern with what they're picking,
yeah.
start picking out, getting more books like that. And
Okay.
then just and because that's what they're telling you. Oh, this is what I really like. Because like my son, he liked Curious George and then Clifford the Big Red Dog. Those were
Mm.
his favorite when he was little. But my daughter, she loved Dr. Seuss. I had to read him the same book, Cat in the Hat, and then what else? I think Green Eggs and Ham. No, that was my
I
favorite.
remember that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I read. I grew up on all
every
of those.
day,
Yeah.
every day. They would not alter it. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I didn't start reading till I was maybe t- 13 or 12. And I remember the first book that I actually read that I finished all the way through was Back to the Future 2. I read
Oh,
it
nice.
was the book version of that movie, and I had seen the movie, but for some reason, and that just kind of started me off, and everything, and we kind of and my parents, they read all of the Dr. Seuss, the Bambi, the Disney, they read all of those books, but for some reason, it didn't click. So I want to make sure that they are involved in that, and I'm really um uh not saddened, but I'm scared that they're just gonna want to watch things and just gonna want to play games and everything. And but like you said, if they see me and they see me reading all the time, so they act like they're reading,
Yeah.
or they'll or they see me writing, so they'll act like they're writing, even though they're just scribbling and things like that. So
That's
they
so cute
see
though.
me doing it. So you're saying that's a good thing. That's
Lead by example. I'm
they need to
telling you,
see me do.
it's so potent in their little brains when they like to mimic.
Mm,
And so by watching, but like even scripture says, by beholding, you become changed. So it's the same thing. They're watching what you do, so they pick it up. And yeah,
okay.
it's just so, so, so important. It's like when I was younger in grade school, I loved books and loved getting books from the school library. Well, then, you know, um, as we got older, the schools didn't have libraries anymore, or at least we weren't allowed to take books out. Well, and we were so poor, we could never buy books, and my mom would never take us to the library. So for even all through high school, and I was right in there. It was weird because the year or two before I was in high school, it was mandatory. Everybody had to read certain books, and then to get through high school. And then they stopped that. So I was in that little range. So I never had to read a book in high school. And then, by the time you get to college, and then when I was married, I was never married to anybody who liked to read. So I wasn't allowed to buy books. I am telling you, once Don and I found each other, and, I was no longer married to those people, and I was on my own. I buy books all the time. I
So
can't
cool.
get enough. I
I
love
love it.
books.
Me too. I had to kind of slow it down a little bit because I'm like, okay, I have all of these books here. I have, this is just these are some of my fiction. All that you're seeing back here are my Tom Clancy books.
Oh, you
can't
love
see-
Tom Clancy too?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I have all of the Tom Clancy books that he's actually written or was a co-writer of. Now I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I'll start looking at the ones that are after he passed and everything. There's a nonfiction book that I had that I ended up giving, and now I'm like, I wish I had that book still because it's Tom Clancy. It's one of his only nonfiction books.
Right. I think I have that one.
Yeah, it's the only one. It's one of the only ones that I do not have that he actually wrote. But his books were just so fascinating. I mean, Clear and Present Danger, Patriot Games. Obviously, those are great films too. But and
They're good books.
Red Rabbit. He's just written, and and I'm like, it kind of depressed me when I started reading them because I'm like, I could never write anything like this. But I realized I don't want to write those books. I want to read those books, but I don't want to write like that because the detail, I don't want that much detail. I like Tolkien. Tolkien is more, he doesn't put that much detail in. It's just, he kind of, jumps around. And that's because a lot of, he really only finished 3-4 books. That's really it that he finished. If he had more time, maybe the books would be a little bit different that he, started and everything. But I love the books that were printed after he passed. Those are some of my favorite books because it's like, that's how I like to write. But Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion is my all-time favorite book. It is
I have not read that.
It is the best Tolkien book. It is like the Bible. I mean, if you're going to read any Tolkien, for any Tolkien person, if you read this, it just opens up a Pandora's box kind of thing down a rabbit hole.
That is
You
so
will
awesome.
love that. You will love that book. I will send it to you. I have like 3 copies. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because I have not read that one. Yeah, because it's so funny because when Don was alive, and then I'd go to his house, and the first time that he actually showed me his library, because I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, sure, I'm sure you have a library, don't we all? And so one time he's like, oh, so you ready to see the library? I'm like, yeah. So he starts taking down like stairs from a ceiling. So it's like up above. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I have to walk up there. And he's like, yeah, get your ass up there, right? So I go, and his whole entire attic area he had converted into a library. I mean, it was just
so awesome.
Stuffed books everywhere. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven. And I had never heard of Clive Cussler before. And he had every single Clive Cussler book. And I'm like, he's like, okay. He goes like, pick one and read it. And I'm like, oh my God, I could take it. So now I have a lot of Clive Cussler. I'm hooked, and I love his books too. They're so good.
Yeah. No,
reading.
That's great.
And you have to have the book. You have to have it.
Yeah, you have to have the physical book. I don't like the ebooks and everything like that. Now, audiobooks, I do audiobooks just because of time and everything when I'm out doing yard work or stuff like that, or when I'm, wherever, it's nice to always be able to listen to the audiobook of it. The problem was I found myself saying, "Oh, I need to bookmark that," and you can't. I can't
Right.
bookmark it. Like, how am I going to bookmark it? I take a screenshot of the timestamp, and then a couple weeks later, I'm like, "Why did I take this screenshot? I have no idea what this is. It means nothing to me."
I
So
know I love to, and for me, and I know this is probably not what a lot of people do. Um, I think it's a cardinal sin to dog ear a book. I'm like, no, don't do that. So you have to have I have the
you have to
magnetic
bookmarks.
bookmarks
Now,
or which
yeah, my wife bought me a big thing of just bookmarks because I was doing that, and I did that the other day, and I'm like, there's no bookmarks, and this was a used book. I'm reading a
oh,
book on the Civil War, which is fascinating book. I'm so fascinated by the Civil War, everything that happened, the Industrial Revolution. It's just so awesome to me. And I made one crease, and I'm like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have done that. I ruined the book. I ruined the book. So I ran upstairs. I grabbed my bookmark. I had found this awesome bookmark of this old pirate ship and everything. And I showed my wife, I was like, this is so awesome. And she's the one that got me. So she knows exactly what I'm
oh.
talking about. But yeah, so
Well,
I
if you
get
like
it.
that stuff, especially Civil War, have you gone to Tennessee and Georgia to the
Have not.
actual where the battlefields were?
No, after we retire, or at least once the kids are older,
You
I
have to.
I want to visit the 13 colonies. That's the first thing. Then I want to go to the Civil War and watch the reenactments and all of that stuff. Because I've been
All through Tennessee and Georgia, especially, those were the two places that, Dawn would always take me. There are, oh, memorials, and then the actual, what do you call them? Like the forts and stuff.
Mhm.
And in
Yeah, I
some
want to see
places,
all
they
that.
even have signs saying, if you find artifacts, leave them there. Don't take them with you, because once in a while, there's still like bullets or the little things that they shoot out of that are still out
Wow,
there. And you look at all of these trees that were there when they were fighting. It's just, you're like going, how did they survive? It's so cool. You
fascinating.
absolutely have to go.
Yeah, I have I don't know how accurate the Gone with the Wind book is, but I hear that's like one of the greatest stories about, the South. Because I kind of always was like more leaning towards the South. And then I go, because I grew up, it was all, South is bad and North is
Right.
good. And so when I kind of changed my views on something, it's like, no, South is good and everything. And then the more that I read, it's like, it's just this gray, it's this big shade of gray. And I think Gone with the Wind, I watched it with my mother-in-law a couple months ago, and then I bought the book. I had to go run out and find the original book and all that stuff. But then it's like, you know what, there's a lot more here. And I find the more that I shut up and just read and just learn and try to take it in, the better it is than me just kind of trying to act like I know what happened with, read a couple books. And it's like, okay, now I got it all figured out. Again, the Civil War is just so fascinating.
Yeah.
And just there's so many different views and everything. And it's the pre-digital era. So there is no videos that we can go back and look at. You look at some of the photos and it's like, wow, this. But any thoughts on Gone with the Wind? Accurate, inaccurate, never seen it.
That I don't really know. I just, know that we went to the places where all of these things occurred, and it's, for me, that was super fascinating. Um, but what I did see and what I did read is like Custer's Last Stand. Now, we lived
Mm,
in Montana and lived on the Crow Reservation, so we got to watch them do the reenactment on
I
that
want to see that.
that
Yeah.
field every year. And
Wow.
it was so amazing. And to be able to walk where that battle took place, and that just brought it all to life. And then, of course, when, the book and then the movies come out, of course, we're watching all that. And so I, had a really well-rounded, we got the Indian side, and then we have, of course, the white man side. And
Yeah. And
it's
these
just
these these
phenomenal.
things, when you see these wars, this is another thing that I love about RFK Jr. and about Trump, even though Trump has never really been involved in that, and maybe RFK Jr. hasn't either, but they have, you see these things and you like have this respect, and you understand that war should be the very last thing that we ever do. So the
Yep.
Civil War is kind of like, wow, like what would prompt the country to do this? And that's the book that I'm reading is really, it's finally, because I've read a lot of Civil War books, but this one, something a little bit different about this one, that it really has captured me. And maybe it's just because, I don't know why, but it's just the war is just so, it should always be the last resort. I always felt like Trump understood that. I feel like RFK Jr. understand. I feel like John F. Kennedy really understood that.
Mhm.
I read a book by Robert F. Kennedy Sr. called 13 Days. I read it. It's so quick. It's like 180 pages. It's
Oh,
a quick
wow.
read. They made a movie of it. Kevin Costner made a movie called 13 Days, one of the best John F. Kennedy movies that I've seen. And very well done by Kevin Costner too. But then that prompted me to read RFK Sr.'s book called 13 Days, about the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of that and how close we came. And it's just like, I looked at that, and I actually put a little bit of that in the Kennedy and Trump book that I'm working on, because it was so powerful. I have a chapter on the whole war and how Biden, we have the Ukraine Russia war, which my father-in-law used to grill me about all the time at work. And I was like, I don't want to, he's to talk about so much about the Ukraine, Russia. And it's like, I was just so fed up with it. Now I appreciate it, because he served in the Soviet Union. See, and he understood all of the things that were happening, where the global structure led by the USA, or at least, leading the USA,
We
they
have no
wanted
business being there.
no business being
None.
there. And I love that RFK Jr. points that out, because they're like, well, you're a Democrat, you should be with Ukraine. It's like, wait a minute.
No,
And
no.
he's like, no, like how would he says some great, he's like, how would we feel if Mexico put missiles next to our border?
Yep.
How would we react to that?
That's what I've been saying all along. And I had a lot of Facebook friends, and then friends outside, in everyday life. And they were all, yeah, pro Ukraine. And I said, okay, hold
Pro-Ukraine.
on. We need to sit down and let me talk to you about this. And that's what I told them. I said, it's equivalent what they were doing to Russia. And Russia kindly asked them, do not do this. Okay.
It was part of their agreement.
And yeah, and again, I'm not saying I think Putin is the best guy on the planet, but I'm saying that he did say, hey, don't do this.
Yep.
This is going to cause problems. And I said the same thing. I go, now let's put it in our terms. We have Mexico. You see what's going on at the border. Now, all of a sudden, Mexico has nukes right on our border aimed at our cities. Are you going to be okay with that? And all of a sudden they're like, well, no. And I said, so why should Russia be okay with what Ukraine is doing with our okay? Or NATO's okay? I said, it's not. They need to back off, and they need to just leave it alone. And so we have no, that is, let Putin deal with it. We have no right to be there.
Right. And I think what my father-in-law was telling me, and this was like this was under Barack Obama, when Ukraine tried to invade, and they got pushed back. And there was actually a video of whoever was running the Ukraine at the time. He's literally biting his tie. Like he's literally, chewing on his tie. Like that's how scared, because they were told by probably the U.S. power structure, they were told to invade there. They were trying to provoke a war with Russia. And what was happening in the Cuban Missile Crisis is the exact same thing. They were trying to get John F. Kennedy to go into Cuba to do all these things. And Kennedy was so smart so smart where he said, no, we're not going to invade. And he did all of these interesting things that all of the future presidents could look at and say, okay, maybe we don't just have to drop nukes in Cuba or just bomb the hell out of Cuba. We have alternatives. It was just such a powerful book,
Well,
such a powerful.
too, and at that time, you know, we make fun of it now, but I remember being in elementary school and we had to do
The air
the
raids.
nuke drills. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody, they'd sound the thing and everybody either ducked under the desk or you got in the hall and you were all like this on your knees, leaned up against, which we now know it would have been nothing. We would have been killed anyway. But that's how we lived all the time. Shelters. And if you were out walking around downtown, there were fallout shelters everywhere. So if you heard the alarm go off, the big sirens go off, you
Yeah.
found the nearest shelter and you either had a shelter at your house or you found one in town and you went down there and down into the shelters. That's how we lived. And, you know, and then when Kennedy started coming in and started putting an end to everything in the Cuban Missile Crisis, that was a pretty scary time for us Americans. You know, it really super scary. And so when all of this finally just stops, you know, it's like, I think it was the first time where we could breathe as Americans and go, okay, well, we don't have to worry about something dropping on us. But yet now other countries have to worry if we're dropping something on them.
Right. Yeah, you'd probably like, if you've never seen the movie 13 Days with Kevin Costner, it's a great movie. I think it's one of my favorite.
I'll have to see. I know I have the 113 hours, but I don't know if I have the 113 days. I'll look.
Yeah, it's kind of an older one. It came out when Bush Jr. was the president, but I do remember watching it because I've been a huge Kevin Costner fan. I've never seen Yellowstone, or anything like that.
I don't
but
like
I have,
Yellowstone.
I don't like. I've heard things, and you know, it's like it's kind of like
I tried to watch one, I couldn't get through it. I was like,
people tell me about it. It's like, okay, if there's cussing, if there's rape, I don't want to see it.
Right. Well, you need to watch Longmire.
That sounds familiar.
That's an excellent
Tom
series.
Selleck? Who's that?
No. I don't know what his name is. He was an actor from Australia, but he doesn't. Look up Longmire. Katie Sackhoff actually plays in it, and she plays a deputy. But it's an excellent series.
Oh, this is new. It's from Netflix.
It might be. It's probably on Netflix.
Oh, Lou Diamond Phillips.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
It's super good. Except for the very last show, the last episode, I think they really blew it. But up until that, it's really, really good. So add that to your list.
Okay. Yeah, I love Westerns. I just really into these old Westerns and stuff. But
well, it's like a modern day Western. It's like this made up town in Wyoming, and it's how his name is Walt in there, how Walt Longmire and Lou Diamond Phillips, what's his
Henry.
Yeah, Henry. So Henry and Walt are best friends, and how they work together to get the Indian reservation and the white people to work together to solve crimes oftentimes. It's just really well done.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know about that. All right, I'll definitely check that out. I don't have Netflix because of the David Crowley documentary.
If you can even order the series, you would not be sorry.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll check that out. 2012 to 2017. Interesting. Okay, so they did a good. I just finished watching every John Wayne Western, by the way. And they are so freaking awesome. I love all of them. They all have the same
and my
story.
mom loved him.
I love John Wayne. Any John Wayne movies, but those old Westerns, especially, you know, it's like he's that just perfect tough guy and everything. I just love it. Any of the old John Wayne movies are great. Not really, haven't gotten into the World War II because he did a lot of World War II movies and stuff like that, but I love the old Westerns. And they're just my favorite. I like Clint Eastwood too,
Yes,
obviously.
yeah.
Some of the greatest westerns ever. Unforgiven. It was just a great way for him to end his western saga.
Mhm.
The Magnificent Seven. I still will go back and watch that. Some great western movies. Such a great time, or at least seeing. Obviously, if I was living in it, I don't think I would enjoy it
Yeah.
that much. But it makes me appreciate everything that God has given me, and it makes me recognize, where we are now, and just how
We are so
we're
blessed right
so
now.
blessed.
It's not even funny, because when we lived on the reservation, we lived in it was condemned housing. So we oftentimes didn't have running water and oftentimes didn't have electricity. And the windows were broken out because the Indians would get mad and break windows and try to come in your house. So you're in Montana in the middle of winter, and the only thing you have covering your window is an wool army blanket, no heat, no. So, I mean, we had a taste of our freezer and our refrigerator was the snow outside. So if something needed to be in the refrigerator, the freezer, you open up the front door and you put it in the snow, and then the next day you would take it out. But we didn't have to worry about people stealing things off your porch back then either, because everybody did it. Everybody used the front door as their freezer. But yeah, that's how we lived. And so, even though, and it's so funny because people will make fun of me because I sold my house to buy a mobile home. And I'm like, but my mobile home's paid for. All right. I don't have a mortgage, it's paid for. But it's still, this is still the lap of luxury compared to what we had growing up. And it's like, if y'all think you're too good to live in a mobile home, I mean, it's a newer mobile home, I won't lie. And you won't see it on MapQuest because, the MapQuest is old. So where I'm living, it's not the same. But I'm just like, there's a roof over my head. I have heat. I have water. I have electricity. I have food. Life is good.
Yep.
It's very good.
Yeah. It's blessings. People need to be, and that's when God takes things away from people,
Yep.
is when they don't appreciate what they have. When
Mhm.
you appreciate, at least in my experience, when you appreciate what you have, God gives you more, to the point where sometimes you'll, cry out and just say, thank you, God. And I'm not deserving of everything that you've given me, but I appreciate everything that you've given me. And that's a big, big deal, because there are a lot of people out there suffering who have nothing.
Yeah. And, I know I'm blessed. It's like when I ran into, well, when I found the person, he was like, we dated when I was 14, he was 17, he graduated high school, we parted ways. And then due to my being stubborn, I didn't go to the same college, blah, 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 blah. Long story
Your high
short.
school
So,
sweetheart, right?
yeah, he was. He
He
was
was.
like
I
one of my
remember
very first.
we've done past shows where you've talked a little bit about
God,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then when we found each other on Facebook 32 years later, and, just an amazing man. I mean, I have a knack, which is why I stayed single after that, because as you know, I have been married a lot, because I have if there's anybody, okay, you can have a room of 100 guys and only one of them is going to be the real narcissistic a-hole, right? And I'm being dead serious. Guess who Catherine finds?
That one.
I'm perfect at doing that every single time. And I know it's who I choose. And so when I finally figured that out, I'm like, okay, you need to stop this. Your pattern here is really bad. So then when I found him, and I'm just like, oh my God, I can't, this can't be real. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, my high school sweetheart, the love of my life from when I was 14. I mean, it broke my heart when we lost contact. I didn't, in fact, and I never forgot about him ever. He was always in the back of my mind. And so then we found each other again, and I'm just like, oh my God. And then
Almost like a dream, right?
it really was. And I won't say who he was, but I will say that he was extremely wealthy. And so, and that's why when we started, dating again, and he came to my house and I was like so embarrassed. And I just told him, I said, oh my God, I said, I don't live like you do. You have to understand something. My car is my mom's Dodge, neon. And so what he did, I had to drive to California, but he didn't want me driving alone. So he flew out to drive me out to California. I've never had a guy do that. I mean, he was amazing. Most of the time it's like, oh, you got to go borrow money and get out of my house. Those types of guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I just like, I'm really embarrassed. I don't want you to see my little measly house. And he was so good. He's like, what's wrong with your house? What's wrong with your car? He goes, does it drive? Is it going to break down? And I'm like, no. And so I'm like, okay, but he had no pride. You know what I mean? He was very, very humble. And it was so funny. We went driving. He's driving the Dodge, and he pulls into it was either Cadillac or the BMW dealership. But he's like, oh, I got to show you the car. He goes, I have to show you this car that I really like. He goes, I'm not going to buy it. He goes, because he thought it was too pretentious or something. So we drive in, and the minute the dealership, right, they see this Dodge, this little beat up Dodge driving in, the looks on their faces were, they wouldn't even come and ask us. And I started laughing so hard. I go, oh my God. I said, they don't think you can afford the cars here. And he goes, yeah, the funny thing is, though, he goes, as you know, I could just walk in and buy half the lot with the cash I have right now. And I was laughing so hard because they could, maybe if they had done it right, maybe they would have sold a car. But because of how they behaved toward us while we were in this he's like, this is why I don't buy their vehicles.
That's right.
But, anyway, he was just an amazing, amazing man. I was lucky. So,
Yeah.
And once you have that, my friends, my girlfriends are always like, you really should get back out there. And I'm like, no.
No.
I
No interest?
none,
No?
not at all. No. It's like when you have that with somebody, when you have met, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like
Soulmate?
I don't even, a soulmate is just too weak of a word. It just doesn't
Wow.
even, it doesn't match. And I'm like, there's just no desire. It's like your soul longs and is searching for
Do you
them.
think you'll see him again?
I believe that. Yeah. I believe that there will be a new earth
Mhm.
that when, because the scripture, I believe in the Bible, and the Bible tells us that the Messiah comes back.
Mhm.
And when he comes back, he raises the righteous. And then the earth is created all new. All things become new,
Amen.
and he creates a new heaven and a new earth. And then we will inherit, live, whatever, in the new creation. I believe that. And so I do believe that he will be there. And I don't know how things work, but I don't want to risk having him in eternity. I want him for eternity. So
Yeah, that's totally understandable. And it's good to hear that from a woman, from a strong woman too.
well, and it's so, thank you. But he was so funny because when he was alive, I would always tell him, because I refused. And the good thing is we were on the same thing. I told him, I said, I'm never getting married again. I love you, but I'm not ever, ever, ever. No, I'm not doing that. And he goes, well, good. He goes, because I'm not getting married. He had been through a marriage and a divorce. And so we were on the same plateau. I'm like, which was great. But I would always tell him, I'm like going, I said, I've already got my name on the list. I've already told God that I'm first on the list for you. And he would just laugh, and he goes, okay. He goes, all right. And, so he was the one that he was so funny. So when the, what was it? Oh, Twilight came out, and that song, 1,000 Years came out. And so and I sent him the song and he goes, "Oh, that's so beautiful." And he goes, "1,000 years?" question mark. And I go, "Yeah." I said, "You know, I've loved you for 1,000 years. I'll love you for 1,000 more." And so he calls me up and he's like, "1,000 years isn't going to be enough." I'm like, "Oh."
Wow.
So, I mean, you know, when you have that with somebody, really seriously, it
There's
can't be
nothing else.
duplicated.
No, no,
Mhm.
not at all. And yeah, and that's interesting. 1,000 years is not enough.
Yeah, he said won't be enough, not enough.
Wow. So even though you may not have gotten married here in the
Yeah.
government's world,
Yeah.
you never know. Could have been married in God's eyes, and we'll see.
Well, and that's when we committed to each other, we were with each other. And I mean, I never thought I was ever going to see him again. And when I did, that was it. It was over. It's like, okay. My soul felt at peace. I don't
Mhm.
know if a lot of people actually have that. I don't know how to describe it. I never had it with anybody but him. And so I consider myself lucky and blessed in so many ways. And, you know, I'm also so very blessed because his son um, knew I was struggling with a particular situation, and he jumped right in and he helped me. He didn't
Wow.
have to do that. You know, I'm not his mom. I wasn't even his stepmom, but he knew, you know, his dad and I were together for 7 years before he died. And so he's just like, he goes, "I think of you as a second mom." He goes, "If you ever need anything, I'm there." And it
Oof.
was so,
Get
I mean, that
tingles.
touched
That's
me
awesome.
so
Yeah.
much. And yeah,
I think you have a pretty good story there for a romance book.
I've started one.
Good for you.
I've started it. He would not approve, I'll tell you that. Yeah, because of the basis of the story, but I'll have to tell you about it, not on,
Okay.
I won't do it
All
publicly,
right.
but yeah.
No. Well, you can take creative liberties and everything, to respect his views or wishes or whatever it is. But you got a pretty good story there.
Yeah,
That's all I'll say on that.
yeah. He was just amazing guy. But that was pretty much it. You know, it just goes back to how we are all so blessed. And even though um, some people may think that I stepped down in society, oh, you went from a house, now you're in a mobile home. And people who live in mobile homes are really, you're thought of as like trailer trash. Oh, you're living. No, this is a very nice community where I'm living. And it's it's a nice mobile home. It was brand new when I bought it. I paid for it full cash. It's, you know, I'm okay.
Yeah.
And when you look at what we have and what we're given and the opportunities we have in America, why would we not want that for the other countries, like for Russia or for the Middle East? And, you know, even the people in Mexico, we should be fighting so they can have the same thing we have. So they're not trying to inundate us and take over ours so they can have that at their homeland.
That's a great point there, because that's one thing that I've been thinking about for years, and some jobs that I've worked at where there were people who were illegals and companies that only hired them in California for years. It was just what they did, and the judges would make sure that they were okay, and if they had some issues driving, they would figure out a way to get rid of that. And this is back in 2008, 2009, before all of this stuff happened. So but it was, I would always say, you know what, if we really want to solve this problem, why don't we think about, why are they coming here for a better life instead of staying where they are? And there's a couple books by John Perkins, the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I think, is one of them. And he talks about this, how we would go to these other countries and pretty much drain them out of everything.
Yeah.
We would be like a big straw that would suck out all of the good stuff
Mhm.
to where the countries had nothing, instead of building up these countries so they wouldn't want to come here.
Yep.
Instead of making their countries like our country, which is, I believe, the greatest country ever on God's
Mhm.
green earth. And that's what I loved about John F. Kennedy. That's what I loved about Theodore Roosevelt. A lot of these people, you can see it was all of it. They were very strong about their country and everything, but they didn't want to hurt other countries either. They
Right.
weren't about going into other countries and taking what they had. It was about, how do we make sure, how do we, the country, we're so blessed, like you said. And the
Mhm.
Kennedys realize this. And even the book I'm reading right now about RFK Jr. by RFK Jr., they're so blessed. And what his grandmother, what RFK Jr.'s grandmother and his mom, what they taught them is to recognize that, not to be privileged, spoiled brats because you have all these things, to recognize this stuff. And RFK Jr. lived a life where, from what he writes, his parents and his grandparents wanted them to recognize, how these other countries are and how blessed you are. And it's more about, how do we help these other countries so they don't need to run like refugees into the USA. And it's like, that's what we're seeing now. And whether they are refugees or whether they're not, whether they're just these cartels, which I believe most of them are, a lot of the cartels that are bringing people in here,
Yep.
tricking them like Pinocchio, where Pinocchio thought, we go here to Treasure Island, then they get turned into jackasses, into
Mhm.
these donkeys, and they become slaves, right? That movie was, as a child, that movie horrified me.
Yeah.
But as I get older, I understand the message of
Mhm.
what it was saying and why you don't talk to strangers, And it's
Mhm.
one of the biggest things. But if we help these other countries, we don't have to worry about them coming here. They won't want to come here.
Right.
They will want to live in, because they love their countries. They
Yep.
love where they're born, and generally they want to stay there and make their country great again too.
Mhm.
And you see that in some of these countries, and you see that with some of these people that are following what Trump is doing. Whether they agree with everything, who cares? No,
Mhm.
we're never going to agree with everything
Right.
with anybody, right? Right. I mean, I agree with everything that Jesus Christ says, but that's about it. Other than that, that's, we're going to disagree with some things here. But to me, and even at an early age, I understood that, well, if we just, why are they coming here, and why don't we help those countries fix their problems? Then they don't need to come here. They'll just love their country. Their country will build. But it's not about that. And that's where the devil comes in, because the devil is not going to let us all hold hands. I believe that some people really believe we're going to get to this point where if we just make enough laws, make enough rules, we're all going to end up holding hands and the world is going to be a better place. That's not going to happen. If we read the Bible, we understand exactly what is going to happen, and it's meant to happen, because this world is not our home.
Nope.
This is not our permanent. This is a temporary thing. I wear this hat as a temporary thing. I love this hat, but it's a temporary thing. If somebody took this hat, or if my child came in and she put a marker and she wrote all over this hat, I'm not going to freak out. It's a hat. I
Yeah.
can't take this with me. What can I take with me once we're gone? And so that frees me to be okay with having a Trump hat and a Kennedy t-shirt, because I don't take it that seriously. These are serious issues, but I don't
Mhm.
take it that seriously as to say these are hills that I live and that I die on. But I do believe they're very important issues, and for whatever reason, I believe, just like with the David Crowley things, like with other things, 911, JFK, God wants me to look at these things and to research them and to learn from them and to communicate about them. And it's one of the things that I love about hearing RFK Jr., where he talks about, we need to reach across the aisle.
Mhm.
And instead of just talking with people that just agree with us, we need to be able to talk to people that disagree with us, so that we can talk about these issues. And so, I like to wear the Trump hat and I like to wear the Kennedy shirt because it's like, okay,
You confuse them all.
you like one or the other. Okay, if you don't like either or, then okay, maybe you don't even want to talk to me. But it's like, it is possible to like both. And I hope that's what the book that I'm writing, I hope that's the goal of the book. The goal of the 911 book was really, we'll talk about that
Yeah.
during your show, but it was that was a long, it was a 10-year journey to write that book.
I
That was-
believe it. I do. And I
Which-
tell you, I no longer live with those rose-colored glasses. It's
Right.
like,
Me too.
and that's really sad because that's really where my dream of what I thought America was died. It died with 9/11.
Me
And
too. I think mine was JFK. I think JFK started it, but with 9/11, it crushed me and it
Mhm.
crashed me. And I think I was really on the brink. I was going down a path, and what happened with Trump really brought me back to wherever God wants me. That's the way that I feel, anyways.
Yep.
If you have time,
Oh, yeah. I have all the time in the world.
I would like to play a few more. We didn't finish the
Oh,
RFK, which I don't even know if I want to at this point. I think I may even just want to move on to the next one. I want to get in. I have a 9/11 clip here since we've been talking about that. This is like a 5-minute clip here. All right, so let's look at this. Let's hear what RFK Jr. Has to say here, and then we will be back in about 5 minutes. Just make sure it's looking good. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about 9/11. I don't recall saying anything about 9/11.
It came out of the
but,
Bergen
I'm
interview.
called a conspiracy.
Came out of you know what I'm talking about. It came out of the Bergen interview.
I do not
Well,
know
in the
what
Bergen
you're
interview
talking
where you
about.
were saying you're not sure what happened. You know what I'm talking about, Bobby. I'm not, you know me. I'm not trying to be sneaky about it.
You mentioned 9/11. The official explanation of 9/11 you buy?
Which is what?
Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11.
I don't know what happened on 9/11. I mean, I understand what the official explanation is. I understand that there is dissent. I have not looked into it. I haven't examined it. I'm not a good person to talk to about it.
Well, I mean, so there's doubt in your mind that Al-Qaeda was responsible?
Well, I don't know. I know that there's strange things that happen that don't seem.
What are the strange things?
Well, one of the buildings came down that wasn't hit by a plane. So, it wasn't building 7 or building 10.
That collapsed because 2 of the world's biggest buildings collapsed on top of it.
No, they didn't collapse on top of it. My offices were down there. My offices were closed.
So one of the buildings next to the Trade Center.
No, there's pictures of it collapsing. There's nothing collapsing on top of it. I mean, listen, I don't want to argue any theories about this because all I've heard is questions. I have no explanation. I have no knowledge of it. But what you're repeating now, I know not to be true.
To clarify, yes, I could have been more precise here. The government's official report found that Building 7 was hit with debris from the North Tower. That impact caused fires, which led to the building collapse. It's very well documented, and there's nothing strange about it.
I'm not trying to be coy, Chris. I think if you go back and look at that interview or any interview, I never voiced a conspiracy theorist. I may say, I don't know what the facts are, or, I'm willing to question government orthodoxies, but I never advanced a theory about what happened on 9/11. I can tell you that.
On 9/11, here was my concern about it. After you did the Bergen interview and people started to process it, they said, hey, you are having Bobby Kennedy on, and he says he doesn't know what happened on 9/11. I went back and I read the whole transcript of the interview. I believe that that's not a fair reading. You did say, I don't know what happened on 9/11, but I do understand the government's reckoning of it, and I don't have any reason to not believe it. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that you don't know whether you believe what the government says happened on 9/11? This matters.
Well, I don't, listen, I've been around long enough that I question everything that the government tells me. And I think people who don't question what the government tells them are not paying attention. When I was a kid, the government didn't lie to us. And 80% of Americans in 1960 believed that the government didn't lie to us. And then a lot of things happening. One, my uncle's assassination.
Right.
And, the Warren Commission report, which a subsequent congressional investigation came to a completely different conclusion than the Warren Commission report, a congressional investigation that was much more thorough. Then the Pentagon Papers came out in 1973 and showed that the government had systematically lied to us about the war in Vietnam. And since that time, I think you and I grew up in an era, Chris, where we expect the government to lie to us. So I think part of being a citizen in a democracy is to question authority, to question everything. Trust in the experts is not a feature of science, and it's not a feature of democracy. It is a feature of totalitarianism, and it's a feature of religion. But we live in a democracy, and it's science, but our policies have to be science-based. And so we need to question everything. And when new facts come, we need to question them again. And so, I'm not going to say.
Understood, but you're not pitching an alternate theory. You're not pitching an alternate theory of what happened on 9/11.
No, I've never pitched.
Okay.
I've never pitched an alternate theory.
He should.
There's a lot in the air accusing you of it. I want to give you the opportunity to address it, and you have. That's what we do here. So, Bobby Kennedy, again, I've known you a long time. People know that we've been friends for.
When did let me just go back to us here. When did Chris Cuomo become? I think since he's moved to News Nation, it seems like a different Chris Cuomo.
He's such a weenie.
But I do like that he will have RFK Jr. on. Now they are friends, so you find
if that's his friend, then who's his enemy? I mean, it's like he was attacking him because he didn't have an opinion. Well, you have to have an opinion. Well, if you don't have an opinion, what are you trying to say? Well, then if he had an opinion and came up with an ulterior theory, well, then how dare you say that against the government? So he's damned if he did and damned if he didn't. I don't.
Yeah,
like
these are
really
no. Yeah, I mean, these are probably things that they've talked about privately. So I feel like they kind of, and these are some of the issues, not the issues, but remember my friend Walter Bradley. So we would have a lot of private talks, and then we would have like talks on YouTube, and I would go back and I'm like, man, I was an a-hole to him. I was really mean to Walter, and it seemed like that's the way that I would come out. I was like, man, I came off like a douchebag. Like I didn't know what I was talking about. But what I was trying to do is I was trying to channel those questions that I knew other people were going to ask, or some of the based on the conversation that we had, knowing what answers he was going to give. But when I go back and I was like, wow, like if I didn't know that me and him were friends, I would think that I'm arguing with him or that I'm just being a total douchebag to him or something like that. So when I look at some of that, I was like, okay, I kind of understand. And at the very end that I didn't play the full end, he understands, like, hey, we're friends and everything. And even RFK Jr. is like, no, thank you, because I want you to grill me on those things. And that's what Walter wanted me to do. He wanted me to grill him on these things and just kind of go after him, because it's better to have your friends go after you than to have the enemies go after you, I think. So
maybe it's a guy thing, because I'm
it
like,
is. It could be.
and I'm like, yeah, you're a dick. I wouldn't give you this time of day. Sorry, dude.
You're right.
But see, I don't like him anyway. It's just,
I don't either.
He's
I
a
don't either.
wiener. He's just
Yeah,
a
no.
wiener.
No, and those are the only clips that I would ever watch with Chris Cuomo, whatever his name
Cuomo, yeah.
is Cuomo is with RFK Jr. I've never watched anything that when I watch him with RFK Jr. I was like, okay, that's okay. I get, I like the questions that he's asking because I know he's asking the same questions that the mainstream is going to ask him. So I'd rather hear it because he's not going to cut RFK Jr. off. He's going to let him answer. He's going to let him, talk or let him give his views on it. But what are your thoughts on his views on 911? I really liked what RFK Jr. said when that cut, because I was able to find the clip that they were talking about, because even when I first started, it's like RFK Jr. had no idea what he was talking about. So I was able to go back and find that clip, which I had never heard until I heard Chris Cuomo and RFK Jr. talking about it. So I found that and I cut that in there because it was a fascinating clip about Building 7 and the guy that was interviewing. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's so true. And here you have someone who was there. His office building
He's like,
was there. And
no.
so the lie that people and
They're still promoting that. And that was
the media promoting. No, stuff fell on that, and so it fell down. No, it was a controlled demolition. You see, it's a controlled. Hello.
It was hours later. I mean, how many hours later? I mean,
I think it was the next day or something stupid.
Well, it was later on in that day. It was about 5:30 p.m. that same day. But the building, but the Twin Towers fell at like 8:30 a.m. 9. I mean, it was early in the morning. That Building 7, and it was across the street. There were remember, this is Building 7, so that means you have Building 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? So I mean, and that was a crazy thing where that host is like, oh well, I should have clarified this and it's like there was nothing strange about Building 7. Are you kidding me? There was nothing strange. Building 7 is, and the Kennedy's response and his answer, and see, Cuomo didn't question him on Building 7. If he would have, he may not have liked the answer that he got.
Yeah.
This is what I find with Kennedy and Trump is they don't want to ask them the questions, the real questions that the people want to hear. Because if they do, they are scared that Kennedy and Trump will give them the real answers from what they really think. You're going to be hard pressed to find the quote that I put in my book, the way that my book 9/11, it starts with a quote from President Trump. It begins with that, and he wasn't the president at the time, obviously, but it begins with that because that is one of the hardest quotes. One of the hardest things that I've ever been able to, and I even went back and recently tried to find it so I could find the audio clip. I can't find it.
Oh no, they get rid of everything. Yep.
But I know when I documented it that's what he said. It seemed like there were bombs going off in those.
Well, when you look at all of not all, but a lot of the original videos that are still out there, they get scrubbed as soon as they come out, but I still watch them. I don't have copies of them or anything like that, but I've watched them enough. That's all I need. I don't even have a copy. I've seen it now and I've heard it. And when you hear all of the people going, yeah, there are bombs going off, you just hear, it's just going boom, boom. And these are like firefighters and people who know what bombs sound like. And when they're saying that it's bombs going off in the buildings, and this is way before it starts the pancaking.
Yes. Yeah. Where do you go with that? I remember that was one of the things that actually, because my 9/11 book was just going to be a chapter of a bigger book that I'm still writing. That's going to be my finale, the last book that I ever write. That will be that. But this, and my dad is a firefighter. All of us know a firefighter, most likely, or we have family or friends or somebody who has been, wants to be, or who knows a firefighter.
Yep.
Think about that, and we think about all of the people, all of the documentation of the people who say that they were bombed. They heard, saw, or felt
Yeah.
bombs,
Explosions. Yep.
explosions, whatever they want to call them. And we're just supposed to disregard all of that. And we're supposed to disregard. And I remember in when I first started researching this, and I was a part of a 911 group, and I asked them in the 911 Commission report, where do they mention Building 7? It's not mentioned.
Oh.
How is Building 7 not mentioned in the 9/11 Commission report?
It should be. Yeah,
It
if
should
it's
be.
really part of it. Yeah.
And it brought me back to JFK and the things that were not mentioned in the JFK in the Warren Commission report, the Warren Commission, the 9/11 report. Is there so many similarities that began to really wake me up to a lot of different things. I still have a book. I still have a chapter on JFK that is just not ready. 30, 40 years from now, it will still not be ready. It will be a part of like I said, my grand finale book that I'll ever write, that I've been writing for 20 years probably now. But, to me, it's just so fascinating. And so this interview was so fascinating because I want to hear Donald Trump's view on 9/11. I want to hear RFK Jr.'s view on 9/11. I know what Joe Biden's view is, right? They won't ask him that. So at least I was very happy that Chris Cuomo asked RFK Jr. about 9/11. I thought that was a big, big plus. I think that's a good thing for all of us. What do you think?
Well, again, it's like I said, I didn't like his attitude, and I didn't like how he was like going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't, whatever you say, but you better say what I'm trying to get you to say. But again, I'm a female. I don't know how guys interact, and if that's normal, then I'm looking at it wrong.
It seems kind of normal and you have to remember he's also, he's being hired for Newsney. It's not like him and RFK Jr. are doing a YouTube show like us and they're just kind of sitting there chilling and just talking about 9/11, right? So he's doing this, and it sounds like RFK Jr. didn't really know that he was going to ask him about that, which I also like. Yeah. I like when they catch them off guard. So I don't know. It seemed like, the biggest thing for me is that we finally got some quotes. We got some quotes that RFK Jr., what did he say? And I had no idea about the other clip that it had even happened. So I had no idea that was even out there, that RFK Jr. had been questioned. And it sounded like they were trying to spin that into saying that he was, there's some alternative views. Like, well, of course there's some alternative views. What person right now doesn't think that there are? And so it was nice to hear Chris Cuomo actually bring that up, because it reinvigorates that, that, hey, this needs, just like the David Crowley case, we need to continually talk about it. We don't need to beat it into people's heads every day and every night, but it needs to be continually talked about, because it is such a relevant issue, and there are relevant questions, and there are relevant facts, and there are some clear, hardcore facts that just you cannot get past here.
Yep.
And we're willing to debate people on these issues. If and I still get some of the David Crowley questions, and I still look, because I have 3 channels for David Crowley, and and I still get some of the same thing. Well, David Crowley did it, and that's, of course he was crazy. And when you push them on that, they can't follow through. They can't answer it. They will never be able to.
And I think with as much as we have covered, and with everything that are, the group, and then you and I have put out there, and too with Sophia,
and Sophia, and a lot of others,
it's like
she's been a big part of it too.
Huge help.
Yep.
And so with everything we've put out there, And it's not opinion. These are things that we find in the documentation. So with the proof that he's innocent, I don't get how anybody can sit there and still this day go, yeah, he did it. He did it.
I
And
do.
those are the type of people who do that. I think they haven't read a thing. What?
I think you're right. I think that's exactly it, because I was one of those people. I was one of those people when it came to 911. Probably was one of those people when it came to other topics. Until you get someone who can articulate, or actually, lead you into, not lead you, because nobody wants to be led, because we're not sheep, we're
They
not
direct you.
horses. Yeah,
They'll direct
where
you.
they offer information that maybe you haven't heard yet. It has to be done in a delicate way in this digital age, because in this digital age, it's completely different.
Mhm.
Whereas, in the past, we were like, well, before the digital age, somebody would tell me something. I was like, well, I can't say anything because I don't know how to counter that. I don't. But now they look it up, and they look at what CNN says, or look at what the news says, and they try to counter you with that. Then you have to go back and counter them with this.
Yeah.
Then they go back, and you go back and forth. And by that time, you're like, sometimes like, I don't have time.
Yeah.
I would love to sit here and chat. I don't have time to go back and forth with you on this stuff, or let me wait a couple days, or we go back and forth, blah blah blah. But it's a completely different time, different era, where it's it's a lot more difficult, and especially for people who kind of have a solid base, and kind of know what is true and what isn't true. And I still get those questions where it's like, I start writing something, I start to comment on some of these people, and I'm like, well, let me back up a minute. Let me make sure that, because they may have just heard they may not even know what this case is. How do they even find my channel? How do they even start commenting here? Why
Yeah.
are they commenting here? Are they just a sincere person? Or do they, have they never heard about this case? Or did somebody tell them, hey, there's this crazy channel here, they went and watched a video, and now they're commenting some garbage or something? So sometimes I do have to take a few steps back and just kind of say, okay, before I comment, I have to be very careful about what I comment on. And I also don't want to steer them in the wrong direction. But at the same time, I don't want them to just think that, well, okay, I don't have anything to back up what I'm saying either. So it's a slippery slope sometimes, especially with the David Crowley case. I've
Yeah.
found,
Yeah, and and I still like you, I still find people who they don't want to read anything, they don't want to invest any time, but because they heard it on the news, we're the ones who are wrong. Oh, you're wrong. Then the police and the news already figured it out. And it's like, have you read? And then you ask them, have you read the documents from the police? Well, no.
Right.
If you did, you'd kind of understand.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's some that will, and then there's some that won't. And there's some that just don't want to hear it. But I do find sometimes, you kind of, the way you react to them, they may actually look into this.
Yeah.
And then we get into that where it's like, okay, maybe they will, and then they reach that point, and then it's because this person didn't react the way that I want to, then I don't want that to affect the way that I react to another person.
Yes, yeah.
And that's where I have to kind of take a few steps back and just kind of say, okay, well, if you have questions, or if you want the documents, or if you want to know some stuff, I'd be happy to help you. I'd be happy to kind of guide you through it. But that's that's kind of some of the struggles that I've been having, where I have the same person coming on multiple channels and just kind of doing the same thing. And you're like, okay, if you're going to multiple channels and you're kind of,
Yeah, they're hunting you down.
they're
Yeah, it's
hunting.
like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's like,
so are you bored? Do you kind of need a life?
right. Well, yeah. And so I don't know. I just kind of still dealing with that. But But anyways, I do hope to get back into the do a couple more shows on the David Crowley case.
Yeah,
At some
because I'm
point.
telling it, I really hate this. It's such a bad habit of mine. Like I can read something over and over and over and over. I don't care, but it doesn't always click what I'm reading. Like I'll find a lot of things, but there'll be something in there I miss and miss and miss until however many times down the road, and all of a sudden I see it.
Yeah.
And then I'm like the marked, that just that word marked changed everything for me. How many times had we read marked autolysis? I can't even count, but it finally dawned on me. But it's the same thing now with her hands. I've read all of these police officers' accounts multiple times about her hands, and I finally found something that I did not catch.
Hmm.
And I'm going to do a video on that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So if this really was what you guys are writing, you cannot say the dog is guilty. It's impossible.
Oh, wow.
Wait, yeah, just wait. Just but you've read it too. We've all read it. We've read it multiple times, even on the air. But it didn't, it's like the light bulb didn't go off and it finally ding. So I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Okay.
That's why people need to make sure they follow you on your channel here, which I have down there, at Investigating David Crowley. If you put that in to the YouTube search, this is what will come up. So that's what it is right there, and a lot more to come with the David Crowley case. It's not going away.
No.
It's not
We
going
won't let
away.
it.
It's just no. It's not. There's just way too much there, and there's a lot more to come, I'm sure, on that. Let me see. I think we got the 9. Let me see if there's anything else here with the 9/11. I think we're at usually like a minute
For a
left.
long time. I don't do you any favors if I don't tell you what they're saying about you and give you a chance to handle it on your own terms for this audience. And that's what you'll get every time out.
Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it. I've told you before, I want you to always be tough on me, and you're a good journalist, and I appreciate that.
It's not tough. It's just fair. If they're going to say it about you, I should say it to you and give you a chance to deal with it face to face with the audience. You can come after me when I see you in person. Bobby Kennedy Jr., thank you for taking the opportunity. Happy Easter.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Happy Easter.
Yeah, see, I think that's just a guy thing.
Oh.
That's how we are. That's how we talk. Especially if we already know kind of where we're going. I'm curious to see what prompted him to bring up the 9/11 topic at all. I was fascinated by that because I 4 years. I've watched every Trump video since he's been in office, and I mean every single thing. No one has ever asked him, "Do you believe 9/11 is an inside job?" While he was in office, I'm talking about. No one has ever asked him that. They asked him all this other stuff. They asked him everything under the sun. Like, if you wanted to smear Donald Trump, right? If you were like a left-leaning person or a globalist or something, like, why wouldn't you ask him about 9/11? His harshest critics have never asked him about 9/11. And I think it's because they're scared he's going to give an answer that the people are going to like.
Yeah, there you go. So they keep him quiet by keeping him busy with all this other stupid
With all this
stuff.
other stupid stuff. Yeah. They want him to say stupid things on this, on that. But, when it comes to these real issues, and that's why, like, okay, at least somebody asked RFK Jr. about 9/11, and he didn't say, no, definitely what the government said is it, and that's it. I mean, if RFK Jr. would have said that, I may be taking the shirt off right now. But
It's what I'm angry with myself about is that I believed it. I am not.
I did too. I
I
believe
mean,
it. till
you know,
2005, maybe
yeah,
2006. Yeah.
they made us, like I said, I was still an EMT at the time. But I was transitioning from doing my volunteer EMT work and I was working at a government contracting facility. And I happened to have been at work that day when somebody had said something and I'm like, what are you talking about? And so they're like, come look at what's on the TV. And so I go to my security department and I'm like, security and HR, and I'm like, you know, do you mind if I call the hospital? They might need me because they were going to start putting all the bases on lockdown. And we didn't know, right? The country didn't know. At that point, everybody was under the suspicion that they were going to be next. And Colorado Springs was a huge target, right? And so I call the hospital and the hospital's like, we need everybody in here now. So my employer said, sure, go, don't worry about us. You get to the hospital, and when you get there, we were locked down. Once on base, you didn't leave base. So I had to have the guy I was dating at the time was a police officer. So he had to go pick up my kids. And so he's staying with my kids at my house and I'm stuck at the hospital on a military base. And, you get sucked in to the belief that we're going to be attacked, right? And everybody started forming really tight bonds. It was such a I hate to say this, but it was such a clever way to get people to bond under trauma, like the trauma bond. All America bonded instantly. Flags went out. People got real patriotic. It was all home base. Do whatever you need to do. Protect our country. Go get that bad guy. And we signed away our life and our liberty.
How do you compare that to COVID, to what happened in 2020?
I don't think it's the same. I know a lot of people do. I
Do you
don't.
think that was their plan, was to kind of make it that same kind of
Mm,
unifying thing, or more of a divisive?
I think it was divisive for sure. That's my take on it, but I don't think it worked as well. That didn't work so well. I think my personal take is it felt more control. They wanted to divide and conquer. But they use that a virus is very tricky, and if I did not have the schooling that I had, I would have believed everything they did right from the beginning. But because of my schooling, I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. Even from the beginning, I'm telling everybody, just wait. Y'all don't know. Could it be them lying? Yeah. Could it be the real thing? Yeah. If it's the real thing, you're going to be hating life here in a little bit. So just hold. Viruses have a specific way of that they mutate and live and die. It's just what they do. So it just was a matter of time of waiting it out. And so when you started to see, wait, okay, it's getting weaker. It's still causing damage, but it was getting weaker. That's what I'm like, okay, it's not a big deal. I could say it's not a big deal to me because I didn't get it. I was fine. But I knew people who had it and spouses that died from it, and that wasn't so okay for them. But when they started to try then to it felt and appeared that they were trying to then control everybody. That's, I think, where they fell apart. Americans were not really down for that yet. If that's what I feel, if that's what they were trying to do, they tried this too soon.
Do you think that Donald Trump was a part of that or against that, or are you indifferent or unsure?
I thought that Trump was actually more on the side of the people until when he started pushing to get the thing through and get it through and we'll get this super fast speed. And You don't do that with those types of things.
Do you
I
do
don't
you
feel-
think do
I'm
you think
sorry?
that do you think that there was a difference, because this is one of the biggest things, because I was watching it and following him, because that was my biggest question there too. I was watching everything, listening to everything that he was doing. From my point of view, it didn't seem like he was forcing people to, or it's sometimes even encouraging them to. After the fact, after 2 weeks, he was trying to get the country back to reopen, and all of the states and everybody else was fighting him. They didn't want the country to get back open. It seemed like Trump was the first person that wanted to reopen the country, and for whatever reason, he didn't have the power, which to me shows that the president does not have the power. The president is this puppet that
Mhm.
we've all been kind of talking about. The president does not have the power. But then when Joe Biden is in, it seems like they have all of a sudden the president has the power for this stuff, which to me shows me that it's the NWO. If it's their puppet, they have the power. If it's
Mhm.
not, there may be something different. We have Ian J saying, "What's going on? You are both Trump and Kennedy supporter." Yes, I am, obviously. So I can't speak for Catherine or not, but you can tell that, and yeah, that's yeah, I am. I think Catherine may have some different views on if you are a supporter or not.
I don't know. I see, that's the thing, is like I don't want to be pigeonholed. However, I will say I'm definitely anti-Biden.
Okay, so you're
And
kind of
I'm not saying
open.
I'm necessarily pro Kennedy, pro Trump, or anything like that. I think they both have some really good qualities and have done some really good things. But
And there's things that you disagree with them on
oh yeah,
too,
yeah,
I would
yeah,
say. Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, E and J, that's a nice drink. We're open to all things. So
I'm
uh
open to open
that's a problem.
discussion.
Yeah, I mean, and if that's a problem, please let us know. And why do you think that is a
Yeah,
problem? We would love to hear that. Ian J also asks,
I don't
who
know.
you gonna vote for? Well, I can tell you, I'm gonna vote for Trump 2024, and I will vote for RFK Jr. in 2028 and 2032. But if RFK Jr. wins in 2024, I think that is a good thing. That's a great thing for this country. I think that it is a great thing to have RFK Jr. on the ballot in 2024 for people who don't want to vote for Biden. They don't want to vote for Trump. They want a third choice, just like I did when I wanted Ron Paul as my third choice, right? Um, People need a third choice. We need more than just two choices, and I think Kennedy offers that. So I think if you don't like what Biden is saying, if you don't like Trump, um, think about voting for RFK Jr. I have no issues with that. I think he's a great candidate. I think he will be a great candidate in 2028 and 2032, no matter what happens. And I hope that answers your question. If you have any more questions, please, add them. If you do want to share any other thoughts, we'll definitely share them here. We're just talking.
Yeah.
This is a podcast that I'm doing for my research for my book, and I'm glad that Catherine has taken the time to come here and talk with me. And we're talking about all this stuff. We've talked about books. We've talked about other things too. So if there's anything else you want to talk about, but I was really I've been waiting for Donald Trump to talk about RFK Jr. and he's been very quiet about RFK Jr. RFK Jr. has talked about Donald Trump. He said he likes Trump. He's had some issues with Trump. He has known Trump. He's flown on Donald Trump's plane. After he beat Donald Trump in a case with the Hudson River, Donald Trump wanted to build a golf course next to the Hudson River. RFK Jr. comes in as an environmental lawyer. He defeats Donald Trump. How many people have beaten Donald Trump in the courts?
Not a lot.
RFK Jr. has done that. And after that, Donald Trump flies RFK Jr. on his plane. I mean, it's business. It's business.
Yeah.
It's not personal. What Biden is doing is making things personal. So the beef between RFK Jr. and Donald Trump doesn't seem to be personal. Even today, I played the clip, the 2-minute clip for Catherine. She's like, I don't see where Donald Trump is attacking RFK Jr. It doesn't seem like
I just didn't see it.
Yeah. Here we go. Ian J says, that's funny. I mean, I will vote for Kennedy, but never seen Trump Kennedy supporter. I have seen Kennedy DeSantis. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, here I am. I'm the Trump Kennedy.
Now, see,
Kennedy,
I
Trump.
probably would have voted for DeSantis if he had run. Now,
Really?
is he the one that's in? No, wait.
Yeah, he's the Florida governor.
Florida. Okay, yeah, I that's who I would have.
You would have voted for him over Trump?
Well, again, it's like the same situation. I'm going to vote for whoever I feel has the stronger chance to get Biden out of office.
Oh, I see. So if Ron DeSantis would have beaten Donald Trump as the Republican,
he'd have had my vote. Yeah,
as a nominee. Now you're in Colorado. So did you what do you have any views on them trying to take Trump off of the ballot in Colorado?
See, here's the thing with Polis. Now, he's a Democrat through and through, and he can do some really good things for the state. And then he's a complete and absolute idiot moron. The guy, you're just like going, oh my gosh, what are we going to get today? And so when he was saying, and I just don't think that they should have the right, I don't care who it is. I don't like Biden. You know how I feel about that thing. But still, he has a right to be on the ballot. Trump has a right to be on the ballot. You don't get to say you can't be on there just because it's your own personal opinion.
Mm-hmm. What do you like about Trump versus Kennedy? I like everything about Trump versus Kennedy. The main thing that I like is that it's not Trump versus Biden. So people that are like, well, you know what? I don't want to participate in the voting process because it's Trump versus Biden. They're not going to even vote. At least this way, and they'll look at some other candidates and like, well, okay, if I vote for these third party, if I vote for the Green Party candidate, the Libertarian candidate, I'm throwing away my vote. That's what the media is going to tell us, right? RFK Jr. is a strong candidate. He can win. This is the difference. He can win. Not only that.
See, a lot of times, though, it is throwing away a vote. Like if you have an independent or whatever on the ballot, and you have like two quote unquote strong forces, and then you're like, well, I'll just because I want this one, and nobody ever hears of it, they get like 1% of the vote. You are tossing your vote out the window. So, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know, and I didn't know until you started talking how strong of a candidate, how I guess what kind of presence Kennedy has been having on the scene at all. So if he's stirring the pot as much as you are showing that he is, then yeah, he's a force to be reckoned with.
He really is. I believe so. I believe he really is. Like you have a Kennedy here, and you have a Kennedy that has been kicked out of the Democrat Party, or a Kennedy that the Democrat Party is going after. Are you kidding me? What? There's no respect. This is like a child who does not respect his parent, who does not respect where it came from. If the Democrats do not respect RFK Jr., that I don't know. I mean, and this is where they say, well, you know what? RFK Jr. is not a real Kennedy Democrat, that his dad and his uncle would not like his views. RFK Jr. has said this. RFK Jr., if you look at John F. Kennedy and you look at RFK Sr., their views and everything that they stood for and they did, RFK Jr. says he checks off all of those boxes. He is aligned with them. These other
because
people,
his family, they were not the typical Democrats. They were the Democratic Party, but they were very much still about people and about making sure people were okay and make sure government towed the line. And which is not the Democratic Party today.
right? But it's what people like me, when I think of the Democrat Party, because I grew up, when I grew up, it's like, oh, everybody, it's the Democrats. You relate them with Kennedy, and even Joe Biden has a bust of RFK Sr. in his
He's
oval,
nothing
in
like
his in
RFK.
the so it's like they still want to take the dead people that they've helped to kill, and they want to put them up there and say, see, we're with these guys. And it's like,
Yeah.
no,
No,
you're
they're
not, because you don't stand with what they are saying. RFK Jr. comes out and he points that out. Now, you have a lot of Kennedys who are in the Biden administration. They work for the Biden administration. Do you think they're going to come out and support RFK Jr.? Of course not. RFK Jr. has been questioned about this, and he's been asked, hey, you have siblings who say that, you're hurting Biden, blah, 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 and they don't want you to run for president because you're going to help Trump. And he comes back and says, you have family. Do you agree? Does your family agree with everything that you say or that you do? And no, of course not. There are going to be differences. That doesn't mean that his brothers and his sisters and his siblings don't love him. And they ask him, they always say to RFK Jr., your family does not support you. And he says, we got over 100 people in our family and they support me. There are a lot of that do, and there are some that don't, but we agree to disagree. And he also says that the way that he was brought up, they sat around at the kitchen table and they were forced to debate every day at every night at the kitchen table.
That would
So
have
they would debate these issues. They would debate certain things, and that was probably to prepare him for what is happening right now. I was thinking about this earlier, and I'm glad that Ian J brought this up. And I want you to answer this question that Ian J is bringing up here. But if there is anyone who was groomed to be the next president of the United States, isn't it RFK Jr.? He was groomed for this.
Yeah, he was raised around it more. He's had,
Who else is
trained,
more
trained,
qualified?
groomed,
Trained, groomed. I mean, groomed may not be the. We think of groomed as different.
Well, no,
I think of
it has multiple meanings.
It has multiple meanings, but he was born and raised for this. If there's anyone who is more qualified to be the president of the United States, isn't it RFK Jr.?
Well, he definitely has more experience within the realm of that.
He's a lawyer. He
Mhm.
loves he's an environmental lawyer. He's beaten Trump in cases. He's beaten the Biden administration in cases. Who else has done that?
Yeah. So he clearly knows the law. Yeah. But like I said, and I don't know enough about him. I'm learning tonight. So Ian J, you're kind of asking a question
It's a
I
good
am
question.
not at this well informed to answer. But my big thing is if he supports green stuff, I won't vote for him.
Yep.
No, because I don't want green is kind of like climate change. It's a big joke. So I don't want to have to fight yet one more thing with my government.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, and that was one of the things that I know we talked about earlier. And then I want to play a few more clips here, but where Trump was saying, well, he's part of the green movement or whatever. But so you have those, probably have that here. But I don't agree with that. I mean, because I've listened. He says, unfortunately, he is about the Green New Scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. This is where I think when Trump does some of these videos, he is reading from a teleprompter or he's reading from a script. He goes off script. And in this 2.5 minutes, he goes off script, I believe, several times because he recognizes, like, wait a minute, no, RFK Jr. is cool. He's a good guy. I like him. They want him to go after. Trump's team wants, this is my view, Trump's team wants Trump to go after RFK Jr. the same way that Trump goes after Biden. It's not going to work.
No.
And Trump is way too smart to fall for that bait. That's not going to help Trump. It's not going to help. This guy's a businessman. He's not a politician, and neither is RFK Jr. So here we have, from my view, we have two people who are not politicians who have the best chance to get the highest political office in this great nation. This debate is going to be the greatest debate ever if this happens. This is Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair, in my view.
And I don't know what that means.
And you're like, ooh. Yeah. Well, you and I and Steven Sanzeri, because Steven Sanzeri is a wrestling fan.
I know. I always give you guys a hard time.
Which I love. I love it. And I love how Steven is triggered by it too.
I know. He gets so upset. And it's
me.
like, that's what I like going, there's a button.
That tickles me. Rising over. Hey, my brother. If you want to come and join us, we're going to go for a little bit longer, as long as Catherine can hang out with us. So if you do want to jump on here, you're definitely free to join. I'm going to play another video, 2 more videos, but if you do want to join us, my brother, you are definitely welcome to join. I have a script for truth. All right, I like that. Best dynamic duo I can think of. Awesome. All right, I love that too. That's awesome. So let's see. I think
someone summoned me.
I think you're here, my brother. How are you?
Hey, I'm
We have a
good.
little
How you doing,
echo.
man? Yeah,
Got a
no,
little
that
echo
was on
going.
purpose.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
Sometimes it's not. Sometimes I'm alone. Sometimes I'm not.
Sometimes you feel like a.
Hello. If you love cats and you've watched TikTok, you'll know what that is.
So what's going on, man? Yeah. TikTok. Oh, don't get me started on TikTok.
I don't want to.
Yeah. We are.
They don't allow me on here very often.
No. Oh, I think you're muted. But
That's so weird. It happened last night too. Randomly, it mutes. Not touching anything.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy, right?
That is
wild. Yeah, TikTok. Actually, you can speak about more things over there than you can here. You can put up pictures of certain individuals that we've talked about in the past, false flag type people, crisis actor type people, and it doesn't get taken down.
That's right.
And there's a misconception about TikTok that it's Chinese based. Okay, there is a base in China, but there's also 2 other bases and investors, people who AKA own the station in the U.S. too, folks. So don't let the propaganda lead you down silly rabbit trails.
okay. If all you are taking your picture away, I'm going to take my picture.
I'm gonna put mine back then.
No, I think
take it away.
Eric, I think you're echoing.
So, I am.
Yeah. Let's work on that.
Let me grab my settings, and I think I should be good to go now.
All right. Are we okay?
Oh,
Yeah, we're
good.
Remember when I came on and I told you it was on purpose and said that, sometimes it's not.
That's all good. That's all good. I want to, Eric, you want to get your views on some of this stuff. I know you've been kind of doing what I'm doing with the Kennedy, so I know you're, a Kennedy guy. It sounds like. I want to play 1 or 2 short videos, just 4 or 5 minute videos. Anything you want to say before I play one of these videos here, and then we'll get some thoughts on it. No, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. It sounds like all of our audio is good. Everyone is ready. We are good to go. We got Catherine. We got Eric Spitfire Wilkinson. Catherine is looking forward to doing some more shows, and I'm very, very happy to have both of you here.
Catherine's picture to her right, by the way, over there is perfectly straight.
I was going to ask you about that, actually.
Yes, I try really hard now, ever since that, to make sure that it's angled right, because I don't want him to go, you have to straighten it.
Can you like purposely make it
crooked? It was
crooked?
probably me to begin with. It was straight.
There you go.
Now
It
it's
was
not.
before it was the angle of how I had the camera, so it looked like it was
Right.
crooked, and it was driving him crazy.
I would rather it be crooked just to trigger Eric, so I could throw him off balance.
If
Anything
these
that
are the
I can
biggest
do.
issues we're gonna have, then we're in good shape, folks.
Yeah, well, we want to. We've been talking about some of the early days of COVID, 911, RFK Jr., John F. Kennedy.
Are you using
Donald
code words
Trump.
on here, Greg? By the way, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I do
You're
have.
gonna get a strike eventually.
I already have two. I already have 2 strikes, so please be careful. But I'm not going to censor.
And I
your
am.
freedom of
I use
speech.
stupid words. Like on TikTok, you have to use stupid words like unalive, YT people, like silly ass. But I've gotten used to it. So now instead of saying like killed or dead, I say unalive just because.
This is all I got to say to you, Eric.
Make love, not war.
Make
yeah.
love, not war.
Wouldn't that be a
Come
beautiful
on.
world?
I mean,
and I'll say to myself,
how could
what a wonderful world.
we have to get Eric to do some karaoke here.
Hey, I'm just happy to be on a stream and doing. It's been 3 weeks, folks. 3 weeks since I have dove in anywhere near the those crazy nutballs, Greg. And
that's good. That's
boy,
good.
does it feel fantastic.
That's good.
Welcome back.
To not even bother
welcome.
with it. It was a lot of laughs, but Damien and I did a show last night. You jumped in for a second, and we were just talking about current events, kicking it like we used to, not dealing with that, and we were laughing anyway. So it doesn't take these people, because they are funny to laugh at sometimes, but wow, what a distraction it can be, and how awesome it is to be on with people who have their heads screwed on at least halfway straight.
Well, yeah, I mean, people that may not know here, Eric Spitfire Wilkinson was one of the first person that actually brought me and Dan Hinnon on to talk about the David Crowley case, and he pretty much, based on that encouraged us to keep on going. I don't know if me and Dan we probably would still continue to keep going on the case, but we would recognize that, hey, there's not many people that want to talk about this. And even after that, it was very, very different the way that Eric Spitfire Wilkinson treated us about the David Crowley case than a lot of other people treated us at that time. And a lot of people didn't know what we didn't know. Me and Dan didn't know what was going on, but we knew there was something strange going on with the David Crowley case. And so people need to understand that Eric is, Eric and Mike Soror, they were the 2 guys. They allowed me and Dan, and really Dan Hinnon first. They allowed him to come on.
You presented well. Your information made sense.
We didn't have much
I followed
information
it, but you presented what you did. You presented well, which and I took a chance, and here I am. And then Catherine Michelle jumping on, another crazy nutball conspiracy theorist. I took a chance on it. No, but I mean, you two, it was a no-brainer. You came and you just boom dumped a data dump of information in my lap about this case, and I dove in, especially because it was a movie that was coming out too. It was a no-brainer, man.
Yeah, and it was just about getting the data out there so that people like Catherine, people like you, and other people could kind of take the information and do whatever, because we recognize at that point that there were people that didn't want the information out. They didn't want people to know about the David Crowley case. They just wanted to think, hey, the case is open and shut. David Crowley is guilty, and that's it. And we just were not going to stand for that. It wasn't just us. There were many people, the whole group was like, no, that's the reason why there is a group. There was a group because they recognize that. But at least you gave us a forum to come on.
Well, anyone who wouldn't give you a forum is obviously biased, at least, and that would be why. There was a new. Have you guys seen this? I don't know if you follow true crime stuff or court stuff, but there was an Apple Valley River. There was the teens were stabbed. I followed it like every day.
Tell us about this.
I haven't heard it.
I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? You know what? I think it'd be better if you guys want to. We'll do a presentation on it, a proper presentation, because it was basically this guy, mid-50s, stumbled into some teens, and they pushed him around a bit. He pulls a knife out and starts gutting people, dude, just swinging it.
Yeah, I was hearing it's in
dude,
it's in the same area.
Have you seen the video, man?
No.
So the first person he guts as he's falling down, literally guts. The dude's guts, kids. He's only 17. Guts are falling out. He's holding them in and walking. Yep. And then I stabbed another person in the heart, and this was a huge thing. And I'm not going to tell you the verdict came out today and what happened, but wow, what a fascinating case to follow. And then coming up next is the Idaho 4. Are you familiar with that one?
Yes.
In Moscow, Idaho. Wow. Yeah, there's a whole.
See, I'm following the Chad Daybell case.
That's an Idaho one too. What's going on in Idaho?
I have freaking dove into that case hardcore too. All the cases, but the ones that I'm finding the most fascinating in court, because this last one, it was split. When you're in the chat room, there's 20,000 people chatting during the court case, and everybody, it was like split how they thought, and the way it turned out was just, I thought it was gonna be a hung jury, but nope.
Interesting.
Yeah, and what I learned. Okay, so man, as long as we're going down this trail here,
you want to go down this trail?
Yeah, his name's Mew. His last name's Mew, and Nikolai Mew, and he got interviewed by the police like right after. So this guy was the only one who had a knife, and the kids were hitting him and shoving him. I mean, they weren't no saints. They were drunk and shit, and it could have been self-defense. But this dude, after he gets arrested, you can find the interview. Fascinating. He says that they had the knives. that they had 2 knives, and he took one of the knives instead. And there's video of this, and Nikolai didn't know this, so he's lying his ass off. And then the kids get on there, and they lie a bit too about, but not the same as this guy did. Like this dude one was murdered, unalived. Oh, we're not on TikTok. Murdered, and 4 were in serious condition. One of which, whose guts you can see were just spilling out everywhere. He just told, I can't believe that kid survived. But anyway, yeah, what a crazy case for self-defense.
Wait, though, I saw something briefly. It might have been on this case. Was this the one where they said that they had a video, but they didn't know the video existed, and they actually there's a video of the kids with his hands around the guy's neck? Yes,
they didn't. So there was a separate video too showing it, and it was this is again crazy. I would have thought it was really hard to make a decision, because in the end, there was about 13 people surrounding him and pushing him down, slapping him, and pushing him.
They got what they deserved. End of story.
And he pulled the knife out, but at the same time, after everything that happened, and him lying to the police, like just bald face, I don't know what happened.
People lie.
I heard
all
there
the
was
time
a fight.
Get caught. Yeah.
Right. That should. But wow. This is I love looking at. So anyway, back to my point. This was in Apple Valley, Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
Apple Valley River is where it happened. So of course, it made me think of what?
Yep.
Immediately.
The Crowley case.
Right.
Oh man, I'll have to look at that one. That sounds interesting.
Oh, it's an awesome
Who are
one.
the
Yep.
who are the detectives? Are there any detectives that we know about involved in this, or?
Yeah, I mean, there you had a detective doing the interview, a female detective from Apple Valley doing the interview with them, and
But who? What are their names? I want to see if
oh,
they're
well, I mean, I'd have to pull
okay.
the video up and I don't know the exact names of who they were.
Okay, yeah, I'd be
Probably
curious to
different
see.
detectives from when the David Crowley thing went on because it's been how many years?
I mean, yeah, it's been almost 9. I mean, definitely 9,
Right.
almost 10. But I wonder if how these they retire and all of that. I'd be curious to see who the detectives were, who the police officers involved were, and if there is any similarities or anything. This
I'm
kind
kind of
of
surprised you two weren't following it just because of where it was, Apple Valley.
I
I've
think
never.
I was in your chat room, Eric, and somebody had mentioned that, but I haven't looked at it. When I get into this book mode, that's pretty much I just kind of
I mean,
stay
it
there.
seemed the bottom line at the end of the day, it seemed like self defense to me. And I spoke with, as you know, I'm a park ranger, and I spoke with several people that are in law enforcement, and most of them seem to think it was self defense. Showing them the video.
It was like
Now,
the
did they get the
Kyle
video of the
Rittenhouse.
interrogation where the guy said, "I took the knife from them," and they didn't have knife?
People, I mean, but in those situations, they generally lie because they're scared. It happens a lot. You're mute again.
You
They,
muted, brother.
And I didn't
Matt?
touch anything. I touched nothing. You saw that, right?
yep,
Why does that happen? What the
it's
fuck?
weird.
Anyway,
You
right.
got
The way he presented when he at the end of the interrogation, it was about an hour. You can look it up. Nikolai Mew interrogation, Apple Valley river stabbings. Um, he didn't show any remorse or no tear.
I wouldn't.
I mean, if I found out I
self-defense.
accidentally fucking unalived somebody, I would be like just
Not in
devastated.
that situation. If you're in the middle and you have 13 people surrounding you and they've got their hands on you,
Yeah.
it's adrenaline. Things happen like this, and if something
Agreed.
happens, it's on
So
there.
my initial thinking was it was going to be a hung jury or not guilty, and it came back. He got convicted on a whole bunch of counts. Not the he was originally indicted for first degree premeditated murder,
So
but they convicted him on I believe it was second degree felonious murder, something like that.
do you think he's gonna appeal or?
Of course he's gonna appeal, but
But
you would
then
have to. I would love for you two to like kind of all the trial days are up there. Day
yeah,
one,
I'd
day
look more
to
into
go
that.
through it, and then the interrogations, and we come back and we all have a discussion on it because
I mean,
I
the
was going
fact
like
that
this, and I'm like, and then I'm up. Yeah, it was great. It's crazy, man.
be interesting because we could compare that. Let's say if David Crowley wasn't dead,
Yeah,
and they tried to accuse him of this and that, like they're going to accuse this person. It's clearly self
exactly.
defense. I'd be very curious to see.
And
That'd
it
be
was nothing like that. It was just a random event, but again, it was in Apple Valley, and I'm like, oh, Apple Valley, let's check it out. See what
and
happens
there was the live trial, live court cases. And I haven't
every
seen any.
single day.
Was
Yep,
it on Law and
for
Crime or?
hours. Yes, it was on Law and
Man, I
Crime.
don't know how I missed that. Yeah,
And
I usually.
Minnesota, the local stations on Minnesota.
All right, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
I'll have
yep,
to see that.
crazy. And next is Brian Kohlberger. We have 4 college students who were all murdered in a
I
very
just
short period of time.
dude, that's the strangest case. I don't know.
And
Man, this
Kohlberger,
guy.
well, it's starting now though. That trial's starting up now too.
No, I know, and that's right here. That's right in my backyard
There's
here.
another
But
crazy one.
I don't know. I don't see how one person could kill 4 people like that
You know,
without
somebody
them
made an
knowing.
interesting
It's not that
comment
hard.
in this
Yeah.
last thing that happened in Apple Valley, the Apple Valley River thing. That well, look how many people this clown sliced up in less than 14 seconds. So
I don't
it
know.
Well,
makes
and the thing too with the Koberger case, I mean, it was multiple floors.
yes,
It's so
Yeah.
easy to go in and when
That's
they're
true.
sleeping or whatever, and you just slit their throats or something, and they're asleep, they're not gonna feel it. because
there's one person, but there's also one person
Oh,
who
you're slitting
was
their
there.
throats so they can't scream either.
Yep.
Okay,
1, 2, 3,
but
4.
what about the person who was there in the house that wasn't?
Right.
Why?
What?
How
They
come?
saw some random person walk past.
Why
They
didn't
didn't
she?
call
know who
the
they
police,
were.
did they? See, fear does really weird things to people. And now
Yeah.
you're muted again.
There it goes again.
It's your board. It's your new soundboard.
It's
It has
got
a
to be.
mind of its
It's a
own.
glitch in the keyboard, I'm sure. I'll just blame it on the Illuminati.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's what I do.
It's not me. It's the Illuminati. But yeah, that case is fascinating. I always thought that us three and maybe a few other people that were really involved in the David Crawley case, it'd be cool if we did like once a week broadcast, maybe twice a week of true crime
Yeah.
or current court cases going on and analyze them.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be fun. Yeah. Yeah. We just get the clips and all that stuff queued up and just kind of go through it. I'd be down for that.
I'd love to do it with you two. It's because you're crazy, wacky conspiracy theorists like me.
We're crazy. Yeah.
Well, we used to go. I used to do it
crazy.
too, Greg. We used to go me and Jeff Hayes and Jeff Lehman. We used to go through like freaking every single shooting.
I remember. Yeah. They are muted again.
Right there it goes again. Touch nothing. Or San Fernando, or just I mean, there was just so many things going on. That mosque shooting.
Yeah.
Where everybody was divided on. Do you know what I'm talking about? The mosque?
I do.
There was like 28, right? Where was that at?
I want to say Minnesota. I don't know.
No, it
I don't
was a
remember
mosque
where.
in another country. This was another country where the shooting
Oh,
happened.
I don't know that one.
And they had footage of them going in there and just freaking gunning. Yeah, anyway. That was real. That looked real to me. But there was I remember Max Egan was going at it with some other people because Max thought it was real, and they're like, no, it wasn't. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
There's
No.
been so many. How do we keep Charleston? I mean, how do we keep track of all of this? All of these freaking false flags. And some of them are not false flags. Some of them, they're just crazy motherfuckers out there who are doing crazy things. There's a lot of false flags, though.
There definitely are. We've talked about a couple of those, I think, here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, the Capitol was a big one.
You know what? Yeah, I have a good clip here from RFK Jr. because he's gotten a lot of flack talking about the Capitol shooting, and it's like all he's saying is he's questioning it. I don't know if either of you have seen that or heard that.
Let's listen to it. Unintended segue, folks.
Man,
That's
let
just
me
how we
see.
connect.
I gotta find it. Okay, let me find it. Oh, I know it's on Kennedy 24.
You put out like 4 or 5 Kennedy or Trump videos a day, don't you? I mean,
I'm so yeah. I have on my other channels on this channel
and on TikTok, you put them out constantly.
I put everything on TikTok. I'm like, okay, I don't care what TikTok does. I have like 1.1 million likes on TikTok, and
Oh, you do?
yeah,
1.1 million.
dude,
Nice.
dude, my TikTok numbers are.
I don't even know if I'm at 1,000 yet. Holy crap,
so
dude!
nuts.
Really?
I'm like, this can't be real.
You're doing something
Can't
right.
be real, dude.
Right.
It's so crazy, but that's why I'm like, you know what? Okay,
The media
maybe
is increasing.
maybe my YouTube numbers, because I can't even get double digits on my YouTube channel here. So I'm like,
Oh, I know what you
okay,
mean.
there's got to be something. But yeah, if you look at my TikTok, and it's just it's Kennedy and Trump.
That fucking mic
If you
just keeps muting.
It doesn't like you.
Yeah, it's like all by itself.
The fuck? Like I'm not touching
It's
anything.
possessed.
Let me see if I can play this. This is like a
Fuck you, Illuminati.
Hey Rick, I you know what? We can
Hey,
just blame
Grip.
Rick.
Hey,
We can
Rick.
blame
There's
Rick.
probably like some gum underneath, like the enter key, and it just that's
Can we just blame
the
Canada?
Illuminati.
Is that fair? Just blame Canada. Let me this is like a 3-minute clip. Yeah, there you go again, man. All right. Well, while the internet mutes Eric, and we are going to just play this. This is just 3-minute clip here. Why RFK Jr. is retracting J6 statements. I want to play this. 3 minutes.
The media is increasingly coming at Kennedy because they are increasingly realizing, because of what they're hearing from their buddies in the parties, that Kennedy will probably determine the outcome of this election. So they are putting him in cleanup mode constantly. And I have him on tonight to do that in part. But I want to talk to him about the bigger dynamic, because you can gotcha all three of these guys all day long. But is that in the best interest of the people? So now it's what he said about January 6th. The quote is, I haven't examined the evidence in detail, but reasonable people, including Trump opponents, tell me there is little evidence of a true insurrection. He also said that a widely debunked claim that participants in the January 6th riot carried no weapons. A few hours later, he retracted that part of the statement. Good for him. That alone is rare these days, right? You have in Trump, you know, he'd rather fight to the death than admit he was wrong about anything. You've never heard him admit he was wrong. So why did he issue the statement in the first place? And what does he think about his role in this dynamic, which is going to be a gotcha-thon all the way through? Joining me now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
You talked about my, what I would say were unforced errors this weekend. We made a couple of mistakes. It started with a email that went out about January 6th from my campaign that did not reflect my views about January 6th. And then it was followed very quickly by a press release that had the factual error in it. And, you know, all I can say that this is my responsibility. It's my campaign. We have a lot of hardworking people on the campaign, but we're all drinking from fire hoses. I think what is the general consensus about January 6th, that it was a traumatic day in our nation's history, that there were police who were beaten, who were assaulted, that there were congressional members who were threatened, that there were people who were intending to obstruct the peaceful transfer of power in this country, and that's not okay. And it's not okay even if you believe the election was stolen. I think it was a protest that turned into a riot. I don't know what your definition of an insurrection is. If your definition is armed men who are intending to take over the United States government, it wasn't that. People committed criminal acts. Those people deserve to be in jail. You know, we're living at a time when Americans don't trust their government anymore. That is really what the problem is. There is no trust in government.
Stop that.
I have a couple takeaways from that.
What do you got?
First of all, I loved when he said we're all drinking from fire hoses. that was he said it was a protest that turned into a riot, which I mean in some ways it did. So he was saying the right things.
It's the summer of love. I mean, the whole thing.
Absolutely, it wasn't a freaking insurgency to take over government. He said that too.
I mean, come on. And that's what he gets so much flack for. Is like, well, okay, there's no Trump is not saying, hey, let's all go burn down the White House. He's in the White House. He's there. Trump is going to go tell people, okay, come on and take me out of office and burn down all this. No, it doesn't make any sense. We know that there are feds there. We know that there are the same instigators that were at all of these protests against Trump. All of a sudden, we see the same script, but now they're all for Trump. They flipped the script because they did not have any other choice. These were people that were instigating this the same way that were instigated at the Bohemian Grove when I was there back in 2012. It's the same script. It's the exact same thing. Cindy Sheehan wanted us, she called out, let's storm the gates of the Bohemian Grove. Do you know what would have happened if we would have stormed the gates of
They would
Bohemian
have
Grove
shot you.
in 2012? We would have all been taken to jail, and rightfully so. That is private property. Now, I was there when somebody whispered into Cindy Sheehan's ear to tell people that. Now, if people don't know who Cindy Sheehan is, her son died in the Iraq War. She went and protested at Camp David and wanted to ask George Bush. She stayed out there and wanted to know why her son died. She was asking the right questions. These are things that can happen to good people that are surrounded by bad people and end up doing bad things. And I think that is exactly what happened with Cindy Sheehan.
Well, let's talk about one of the only people who were actually executed during that protest, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody wants to talk about that. And you know what? Imagine how different that would have been portrayed in the press.
Here's what I would
Ashley
want to talk
Babbitt
about
was
that.
black.
No, here's
Can
what
you
I would
imagine the outrage, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Here's what I would want to talk about that. Why would she want to storm that Capitol? There is no reason for her to do what she did. Absolutely no reason.
I know. I'm on that.
I don't think she was
I don't.
justified in
Yeah,
doing
I know
anything.
I'm probably the minority, but I think she got what she deserved. You know,
I do. Well,
the agent was standing there. She saw him, and he's like, "Don't come in here! Don't come in here!" And then she's coming through anyway. I
right.
mean, if you have somebody pointing a weapon at you, and she's military, how
She should know.
stupid do you have to be to go, I'm going to keep going?
Yep, and that makes perfect sense. I'm going to bring conspiracy to you, Aldo.
Okay.
That's how I do it.
Okay.
And there's some evidence that this could have happened. Could have been
Was she a plant?
that she was told to do this, and not
Just
only
like Cindy Sheehan.
I don't want to say told because that would infer that like it was bad people telling her to do this.
Okay.
It was she was. In other words, I have a hard time believing that this woman who's heavily decorated, high level clearance in the military would just do this and expect to be shot in the neck. Now, here is the other part of it. I remember that night being on with live with some people who they're not like you guys, and we're watching it, and so they were divided. Some of them just said it was fake, like she. So I watched it. It was about 10 minutes long. It's not there anymore. Did you watch it, Catherine Michelle? Did you watch her from the time she got shot till the time she bled out?
No, because the only video I've heard that though, but the only video I have seen, it is so pixelated. You
can't find the original. So yeah, I mean, I broke it down back when we could actually break stuff down, watching it, and
Eric.
Yeah, it absolutely looked like that she was shot and she was bleeding out. What I found interesting during this time, wait for it, not only did nobody in that 10 minutes think to put direct pressure on it or take their shirt, anything. Nobody did a damn thing but stand there. Standing behind Ashley Babbitt as she was dying was none other than one of the top leaders of the BLM.
Oh.
In the camera frame, right there. I forgot his name, but it standing right. Was the mute again?
Yeah. Now, was she the one that they were? Because I didn't really watch any of this stuff, but was she the one that was on a stretcher and they show somebody trying to do compressions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean.
No,
after
I will tell you, they
10
weren't
minutes went
right.
by and nobody bothered to
standing
put
like
direct
this.
pressure on the wound. Yep,
And it's
that's
like,
one.
okay, that's not compressions. They had, when we're doing CPR in the ER, you're jumping, you've straddled that patient and you're right over them and you're going 2 hands right in. Not this.
Why has nobody talked about one of the leaders of the BLM? I'll look it up real quick. Was standing right next to her when this happened. Like that's not relevant. crazy, right? That another
I
rabbit
think
hole.
Woo's. I think a guy that we had on dealing with the David Crowley case, Woo's News. He's talked about. He's actually done some really good videos on the whole J6 thing, and he brings up a lot of these same issues, a lot of these same points. Of course, he had a video. The first video that he made, of course, it got banned from YouTube. Part 2 and part 3 is still out there. But if you look up Woo's News, you'll probably find exactly what Eric is talking about here.
Okay.
Kriprik says they gave you donuts at the Grove. I saw that. Yeah, they did give me donuts. I do remember the donuts that the Bohemian Grove club members or the security he gave us. He watched Civil War, then Gray State Trailer side by side for my co-host. Very similar. I haven't seen Civil War, so I don't know. I think that's a new movie that has come out. I think I may have saw a trailer for that, but I have not seen that movie. It sounds like a new movie, and we know Eric is always looking for similarities because he's always looking for anything that is similar to what David Crowley put out. And he has been very vocal as saying that he has not found anything that is even close to Gray State, any movies that have
Chuck
come
Norris'
out.
son, was it Terry Norris? He put out a pretty good a movie not too long back. It was a low budget production. Do you remember that? It was
Yes, I do.
Chuck
Yeah.
Norris.
It was good. It
It
was good.
simulated an EMP, right? It wasn't bad.
No, I liked it. I liked it.
But still, it didn't even scrape the surface of what David Crowley was going to put out.
Not even close. I mean, that's. I think that's especially true once we got the scripts and we understood what David Crowley's scripts were, which up until that point was just like whatever the Gray State goons were telling us David Crowley was writing. That's all we had to go on. And so it was nice to actually compare what the Gray State goons, the fake Gray State goons,
right down to a
telling us.
pandemic, folks. Can't
Yeah.
make this shit up.
It's very, very interesting.
Right.
Including the Bohemian Grove,
Yep.
but including masks, people wearing masks, post vaccinations, and just
And you had to
post
have a
9/11.
certain card to buy food, and the shelves were empty. I'm telling you, when I would walk through the grocery stores and the shelves were empty, Gray State was running right through my head.
Yeah. Well, now they just have the card. You're just supposed to put the card right there, like a touch screen, and it just does that. We're one step away from just putting your thumb there, and they have that in some cases too. It's not as popular as they want it to be, and that's only because there are so many people that are resisting that are making these movies and that are helping to expose these things. Say, wait a minute, this is not right. Have you read your Bible lately? And it will tell you exactly what, it'll clue you in on all of this stuff here.
Even further than read your Bible, have you done some spiritual work on yourself?
You can't get any more spiritual.
I mean, it really told the tale for me of how absolutely clusterfucked this country is. I was with probably 90 people on the eclipse day, and everybody was looking up at the sky. And I was waiting for one person to mention. I mean, they were just spraying everywhere. Like it was out. There was not a cloud in the sky. It was just spray everywhere. X's. Not a person said anything. So I brought it up, of course, just to put it out there. I don't know how it was in your state. In Michigan, they sprayed this, and I'm thinking. So you have not only they're spraying the shit out of the skies, but just about every damn person who's alive is looking up and not even noticing it.
They don't say, yeah.
So why would they notice it when they're not always looking up?
Yeah.
So that told me they're progressing it. And this is when Greg will come in and be an optimist. And I'm an optimist by nature too. And say that he believes that people are going to come around. That was a big deal for me, man. That there was nobody even. They're all looking up, but they're
they
not
don't see it.
seeing anything.
They will, my
Wow.
Blew
brother.
my mind.
They
And these are
will.
beta tests. And there were a lot of there were a lot of satanic rituals that happened on that day. Why all these cities lined up and how it lines up in the Bible. That was true. It never said in the Bible that it was going to be the end times and it was going to be 3 days of darkness. Never said that. It does say that you won't know the day or the time when he
Right.
comes, but nobody said. But you bet your ass CERN fired up the same day. You bet your
They
ass
were
there was
shooting
a
up.
lot of
They were,
satanic rituals carried
they were,
out.
they were shooting.
Right.
NASA was shooting missiles
Rockets,
or
yeah.
Shooting
rocket or.
NASA was shooting absolutely.
Come
There were
on.
national emergencies are being declared. Like you've had all year to plan for this. Why would you need to call a national? Most of Canada, right? Anyway,
Canada. Like I said, with Rick, it's Canada's everything.
I
Weird
also got
things
to
happen in
see.
Canada.
You're on TikTok now too, Greg. How many people put out these videos that it is the end? Like they're freaking betting their asses on it, and people will forget they said that. But I mean, just
Yeah, well,
man.
that's. I mean, I learned that.
Fear porn is a great way to freaking get views, though, isn't it?
I mean, it's crazy. I started a TikTok channel that just talked just short clips, Kennedy and Trump,
Yeah,
and
obviously you're killing it. Over a
it's
million freaking views.
it's there. People want to hear from these two
I'm
guys.
over here with almost 1,000 going. Is this thing broke? Look, and that's awesome, Greg.
Well, it's not. It's not me. It's them. It's that these are things that people want to hear. They're not getting that on the TikTok channel, whatever, on the platform, whatever it is. They don't want to hear me talk about Kennedy and Trump. They just want to hear what Kennedy and Trump say. And that's all that I give them on that channel.
Yeah, you do short clips, straight
Very
to the
short
point,
clips. Yep.
and that's absolutely, man.
Yeah, and that just keeps it simple. It's for researchers. Everything I want to do is for people to research this. They don't need to hear my view. If they want to hear my view, believe me, they will get it. But if they just want to, I want to make sure that people have the access, because RFK Jr. is one of the only persons who has ever been censored from TikTok. Who else has been censored from TikTok? I mean, come on. Look
Yeah.
at this. Look at the crap they have.
Yeah,
on
you could put handy sook stuff up there.
You can put anything
You
on
talk about
there.
Penny Losner all you want.
I don't even
Gang
go.
Wild Big,
I don't.
and they don't take it down.
Look, I post on TikTok, but I do not look at anything on TikTok. I can't. It's just all like dry porn stuff. It's just they just want me to just look at all this stupid thing. It's like okay, and that's why
porn.
it really is like when I put these
It's like
videos
dry
out
humping a
there,
piece of sandpaper, folks.
it's crazy. It's like what you turn on is it's this person doing this, and they're shaking it, and it's like
A lot of these
dude,
people
like,
they're making a living doing this. I
I
looked
know,
up
and
the
it's
numbers.
yeah,
When I got to
that's what they
1,000
want.
freaking view count or whatever it was, subs, and I
Well,
could go live.
I haven't seen you on there shaking your
Dude, I know, but I started going
thing
out
or
and
anything.
doing debates
So,
with people, man, on
okay,
there. And you know what? I mean,
like
some
that.
of the nutballs we encounter on here, these people are like a million times more fucktarded just because I can't even explain it, man. Maybe I'll play a clip for you. Just
yeah,
how
please, yeah.
fucked up it is over there. I mean, there's groups of people that are like Black Power and fuck Whitey, and I'm like, is this really this ain't hate speech? And fucking
There's a lot of
crazy,
bots. No,
right?
I think a lot of the views that I get are probably bots.
Dudes wearing dresses,
They just
begging to
don't
go
seem
into the
to-
women's room for what reason we don't know. And
Yeah.
but these are the ones getting all the hits. They're making money doing this.
I guess. I mean, I don't know.
And never leave your house, and that's kind of sad in my opinion. If you never leave your
I
house,
like what Rick says
that's how you
here.
want to make money.
He says, I know that humanity is capable of incredible things if left alone, but at this point, it feels it's too far gone Just being honest.
That's
What do you think
that's
about that?
exactly what I say to
Are we
Greg.
too far gone?
Sometimes I wonder.
Who is the fucking ghost that keeps muting my mic? This is weird. I'll have to figure it out. Thing is, I got a board and I have this whole fucking studio set up on the other side of the camera, and it just could be one loose wire.
Yeah.
And fucking, all right, so I'll just deal with it.
I think you have a ghost there. That's what I think.
Last
I
night,
think
Damien and I got on. We talked about current events. I'm doing it tonight. I'm enjoying this again.
Oh,
That's
good.
I know you guys have been attacked by trolls and stuff, and that's you can get sidetracked more than others in a lot of ways.
I think that's because they want to sidetrack you so that way you don't focus on
Right.
these real issues. You don't focus
Right.
on the stuff. You focus on those other things.
Right.
Which, it's like you just gotta.
But then I go over to
Drop it.
TikTok and I'm on lives debating with people. They don't have any knowledge, etiquette about anything. Debating with them, they 6-year-olds.
Well, that's what I love.
Should be able to have sex changes, and I'm like, I'm trying to debate with them, like freaking without just saying, "Are you fucking insane?" The
Well,
fuck's
you used
the
to
matter,
do
right,
that.
bro? But you just be kicked off like that. And then
You used to do that on Revolution Radio.
Yeah, we
Right?
let anybody on. We only kick people off if they made like violent threats, pretty much, or something of that nature. Nobody got kicked off.
Right.
TikTok is like,
open
I'm
thing.
running the show and fuck you. Joe Biden is the man. I'm riding with Biden.
Riding with Biden.
Jump on and debate me.
Nice.
Jump on and debate for 10 seconds. And they're like, blocked. You're gone. That's dude. Yeah, it's fucked up over there. I cannot believe you're not over there yet. Gather.
No, I can't. Catherine's like,
No, some of the things I see, it's like, nope.
The debates have been they've been interesting to say the least.
Well, they are when they're in the right form and we have the opportunity to.
The thing is, nothing's going to change from these debates, and there's people that have just
You're
been
right.
roped into this whole cyber world reality where
And I think
I
that's
could go to
why-
work all day. Well, I could look in the morning, go to work all day, come back, look again, and the same person that was broadcasting at 8 in the morning is still broadcasting at fucking 6 o'clock. And then I can jump off and then I jump back on. It's midnight and they're still, and I'm slowly realizing that's all they're doing is staring at TikTok and debating the most ludicrous shit you could ever imagine, but they're getting paid. It makes me think that that's like almost the fucking definition of a malignant narcissist, but I don't know.
Hey, there you
Fuck, what do I know? That's rant is done.
Rant is
But
done.
that is crazy over there. Catherine Michelle, you haven't seen anything the Greg or I've done over there?
No, I didn't even know you guys were on TikTok.
Yeah, well,
You wouldn't know I was.
I didn't
on
know
there.
Greg had 1 million freaking views,
Yeah,
but
that's awesome.
right?
No, it's a channel. Like I said, I don't give any of my commentary or anything. It's just I find clips of Kennedy, I find clips of Trump, and I just put it out there. And like I said, it has
I don't do nothing, just 1 million views.
Yeah,
Mr.
but
Humble
you
over there.
clearly are doing something correct.
He's paying the Illuminati, I think. That's what's going on. It's always the Illuminati.
Well, you know what? I have gotten strikes there and I have gotten videos banned, but I've pretty much won almost every time because somebody will say, oh, this is, whatever.
I'm
But
50-50. But you can get a
I've
lot of
won
strikes over
everything.
there. That's the coolest thing. I think I've gotten like 6 or 7. They're like, you're really might. So, I mean, they're even over here, dude. One strike, boom. You're down for 30 days.
Yeah,
2
yeah,
strikes.
I know. Yeah. you're
Bye
done.
bye. Here I'm doing a little screen share.
Okay.
Let's
Go ahead. Let me know if you need go.
yeah, and then make sure it's come through okay. For the settings. Yeah, I don't have to change them, I don't think.
No, I can hear you good.
Because I am on I'm using Chrome now. I was using Edge. Totally different.
See? Get away from Chrome, man. It's all about Edge.
Catherine Michelle, this is fun shit right here. Come to right. This is a great endorsement to come
You're
to.
not gonna. This is not gonna get her to come to
She's
TikTok.
gonna be like, hell to the motherfucking no.
This is the opposite.
So this is exactly what a transmedicalist statement would sound like without trying to be transmedicalist.
We got what? Transmedicalists? Is that like Transformers?
But first of all, let's take a step back and realize that non-binary people are not, quote, gender nonconformists.
Non-binary people are not gender nonconformists. Then what are they? Gender conformists? Can't be both, bro. God.
Necessarily. They
Necessarily.
may fall under gender nonconformity,
Mm-hmm.
which falls under transgender.
Mm-hmm.
However, non-binary people can either be transgender or just gender nonconforming.
Mm-hmm. By your words.
Because even, for example, trans people are also gender nonconforming for the most.
Gee, really? Trans people are gender nonconforming. Thank you, Captain Obvious. What other pearls of wisdom do you have for us? I'm Catherine Michelle. This is like one of the like swamis of the trans movement right here, though.
Oh,
As you can hear the way he talk, right?
oh, that's so scary.
Which are the part that aren't gender conforming? God. Mm.
Now, it is true that transsexual is not the same as gender nonconformity, but transsexual is not the same thing as transgender. Those are two different things.
Are they? Okay, thanks. Do they fall under nonconformity? I would say so. God.
So this is why you're a transmedicalist, but also
Transmedicalist again.
Transmedical.
You're a
There's
transmedicalist.
no such. Oh my
folks.
God.
intersex is a third sex.
Intersex is a third sex.
Deal with it.
No.
Deal with it. That's fucking, yeah, that's
Man.
come to TikTok.
Oh wow.
That's just.
That's scary.
Would you like to hear a bunch?
much.
Would you like to hear a bunch of black folk who are the most racist black folk I've ever met, claiming that I'm racist? You fucking can't make this up.
Understand that whenever I'm over here trying to speak and you want to butt in, it's just crazy to me. Because this is how I talk.
You asked me to come up, so you don't want me to speak? Why'd you ask me to come up then?
No, I wasn't talking to you, Ron.
Oh, okay.
It's just weird, man.
I have a question for the panel, if it's okay. Do you guys know what the definition of racism is?
Hello?
Yeah, do you know the definition of racism?
Hello? Do I know the definition of racism?
Did I stutter?
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Would you like me to read it to you? Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or God, you people ever shut the fuck up and listen?
People?
Yeah, you people, this panel. Not, oh, I knew you'd take that the wrong way. Got it. Anyway, I was trying to give you the definition, try to educate you, but
Okay, 1 second, y'all. 1 second.
it's the only way to talk because you guys never shut the fuck up.
It's like, hold on 1 second. Like, I'm trying to, like, I want to hear y'all talk.
I
want
want
to hear
y'all
talking at the same time. Like,
Okay, I was about to define racism.
Spitfire.
That was what I was trying to do. That's all I want to do is define racism for y'all.
No, Spitfire, you are, for one, I'm still in the middle of talking.
Talking about what? Like? You're not talking about nothing.
You're talking while I'm talking. My question is, why did you think that we don't know the definition of racism?
Because I'm reading it right now and saying you cannot be racist is just ridiculous. You want me to read the definition again? Okay. If I could read the definition, then I'll mute out and you tell me how black people can't be racist.
All right, so I think I made it maybe 9 minutes on this panel. That's the average. That's kind of a long time.
This is that reverse, reverse racism
Crazy.
where they say, "Oh, black people can't be racist" and things like that, right? Where you talk to the intelligent black people and they understand what racism is. Just like you said, racism has nothing to do. They just, and this is the mentality that I was born up in, that white people are bad and black people can do no wrong. Black people are superheroes almost, right? It kind of came to that until you understood that, you know what, we're all people, and it does not matter, and we're not about separating these people from those people. And this is where I hear a lot about Trump, because this is where there was some great videos that have came out where they recognize that Trump is not a racist. They want you to think that President Donald J. Trump hates black people. Like Kanye West said George Bush doesn't like black people, and they cut him off right after he said that, with Mike Myers, right, standing right next to him, and just had no idea what the heck was going on. Kanye West is another strange one. But if you look at what President Donald J. Trump has done for black people, you can understand he is not a racist. Go ask Mike Tyson about Donald J. Trump. You will hear some very interesting things about how, when everybody else was going after Mike Tyson, who stood by Mike Tyson?
True. I mean, ask not what Trump has done for black folk. Ask what Biden has done for black folk. It's very simple.
I mean, and then you look at RFK Jr. RFK Jr., who has a good relationship with Malcolm, with Martin Luther King's family, and so this is not about black and white, but Joe Biden wants to make it about black and white.
You want to hear about black and white? If you, I haven't played any of this yet on YouTube. There's part 2 and part 3. They're only 2 minutes each. You let me finish this off.
I got 2 strikes.
Oh no, I don't think any of this will get you strikes, because we're not using any like false flag names. No, I don't think this will get you strikes.
Go ahead.
No, if I did, I wouldn't play it, man.
I really don't care. I got backup channels, so it's all
this was just crazy having this debate. So this is just me listening back to the debate.
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership. Okay, so tell me how you can't be racist based on that definition. I'll wait.
Can you tell me like why we can't?
I just read the definition.
Okay.
What, do you want me to read it again? On the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. By definition, anyone can be racism.
Since you can't read, go ahead and just finish the last part of that definition.
Who can't read?
He said he can't read.
Who can't read?
Of course, dude.
Goodness.
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership. And see, you won't even let me finish. Go ahead. You don't want to learn nothing. Go ahead. You know it all. And
they won't even. They don't even want to hear it. They don't even.
Nope.
It's just he can't read. This is the bubble that Catherine and I we were talking about earlier. This is the bubble where if they want to live in this little bubble. Believe me, I want to live in my little bubble too, right? The problem is my little bubble is revolved around Jesus Christ. Their little bubble is revolved around racism and everything that anybody does. Anything bad happens.
Their little bubble is
racist.
It revolves around TikTok 24/7, and it used to be some people's little bubble revolved around YouTube. But TikTok, that's some easy money.
That's interesting.
I'll show you how much money people make when they're sending gifts and stuff like that. These people are making a lot more than a lot of people make working fucking 9 to 5, bro.
Okay, so
just sitting in their sitting on their ass on a couch talking about stupid shit. It's frustrating, bro.
It sounds to me like TikTok is let me go back. TikTok is kind of like how YouTube used to be, right?
No, I mean it's an even easier tool to make shit tons of money.
Okay.
Because people give gifts. You have gifts, like all kinds of different gifts. You can dress people up in different. You can put a hat on them. You know what I mean? Have a screaming cow run past them. You give gifts, and every gift is like a buck, $5, 10, 20. And I'm watching and I'm doing the math. And I'm like, these people are getting paid right now because it goes straight into their account. Crazy, man. And the hot topics are this is one of them. Yeah, right. And the trans, whatever trans thing. Other than that, nobody's really getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have this.
Or Biden versus Trump. There's another one that people.
Yeah, I've got this channel here, Kennedy and Trump here, and
did I just inadvertently?
No, I'm just.
Think of something there though. Biden versus Trump, and you already have over 1 million freaking.
Nice. That's awesome.
See now you're able to go live, I assume, right? You have over 1,000 subs.
I have no idea, brother.
You have to have over 1,000 subs, and then you can download the studio and go live.
Okay. Well,
let me tell you how easy it is to make money on this thing. So I downloaded the studio, and I did a test run for like 2 minutes. Didn't even know what the fuck I had no idea what.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I have.
50 I did it twice. I made $6 for doing nothing.
I don't want to make any money. I don't want to disrupt any of that. I really.
But you deserve to make money. Doing this.
No, I make money.
You know how much money I've made doing this for fucking 12 years on YouTube? Take a guess.
I work hard for my money.
How much money YouTube paid me all that time? Almost 1 million views at hundreds of thousands of views. Can't make this shit up. I made $300.
I like when
YouTube.
I like when YouTube didn't let people make money.
That's all I made though, man. For 12 years, on there, $300, and I'm sure I spent way more money looking at what I was doing than they pay me. But TikTok, you can get paid sick money. That's why
YouTube. Yeah, YouTube was more fun without the money, without the monetization. Because I always get all these hits for monetization. I'm like, I'm not a monetized channel. I don't know why I'm even getting this. I'm just.
Why should you apologize if you are like, oh my god?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, bro, if you remember correctly, when I started doing this with Jeff Hayes, I was doing it 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week for 5, 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
For years. Didn't get paid anything. Did it for love.
It was fun.
I guess in a roundabout way, that's why I'm going back to these people.
Yeah.
They're doing nothing out of love. It's all about hate.
Yeah.
But they're getting paid. They're making money.
Wow.
Becoming miserable human beings. Yes. Crazy, right? All right. I'll finish this fucker up. And then we'll.
Thanks for being late to the victims meeting, by the way. I won't be late again.
Hold on.
To the what? Apologize for what?
Being late to the victims meeting.
And I apologize for being late to the victims meeting, by the way. I won't be late again.
He's hilarious. So Nick, as I was saying, why do you think why do you think it is racist for someone in the Black community to tell their children?
Oh, by the way, the only way I can join the panel is on a phone. I can't do it through the computer, so I had to literally take the phone, put a microphone to it.
Oh wow!
Right, one microphone to my mouth, one microphone to the yeah. That's why the audio is not so good.
Lay a little foundation here. So they're talking about something about racism or racist.
They just bust in the shit out of all these crackers, pretty much. But when I jumped in, it was that ridiculous.
Okay.
Oh, and reparations. Yeah, that was. Anyway, yeah, it was Looney Tune land. Well, you can listen to it for yourself.
Race, but yet you're cherry picking Black people to date.
Cherry picking, it's a preference. I prefer Black people over.
Why do you prefer us?
Jeez.
What do we have that your fellow counterparts don't have? What is it we do for you?
What is
the culture is actually really nice. If you look at it,
you can make me a motherfucking sandwich.
And you guys are more family oriented than other cultures.
I would have said that normally. I was just so fucking blown away by how fucked up these people were.
Cultures. Let's say my family and her family are two different. Not because of the color of the skin, but
like if I said that, we wouldn't got to the last part. They would just would have kicked me off. Last 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Sorry for harming your ears. If they're bleeding, get 9 more too.
I'm gonna get a refill.
Dude,
It's the good Gucci, regardless wherever we go. So Spitfire.
Huh? What did you just say?
What?
I couldn't understand a word you just said.
All right, so can I rewind that back? If you guys can freaking decode this crazy Martian speak here, that makes.
It's still leave people to get coochie, regardless of wherever we go. Period.
Can you hear it clearly? You can hear it, right?
I can't understand what he's saying.
Yeah, right. Not a fucking it one more time. And I actually like downloaded this, uploaded it, and mastered it just so you can
Something
actually
about
hear
a
it as
coochie
well.
is all I heard.
Coochie was the only word I was. What the fuck is going on?
It's still leave people to get coochie, regardless of wherever we go. Period. So,
Instant
Spitfire.
delivery for a coochie.
What did you just say?
What?
I couldn't understand a word you just said.
Okay, I don't like it. Fuck.
I bet you don't.
So Spitfire. Like, do you know what a definition is for?
Do I know what a definition is for? Yeah, to define something.
You said what?
To define something. Hence the word definition.
Yeah, so like, do you know? So once again, do you know what it's for?
To define something.
Okay, so it's to describe a thing.
Correct. Define it.
Okay, so it's to you was
Can't make this shit up.
you was
Are you lost? What's your question?
because you will still have to know. You will still have to know. You will still have to know. You will still have to know what a definition is. Like to understand if I'm asking you what is a definition for, and you say it's to define something.
Correct.
You will still have to know what a definition is to understand what define something means.
What?
Anyway, so a definition. So the
Definition to define something.
Dude,
oh my goodness!
it's
This is like pointing a mirror at a mirror, and you see that reflect where the mirror just keeps going on and on.
So a definition is to describe something. It's to describe a thing. So definitions are descriptive. They're not prescriptive.
A definition is describing a thing?
So shut the fuck up.
Because it's not true. Definition can define something other than a thing.
Why are y'all talking? Hold on. Why the fuck are y'all talking while I'm talking? I can't even get a.
Because I fucking feel like it.
Shut the fuck up.
Trigger alert, folks.
Shut the fuck up. Like y'all go back and forth on it. I'm trying to say something. Y'all just did it off. Like everybody keeps fucking talking over it, and like I can't get a fucking word out. Like, shut the fuck up. Anywho, the purpose of a definition is to describe a thing. They are descriptive, not prescriptive. So it's going to describe.
All right, they kicked me off.
So that was that. So I made it 6 minutes.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I had to play it for you guys.
Well, see, he's trying to sound so intelligent, but he doesn't know what he's saying, so he sounds like an idiot.
Exactly, and that's. I mean, it was just. It wasn't descriptive. It was prescriptive.
It was prescriptive, but it was. I lost. That lost me. That lost. I was so lost. He sure is a sensitive fella. Yeah. Well,
I'm sure Catherine Michelle is totally freaking convinced to come to TikTok now.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Eric. We're trying to get her to.
I'll go right now.
Yeah, exactly. Now she's never gonna go. Appreciate that. I'm gonna play this 1 minute.
It feels like old times, Greg. Just having conversations and playing clips. I like it.
On day one, we will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, starting with all of the criminals that are pouring in, the criminals and the terrorists. And you know who's going to tell us who they are? Our local police. Our local police, because our local police know their names, their middle names, their phone numbers. They know everything about them. One of the most important issues in this race will be how Joe Biden's border invasion is also going to obliterate Medicare and Social Security for American seniors. What he's doing by allowing millions, 15 million, 20 million people this year, I think it's already 15, He's destroying your Social Security. He's destroying your Medicare and anything else. He's also destroying your way of life.
I do want to talk about that because
everything he's saying is spot on.
spot on. But Social Security, you know, when I was growing up, I remember, and I used to watch
Orange Man bad.
Remember
Vote
watching
for Biden.
Saturday
I'm riding with
Night Live?
Biden.
Anyone who watched Saturday Night Live, all of us who braced it during 2000, maybe 1999, and they had this impersonator, I forget his name, but he did a great Al Gore impersonating. We're talking about this lockbox. We're going to put Social Security in a lockbox, in a lockbox. They kept talking about that, and they kept laughing at him. And it's like, wait a minute, Social Security, and it's like they want to, and I want to hear both of your views on this.
Hold on? Are you talking about Rob Lowe?
No, I can't remember the guy's
doing
name.
the lockbox with
No.
Are you sure?
That he was talking about the lockbox. I can't remember his name, but he was a regular on Saturday Night Live. I can't remember his name, but he did a great
Chris Parnell.
He did a great Al Gore.
Daryl Hammond.
Maybe Daryl Hammond. It could be him. I'll have to look it up. But
I remember it because I'm an SLL fan.
Yeah, this lockbox, and I was like, why are they talking about this lockbox? And then because I was an Al Gore fan, I was like, oh yeah, Al Gore wanted to make sure when he was debating Bush, and I think this is one of the things that really may have turned some of the people to Al Gore that were, you know, against George Bush Jr., where he was talking about this lockbox, because Social Security is a big issue, and it is a big thing. It's not to be tied to socialism, which
it should be a big thing, because by present metrics, there is going to be no Social Security if we are blessed enough to live long enough to collect it. It's going to be gone, folks.
But if they have money for wars, if they have money for all these other things, this lockbox would make sure that whatever you have money for, you have money for the people, you know, 65 and older. Now it's 67. Now they want to move it. Biden wants to move it to 69. Like, they want to keep moving it up and up and up.
Was it Nikki Haley that said 70?
70. I mean, this is crazy. Like, you know, who's going to vote for these people? These are two things that I'd like to hear your views on Social Security.
Well, I mean, from everything that I've researched and from all metrics, it seems like Social Security is going to be gone, pretty much non-existent in the next 5 years.
But do you think that we should have?
And for some reason, Social Security funds are being sucked out to, as you said, be used for wars or to fund help out other countries, and it's being sucked out. So yeah, that's my take on it.
But you think that it's a good thing? Social Security is a good thing.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it's a good thing because it's there when you retire. It's a bad thing because it just keeps shrinking. If you look at how much Social Security benefits have shrunk in the past 10 years, I think it's like 25%. I mean, that's suddenly 25% of what. Think about what you make a year, folks. Imagine 25% just getting slashed off. And that's just in the last 10 years, and it's still going.
Catherine, what do you think?
You're going to make me age myself. I don't think I like this.
I just want to know, all I want to know is, do you think Social Security is good or is it bad? Should we get rid of it?
Since it's my retirement, I like it. Okay.
And Greg, they're going to get rid of it regardless of if we want them to or not. That's what keeps happening every year. That's why it's.
I think so.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not afraid I'm going to lose it.
Just like
you're never going to lose it.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But you are going to lose X amount of dollars as time goes on
because of inflation. Maybe
I haven't
inflation.
Well, I mean, I think we all lose across the board with inflation. The problem with Social Security retirement is, God, I hate that I have to speak from experience with this.
Hey man, don't worry because
How
if
else
they
would
have
you
their
want to see?
way, if they have their way, we'll be fucking 80 years old before we get elected. So nothing to worry about.
I know it's so hard though. I don't. Okay, y'all are. I don't want to have my face on. I don't even want a face. Okay. Okay. The problem with Social Security is that I don't think it's going anywhere. I think the main problem with it is the government fingers taking out of the fund. If they would just stop it, now we know they're not, but if they just stopped, it's going to be fine. We're fine. I remember when I
But they're
was
not stopping.
right.
You just you
And I
just said it.
remember when I was still in high school, they were telling me in high school, there won't be any Social Security by the time you guys get this age. And that's always the threat that is used for somebody to get in or try to get into office.
You know, and I only look back 10 years, 25% reduction. But I imagine if I went back to the days of when you and me went to high school, we were riding freaking dinosaurs to high school.
You had a dinosaur?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
You were lucky to have a dinosaur.
But
Most
back
people couldn't
then,
afford a dinosaur, Eric.
well,
on your privilege, your white privilege with your dinosaur.
Yabba dabba doo. We just used our feet. Wilma. Anyway, I would like to look at that too and see how much it, and then I'll come back with the numbers. But that should be alarming to anyone who is counting on Social Security. That just in the last 10 years alone, your Social Security benefits have shrank 25%. That's
I mean, mine haven't gone down. Not my not my retirement. My Social Security retirement has not gone down. However,
it's in a lockbox.
It could be, I don't know. But
according to Al Gore.
However, my retirement through my work, now that's a different story.
yes, and that's what I'm speaking about.
Yeah,
As far as
which is two different things. My retirement through my work versus my retirement through Social Security.
Right.
Social Security's been okay, but it's not great money. That's the thing people have to understand. You don't get a lot, but with my work now, I have to. I used to be where you could be a certain age and get it, and then I got that age. I still now have to wait another 3 years before I can even try to. So they keep pushing that out and out and out, which I don't think it's fair because I don't know if I'm going to live that long by the time it gets done.
I think it started. It starts at. It used to start, I think, at 61. And then it moved to like 63, and then it moved up to 65. And now they're talking about, and 67. So these are different levels for amount of money you can collect. So the difference between the money you can collect at 65 and 67 is huge.
Well, and here's the thing at my work, it's like if you had, depending on how long you worked and all this other stuff with the company, you could retire as early as 55.
Yep.
Or you could retire at 60. And then they moved just like Eric was saying, then they changed it to 62. Now it's 65. So they keep pushing it out and out and out. And I'm like, I'm never going to be able to start, getting on, my retirement from my work. I'm going to have to just rely on my retirement from Social Security. And that's what sucks.
If that stays in place, and that has, by all metrics, it's pretty much, it's fluctuated a few percents, but that stayed level. But what if that rug was pulled out from people?
Yeah,
and
see that if they pull the rug out, then there's a lot of people that would suffer. But here's another problem that people don't know, because, they're always like, oh, people on Social Security get X amount of raises or whatever and stuff like that. Or, if things alter, change, and you get a little bit more money, then all of a sudden, everybody starts increasing what you owe. Your rent goes up, your utilities go up, everything goes up. So you may get $5-10 extra a month, but now you're paying out an extra $150.
Like watching the clown car show going on in California and such, where they So now fast food workers are making $20 an hour.
Yeah.
They're making more than a lot of freaking skilled professionals now.
Mhm.
And
their burgers are costing $20.
Right. And now your Big Mac meal at McDonald's, it costs $20.
Yeah, they're making
And
almost
people-
what I was making when I was working full time, and I had a lot of experience, and they paid me for very specialized work. And they're getting this for serving a
Yeah,
burger?
I'm not a financial analyst, but it makes sense to me that if you're going to raise the prices of the food and raise the prices that you
But
pay
it's
your
not food.
workers,
It's not
it's a lose-lose. Right, just to sell crickets.
That's why
Crickets in a
they
bun.
would want to
But
give
that's a
you-
whole different story. You know,
but they're not. Yeah,
we're still trying to reach out to those people who are semi-awake.
No, I get that. No, I mean, and
That's
and
a whole nother rabbit hole. But does that make any sense? But they're doing it over and over again.
Frustrating.
It is. Yep. And that nobody's going to do anything about it.
No.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are, sir.
I mean, I had to work like 35 years to get to, they're almost making what I was making when I retired. And that's not okay. I had to work 35 years to get there.
Again, imagine if they yanked the rug out and said, there is no Social Security. Sorry about it. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah,
We're out of
especially
money.
when you pay into it all that time, right?
Imagine that, though. You're talking about over 100 million Americans over the age of retirement that their entire life is just
Yeah.
they have no way to make money other than go work again
Mm-hmm.
or go on welfare or something.
Well, that's why a lot of people who have retired are working jobs like Walmart and stuff, because you can't make ends meet on what they give you anymore.
There's been a lot of speculation that that could be one of the there's so many
Binomics.
different scenarios of
Mhm.
how shit could hit the fan.
Mhm.
That would be a big one.
And that's what they won't let happen. That's what I think they won't let happen. They're
Yeah.
going to the inflation that in the Fed, the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve notes, all that stuff. The digital current, they want the digital currency because it's already there. These are not real. There's no real money. We
Mhm.
are dealing with fake money. And it's been evident. It's been proven. I think that's why they don't like Ron Paul. He was very evident in saying, "Hey, we need to audit the Fed. We need to see where this money is."
And
They
the
don't
BRICS
have the
nations,
money.
the
It's
BRICS
not there.
nations, they're you see it. I look it up constantly. I follow a lot of the top financial analysts around, and when you look at it, I mean, the BRICS nations. So you have countries, lots of them, and they have this currency now.
It's a digital currency.
What props up the dollar?
This is what I'm worried about with the Bitcoin thing. Because the digital currency is like, wait a minute, isn't this just an extension of the Bitcoin?
It's numbers on a screen at the end of the day.
Yeah, so I understand the origins of the Bitcoin, and I like what RFK Jr. says about the Bitcoin because it's an alternative currency. But I believe that there's nothing wrong with the U.S. dollar. The only problem with the U.S. dollar is that we are not respecting the U.S. dollar. We are not actually doing what we should be doing.
Many countries aren't, and more each day join in alliances with each other against that. And people are just like, "Oh, that doesn't mean anything." It does.
I mean, that's what
It
Biden
means
is.
a lot.
Yeah, well, that's what
That's
Biden
why,
is.
that's
really
why
doing.
everything costs so much now.
Yeah,
That's
no,
why
that-
they're raising. But people are just they're. This is a huge rabbit hole here too. We can go back to the
It's all credit.
Turtle Island,
All
and
credit.
Federal Reserve, but you know what? There's other countries, and I'm not saying that they're not as evil as
I
some.
was at the end. I was at the Fed protests in San Francisco. We did a lot of the in the Fed protests in San Francisco. All of a sudden, it turned into Occupy. Then it was the Occupy San Francisco, and all they did was they set up tents and set up camps outside of the Federal
See, and that messes me up. I'm sure it messes Catherine Michelle up and yourself up, if you remember. Because back in the day, back when I was growing up, the Occupy movements were totally different. They represented
Occupy was always
a totally different
I was
spectrum.
always anti-Occupy, always anti-Occupy. I always believed that the Occupy thing was what they wanted. I believe the Occupy thing is exactly what we saw on January 6th. It is exactly what we saw with these anti-protesters. This is the same game plan. These are now the people there. Yes, I agree with you because I was there and I talked to people there. These are homeless people. These are people that had nothing. They had no other alternative. They didn't know what to do there. And these were people that were drug addicts that just were looking for a tent city. And they just wanted to hang out. And we know with the Occupy thing, there were a lot of things that happened where there were drugs, there was rape, there were gun violence, there was a lot of things. And unfortunately, the San Francisco police were hindered. Their hands were tied where they could not arrest these people. They could not do anything because of their rights, which is all good, all their constitutional rights. But once there's violence, once there is a crime committed, it was all hands off. So once the violence happened and the police responded, it wasn't that, okay, these people had a right to, hang out there and everything, but because this was a public place. No, it was that the police were bad. This all started under the Obama administration, where it was they antagonized the police, and then the police were bad. This is where Alex Jones messed up. Alex Jones had it right with the police state, but he also needed to recognize and should have done a documentary on this, where the anti-police, where they recognize that the police, and they were going to use the police state as a shield to say, well, you can't touch us, and we are, this is our right, everything. But once you commit violence, it's not your right. Once you commit violence, you are infringing on all of those constitutional rights. You are infringing. It creates a whole nother aspect, and it's just like they just want to see one side to say, well, we have the right to protest, we can stay here, we can camp outside because this is a public street. But once you commit violence, that's where they went wrong. They're like, oh,
Which the acts of violence, they just didn't really exist on that day.
and it only took one person. It only took one violent person.
You mentioned Alex Jones, and you mentioned documentaries he put out, movies. Which, do you remember us talking about?
I got them all.
So
I got them all right here.
When was the last one he put out?
You know what? I haven't followed.
Do you know the date?
I have not.
It was before 2000. So riddle me this.
No, it's not.
You get kicked off YouTube. You're one of the most. It was all due to Handy Sook, by the way. That's the answer to this thing I'm going to talk about here. Why wouldn't you make movies? Wouldn't that be the logical way to go? All right, you're kicked off. You still have a lot of supporters, though, a lot of money coming in. But that Handy Sook thing shook him. You see how dedicated I am to not getting you strikes because I say Handy Sook?
That Handy Sook,
Sucked everything out of him, bro.
He got me on that. The Sandy Hook case, that is where Alex Jones exposed himself.
Right.
He stood up on that stand and he was popping pills on the stand.
But
he did.
What I found out from what I saw is that he knew that there was absolutely no way that he was not going to be going down for this. Then he changed his tune.
He wasn't worried because it wasn't a criminal case. If it was a criminal case, Alex Jones would have acted very differently. This was a civil case, and he was not worried because he was not going to pay that money at any. This was a O.J. Simpson style case. O.J. Simpson probably never paid anything from what he owed from the civil case. Alex Jones is never going to pay anything that he owed from that civil case. If this was a criminal case, you would have seen a very different Alex Jones.
And you know he lost me then too. Like I would get on here and be like, "What?"
Alex Jones lost me when he did not stand up for David Crowley. He lost me at that moment.
Well, he didn't stand up for David Crowley. He didn't stand
He
up
was
for
full of
at the
crap
end. He didn't
at
stand up
that.
for Wolfgang Halbig. He didn't stand up for any of that.
All
And,
he had to do with the that too, with the whole Sandy Hook thing. But all he
so
had to
that
do
was
with the
really
David
long
Crowley
time
case,
ago.
he was involved with the David Crowley case
Why
because
not
he
make
had
movies at that point?
but he interviewed David Crowley.
But why
If he's
not make
gonna make
movies?
a
I know he did. That was when I first learned about David Crowley. Was
Alex
from him.
Jones
I
should
was
have
that guy that
made
listened to every hour.
Yeah, Alex Jones should have made
Every
a
hour, I was freaking listening
documentary
to it.
about David Crowley. If Alex Jones would have made a documentary about David Crowley to counter what the Netflix documentary was, Alex Jones would be making money.
That is
He's
my
he's
question.
not
Why
about
would
money.
Alex Jones not be? So
'Cause
his
he's
last
not about
movie
that.
was like 20 years ago, 18, I think years ago. That's
There's
a long
something else.
time. I mean,
There's
when
something
you
else.
well, I mean, 9/11 happened in 2001, folks.
Something else with
That
Alex
was over 20 years ago.
I don't
And
know what's going on with Alex Jones, but there was something else. And believe me,
but
I
Loose
had
Change came out not long after that. That was
Alex Jones was
years
not a part
afterwards.
of
You're
Loose
talking
Change.
20 years goes by.
Alex Jones leached on Loose Change the same way he leached on David Crowley's project, The Gray State. I was an Alex Jones fan. I don't really have anything bad to say about Alex Jones other than what I think he should have done, which makes me think I'm entitled to say what Alex
Right.
Jones
I
should
guess we
do
would
and
have to
should
be
not
in his
do, right?
shoes during this whole thing.
Right.
We don't. I
Right.
thought like we don't know. Maybe somebody came up.
I don't
and said,
know.
You know what,
Yeah, I
Al?
don't know what Alex
Al,
Jones
you've
is
been doing
to
great.
say.
You've been doing great as a gatekeeper, but you're going a
He's-
little too far. And if you keep going, we're gonna have to put a slug in your head, your wife's head, your daughter's head,
But he's divorced too.
grandchildren's head,
That's another
and their
thing, too.
grandchildren's head. So you're either
He's
gonna go into
not with
this
his- It's not like
into
his
this
wife
trial
is
and
standing.
say, I don't think anybody died at Handy Shook, or we're gonna have to go ahead and do that.
I think for me, the final
You
nail-
go now, Alex. See, I could never put myself in that position.
No, but
Like
the final
Mac Dean
nail on
and David
in the-
Icke, I can't put myself in their shoes.
I don't believe David Icke. I don't like Max Egan.
But
I
to
don't
get
like
to
any
that
of those
level of people listening,
I want to hear from Catherine now because we're just rambling.
No, I'm listening. I have nothing to say on this subject. But I'm like you. It's like the moment he turned his back on David, I stopped watching everything he did.
It changed a lot for me
you're
because
like
I had
both of us.
defended it. I had defended
same as
Alex
me.
Jones.
That was when I stopped too.
Yeah, that was
Give
just
him-
like
I give him
there's
credit for what he's put out, but put a fucking movie out, Alex.
dude.
I mean, why wouldn't you like freaking go put a movie out now? Put together a production that David Crowley intended. You have the script. I
You got it
guarantee.
all.
I guarantee he's got both scripts because there was 2 scripts actually. Anyway, he's got it. Why hasn't he done this now?
I mean, all he had
it's
to
a
do was
no-brainer.
he should have been doing what Dan Hennon did. The David Crowley, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Group should have not have been created by Dan Hennon.
How many millions of dollars?
If Alex Jones would have created
How many
the same
millions of
thing,
dollars do you
done the
think
same
Alex
thing?
Jones could get right now at this point?
There's
of
no
awareness?
money in the David Crowley case.
But
Alex Jones
for
there's
not
no
David
money.
Crowley, but that could be part of it for a new movie.
There's no money because Alex
He
Jones
gets-
never supported David Crowley,
Right,
and because David
exactly.
Crowley talked smack against Alex Jones.
And it's heartbreaking, man, for somebody who I really fucking looked up to, man. And
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. I had the bumper stickers. I mean, I had.
when I watched, I was watching the trials. I remember when Penny Losner wouldn't show up.
Those trials were.
You see how used to not using real names I am?
But Alex Jones on
he
that
didn't show up for
stand-
the court date. That didn't mean anything to anybody because he didn't want to be exposed.
Well, Alex Jones on the stand did not do himself.
It was
any
horrible,
favor.
man.
It was terrible.
Anything other than
It was
this
scripted.
bullshit, and I mean, the discovery alone in a court case, the discovery alone should have taken at least 2 years, at least.
No,
or
all
something like Sandy Hook.
all that Alex Jones had to do was say, "Look, I don't know what happened."
But his
You know?
lawyers could have put this off for years when it comes to discovery. Think about all the research that just us three alone have done. Not talk about other.
No, not even that.
Discovery includes anything that might be relevant to the case, though.
Alex Jones messed himself up. All he had to do
He
was
messed
say,
himself
"Look,
up 'cause
I don't know. I
He
don't
could
know
have
if people
taken
died
years
or
for
they didn't
discovery.
die." All he had to do was say, "I don't know if people died or they didn't die." He
Catherine
never
Michelle, I saw you nodding your head over there about the discovery. I mean, when it comes to something, especially at Sandy Hook, discovery could take years. It could take a decade in that case.
But this
in
is a
my
civil
opinion, and that should have been the basis of what Alex Jones' lawyers did.
But it's
which
not a
is
criminal
why
case.
I'm tending to agree with you, Greg, that he just sold the fuck out.
No, he just didn't even
But
take it
Catherine
seriously.
Michelle, what do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, Catherine?
Well, I don't know. I mean, about what? About his stance on Sandy Hook?
About the
or-
fact that trial probably still wouldn't have gone on
Have you
yet
seen
because they could have
trial?
his
with
lawyers could have done discovery.
Oh
till
yeah, they
the
could have
new
kept it
millennium.
locked up for a long time.
Exactly.
Okay, but have you
They told
seen,
him to do that, whoever they are. That's why.
But have you seen when Alex Jones took the stand? Have you seen
No.
that footage?
Yeah,
Oh.
no, I watched
gotta
the
see
whole
that.
thing, Greg. I
I
have.
know you have. But I'm asking Catherine because that footage to me is a completely different Alex Jones than you will see on his radio show.
Yep.
It's a completely different Alex Jones. It's a guy who doesn't even know where the freak he is at, and he's just not. He's just I
Good
don't know.
point, man.
He's just not taking the case
Right.
seriously. He's not, and maybe he knows, and it almost seems like he wants to play this character back in that. And like I
That's a
said,
good point, Greg.
he's coughing during the whole thing, and he's popping pills while he's on the stand. I mean,
Mhm.
the whole thing just seems weird. It seems staged.
Yep.
It seems very, and I just think that
Staged.
David Crowley understood that Alex Jones is not.
Greg, I couldn't agree with you more. It seemed very staged to me too.
He's very staged.
Yeah, because that's not proper court etiquette, and you're not allowed just to do stuff like that, especially if you're on a stand.
The fact that the whole thing came down to was around Handy Sook.
Well, yeah, and that's
It
the
was
whole thing.
around
All
that
it-
and nothing. Like I thought this was going to be the opportunity to expose it.
Yeah.
To bring
All
up
he had to
all
do-
this again. Discovery. It could have taken 5 years for the case to even go. With all the discovery,
Alex Jones didn't know anything.
Discovery,
Alex Jones is just
relevant
going
facts
by-
and data related
He
to
doesn't.
Sandy Hook.
He doesn't have any relevant facts or data.
He had his chance to completely blow the lid off.
He's
So
got
where
nothing.
did he get all of his?
Are we allowed to say
opinions
Sandy
calling
Hook?
it fake?
Yeah.
We are.
No,
Yeah, I
no.
don't
Where,
care.
where did Alex Jones get his opinions? Where you said it was fake and stuff like that.
Alex Jones was just saying he was a journalist saying what other people were telling him.
Lies. He
That's
told
all
us
he
it
was.
fake.
That's his argument. All he had to say was, "Hey, this is what this person said. This is
Yeah.
what that person said on my radio show,
That's it.
and this is what I think. This is what what I think. This is where I think they're right.
But
This is where I think they're
nothing
wrong."
about the
He didn't
actual
do
event.
anything like that. All
Like,
he had to do was say that.
I'm sorry, there wasn't any internet service here for like 2 years before this happened. Why didn't bring that? I mean, there's you feel me? This could have been a way to blow the lid off it.
Okay, what do you think
That-
about what
He took
what
a
do you
big
think
fat
about
dump on Wolfgang Halbig.
Eric? What do you think about
He's
what
locked
Kirkrick
up right
says-
now and sold
here?
out. Hmm?
Kirkrick says while on the stand, Alex said he was just playing a character on his show. What do you think about that?
Again, I'm always split on it. After what happened, I know he sold out. I don't know what happened, but he did.
Do you
Before
think
that,
this was all
he
just
woke a
for?
lot of people up. It's really hard to, you know what I mean, to freaking go after somebody who's woken more people up than we can even imagine waking up with
Yeah, I
his
mean,
movies and with his shows.
even if Alex Jones is
That's why
saying
I'm always torn.
even if he's a character, I mean, the real question is what he's saying true? Is it fact? Is it his
I haven't
opinion?
listened to him in years. Have you guys? Have you? I don't even know where I would tune into him right at this point.
Only
No,
on the
but I
cable.
do have to say that I didn't really disagree with his take on that situation, because watching and when you start deducing what you're seeing, it's like, wait a second, it's not what the official narrative is.
Right. And that's a freedom of speech thing, right? That
It
is
is.
Alex Jones' right to say what he believes. That is his freedom of speech.
But it wasn't.
No, but he didn't even go
As
there.
evidence
He
that
didn't
that
even he
well,
didn't even
at the
and
trial, clearly
No,
showed that he didn't have freedom of speech, and that was it.
at the trial that like they didn't even that was never brought up. That
What
hey,
was he
this
sued for again? What was the whole trial about? What was he sued for?
It was for his freedom of speech, basically.
He was sued for having an opinion.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
who won?
They won because
did.
they did not present the right argument to say this is my freedom of speech.
I mean, are you fucking kidding me? He had a chance to bring up not just Handy Sook, but he could have brought up anything. He could start
And they
rambling
never
about
did.
it.
And they never did. Alex Jones never. Sorry.
There goes the
about
mute
that.
again. I didn't
Yeah,
touch anything. Anyway, he had a chance to freaking expose this. In my opinion, it's the second largest false flag.
I
in
was
American
waiting
history.
for it. I was
First
waiting for
biggest
him.
one was 9/11, of course, but this
He
Sandy
should
Hook
have
changed
said
so much, and it
he
was
should.
such a joke.
No, all that Alex Jones had to do was say, "This is what I think happened."
Yeah, all
This
Alex
is
Jones had
my
to say is,
opinion."
why was every parent who supposedly had a kid at this school, why were their houses paid off? Was the day before, or was it? It was Christmas Eve, if I remember correctly. Why were all their houses paid off? All of them, not most of them. Every single parent. That doesn't matter. No, there's an everyone should check in sign. Why is there an everyone should check in sign? You ever seen one of those at any
No.
shooting anywhere?
The only thing I know I can say for a fact, because I've been there, done that, is at a mass casualty event with an active shooter, the scene is not secured. The ambulances are staged far away from the scene. And these rigs were right there next to the school. And you have people that are just walking in circles and they're being told and guided where to go. Oh, okay, go there. Wait, you need to go there. I saw this with my own two eyes.
Well, on
and I'm like,
record from the own Sandy Hook, I can say that word. Wow, that feels good.
I don't care. I don't care. I have 3 other channels. We can go live on another.
Well, from their own radio
I got you.
transcripts and records, when they're radioing in, they radioed in porta potties before they did trauma helicopters. Can't make this shit up. Just another thing that the Wolfgang Hellbig was putting out there, and this I don't even know if he's alive anymore. I know he went to a mental institution, then he got locked up, all for trying to expose this. Like, yeah, some dude who was a former head of school safety in the entire United States. That doesn't mean anything, right? Head of school safety for the entire United States.
Wow.
Originally went to Handy Sook because he wanted to donate and help out. And then he started seeing things that didn't make sense. And now, flash forward to now, this man went through hell. His own wife didn't believe him.
wow.
I remember doing a show with him. His wife didn't even believe it happened the way that Wolfgang said it did. So, I mean, what and the actual fuck reason would this guy have to just, I'm just going to come out here and destroy my life, exposing a false flag event? Give me a fucking break. That poor guy, man. Yeah, I probably did at least 12 interviews with him.
What was his?
Spoke with him off air a bunch of times too. Oh, he was
What did he
again.
think?
He was also, for those people just in the back who don't know about him, he was also a freaking full-fledged police officer, state trooper.
So what was his conclusion about what happened?
His conclusion was nothing made sense. None of
get
it.
that,
There
but-
were no protocols. His first thing was,
Did he think that there were two shooters?
there was no protocols followed.
Okay, but
correctly.
was there one shooter or two shooters? What does he think about that? Did he ever say anything about that?
His take was there were no shooters.
There were no shooters.
Nope. Never happened. I mean, the rabbit hole there goes so deep, right down to, check this one out. Here's one that's been probably hidden in the archives. So supposedly there was a bathroom, tiny little bathroom that eight people were in, one adult, 8 and 7 kids. And the door doesn't swing out, it swings in. You feel me?
Okay.
In a tiny little bathroom in the school. So you explained it, just picture it in your head, how one adult and 7 kids are stuffed in this little bathroom that the door swings in, not out. Makes no sense. Wolfgang brought that to my attention. So many things that made no sense. And supposedly, those people are all deceased.
And so
I
he
mean,
doesn't
we can
think
go
that
into the
anybody
we can go
died.
into the pictures of the Super Bowl of all the children that supposedly were unalived, that are still alive. That was, you know what? That is so ridiculous. Look how easily they brainwashed a bunch, and we're bad guys.
What does he think was the purpose? If nobody was killed, what was the purpose of this? Just to
More fear, chaos, closer to gun control, more gun control regulations.
And how many people do they think? I don't know if you know this or not. I don't want to put you on the spot. I can look this up in 5 seconds. But
Anything about Handy Sir.
How many people do they say were killed?
Oh man, fuck! I think it was.
I can look that.
I think it
up.
was 24 children and 4 adults. I think it was 28. Off the top of my head.
How big was the school? Small school.
It was a medium-sized school.
Okay, and Sandy Hook is
which has no records that it was open, had no internet access for over 2 years, had mold, was in a horrible condition. Other things that Wolfgang Helbig brought up. There's no way the school. There's no evidence the school was ever open.
And now they took the school down.
Yeah, the entire thing was staged a few miles up in the same city at St. Rose of Lima school. The whole thing happened there, not at Handy Hook. But whatever. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
I remember
there were levels of mold in Handy Hook after it happened that were off the charts. Like there's no way it could be open. And that's Wolfgang Helbig, when he walked through it. That's what he brought up. He said, "What the fuck? This school was this? No way. There were no. It was Christmas time, folks.
What do you think about
there
this?
was not one painting or any kids. They make paintings or sketch things and put Christmas stuff. Nothing. There was no Christmas stuff up. None.
So what do you think about this? Because Kriprick brings up one of the things when I started looking at the Sandy Hook thing. This is the first thing that stuck out to me, and they did end up taking someone.
Yeah. There was supposedly somebody running through the woods, another shooter.
And they took him into custody.
Nobody died. They don't care about killing people. Another shooter, and then initially It wasn't Adam Lanza who they said did it. It was Ryan Lanza, his brother. There was all this craziness.
Yeah, which yeah,
I mean,
but
if you look up Sandy Hook, Connecticut, this is a CIA, FBI town. That's who lives there. Look it up. Don't believe me.
So
Well,
what do you
and
think
see,
about
this is
this?
the problem. This is what bothers me when they do stuff like this. Same thing in the Crowley case. It's like, okay, anybody who works
Yep.
on an ambulance knows we do not go into active shooting places. We are by law have to stay back, or they call it stage. We stage far behind. We don't go anywhere until an entire scene is cleared by the police and everybody's caught. You don't go. It is against
Absolutely.
every protocol.
Protocol.
So the
Yep.
fact that they had not one, not two, but 3 or 4 all sitting right there, and yet you have people running around with guns, that does not happen.
Well, why would the police presence there immediately call for porta potties before trauma helicopters? That makes no. And Wolfgang Helbin had the call logs. It's like, why would they call for these porta potties before trauma helicopter? That makes no sense.
Nope.
In addition to a billion different other things. I mean, Sandy Hook is exactly the amount of bullshit going on that David Crowley case does. Nothing makes sense.
Are you saying that they called 911 asking for?
They called for porta
shitters?
potties
No
before
way.
trauma helicopter.
That's
Yes,
hard to
way.
believe. No.
You know what?
I
You know what
gotta-
this makes me want to do? I have 2 hard drives from computers because I've been doing this a while.
Why would they ever call? That makes no sense.
They
to me,
called.
Tyler. No.
Porta potties were called in
I'm not
before
buying
trauma
that.
helicopters.
I'm not buying that at all. Not buying that at all.
Wolfgang
And I'm happy
Helbig
to admit
showed
that I'm
proof
wrong.
of it.
No.
Yeah, Greg.
Nobody's gonna call.
I
in for
wish I could make this shit up, Greg.
No, not buying it.
I tell you to look it up, but you can't because everything's scrubbed. So
Yeah, that's why I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all.
no, 100%. He came on and he showed the call logs. This is one of the biggest reasons. Again, Wolfgang Helbig came there, former head of school security in the entire nation.
Yeah.
Former state trooper came there to donate, to pay his respects. And one of the first things that he noticed was there were no protocols followed whatsoever. So he started asking questions and they started freaking treating him like shit. Like, don't ask questions around here, boy. So then he got even more curious because he's a man. And what we're talking about right now, Greg, was one of the key points that made him question it. Number one, there was no absolutely.
There's nobody that's gonna call in for shitters to bring in. Let's bring in some porter potties
Because he was a former.
because there's a
They
crime.
did.
No,
They
it's not gonna happen. No,
100%. That happened.
no. I
can believe it didn't happen, but he showed me the call
I
log.
believe it did not happen.
And,
I have
nobody,
no problem.
nobody
with-
contradicted the call logs either.
Yeah, but nobody
people didn't care.
verified them. Who has
No,
verified?
porta
that?
potties were called in before.
Nobody's
trauma
calling
helicopters.
porter potties. No, I'm just not. I'm not buying that. Not buying.
All right. Well, unless Wolfgang Helbig doctored what he showed me as far as the call logs, and doctored the people, he didn't have just have the call logs. He had the people talking, and he said, "So
But who does he say called in to? Let's bring some shitters here because people need to shit here."
Well,
and
that's where it gets more interesting because there were calls not only from the police force, but from other people. Hold on, and the FBI.
the FBI is not going to call in shitters. No.
Well, the FBI is the one who put up the "everyone must check in" sign, Greg.
I
So
can
I don't know what you.
but they're
you can
not
believe
going to.
that.
They're not going to say,
Why is
"Hey,
there an
we
everyone
need to
must
put
check in"
porta
sign?
potties here." No, man, I'm not.
Oh no,
I'm not
that's a
buying that.
fact. And unless somebody,
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I have no problem with admitting that.
I
at
had
all.
Wolfgang Helbig on my show, and he showed me the call logs and played the call logs.
But we don't have the call logs.
Correct. I think I do on some hard drives, but this
Right,
I know
well,
how crazy
I
it must
mean, that's
sound.
yeah, that's crazy to say that someone would say, "Hey, we need to bring some porter potties here."
Greg,
Uh,
Greg,
no,
I would put my life on it at this point. That was one of the biggest things that I saw.
I'm not doubting it. I'm just
That
saying
porta
I don't.
potties were
I'm not
called
buying
in
it. I'm not
before
buying it.
trauma helicopters.
No, I'm
That's
not buying
so anyway,
at
that
all.
was one of the biggest things that triggered Wolfgang Halbig when he was looking at it.
Well, I
Dude,
mean, if
who
it's
is
a staged
As former
event,
head of
then they're
school
gonna need
safety
them.
for the entire country,
nobody's gonna call in shitters?
the
Let's bring in
first
some
thing
shitters here
they did though.
before we bring in trauma. No, that's
They
not gonna
did.
happen.
Who the
No,
fuck calls in an everyone must check in sign? Who does
no,
that?
and nobody's gonna say, "Okay, yeah, we're gonna get some shitters down there. Yeah,
No, no,
let's get
no.
some shitters before."
No.
No,
Okay. You know what? You're making me remember some things about
okay.
this whole thing. So he, if I remember correctly, Wolfgang Helbig found a company that supplies porta potties. And okay, yes, now it's coming back. And so porta potties were ordered there previous to when this happened.
Previously makes sense to me.
Yes. I do remember the words called in porta potties before, but
Previously, yes.
so that makes
I was
more
going to
sense.
ask you about that. Yeah, because
Right.
previously, yeah, I get that. They were already
So
set
he
to
was
come in.
why are they ordering all these a ton of porta potties beforehand? Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, it was a long
that I
time
get.
ago.
That I get.
There's a lot of information going through my head, and there's so many things.
And it's so long ago.
It says
No, I
that
mean,
it was complete bullshit, right? They want people to say it was so long ago, like David Crowley. That was a long time ago. It don't matter no more.
yeah,
Fuck
you're
that.
right. Right.
Back to the original thing that we were talking about, Alex Jones. Yeah, he sold out. Straight up, he sold out.
I like how you
You
bring
would have
that
just
full
got an
circle.
A in my speech class. You're supposed to bring it back around.
He could have blown the motherfucking lid, not
You
just
got a
off
what? You got a
Handy Shook,
what?
but off so many different false flags, and he did nothing. Absolutely nothing. To go, fucking ridiculous, man. That it is. I tell him that to his fucking face too. I used to have respect for him, man. I think you did too. But that
that was the final straw.
you're in court. You could blow the lid off so many different false flags. You could say whatever you want.
It wasn't even that though.
They can object, but you can still talk, and it's filmed and it's being streamed live. He did nothing.
I would love to see Catherine. I know you've
Absolutely nothing. What a punk.
I know Catherine is following some of these court cases, and I would love to, like, you should maybe think about doing just some shows where you just watch some of these people on the stand and kind of.
That's interesting that I talked about this at the start of the show that us three, jump on once or twice a week. And
that'd be cool to just
analyze some of these.
Yeah, go back and play some of those where they're on the stand under oath.
Yeah,
and it's a completely different Alex Jones than what I had seen. And if I hadn't heard about the David Crowley case or followed it, I may have, what I saw Alex Jones on the stand.
Dude, fuck him. He had a
It would have
chance to
probably turned
expose.
my view. So only because of the David.
I think
Crowley
you're thinking even micro instead of macro on Alex Jones.
Well, yeah, because
starting to expose what happened at Sandio could have exposed. He could have you can say anything you want in the stand.
But remember,
they can
Alex
object,
Jones
but it's live. So you're going to hear it. He could have said anything, and
He's
didn't.
Been attacked.
He didn't do anything but save his own ass. Little punk.
But he has been attacked just like Donald Trump.
Here's your big chance.
They've been attacked,
live,
and attacked. That is true.
The entire world.
Yes, that is
say
true.
Whatever you want.
But he did go live after that, and he did, share his views for his listeners and his radio show. He did all the things for his radio show, but on the stand, it's just like, there's
back to the porta potties. Why not be like, well,
he took
why
a
were
shit
porta
on
potties
himself at
there?
the porta potty on the
He
stand.
didn't do any. He didn't say nothing other than I didn't say that nobody died. That's all he said.
No, he's sitting there. He's coughing. He's
I know.
popping
I'm
pills.
saying nobody died. I didn't say nobody died.
He's just like, but he's not.
But if you look back
defending
at his
the
original shows, he 100% said nobody died.
And probably even after that, and the press conferences, because I didn't watch any of that.
And
But
people
I'm sure
did die. Sheriff Vance. Like, people don't know this shit. Sheriff Vance was
Died?
the lead detective, and he ended up floating in the creek a week after it started.
Okay,
Because
but
he had
nobody.
questions about the case. We're not
what
going to
about
talk.
the?
What more do you people fucking need? Again, look up Sheriff Vance. Ended up fucking dead a week after Handy said he was the lead detective and he had questions and he was talking to none other than Wolfgang Helbig about it. Can't make this shit up, folks. Fucking sickens me.
Yeah.
But we won't get too serious. Did you know that, Catherine Michelle?
I did not. I
The
did
lead
not know
detective
any of this.
was fucking found dead with a week after San Diego happened. You didn't know that, huh? Yeah, we gotta talk. Oh, there's so. I mean, that alone right there is what we won't talk about. Well, there's absolutely zero pictures of Adam Lanza before the age of 13. We won't talk about that. Zero. There's none. Show me one. You can't. They don't exist because he didn't exist. Adam Lanza never existed. He's a fictitious person.
I believe that.
Ryan Lanza existed. His brother sure did. You can find him now. What a job. I mean, just ridiculous. Have you looked at these pictures, Catherine Michelle? Of
It's not one I really looked into.
He doesn't even look real. It just looks so ridiculously goofy.
Wow. Okay, now I'll have to start looking.
I figured you had, if you were into David Crive, Sandy Hook was, man, that's, yep. I mean, there's tons. And I like the way Greg brought me back from saying that, like, live time, they were calling in porta potties before trauma helicopters. He brought me back down to remember that there were porta potties ordered, and he had the receipts for it, and he had the calls. Porta potties were ordered days before trauma helicopters were called in, and I can't say that for 100% that's exactly how it went out, because maybe porta potties were ordered real time before trauma helicopters. That was a long time ago, but nothing made sense. None of it. Just ridiculous. So many of these crisis actors showing up at different events. That Sandy Hook chick who was at the Boston bombing. Oh, well, that's now they're saying it was Photoshop. That's why I look so much like her. That's the ticket now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I have looked into the crisis actors, and they did appear in quite a few events.
So you do know the screaming Sandy Hook girl who shows up at several other events?
Like, she had the brown hair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that alone should call into question anything to do with Andy Sook.
Yep.
But it doesn't. It doesn't.
It could.
For a lot of people. For us, it does.
Another hat.
Another hat. Yeah, I just want to turn my
He's
hat
changing
around
hats.
here. Keep changing it.
Holy fuck, you've been broadcasting for over 5 hours?
Yeah.
Is that right? I just looked up at the call. Oh my God.
I know it's like 1:35 in the morning here.
I have a whole thing. I have like 3 more things I want to play. I want to get back to the Kennedy and Trump stuff, my friends. So
would you get mad if I drop out? Because it's like 1:35 in the morning.
No, of course.
Oh, well, I have to too because it's 3:30.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, that's
that's
and you're
pretty
already
late.
going 5 hours.
That's pretty late.
Hey,
No,
why
I
don't
won't-
let's
I won't
find
be
a day
offended.
for all of us 3. And if other people want to join, cool.
Yeah.
To do a show where we break down like court cases. We break down and don't get banned.
Don't get banned.
I would love to do that. This has been
Yeah.
just a
I
great
would too.
time.
I would too.
That'd be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, we can definitely set that up. No, I'm not going to be offended if anyone needs to drop off. There are just a few more things that I want to talk
I
about.
think you'd be offended if I didn't drop off at 3:30 in the morning on a random Thursday.
I'm
Like,
happy.
what the fuck's this kid up to that he can stay up till 6 in the morning on Thursday?
You should be asleep. You should be out here.
I saw that you were on, and I was just tuned in to listen, and
I appreciate that. Even if you just want to listen and comment in the chat, it's all good. But I
no,
totally
you happen to
understand.
be live, and there's no way I'm just going to go in the chat if you're live.
They're just
Put me in the game, coach.
Here's what I want to talk about, because I have been trying to follow Kennedy and Trump, and like I said, he's on the ballot. He's on the ballot, and this is a big deal. This is a big deal.
Greg, do you have unlimited StreamYard hours?
No, nope.
I think it's $25, but which is not that much, but it might make sense for you just to do freaking just continuous streams, because it just you could just keep going.
No, I have the go ahead.
Bye. Thank you
Bye,
for
Catherine.
letting me join you guys. It was great to see you again, Eric.
That I joined you guys. Thanks for letting me join, Catherine Michelle.
Bye, guys. Oh yeah, drink wine. I miss wine.
Some red. This is Spanish.
It looks amazing.
I miss crack, but I gave it.
But I gave it up.
Gave it up.
I gave it up for Coke. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
No, this is thank you, Catherine. So this is what I have been looking at, because Eric, as you know, we want to get Kennedy on the ballot in all states, right? So let's see if this even showing here.
How late are you talking about going? I might have to run up to the store and grab a pack of smokes. You're gonna be on for it.
I'm gonna go. So
it's 15 minutes there and back. So if you're gonna stay on, I will come back and
Okay.
I'll listen on my phone while I'm going.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So you're in it to win it now, huh?
I'm in it to win it, man. I got a few more bullet points to cover.
Yeah.
So yes, sir. Go ahead.
You gotta mail me some of the meth. Some of the meth you're on, man. Because
this is called I got a workbench, Eric, as you know, for someone who knows about working out and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get back into my workout mode. So yes, I have a little more energy, and I'm trying to eat healthier, and so all of that and working on the book.
A lot of people who are just working out with their right hand, unless they're a lefty. No, I'm gonna grab my phone and I'm gonna listen as I go to the store to get a pack of smokes.
All right.
And then I've made it a priority to quit smoking by May. I made a promise to my coach. I told him I wasn't going to fight again if I didn't quit, so I have to now. So
yeah.
I'll probably go insane, end up in a mental institution, or stab my eyes out trying to quit smoking after fucking 30 years. But I'm gonna give it a college try, and if I fail, then I'll probably die.
No, I think it'll be
hardest thing ever, bro.
No, I know. The only reason why I stopped smoking cigarettes is because I was smoking weed. That's the only thing that got me off of the cigarettes. It was one of the hardest things ever. Then smoking weed then became the issue, and I had to figure out how to stop doing that. Then I started vaping weed, and that was good. Then I started moving to CBD, and CBD, I think if Crip Rick is still up, he may be asleep right now, but if he's still up, he will understand that, because CBD has all of the best qualities of weed and doesn't have any of the side effects, the paranormal feelings, all that stuff, at least from what I see. So CBD is where I've been kind of moving towards, but I just got a bench. I just got my workout bench, and man, I feel so much better. I'm just like that workout bench. I can see my gut just kind of dissipating slowly. Next, Eric, and I was going to ask you about this at some point. I want to I want to have like a punching bag, and I want maybe one of those punching bags that you stand up. I know my brother had one, but I want to have one of those things. I want to learn how to punch properly, so I don't mess up my thumbs, because I know there's a proper way to punch. There's a proper way, there's an improper way. So it's going to ask you about all of that stuff. But that's,
I can give you a very short answer for that. Find a reputable local gym around you who teaches boxing or kickboxing and go there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's some Taekwondo. I'm kind of more into the Jeet Kune Do, more of the Bruce Lee type stuff. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not. I mean, just from some of the classes that I took a long time ago, it's all about the thumb. You want to make sure that your thumb is in the proper place, so that way if you have to punch, and I don't want to punch anybody because I'm a lover and not a fighter, but if you have to punch somebody, you want to make sure that you don't do something to where your thumb kind of extends backwards and you fracture it. Is that accurate? Or?
Yeah, squeezing, putting your thumb in the correct place. Correct.
Yeah, putting it in the correct place and everything. So anyways, that's all stuff that I'm like, but right now that I have my bench, I'm like, I just want to work on my, I want to get rid of my man tits, basically. I want to
Just
make
get your endorphins going.
Yeah.
Total different feel.
And that's kind of what that's why I was like, wow, I should be asleep right now, but I'm like totally.
I've never left the gym, whether I'm working out or sparring or whatever. I've never left there feeling worse. I've always left feeling better.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what I want. I don't want to go to a 24-hour. I don't want to work out around other people. I want to do it privately. I want to do it in my home. So I'm trying to build my own home gym where I just do everything in my home, in my privacy, and where my wife, I know she wants some things that she wants, so we're just trying to build our own family gym here, where we can just do things in our private. And I know it's going to cost money.
So I would recommend doing everything you're saying, and it doesn't cost a lot of money for a heavy bag. You can get the stand-up ones, but I would recommend at least once a week going somewhere that teaches either.
But I don't want to go anywhere.
Or martial art. At least once, to learn the proper techniques. Then you go back home and you practice, you learn, and then
why don't you just start like
you're not going to learn how to do any of this online. It's not, watching it online is completely different from having somebody there teach you how to do it.
That's true.
I wouldn't have a job if fucking that wasn't true.
Well, couldn't you do like a Zoom class of
no. I mean, some people can absorb it, but no. 99% of when I teach people stuff, I have to physically show them how to do it, like grab their wrist and turn it over the right way. You can't do that on Zoom. You only have an hour or two. Like you have to show them how to do it physically. You have to get in the game. Just telling them what to do, nope, it doesn't work. That's like saying that two boxers can go in the ring and spar without hitting each other. See what I'm saying, though?
Hey, let me ask you this. What do you think about
70 years old and he kicks everybody's ass still? That's who you want. But
what do you think about
video? It wouldn't work.
What do you think about the Mike? What do you think about the Mike Tyson fight that's coming up?
Huge ass bullshit money grab. That's all it is.
Do you think Tyson
They're using 16-ounce gloves, which I mean that's what I use when I fight in the Masters.
Okay.
And the pros, they use 10 to 12-ounce gloves. So I mean they're using balloon gloves. The rounds are 2 minutes, not 3, because pro rounds are 3. That's good.
How many rounds?
They're gonna make a shit ton of money. I think they're going 12. It might be 8. I don't know, but I do know that Mike Tyson has a sliding pay scale. The longer it goes, the more money he makes.
Do you think Tyson can knock him out?
Sure, but why would he? The longer the round go, the more rounds there are, the longer the fight goes, the more money Mike Tyson makes. That's in the contract too.
Wow.
Right. So he has no incentive to knock him out.
So it's like I might as well just keep watching the WWE.
There you go. It's just like a step above the WWE. It's just not
so just as long as
they're actually punching each other.
Yeah. So as long as
with the
people
WWE, they're not hitting each other. They're pretending to hit each other.
I don't know if you watched. Did you watch WrestleMania the other week?
Oh yeah, I like watching the athletes.
Dude, it was so entertaining.
The athletics, but they're not hitting each other like for real. They're not like
but they're taking those bumps.
They're taking the bumps, but as far as the punches, they're not. So but yeah, it's a glorified version of the WWE.
Yeah, I always
in the real world, Mike Tyson would knock his ass out probably in 20 seconds.
So if they did like bare knuckle fighting.
No, just boxing. Mike Tyson would knock his ass out in the first round, probably within 30 seconds.
With which gloves? What pound glove? What?
Well, they'd be using 12-ounce gloves, not 16s.
So Tyson has knocked people out with 12-ounce gloves. Is that right?
Yeah.
And not anything else, right? Because 12 ounce is the standard.
Yeah, and it goes by weight. So if you're down like at the featherweight, like 120, 130, 140, 150, sometimes 160, you're using 8-ounce gloves. They're the smallest gloves you can use. In fact, back in the day, heavyweights like I don't know, like Jack Dempsey, Muhammad Ali, Ray Robinson, they wore 6-ounce gloves. And they were like freaking just leather. There was no padding. 6-ounce gloves. Even the heavyweights wear them. That's the way it used to be. Yep. And the smaller the glove, the closer it is to a fist, so it's going to hurt more. Yeah, the heavyweights were using 6-ounce gloves.
What did Muhammad Ali use?
6-ouncers. Towards the end of his career, when they changed the rules, they went to 8s, but they were using 6-ounce gloves, man. So let me put it this way: you know the MMA fighters with their knuckleless gloves.
Yes.
You know, those are 6 ounces. That's what boxers were using, even heavyweights, until I think it was 1980 when they started changing it.
Wow.
Isn't that mind? But right, wow is right. And these gloves didn't have the padding that even the MMA gloves have at 6 ounces, right?
So they had
people don't know that.
Wait, how do you have 6 ounce, but the padding is different?
There was barely any padding. If you go back and look at the gloves before 1980, yeah, they were fucking. There's nothing there. It was, yeah, it's crazy to see, man. So things have changed, and people are getting softer. And I mean that it's hard to even fathom fighting in that era with the.
Hey, do you ever see
gloves?
Do you ever see? I know this is way off topic, but do you ever see transgenders trying to compete? Like, I don't know. Is women boxing?
Yeah, well, the last one I watched compete, well, there were 2 I watched compete, and they both really fucked up real females. One had a skull fracture, and the other one, I don't think it's competing anymore. That's how fucked up they got. But it's all good to have men competing against women, folks.
Why would they allow that? Why would they allow that?
Exactly. I did a whole thing on USA Boxing allowing this shit. You saw that, didn't you?
Yep, I did. That was a
so. I mean, yeah. Yep. Why would they? Who the fuck knows?
mean, do
Yeah,
they
man.
rhyme?
Thinking about these giants who were sluggers, like Muhammad Ali, like Tommy Hearns, like Sugar Ray Robinson, like Sugar Ray Leonard, using those little 6-ounce leather gloves. People don't think about that. The gloves evolved. They put more padding in them. They got bigger. Those are real warriors, man.
What do you think about Floyd Mayweather?
He was one of the best ever, without a doubt. You want to know why? He was super smart. He would actually use 1 or 2 ounce bigger gloves in his fights because he was that. So the thinking is you want smaller gloves because you hit him harder and you can throw faster, obviously, because you have less weight. He would use 1 ounce or 2 bigger gloves, and his opponents, they'd allow him to do it because why would that give you an advantage? It's because his defense was so good. Just crazy. Yeah, there's so many crazy things.
Does any of this have to do with Tyson knocking people out in like round 1 and people are like, I didn't get my money's worth?
Oh, that shit goes on constantly. I mean, a lot of the fighters that I have that I bring to professional shows, I would say, let's say there's 15 fighters on the card. I would say out of those 15 fighters, there might be 2 fights that are legitimate. The rest are just somebody's paying another fighter to show up.
How does that work? Do they just come and say, "Hey, I got this fighter"?
Yeah.
And
Yep. You negotiate, and you pay them to fly in. You pay for their room, and you negotiate the price. Normally, a starting price $1,500. Just show up, and a lot of these guys, they're not even fighters, man. There's career people that come out here just to lose, but they're making money.
they just want that payday. They just love
yeah.
to fight. So, I
You
mean,
can
how
fight
do
every
you,
2 weeks if you want, as long as you don't get knocked out. Then you have to be reviewed, and you gotta wait about 3 months. Yeah, 3 months I think it is now. It used to be 2, but you gotta. So if you get knocked out and it's determined to be a concussion, then you can't fight for 3 months. Then you can come back. If you don't get knocked out, though, you can keep doing it every
what do you
2
think
weeks.
about the Rocky movies? Any views on the Rocky movies? I mean, there's 7. I don't count the Creed movies, but talking about just the 6 or so Rocky movies.
All right, if we're going this direction, I am going to have to run to the store real quick.
Go ahead.
Get back smokes. No, because I would really like to. I didn't know you're that interested in this topic.
I've always
I'll
wanted
be
to
back
talk to you
in
about this. Yeah. Go
20
ahead.
minutes.
All right.
You're gonna be up.
Okay. You go ahead and do that. I'm going to divert into the Kennedy stuff I want to talk about. And then after that, Eric is going to.
We're going to talk about Rocky. Adrian.
Because I want to hear about Philly. No, I want to hear about all of that stuff because boxing is a fascinating story, and of course, my view on boxing, I have no idea, other than the Rocky movies and Tyson and Muhammad Ali.
We're gonna have to talk because the Rocky movies, there's no defense in the Rocky movies is the problem.
I think if we talk about Muhammad Ali, if we talk about Joe Frazier,
Right.
George
The Rocky
Foreman,
movies, the first thing that a boxing coach would tell you, first thing, day one, is keep your hands up. No boxing coach is going to say, you know what, son, keep your hands down. So that was the Rocky movies. Unfortunately, they they didn't keep their hands up. But I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Thank you, my friend. All right. So just like how Rocky and Mr. T were boxing, we now have some of the similar things where we are seeing RFK Jr., who is boxing, and people who have seen some of the videos of RFK Jr. And what magnificent shape he is in. Let's go ahead and look at, if you go to kennedy24.com/ballot-access, you will see what we are looking at here. Kennedy is on the ballot in 7 states. The 7 states are the dark purple ones that we see here. This also includes Hawaii. But any ones that are in light purple, those are the states that Kennedy is probably going to have a really good chance of getting on the ballot on. These other ones that we see, unfortunately, Catherine Michelle, like Colorado, these are the ones that he has not, the window is not open yet. Colorado is trying to keep RFK Jr. off of the ballot. Once they let him on, all he needs is 12,000 people just to sign up to say, yes, we are going to let you on the ballot. That's all it is. Then you have these other light purple states like California, where they need 75,000 people to say, yes, we are going. And here's the problem in California. You have to actually switch your party affiliation. So if you are a Democrat or a Republican, if you are a registered Democrat or a Republican in California, you will have to switch your party affiliation to the We the People Party. That will allow you to register for RFK Jr. to get on the ballot. You can switch your party affiliation later on. No problem. The end date for what they say is August 5th, 2024. And that's all we need. And I have family in California. I'm not in California, but I have family in California. And we have the opportunity to 75. I mean, think about how many people are in California. We only need 75,000 people in California. So if you know anyone in California who has never voted or who is a Democrat, a registered Democrat, or a registered Republican who doesn't like Biden, doesn't want to vote for Biden, doesn't want to vote for Donald Trump, if they're looking for an alternative to Biden, to Donald Trump, they can now register with this new political party. Instead of a Democrat, instead of a Republican, you can register with this new political party, We the People. We only need 75,000 people in the state of California. And there are millions of people just in San Francisco by itself. We only need 75,000 people in the whole state of California who will sign up to get RFK Jr.'s name on the ballot in California. All that does is get RFK Jr. on the ballot in California. This is a big, big deal. We need RFK Jr. on the ballot in all 50 states and the DC. Right here, the DC. This is not a big task, and I can tell you this because I have seen what the what the Kennedy team has done in just the 7 states that they have gotten to make sure that RFK Jr. is on the ballot in these 7 states. These are the 7 states: Nevada, Utah, Nebraska, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Hawaii, and Idaho. 7 states. Those 7 states, if you are in those 7 states, you will see when you go to vote, and please make sure that you vote. When you go to vote, you will see RFK Jr.'s name on the ballot. So you will have the choice. Do you want to vote for Joe Biden? Do you want to vote for President Donald J. Trump? Or do you want to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? You now have 3 choices in these 7 states. As we move on, you probably have those same choices in whatever state you are in. And there are a lot, as I look at these, there are a lot of states: Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, Missouri, Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming. There are a lot of different states where RFK Jr. is still working. His team is working to make sure that you can vote for him in that state if you want to. It's not about if, okay, well, yeah. But when you look at that, and these are for the people that vote, it's so nice to have more choices, right? I mean, I'm gonna vote for Trump, but if you're not, why not have another choice? If you see 2 choices, if you just see Trump and Biden, why not have that third choice? That's what RFK Jr. is going to bring. He's going to bring that third party choice, and we need that. The country needs that. People who understand when the country was first founded, the president and the vice president were chosen by the person who got the most votes, and the vice president was chosen by the person who got the second most votes. Nothing wrong with that. That's the system that they wanted. They didn't want the vice president to just be, okay, whatever the president says, or just attach the vice president to that. That was not how it was meant to be way back when, way back then, right? So obviously there's more research to be done on how it changed, where we said, okay, you pick your president candidate, then you pick the vice president candidate. But how do we get to the point where it wasn't just, okay, whoever gets the most votes is the president, whoever gets the second most votes is the vice president? If we were to do that right now, we would probably have Trump as the president, RFK Jr. as the vice president. Maybe not. But I can't speak too much on that because I don't understand how that was changed, why that was changed, when that was changed. But here's what I know. The world that we are in now, the world that I was born into, okay, when I flew out of my mama's womb, the world that I was born into in 1979, that's all that I can look at. I want RFK Jr. on the ballot in all 50 states, in all of the islands that are not here, and in the DC. How do we make sure that that happens? RFK Jr. is going to have some tough battles in certain states. These are the states that you see here that are kind of in this light view, right? In the dark purple, those are the ones RFK Jr. he will be on. In the light purple, those are the ones that we are battling to get him on. Even in Nevada, They are trying to kick RFK Jr. off of the ballot. They're trying to say, well, he didn't have, you were supposed to have the vice presidential candidate on there. He got 10,000 signatures so far, so quickly. All they want to do is they want to make it impossible for a third-party candidate to get on the ballot. And these are state issues because the state of Nevada sets their own rules for who can run for president and who can't. This is where we go from federal to state. So we give it back and say, well, the states have the right to this. Do the states have the right to say who can and who cannot be on their ballot? This is where we are, because this is what they are doing. Las Vegas, Nevada. Nevada is saying no, they don't want Kennedy on the ballot. They don't want his name to be there. When has this ever happened where they have stopped someone from being on the ballot? Why are they scared of Kennedy? Why do they want to make sure that Kennedy's name is not on the ballot? Because they know if there is a Kennedy that is on the ballot, people are going to take that seriously. They may not vote for him, just like me. They're going to take it seriously. They're going to look at that option and they're going to say, oh, okay, so I don't have to just choose between Biden and Trump. Oh, I have a third choice. Trump supporters should not be afraid of people saying, yeah, you can vote for us, you can vote for Trump, or you can vote for somebody else. Trump supporters are not afraid of that because they know, just like I know, I'm going to vote for Trump. But I welcome RFK Jr. to be on the ballot, and I welcome him, and I welcome that choice. It's a big deal to me. As someone who respects the Kennedy family and has, looked at the way that the NWO, like Jeff Hayes has talked about, the New World Order, they have treated the Kennedys. I mean, come on. If you think anyone is going to be a threat to the New World Order, I believe Trump is the biggest threat to the New World Order. But if you don't believe Trump is the biggest threat to the New World Order, your second choice is probably going to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Because he has lived through his uncle being killed. He has lived through his father being killed in California, USA. And he understands politics is not just a chessboard. It's not just, we're going to play chess and whoever is the best. This is not baseball. I love baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is not just, may the best man win. May the best team win. No. This is life and death. When they kill your uncle and they kill your father, who are both the president or running as a president, and now do you think they will not try to kill you too? And if nobody stands up and says, hey, let's make sure this doesn't happen a third time, and if nobody stands up and says, hey, what happened to John F. Kennedy, to our president, what happened to Robert F. Kennedy Sr., the presidential nominee, if we don't recognize what could happen to the current presidential nominee, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., well, we understand what is going to happen, what could happen. And I know that there are many people, they are paying attention to this and they understand. They're going to make sure that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is not assassinated. And it's political. It's not because, oh, he's a great person. No. Because it's going to raise more questions about what happened to our president, John F. Kennedy. It's going to raise more questions to what happened to Robert F. Kennedy Sr. And it's interesting, knowing all of that, they will not give RFK Jr. Secret Service protection. There is a big reason for that. Because there's a lot of paperwork involved in it, and there are a lot of other things involved in that. And if they give RFK Jr. Secret Service protection, as they should, if they do that, there are going to be a lot of things on the public record that the Biden cronies cannot run from. There are things that are going to be forced to put into public record that they may not want put into public record. But it's going to happen. So that's all that I can say about that. But we have Idaho, Nevada, Utah, Nebraska, North Carolina, New Hampshire. Those are the 7 states currently where RFK Jr. Is on the ballot. These light purple ones, these are all the ones: Oregon, California, Alaska, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Florida, on and on, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina. All of these places where you see, and if you go to Kennedy24.com ballot-access, you can see exactly what I'm seeing here. All right. Going to play a few more things, and hopefully Eric can come back.
The millions of Biden migrants are allowed to stay as Joe Biden intends. They will cost taxpayers trillions and trillions of dollars, and Medicare and Social Security will buckle and they will collapse. You know, it's very tenuous. You understand that. You can't do it. No country can sustain what's happening. We are being invaded, and invaded by a lot of people that are people we don't want in our country. I will never, ever let that happen. Social Security will be strong and powerful. Medicare will be strong. You deserve it. The Treasury will be raped, plundered, and robbed bare to pay for welfare, free health care, free housing, food stamps, Medicaid, and countless other public benefits. And think of it, the legions and legions of Biden migrants pouring into it's really becoming a third world country. We are actually becoming, if you think about it, a third world country. And we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it happen. So to every Wisconsin voter, if you want to help Joe Biden wheel Granny off the cliff, remember what they had? They had that with Paul Ryan, not my favorite person, by the way. I remember after I won the election in 2016, I had a hall very much like this. It was packed. And I introduced Paul Ryan. The place booed the hell out of him. I said, I guess they don't like him too much. That was when they used to like him by comparison. They like him a lot less now. If you want to help Joe Biden wheel Granny off the cliff to fund government benefits for illegals, then vote for crooked Joe Biden. But when I am president, instead of throwing Granny overboard, I will send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. You're going back home. And if they know that, remember this, if they know that, they're not coming.
The problem is Biden got up and he said, welcome, everybody. Welcome to the world. We'll give you free education. We'll give you everything, but welcome to the world. And they came, and they're coming now. There's a massive caravan right now coming through Mexico, and nobody is stopping it.
You made a big choice, Nicole Shanahan, 35 years old, 36 years old, very successful, extreme, very, very bright. But there's nobody would think that she is anything but way left. She supported George Gascon. We know that in the past. She also came out and called IVF one of the biggest lies that's being told about women's health today. So why would you pay, if you want to get Republican votes, why would your first major choice be someone who is so identified with the Democratic Party who supported
And
people
where do
to
you
judge?
stand on IVF?
Well, because she has a
I
shit
support
ton of
IVF,
money.
but people should listen to what she said.
There you
says
go.
about IVF. She went through IVF and had bad experiences, and what her experiences shed light on the process. She's very smart. She's obviously not against IVF in principle. It's the domination by the pharmaceutical industry of that technology and some of the bad science that she's talking about that needs to be addressed.
Boom.
Nicole,
what about
Nicole went under is in this engaged, or let's say embarked on the same evolution that many of us did. I mean, my evolution about issues, for example, the border issues, my assumption that President Trump was wrong on the border until I went down and saw the border. And I think a lot of us during COVID went through a philosophical evolution where we started questioning some of the orthodoxies. And Nicole went through that herself.
Do you think she's ready to be president? Because that's one of the qualifications. Can she, day one,
Did any of you watch her speech?
I did.
I mean, anybody who watched that speech, I think it comes away saying, this is a very, very impressive person. This is a person who I would trust. She's the embodiment of the American dream. She started out a welfare kid, food stamp kid, in an utterly impoverished family.
But is she soft on crime? I mean, do we want more of this chaos in the streets?
Listen, Nicole funded the recall for Chess Bowden, who was the defund the police guy in San Francisco. She's not soft on crime. She understands crime. She was the one who actually funded the successful recall of the defund the police.
So she regrets giving a Gascon.
She thinks that Gascon was a failure in Los Angeles. What she was dealing with, she was dealing with a very real issue, which is the problem of mass incarceration. We have the highest prison population of any country on earth, including China, which has 5 times our population.
Right, that shouldn't concern
And
anybody.
how do you deal? It's not a good thing for America, and a lot of those are nonviolent crimes. They're marijuana offenses. And so she was she was trying to solve that issue. And I don't know whether she made some mistakes, but I know her own attitude about it has evolved significantly.
Good. In Venezuela, crime is down. I'm sure you're going to be very happy to hear this. Crime is down in Venezuela by 67%. Because they're taking their gangs and their criminals and depositing them very nicely into the United States. So are you happy?
Yeah.
Think of it. Who goes down 67%?
Just because this is a different topic. So I myself questioned his choice.
Yep.
I really did. I mean, who is this person? Who is Shanahan? Who is she?
Right. And so hearing Kennedy talk about that, does that help, or does that make it worse?
Well, what really helped was looking her up and seeing her stances on a lot of the things that you and our stances are. Nicole Shanahan kind of lines up, and nobody knows who she is, which that's probably a good thing too. That there's not this huge spotlight on her. But from what I've seen, from the research I've done on her, she's a pureblood. She didn't take the jab. I mean, that number one is good. Number two, Well, yeah. I mean, she's gone after the medical industrial complex her entire life. That's I'm liking her more and more. I'm liking the choice. The only reason I don't think I liked it is because Jesse Ventura was out there, but he might have
Yeah.
gone too far off the deep end. I remember him talking about that maybe opening the borders is a good thing at one point, just some other crazy stuff. But
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
gotta see it matters.
Yeah, he was saying that if there was some point, and this may have been this is years ago. So his view, Jesse Ventura is another guy. His views may change, but back then he was saying, well, if Trump builds the wall, I'll climb over that wall. Well, Trump built the wall, and we never seen Jesse Ventura climb over that wall. Now, I like Jesse Ventura.
But we have to be realistic about the fact that he was in the military, he did service, then he was a wrestler, and you get your head bumped. We see people in this community who are fighters who get their head bumped a little too many times. So I think that could have shooken him up. Who knows? Maybe he took some other.
No, I think he had no. I don't think there's anything wrong with Jesse Ventura. I think he had.
I thought there was something wrong with it. He blew my mind when he started saying we should open the borders up. Though do you remember that? That was like I think we talked about that.
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah.
he really saying this?
Oh,
But
yeah. But that's just his view, and that's the same thing with Kennedy, where Kennedy was against Trump's wall, and then later he learned, you know what, Trump was right, and Trump's wall was right.
I think Jesse Ventura is viewed as way too fringe, which that makes sense.
I think
Your average voter is brain dead sheeple.
I mean, we have to be careful that people can change their minds. So just because we have a quote that says, hey, Trump is bad, that person may change their mind and say Trump is good. And then we're like, oh, we can't trust you. You don't, no. There is the opportunity that people say, you know what? I was wrong about Trump. And that's what Kennedy said. That's what I like about RFK.
Why can't any of these candidates actually speak candidly and openly and honestly about what's going on?
I think Kennedy does.
No. Does he really though?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Does he speak like Judy Mikovits would, one of the top scientists of our generation before she started crazy? She doesn't though. Just like, well, here's some of the problems I have with Nicole Shanahan. I'll quote her. She said, I do wonder about vaccine injuries. I do wonder.
She has an autistic child. She has
while stressing that she is not an anti-vaxxer, Shanahan said.
No, it's
no. This is her quoted right here. There needs to be a space to have these conversations. In the interview with Newsweek, she characterized Kennedy's false claims about vaccines as an effort to raise awareness about vaccine safety, while again pushing back on the label anti-vaxxer.
Yeah.
Framing Bobby as an anti-vaxxer is the most powerful way of alienating the progressive voter from the campaign. What he's highlighting is vaccine safety.
What's the date on that quote? What's the date on that quote?
It's like just dancing around the whole issue.
No, these are
the date is March 26, 2024.
Yeah. This is what we want. We want people to agree to disagree on all of these different things, but to understand that, okay, even though we disagree on that, just like you and I disagree on things, we're still gonna, do whatever is best for this country.
And there's more to this article, Greg, that it obviously shows their bias and shows that Nicole Shanahan and RFK have our best interest. Kennedy is among the most prominent vaccine skeptics in the country.
I agree with
Through his role as the head of Children's Health Defense.
Yep.
He's helped spread falsehoods about vaccines, including the claim that they can lead to injuries. You see where I'm going here, though? So they started out, which, I mean, that's the Illuminati did a great job with it. There's only
and there's
6 corporations that own every single
Eric
media outlet out there, folks.
think about this, Eric. As we have not heard anything from RFK Jr.'s vice president since he announced she was the vice president, Joe nominee.
Mm-hmm.
Why have we not heard anything more from her? She should be out there with Kennedy, but at the on the other foot, it's like,
Okay, well, I'm gonna flop again because I liked what she said, but
okay,
then and stick with me here.
okay,
Shanahan told Newsweek that she received a Moderna COVID-19 vaccine
mhm,
and a booster, and that her daughter with Bryn
mhm.
Echo has received all her scheduled vaccines.
Oh
She
yeah,
also told the magazine that she suffered from significant health issues since receiving her COVID vaccine.
yep.
So, I mean, that's concerning to me to even take it and let their daughter
To
take it. That should be
well,
concerning to everybody.
no. What should be what we should take away from that is they take it, they understand it didn't work, and now where
let
are we
me let
going to
me hit you
stand?
with a different perspective. So, Nicole Shanahan and RFK they knew what it was, and Shanahan is a freaking billionaire, folks.
Well, if
You don't think somebody like this could pay somebody to say they gave her the vaccine and their boosters? You don't think somebody could do that? Then you're all asleep. Does that make
we
sense, Greg?
no, you don't need to pay anybody to
Why? If
say it.
you're awake about them, why the fuck would you take one? You wouldn't, bro. You're
No,
telling me
but
somebody
they're
this
not.
involved against it would get their vaccines and boosters and let their children take it? No way. If you believe that, then I don't know why you would vote for this person.
No, if I mean, this is the biggest what you mentioned is the biggest reason why people question
You can
RFK
pay to not
Jr.'s.
take it to get a placebo.
I mean,
It's
you
called the
can't. It's freedom. So if they're free to take it, I mean, as long as they're not
but you
forced
gotta have the
to
test
take
group.
it,
You gotta have the other group, the test group to go against the ones who get shot. You have to have a
it's their right to take it or
anyway, when I
not.
saw this, Greg, it kind
Yeah.
of shocked me. You know what I mean?
No, it shocked me too. I mean, I
But
mean,
again, when I'm reading it, I can see how I mean, if you got $1 billion, a billion, Greg, you can pretty much fucking do whatever you want. You can
but
get
those
any doctor in the world
billionaires.
to say, "Yep, she took them." So she did take them, but she's speaking out against them. So I'm thinking she didn't and paid somebody.
Well,
Then
I don't. This is the thing. I don't think she's speaking out against the vaccines.
yeah,
She's not come out and said the vaccines are
yeah. I
bad or
mean,
anything
neither.
like that.
Yeah, neither are. That's the problem I'm having with all these with Trump and RFK. They're not coming out and being like, wouldn't you? We have the reports that Pfizer, 96%, 90. That's almost everyone.
Right, but you don't want
Severe adverse.
the government to say, "Oh, let's ban all vaccines."
Right. That is the
You don't want that,
right.
and
That is
that's
the
what they want Kennedy and Trump to do. They want them to
that's that
say, "Yes,
small ledge you have to walk, and I understand that too.
yeah, yeah." So they're just like, you know what? We need to make sure if you want them, like Warp Speed, Operation Warp Speed. I'll go back to that. If you want it, it's there. If you don't worry about it.
So
But
here's something else that Nicole Shanahan said
yeah,
about her and Kennedy's shared goal of eradicating chronic disease. Let me say this again.
okay.
Their shared goal of eradicating chronic disease. That's a bad thing, right?
Their shared goal. Okay,
Well,
well,
the two doctors I work for at
I
Longevity,
mean, I
Peter Glidden and Joe Wallach, their shared goal was, and I quote, eradicating chronic disease.
I mean, you have to make
Same
sure that
thing that Shanahan just said.
you have to make sure that you're looking at what is, I mean, the counter to that would be
She
whatever is
just used
posted.
the two top naturopathic doctors quote herself because this was their quote when they started Longevity about 15 years ago. to eradicate chronic disease. Oh, well, the other part of longevity was and ease human suffering.
To eradicate, you're never going to eradicate.
Well,
disease.
there's a
You're
way.
never going to ease human suffering. No, that's never going to happen.
But I mean, those are at least good goals, other than
They're good goals. But if someone says, well, these people don't want to do that, or if they are doing things that are not, no, that's not going to happen.
So I mean, it's interesting. But the more I look into Nicole Shanahan, the more I like her. I'm sure you're shocked to hear me say that, but
I am, because usually the more I hear people say that they look into her, the more that they say they don't like her, including my brother, who I didn't send him, but I said, hey, I'll pay you if you can go down and to the and see who RFK Jr.'s vice president is gonna be, and he showed up there. And he was there when Kennedy announced who the VP was, and was not too surprised with her. And it's like, oh, she's part of the Google, she's a part of the establishment, et cetera, et cetera. And that is the big fear for people.
I mean, to a certain extent, she probably is. I mean, if she's a billionaire, but that doesn't mean like we need people in that top tier.
That didn't mean anything
not
to
like
me.
them.
To me, I
Right.
just wanted to hear. Okay, I
At this
listened
point,
to what she
I'm looking.
said.
Was she on the Epstein flight list? Okay, fucking thumb up.
But that's the other thing is like where they say, well, Kennedy, RFK Jr. was on the Epstein flight list. No, he wasn't.
Who said that?
Was.
I haven't heard
They
that.
they were saying because RFK Jr. said he had flown on a plane from Jeffrey Epstein twice. Okay, and they were saying that that means that he flew to Epstein Island. No, Epstein Island is a whole nother thing. This is where the whole
Bro,
Alex
I
Jones
can
thing
take a
comes.
list right now on and use like word shop and put a document out that said anybody I want to say was on this, even if they weren't.
Right. They're like, well, if
Right.
anybody flew on any airplane that Jeffrey Epstein owned, then that means that they were flying to Epstein Island and they all were raping kids. Right? It's like, no, we have to really look at, okay, what happened when, and this is where RFK
You got to look at why none of these people are being prosecuted whatsoever.
But we
They
have to
just keep
also look
diverting our
at
attention from that list.
every person is innocent until proven guilty. Now, any person that flew to Epstein Island, that is a different story than anybody that flew on an airplane that Jeffrey Epstein owned or that he flew here and there.
Well, right. He owned more than one airplane, correct?
Yeah, but he didn't own one airplane that just flew to
But I mean,
Epstein
that's
Island.
in buddies. Yeah, but a lot of the people.
It's a
the problem with
complicated
Epstein
thing.
is that if you're in the know, if you're a high level prince or princess or a high level Hollywood actor or athlete, you've heard of this guy. You've heard the rumors.
They've heard of
what
him.
goes on there.
Yes.
They knew. But at the same time, that doesn't mean they did anything.
Exactly.
But
this is where Kennedy breaks that down, where he was asked about, okay, so you were on Epstein Airlines. Yeah.
like myself, if I heard the
where did
rumors
you
about Epstein
flew?
Airlines, I'd be like, and it's beautiful. I just got back from St. Thomas about 2 months ago, man. I was out in the Caribbean for a week. Anyway, we went scuba diving.
Nice.
Well, where we were scuba diving, guess what was right in the distance that we could see? None other than Epstein Island. Right there as we're going past. So I'm like, is that? And yep, that was it. And it felt so creepy to go past it. And it's still patrolled. It has been bought by some other company. They're gonna put a bunch of condos or something on it, or a hotel.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
But you still can't go there. You can't because I'm looking going,
But they wanted to make it seem like
How much
RFK
did I
Jr.
want to go over there and investigate? Like, where are the jet ski rentals so I can just
I
buzz
mean,
over?
there's not going to be anything that has happened with anything is gone.
But
Any
you
evidence?
seen the drone with randomly? There was a couple people got there and they had a drone fly by. I want to get inside there and go down, see what's down there.
Yeah, but there's no Epstein. So I mean, there's nothing that you're gonna see there now.
Well,
right?
It's what's below, from what I've heard from people. A lot of sources have said this. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard it too. That there were underground tunnels there
Oh
too.
no, I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, they would go underground. That's where the real good times would go on with the elites. But again, there's a super rich billionaire freaking hotel mogul taking over the island now, and they'll just mow it all down. Maybe they'll keep it. Maybe they want to keep it. But that right there, I watched in 2019, at the end of 2019, when the Epstein list was really getting big. I watched the largest pandemic ever to occur
Right.
in the world,
And which is all going
it
against
directed people's
everything
attention away from that.
and everything that Trump was doing during that time. Trump was targeting, he was saying, we're going to target human traffickers. We're going to target sex traffickers, and not just target. He was making laws. He was making things to make sure that all of these sex trafficking things stopped. And all of a sudden in 2020, we had COVID. We had these things where all of a sudden that ended. And all of a sudden,
Speaking of
the human
that,
trafficking things that Trump was putting into place, they targeted him.
so I have a share screen up right now. Speaking of what you're talking about, where this person says that targeting human trafficking is bad. She's going to tell you all the ways that it would be bad for Trump to be president and everything. Have you seen this yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you
but
haven't?
No, but
And every single thing she says is a good thing to anybody with that.
Please make sure that you pause when I.
You're in for a treat. Oh, I will.
Make sure you pause.
I know you're going to want me to pause several times.
I'm going to want you to pause a few times. Sure, go ahead.
Woke influencer listed all of the terrifying things that Trump will do when he wins, and she accidentally made the most epic campaign ad ever.
And here are the first 15 promises he has made if he is reelected. You may have heard of Project 2025, but this is from Agenda.
Now again, Greg, these people talk about Project 2025, Agenda 29.
I've never heard of that.
Well, I talked to them about Agenda 21 or 2030, and they look at me like I'm
Agenda 25.
I have 3 apps. They don't know anything about Agenda 2030.
All right.
Right. I mean, I try to tell them this is like anyway, this is wait for this, bro.
She sounds like looks like a tranny to me.
Listen to what she says about this.
47. And you can read all of these on his website. First, he promises that he will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history.
Good.
Right, dude.
That's good. I'm glad.
Every single thing she says, bro. Or he. Sorry, did I use the wrong pronoun?
No,
it's ma'am.
It's a chick.
And in case your ears are fucked, get the fuck out.
He will also ask for the death sentence for anyone convicted of human trafficking. He will close the Department of Education and
you were just talking about that, right? Human trafficking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he'll impose the death sentence for human trafficking. That's a bad thing, according to this person. Return all education standards to the states to decide. Here we go.
Return all education standards to the states to decide. He will put prayer back into school, and he will criminalize any race-based advantage programs.
Right. She thinks she's like killing it, though. This is insane, bro. And there are hundreds of millions of people who are this fucked up, man.
What's up with her eyebrows?
I don't know, man. It's this is crazy. I would have thought you already saw this. I'm glad I could play it for you.
Fucking A.
He will end the Affordable Care Act. He will ban gender affirming care for adults and children, and he will ban any federal dollars from going towards gender affirming care.
Cool.
Right. By the way, for those out there who don't know, Ohio and Michigan have officially blocked gender affirming care for children. Hooray.
That's what I'm talking about. Which means anyone with government provided health care will no longer be able to access gender affirming care except for Viagra and Cialis. Those will still be available. He will propose a constitutional amendment that gives a term limit to Congress. He will deploy the Department.
Viagra.
Oh, they're gonna so he's gonna limit the term you can serve in Congress. So skeletons like Pelosi can't fucking stand. That's a bad thing too, though, Greg. Here's more.
Department of Justice to investigate the Biden crime family and any
I think that
of his
person,
adversaries or political rivals.
her eyebrows are kind of the most disturbing thing.
It's crazy because she just like gave the biggest endorsement to Trump you could ever do.
Nice.
He will immediately pardon all of the January 6thers, and he will create a task force to investigate anyone
he's
who
never
arrested,
said that.
charged, or imprisoned a January 6th.
No. Trump has made it very clear if people, based on what they did, he may pardon them.
Yeah, he said anyone who was
never
charged or in prison falsely.
Yeah, but he's
right. That's
but it's going to be a
He will
case
increase
by
the penalties for underage criminal offenders, strengthen immunity for police officers, and deploy the National Guard to patrol woke cities.
Now that's where I have an issue right there.
No, he doesn't have the power.
There's no fucking way that he wrote something or said something. Yeah,
he cannot do anything.
So in the bill it says we're gonna go after woke cities. Like that's fucking hilarious. It gets better, bro.
But that's the whole thing, is that it isn't Trump going after the woke cities. It's Biden who is going to make sure that certain things happen in these
right.
That's what's
the
crazy.
Absolute
about
lunacy of
everything
this
that
person
they
thinking that what they're saying is good things.
No, and they don't understand that everything that they're saying that Trump is going to do, Biden already has the power to do.
You ain't heard nothing yet, bro.
Oh my God! Wow! On day one, he will reassess our participation in NATO and says that every European country needs to pay the United States for protection. He will also restore the wonderful trust.
That's right. They do need to pay. Yeah. Trump's that's how Trump has kept us out of war. To said, look, NATO, if you're going to do anything, if you're going to demand anything, you got to pay us.
But we don't even know if he said this. Like the next thing she says is so ludicrous.
Trump has said things.
Yeah, but not exactly like that. Like this, he will restore the wonderful travel ban for Muslims coming to America. He never says he's going to ban Muslims.
No, he's never said that.
See, I mean, that's it. Just, dude, it's ridiculousness mixed in with.
No, but he has said NATO needs to pay their fair share.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. They do need to pay their fair share.
Right.
I need to pay my fair share. You pay your fair share. We all pay taxes.
Okay, but according to this person, that's a bad thing. Let's continue.
Travel ban for Muslims coming to America.
Look
he
at
will
this
build
person's
freedom
eyebrows.
cities. This is 10
Look
new
at their eyebrows. All you need
Freedom
to do is
cities. Did you hear that?
Freedom. There's no freedom cities.
When does Trump ever talk about freedom cities? Doesn't that sounds like? Remember, what are they called? 5-minute cities or whatever.
This just seems like a gay queer who doesn't know.
Freedom cities. You ever hear of this term?
Freedom cities. This is 10 new cities built on federal land. He will award them to areas with the best development proposals, and he will prioritize moving young families to these freedom cities. He will kill all e-vehicles and
You ever
freedom cities.
Exactly.
He's
bro.
never said anything about freedom.
Interestingly enough, the New World Order talks about 5-minute cities a lot.
This person is doing the same.
You know what
thing.
those are, right, Greg?
No.
Where they herd everybody into the same area.
No, it sounds like a FEMA camp.
Yeah, freedom. He will kill all. He will kill all e-vehicles and a vehicle. So he's against the vehicle. Well, we'll let her say it.
E-vehicle legislation seeking to replace that with the development of a flying car. He believes that we
He's
can
never
create
said
a
anything
car
about a
that
flying
vertically
car.
takes off.
Okay, so
That's completely wrong.
right. First of all, there are
Trump
cars,
has never said anything about a flying
but
car.
there's several companies that already produce flying
That's
cars.
ridiculous.
Unfortunately, they're only available to really rich
I've
people.
never listen. I watch every Trump speech. I listen to
Uh-huh.
everything Trump said. He has never said anything about
Right.
a flying car.
Right.
Like we need flying cars. No.
Right. Not to mention
this
she's
person.
saying-
And look at this. Look at this. What you
she's
have right
talking
here.
about him putting resources
No, this person.
into making a flying car. There are already flying cars.
No,
they already
she's
exist. Though.
reading. Look at this image you have
I
here.
know, man.
She's reading off of a script. She's looking down at her script with her eyebrows, which the eyebrows are still weird to me. But she's reading off of a script. She's not telling you what she really thinks. She's telling you what is scripted. This is staged. This is scripted. This
yeah.
is what the New World Order wants. We need to protect our children, protect our families. This person is in danger.
And these are the people I get in debates with, bro.
She
and this
needs
is
help.
why I do it.
She needs help.
My wife's like, why the fuck do you even bother, man?
Because she needs help. We need to reach out to her because she is in danger. Jesus Christ.
See, and Greg, that's where we fail. If you're this far gone, do you think everything you just
They
said?
are never too far gone.
Oh, all right.
My brother, never.
Let him tell it to Jesus. Let's continue.
It's up to
Will
us.
remove all of the limits on American natural gas exports and drill baby drill for oil domestically.
Drill, baby, drill.
Right?
Yes.
He will impose a tariff of up to 60% on Chinese imports. He will extend the 2017 tax
Those
cuts
eyebrows
and
are
drop the corporate
so
tax
fake.
rate from 21% to 15%. He will push Congress to pass legislation that would give every American the right to concealed carry anywhere at any time. And he will revoke any gun restrictions or legislation that seeks to inhibit people's ability to own guns that's been passed in the last several years.
I like that.
Ted, my boy, it's gonna be legend. Wait for it.
I mean, that's
here's
okay.
here's the thing before you play more. This is one thing I wanted to talk about where we talked about RFK Jr. because RFK Jr. they keep telling us that Kennedy is an anti-gun guy. He's not an anti-gun guy. Kennedy has actually been more vocal than Trump. Kennedy has been more vocal.
They love to use the anti-gun thing.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this.
What RFK is a common sense gun guy.
Well, let me say this. Kennedy is actually vocal about saying we need to look at is there a correlation between the gun violence and the medications that we're giving to our children? Is there a correlation between these
facts
pharmaceutical drugs and the gun violence here? We don't even hear Trump talk about that. Trump has I've never heard anything where Trump talks about, hey, these school shootings may be tied to the pharmaceutical drugs that we're giving to our children. Kennedy talks about that and has no issue talking about that. I like that about Kennedy.
In this nutball here, and I do too, by the way, but this person here, first of all, half the things that they say, we don't even know if Trump said it. Second of all, everything she's saying that Trump wants to do is a good thing. Can't make this shit up, folks.
Influencer listed all of the terrifying things.
All e-vehicles and e-vehicle to 15%. He will push Congress to pass legislation that would give every American the right to concealed carry anywhere at any time. And he will revoke any gun restrictions or legislation that.
Last time I looked at, that's how our founding father intended it to be. I don't know about you, Greg, but
seeks to inhibit people's ability to own guns that's been passed in the last several years.
And Ted, my boy, it's gonna be legend. Wait for it. Dairy. Legendary.
He will demand that Europe pay back all the money we gave Ukraine, and then he will use all of that money to recruit for the American military.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
And he will take billions and billions of dollars from private university endowments by taxing, fining, and suing the universities. He specifically names Harvard in this one. And then he will use that money to create the American Academy. It is a
That sounds fantastic.
free online college that will be free of wokeness, that he will force employers to
No way there's any bill that Trump fucking wrote himself that said
Trump is not the president. He's not
wokeness in it. Right.
office.
Right.
Like they're not. She's not even looking at,
Wokeness.
like
He will force employers to recognize as a bachelor's degree equivalent.
it's a scare tactic where they don't even realize when Trump gets back in office, he's probably not going to have the Congress or the Senate. The Senate and the Congress is probably going to be all Democratic.
Yeah, man.
And
Anyone
so
two brain cells
he's
to rub
going to
together.
have Trump is going to have 4 years where he can't do shit.
You realize we're listening to somebody who thinks that every one of their points
I don't even know why we're
are
listening to
shooting
this.
down Trump because there are there
this
are a lot of
person-
people, man, in the millions.
I'm more worried about this
They're
person's
this
eyebrows.
fucked up. It gets better.
I don't believe their eyebrows are real.
recognize as a bachelor's degree equivalent.
Stop. My penis can only get so erect.
So that's Agenda 47.
let me play something here.
So nothing that I heard was bad, and yet
No.
she thought like she was doing something there, bro.
No, let me play something here and let me see what you think about this. What do you think about Trump calling illegals?
How dare he
illegal?
call illegals illegal?
Do you think President Biden should have used the term illegal in his State of the Union address?
I think that President Biden should refer to people with dignity and respect.
Should you call them illegal or undocumented? And that's really up to you, how you feel.
Do you think it was appropriate for the president to use the term illegal in the State of the Union?
No, and he addressed that.
Why is it wrong for someone to call someone that entered the country illegally an illegal immigrant?
Because it's classifying the human being, and no human being is illegal.
Classified human
We
being.
all agree on the need to better secure the border and to punish employers who choose to hire illegal immigrants. Stop the process and
really?
deport illegal immigrants. We've got millions of illegal immigrants who live and work here.
Illegal aliens should not be treated the same as people who entered the U.S. legally. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration.
Press always asks me, don't I wish I were debating him? No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym. That's what I wish.
I said, no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be. That you cannot be civil with a political party that wants to destroy what you stand for, what you care about.
If you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
President Walker, how do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
When they go low, we kick.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Yes, I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Really?
Please get up in the face of some Congress people.
You're a stupid son of a
Did you make this?
Nope.
It's awesome. You could have said it and I would have believed it. With this, wow. I remember that. and all that.
Yeah, no, that's
Wow, bro.
good stuff, right?
Like 100% inciting violence.
Yep. And then they're like, well, Trump is doing this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought you said, all this about Trump, but no.
Right.
It's all about Trump. So it's okay for them to incite violence, but, they want to accuse Trump of these things. So.
And we are, man, we're still so far away from the next election.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we are close, right?
And we're like what 6-7 months away from the next. A lot of things are going to happen in between then. People are just. Did COVID hit? I mean, that hit. Did you expect that to happen like that? None of us did. That's how they're going to do it.
So.
Well, there's another. There's all kinds of other.
RFK Jr. is
toxic milkshakes brewing in laboratories across the world right now for our enjoyment before then. Guaranteed it's going to happen. And all I can say is fucking fight. Fight. But fucking don't be fake. Greg, the amount of people that you knew too back in the day that said they were against it. And then I did some research and I see them like wearing masks, putting out stay home, stay safe on their profile picture. Right? I mean, dude, it's just like fucking don't lie. Like be real. If you want to take it, God, you're never gonna be human again though. But I digress.
Let me I would love to play this and I want to hear your views on this. I want to end with this.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm just getting started. We're only at you're barely at you're not even at 7 hours yet.
Believe me, I could just go on and ask you about boxing and ask you
Hey
about
man,
all
I
that.
could go on with this too because I enjoy this type of conversation.
Yeah, I want to hear your views on what Trump says about Kennedy.
Rock it out.
All right. Stop me at any time and I will stop it. Here we go.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race. He's more so than the Green Party. He's more so than even crooked Joe Biden. But he's got.
Do you think he's the most radical candidate?
Whether he is or isn't, I like it. I like what he's
nice
saying.
Things about him. I happen to like him.
He likes him.
Unfortunately, he is about the Green.
This is the thing. Like Trump, when he's saying these things to me, it just seems like he's like he's reading off of a teleprompter, which is fine. But he goes off script, which I love. And when you listen to this 2 minute and really 30 seconds, there's a lot of times where it just seems like he deviates from what he's reading off the teleprompter. Tell me what you think about this.
Okay.
But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him.
He likes him.
Unfortunately, he is about the Green New Scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. They want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong and powerful.
Have you ever heard Kennedy talk about the Green New? I've never heard the Green New Deal. I've never heard Kennedy say, yeah, I've never seen Kennedy saying where, hey, we need to, we want the Green New Deal.
I think you photoshopped it. That's where it's at right now. I mean, keep
propaganda. Yeah,
probably it's fake. Illuminati.
And lots of other things, and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work.
Everybody knows.
Can
you stop right there?
Yeah. Votes from
it does concern me when he uses term like words that people like Tamatard use. Everybody knows.
I know, but I've also heard Yeah,
Right.
I've also heard Kennedy saying things like that. Well, everybody knows everybody, but when they say everybody, I don't believe that
What
Kennedy
What are
and
some of the terms that you cannot stand when you hear people use them?
everybody.
Everybody knows.
Yep.
Yep. I have a lot.
Everybody knows the president. Yeah.
One of my biggest ones, man, are people who say right after everything they say.
Hmm.
So Trump is the man, right? And like, I have a penis growing out of my mouth, right? But they use the word right. That it's a left thing.
I've never heard Kennedy or Trump say
Right.
that. So I'm
No,
good.
neither have I. Another one is like.
Like. Yeah. My thing with Kennedy and Trump, I both heard them say everybody thinks this, everybody thinks that. It's like, no,
Yeah,
everybody.
but him
Like
saying everybody knows that was triggered me a bit.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding. It didn't, but
Oh, no, I mean,
keep
it
playing it.
did
Let's listen.
me too,
Let's
but
listen to it.
I also understand that when they say everybody, they don't really mean everybody, and
Well,
that's
then
why
you
I'm
shouldn't
like,
have said everybody knows. I've
I
never said
agree.
everybody
I
knows.
agree. I agree.
But
And I think if they were challenged on it to say, well, you don't mean everybody, right? They would say, yeah, I don't mean everybody. I mean 90%, or they would go, I mean this percent, or I mean,
keep it rolling, Greg. Let's fucking. I want to listen to more of this. This is nice. This is why you got 1 million fucking people views probably right here.
Not on YouTube, but
You're playing this and
apparently on
TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah,
I play the
this is why.
same. I
This
play
is
these
great.
same dude. I play the same things here on TikTok, and it gets.
Well, I can go live over there. If you want to go live, you and I have to get together and figure out how to go live.
Yeah,
I've
you
tried
have
a couple
to.
times.
Dude, I have no idea about
You got to
TikTok,
download
so
a hold. So yeah, it's
I
crazy.
don't know anything
We
about
should
TikTok.
though. I think we should.
I just put the videos on TikTok, and I put the same on YouTube. On YouTube, I get like, maybe 5-10 views, and then on TikTok I get like,
Yep. And here
triple
I am
digits.
on with you. Yep, you're at 2 strikes. Here's your third.
I'm at 2 strikes. Here we go. Okay, let's get our third strike. Here we go.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race.
Oh, okay.
He's more so than the Green
Well,
Party.
that's
He's more
true in
so
the
than
race.
No.
Joe Biden.
In the
But
race.
he's
Really?
got some nice things about
In
him.
the race.
Okay.
There's only
Okay.
3 in the race. There's 350
Okay, so this goes back
million
to
plus Americans, and you get choose 1 out of 3.
okay. So 1 out of 3. So that means where is Joe
No,
Biden?
but
If Joe Biden
that was excessive.
I happen to like him.
He happens to
Unfortunately,
like
he
it.
is about the Green News.
There is so many instances where Trump
If him and
says he.
RFK ran together, it would be a no-brainer. Like
I know.
it would be
I
over.
know.
Game over. That's my question, man.
I know.
Why
but
not?
That's never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
Right.
But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him. Unfortunately, he is about the Green News scam.
No, he's
because
not.
he believes in that.
What is
A lot of people
okay?
don't.
First of all,
No.
what is the Green News scam? But God,
It's
keep
not
playing it.
the-
We're already here. What is the Green News scam?
No, and this is what I hope Kennedy will actually, and Kennedy probably will.
He's wearing the red tie.
He probably it's blue, red, blue, and white.
Want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong.
Trump is saying, the Green New scam, but
What is the Green News scam? What does that even mean?
New scam is that they wanted to make electric cars.
Right.
blah,
No,
blah,
I
blah.
understand what it is, but I've never heard Kennedy ever speak about it.
No, Kennedy is never. You're right.
If anybody would have heard him speak about it, it'd be you, because you
You're right.
follow.
You're right.
Powerful
right.
and lots of other things, and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work.
That's 2 everybody knows, bro.
He's going to be taking away votes from
In
Joe
36
Biden
seconds.
because he's actually better than Biden. He's much better than Biden.
He's much better than
If I were
Biden. I mean, that's the thing. He's like, yeah, nobody wants a new green scam. Well, you know who else
I know
doesn't want the
special
new?
needs people that are better than Biden. That
I mean, Kennedy doesn't want the.
and
new
that wasn't the second time you said it. That was the first because you played it.
Biden. He's much better than Biden.
Only said it once.
If I were a Democrat, I'd vote for RFK Jr.
I
every
would
single
too.
time over Biden.
That's right.
Because he's frankly more in line with Democrats.
That's
RFK
right.
Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is also a very liberal person, but that's okay. She's got plenty of money from her ex-husband. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be, but he's a better man than Joe Biden. That I can tell you.
Yep.
It's great for MAGA. I hope he continues to run, but the communists will make it very hard on him to get on the ballot, as they did for him as a Democrat. He wanted to get on the ballot. They made it very, very difficult for him. They really went after him viciously, just like they go after me.
Right.
Welcome to the crowd, RFK Jr.
Oh,
The fact is that the Democrats are vicious, communist, fascists. They're horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent.
I love it.
But
He
expect
said
him to
that's
be
why
indicted any
we
day
go
now,
back a
probably
little.
for environmental horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent. But expect him to be indicted any day now, probably for environmental fraud. He is Crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. Biden can't speak. Biden can't debate. Biden can't put two sentences together. So I guess he's probably going to indict RFK Jr. But I'm glad that he's running. They will fight it out together. We have the right, and we have the center, and we have even center a little bit left, if you can believe it or not, because that group is radical left. They want windmills. They want all sorts of things that are going to destroy our country, and we're not going to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe that RFK Jr.
Isn't he great? I mean,
I
this guy.
can't put two sentences together.
Come on. This is great stuff. He's great. Like, he's. If this was like a wrestling show.
So you have people that would vote for Trump or RFK, and then you have people who would vote for Biden. That it's going to show how insane our country is. When voting time, I mean, God, how would you vote anyway, man? Yep. Want some of those French fried potatoes? Like, it's crazy, man.
It's crazy, right?
Crazy.
I mean, this is just nuts. And it's a 2.5 minute clip, but I was like, well, there's so much here. Like,
Finish her up.
half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe
wait. What did he
going
say?
to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
I do believe that.
Yeah.
I have a hybrid. I have a Jeep.
Okay. Well, I have a hybrid too, but I don't have to. There's no. Yeah.
There still is an option for gas, but yeah, he's right.
I love my hybrid.
He's right.
That RFK Jr. will do very well, and I do believe he's going to take a lot of votes away from Crooked Joe Biden.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
There you go. And therefore, he is good. That was awesome.
That's good stuff, right? I like that. I thought that was good.
Oh, I dig it. All right.
All right.
So I might have something to interject.
Okay.
Just for you.
Just for me. Here we go. Uh-oh.
This is totally just for you, bro. For me too. Because I love you. And I love it. I know you love it. So way off topic.
Scared. I'm scared.
I'm screen sharing if you want to share it.
Oh, okay, let me Oh my goodness, I love it.
University of Tennessee at Chattanooga.
Jack Marius Tack Theratrix, Michigan State University.
The Isaiah T. Billings Clyde Coastal Carolina University.
The Jasper Probencrux III, South Carolina State University.
Leoz Maxwell Jr., East Carolina University.
Javaris and Lamar, University of Middle Tennessee.
The Voyne Shower Handle.
White shower handle.
University of Southern Mississippi.
I love
Kingle
where this is
McCringleberry,
going.
Penn State University.
Ingle McCringleberry. I think, Greg, that he's an outstanding receiver who could go for All-American status this year.
I think I've heard of him. I think I know him.
McCringleberry.
I think,
McCarpetron, Duke Mary,
I think I know who
Florida
that is.
Atlantic University.
Yeah.
Dinklage Morgan, University of South Florida.
Ex-Miss Jackson, Flaxen, Waxen, California University of Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I think it's all real. I mean,
Say what you want about
I don't see YouTube or TikTok banning that, so it must be real.
Imagine, if you will, a virus so smart it attacks every 4 years during presidential elections.
Yikes. 2020.
I mean, we don't know who did this shooting, by the way, the Super Bowl shooting.
We have some idea.
What?
If it were a white man shooting, we'd know.
Well, we don't know, but they haven't.
That's how we know it's not a white man. I can tell you that much.
Do you think they're repressing that reporting?
They hit her, Dan Coulter.
Yeah, I don't like Ann Coulter either.
I kind of like her. She's sassy.
They wouldn't tell us about the transgender woman that shot up the Christian school for what, like a year? San Bernardino out here. Remember the crazy terrorist Muslims? That's when I first noticed, they're not telling us who it is. It's not a white male. The longer they go without telling you, it's not a white male.
Okay, well,
that's true.
I ended the life of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Hello.
Oh, bro.
We're a trending topic.
Ready?
Hello.
You seen?
One herbal tea, please.
Which flavor?
Flavor. Jasmine?
Sorry, I meant for the boba.
The little spheres of tapioca and sugar?
The tea comes with boba.
Well, it doesn't, because I see the tea right there and I see the boba over there. So why don't we just not combine them? Yeah? So I'll take the tea without the covert diabetes delivery mechanism, please.
The system won't let me do that.
Okay. Yeah, no, fine.
You know what? I'm glad I don't go to places like this, so I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Hello.
Me too.
Who are you guys with?
Cronkite News.
Who?
Cronkite News.
Cronkite?
Cronkite.
I never heard of it. But I have a question. How come you guys are wearing masks outside? What's the reason for that?
So it's crickets for the rest of the video. Look, can't make the show, folks. Why are we wearing these masks? I don't know. That's the whole video, man.
Yeah, I know why.
We're a trending topic, so it's relevant to speak on.
Because it's interesting.
Wait, what?
It's
Yeah.
fascinating. I am
That's what I'm saying.
fascinated by hoes.
Now, me, I have a I think I have a crush intellectually with Candace Owens.
How dare you?
This girl is just fucking sick.
Say it. I'm absolutely fascinated by the way the hoe mind works, the way the hoe hive works. I'm fascinated.
Next
I cover it on
documentary.
my show. You
And
are
it is
correct.
trending.
It is
I'm
trending.
saying, and that's why
when
it's such a
Emma
hot
gets
topic
up
to
and does a
speak about.
video and says something like, it's chic to be divorced before you're 30. It is absolutely fascinating to see how someone's mind can be so warped.
She literally said, "I'm fascinated on how the whole mind works."
In the same way that I think it's fascinating when anybody does anything crazy or says anything crazy, and I cover it on my podcast. I am not knocking it at all. I just tell people what the facts are. You can choose this lifestyle. And here is where you are 99.9% likely to lead in your life, right? You are probably not destined for marriage, or probably not destined for a stable relationship. Men are going to not want this long term. You can say it 1,000 times. You can have 1,000 cultural examples, and women's still got to go out there and be hoes, because they're about their money and about a Cardi B song or whatever it is.
Wow.
So yes, I think it is
Okay, Candace Owens is fucking the realist. That's who I would have loved to see RFK choose. Trump hasn't made his selection yet, has he?
No, I was going to talk about that, but no.
Candace Owens, she's black, number one.
No, he's not going to choose her.
Looks like this. Oh my God, Candace Owens is perfect. But
yeah, no.
Papa Smurf is acting.
Oh,
Equine. Equine Duckling.
we had the East. We have to have the West.
Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis.
Daw Historius, Law Historius, Utah State University.
Ewaconias, Sigornith Junior State, Oklahoma State University.
Exquisite team, Winslow, University of Nebraska.
Hukalakanaka, Hakanaka, Hikaluka, University of Hawaii.
King Prince Chamberlain, Baylor University.
The Danifer Jadana State, University of Colorado.
La da 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 la da 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 la da da la da la da da da. University of Arizona.
Harvard University. DeVry University.
Army. Navy Surplus Store.
Wingdings. Online classes.
First name, last name. College University.
God. Homeschool.
Squeeze.
Squeeze.
To Monica College.
Benedict Cumberbatch. Oxford University.
Aaron Balake, Morehouse College.
Equine Ducklings. Indiana
Oh, he's still there.
That's just too bad.
Yeah, I was gonna play something, and then this came up, and so you're a musician, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who Ronnie James Dio is? Ronnie James Dio, Rainbow in the Dark.
Play it. Play it.
You would have to know the song. I appreciate it.
Equine.
We're gonna.
This is scary. Do you know what Nickelodeon?
Oh,
Let me
wait.
give you guys a little history.
This
This is scary. Do you know what Nickelodeon means in Latin? Just wait. You're not going to believe this. When you search up the word Nickelodeon in Google Translate and convert it to English, it says, "I don't care about God. This is actually true. You can check for yourself. I will no longer."
What's your take on that?
Now, this is.
What's your take on that, Greg? Hello? All right, we've lost Greg. I'll play some filler until he comes back.
Let me give you guys a little history lesson, okay? When President Trump was inaugurated, Antifa and leftist rioters nearly burned down Washington, D.C. Did you call it an insurrection? No. BLM raised millions of dollars on the Act Blue Democrat fundraising website, and then proceeded to cause $2 billion in damages across American cities and communities, all in 2020, every day. Not one day for 3 hours, every damn day. Did
The three people on the left are actors. They've been briefed to stand,
or sit when they hear this. Everyone else that's brought in is a genuine shortlisted applicant. They've been given no instructions other than to fill out their forms. My team and I were secretly watching from another room. The more socially compliant a person is, the more they're likely to look to others for signs of how to behave.
That's gonna be your spot.
And the more people, the greater the pressure to join in. In this case, whether to stand or sit. Those people that didn't follow the crowd were removed. I think we have to lose Amy, sadly.
Amy, come with me.
Once we had a full house, we got rid of the actors, leaving us with a room full of compliant people standing up and sitting down, even though nobody told them to do this.
The history we've all been taught is a massive lie.
Unfortunately, there's been a lot of shootings recently, so let me explain how this works. If the shooter's a white man, it's a hate crime. But if it's a tranny, they were driven to violence. But if it's a black man, it's a troubled youth.
That's true.
If you've ever wondered what you would have done during the Holocaust, you're doing it right now. If you're sitting there silently, if you are backing up the perpetrator, that's
Is this what we see on TikTok?
So
Is
that I've
this
created so you
why?
can visually see all of the different locations of the sleeper cells? And again, these are just the ones that we have on the watch list. There could be several others that we don't know of at this time. And again, they're saying to watch for a coordinated.
You are back.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why is this I mean, is that what TikTok is doing? It's like click, quick here, where it's like, no, these are deep rooted issues. Everything that we are going through, that our children are going through, that our children's children are going through, these are deep rooted issues. And we need to understand where these issues came from. A lot of these TikTok videos, this is why like I said, I just post things on TikTok. I have no desire to look at what anyone else. I should look at what you are doing on TikTok so I can follow you and back you up. But aside from that, like, unless I know somebody that is real on TikTok, I have no interest in doing anything on TikTok. But now that I know that you're on TikTok and you're, looking at these things,
I have enough subs to where I can go live.
well, I want to make sure that I back you up. That I back you up on what you're doing on TikTok, because I had no idea.
Boy, what you were saying about the fakes and the phonies earlier, that's a conversation that a lot of people don't want to have. Yeah. They don't want to have that conversation because they would actually have to come to the realization that somebody that they've been close with for a long time was not a good person.
Well, I want to get back to, since I have
I know what you are.
Since I have you here, right? I want to get back to some of your views on boxing. I want to get back to where you think, Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson too old?
I can tell you this, a lot of the kids that I see now, I've been doing this 21 years now, and they're softer.
What can they learn?
Generation is getting softer, just like this huge push for dudes wanting to turn into females and shit. Same thing. I've watched it.
So what do you think about Mike Tyson, this new Tyson fight?
Mike Tyson would destroy this guy in a round.
Is there a difference, because you had mentioned the gloves and
Well, they talk about the age too. Like I'm
but
50.
what about the
Tyson's
weights?
only 57. It's
What
not
about the
that old.
boxing glove weight? Let's focus
Yeah, they're
there.
using the 16-ounce gloves, only 2-minute rounds. Pro rounds are 3, and then you see other people saying it's going to count on
So
it can't count on a pro record.
What is Tyson?
If you're
What
using
is
16-ounce gloves and you're doing 2-minute rounds, that's
okay?
not a pro fight.
What is Tyson used to? Is he like back in the
He's
day?
used to 10 or 12 ounce. Well, 12 ounces. He was a heavyweight.
12 ounces.
But
Okay,
but when he was an amateur, though, he got to use those 8s and those 10s and those 12s too.
like what is the difference? Is it that much of a difference when you're
Yes,
getting hit?
100%. 100%. It's like being hit by a pillow or a fist. You think about this. Well, you have 16-ounce gloves. That's what you spar with, and they're bigger. There's more padding. Then you get smaller and smaller, and you get closer to a fist. That's why, again, as I was saying earlier, man, I mean, even the heavyweights back in the day, Ali, Frazier, Sugar Ray Robinson, they used 6-ounce gloves.
Wow.
Again, and I want to really make this clear to people. What MMA fighters use, those knuckleless gloves, are 6 ounces. So these heavyweights, badass punchers, were using those gloves for a long time. And then there was research. That's why they upped them.
And was it more because of the Muhammad Ali to make sure that people didn't end up
No,
like
I'm
him?
so unsure about this whole thing. So the headgear doesn't keep you from being hurt. Doesn't do anything really. You know what it does? It keeps you from the shock.
So there was an argument that Ken Shamrock made that said, "Look, it's better to just do the bare knuckle fighting and just like you get punched
I mean,
and you."
I love when they did the open UFC fights, but no, it's never better to be hit by these bare knuckle boxers. That's crazy to me, man. That's street fighting. It's all you're doing is street fighting at that point.
So how do you like if you were to say, okay, Eric, how do we make sure that we protect the boxing, but we also protect the boxers? How do we make sure that we're not going overboard?
Everything is in place right now. In fact, they have gone overboard as far as, because again, the headgear doesn't protect you against anything.
Right.
Really.
But if you're doing 16-ounce gloves, that that may make that.
Yeah, 16-ounce gloves. Again, folks, so imagine this is a pillow right here.
Yeah.
I'm putting it on my hand. Now the pillow gets smaller and smaller. Now I have just this, pretty much. What's going to hurt you more, the pillow or the fist? The fist, of course.
And
So
so
that's
if you take more punches from the pillow, yeah, you could take more punches and you'll keep standing. But I think what Ken Shamrock was saying is, well, if I hit you with my knuckles, you're
You're
going to fall
done.
down once or twice and you're done and the fight is over.
You're done.
Whereas-
These movies, these Hollywood movies where grown men are punching each other like 10, 20 times in the face.
Yeah,
And they're getting back up and fight. That does not happen. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Ken Shamrock, I mean, he's right in a way. If you use fists, I mean, it's so. Have you watched some of these fights? There is a bare knuckle boxing league.
No, they're too brutal. I mean, I like
It's street fighting.
UFC.
It's not a sport anymore. You've just taken it to UFC is almost not a sport.
I think
That's true.
boxing for me is boring. I like
Sport.
UFC. I like the UFC because you can do more than just punching. It's not just punching and that's it. So
The
I
problem
like
with the
that.
UFC is that even who was the guy that there were a couple guys, but there was one I interviewed about this. Chuck Liddell. Do you recognize that name?
Oh yeah.
So I spoke with him, and this is probably 6 years ago. He said there are going to be changes coming to the sport because they haven't had a chance to evaluate, because it hasn't been around for that long enough, the long-term effects on these fighters. But he believed that they're going to up the glove ounces. They're going to make them bigger and change some of the rules. This is probably 6 years ago when I talked to Chuck Liddell about this, but nothing's changed yet. But again, but that makes sense because it hasn't been around long enough to evaluate the long-term effects on these fighters.
That's
And once
interesting
it's evaluated,
because-
it's going to be crazy because I mean, you're dropping elbows on people, man. Knees.
You have the UFC company is also owned TKO Sports. It sounds like TKO Sports owns UFC and they own the WWE. So they own both of these things here. And you look at
really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you look at some of the things that the UFC and this is all Dana White, right? So Dana White, and it's just the UFC really feels it to me. It feels like they have done it right. It is a sport, more like basketball, baseball.
Yeah, you
football.
have a referee. Nobody's going to die.
Yeah, nobody's gonna die. Thank you.
And sometimes they do. Even in boxing, it happens very rarely, though. It happens in all sports.
Well, I
happens in
think
football.
that's where boxing really is like, wait a minute. Okay, so nobody's gonna die in the UFC.
Back to what you were talking about with Tyson and Jake Paul.
Yeah.
That is not them boxing. That is not a real contest. That
Are
is
you sure?
That is a show.
Okay.
That is
We're gonna have to do a show when
it's a show that's going to make both of them a shit ton of money
when is that fight happening?
and
We're gonna have to do
entertain a
show.
lot of people. I don't even know. That's how
Yeah,
much.
No, we're gonna. I'm gonna have to contact you whenever that happens.
Okay. If they went bare knuckle, though, I mean, Tyson would
No, I mean,
destroy him.
No, but you mentioned the different pounds. You know, the
16-ounce
gloves.
those are sparring gloves. Like before I'm getting ready for a fight, I use 16-ounce gloves to spar and then drop down to 12-ounce gloves. That these guys aren't they're using they're sparring. Essentially, it's a sparring match.
Because they want to make it last.
Yeah, I mean,
longer?
Tyson gets paid the more rounds he goes, the more money he makes. That's
See,
already in the contract.
I mean that
alone.
How many people know that?
Greg, if you want to know how it goes, so when you first get into pro boxing, you have A side fighters and B side fighters.
Okay.
A side fighters have a manager, have money behind them. And then the B side fighters, they just show up to get paid. So you can build a record of 10, 20. I could go 20-0 right now.
That's
at
like
52,
wrestling. That's
if
like
I wanted.
wrestling.
It is. That's how
Yeah.
it works most of the time.
Okay.
Back in the day, though, it was different. There was honor. A lot of these fighters back, when I say back in the day, I'm talking about 1980s and before that. These fighters, they were fighting people with really good records right off the get-go. It's pretty much a joke. The professional boxing industry. Once you get to the higher echelons of the industry, then it becomes more real. But when you're starting out, like I said, Greg, fuck, I could pay people right now. I could be 10-0 at 52 years old because I could just pay bums. All they have to do is pass the physical. Show up. I mean, why wouldn't you? A lot of these guys, they get paid $1,500 to $2,000. They get to fly all over the country, free food, free room, and they do it over and over again.
But this is why. Go ahead.
They don't like me talking about this stuff.
Well, this is why I wanted to.
But
ask
it's
you
a fact.
about, the Rocky movies. and you know what is good, what is bad, and we could do a whole
Well, the
different
Rocky
series.
movies were ridiculous because Rocky never used any defense. He never kept his gloves up. That's why it was kind of ridiculous. But
Do
that's
you
what
think there's
I
just
noticed. The Creed movies. Have you seen the Creed movies? The
no, I
ones
haven't. No,
from
I
Apollo
refuse.
Creed's son.
I refuse.
Well,
I refuse.
Rocky Coach Creed. Well, you should watch them.
I am banned.
Because I noticed that Creed actually kept his gloves up, so they actually evolved that way. But
I
yeah,
refuse to watch.
if you watch the Rocky movies, the dude's got his hands at his side and he's just getting pounded.
I
Now,
love all of the Rocky movies.
and I do too, of course, man. But as far as realistically boxing, yeah,
no, not gonna happen.
But you know what? There's a lot of boxing matches out there, professional ones, belt ones, where some dude was getting his ass kicked and got knocked down a couple times, got back up and won. So Rocky is not that far from the truth. What Rocky showed us is that having heart and the will to win, you will, no matter what you're going up against. Kind of like the New World Order.
Exactly. If you're making a movie about boxing, how do you start that off?
He did though. He trained in gyms. It was
it's good. It's good.
My problem with it, again, as you can probably understand, is that it's the defense part.
Okay.
It's the not having your hands up at all.
Which
but
is everything
other than that, right?
I mean, I've been teased. You know, even I've never done any boxing or anything, but you know, put your arms up, like.
Well, yeah, your coach. Which boxing coach would say keep your arms down or your hands down? It makes no sense. So, Greg, last year I came back and I boxed for the first time in over 12 years.
Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Because when I won my national title,
yeah,
that was they stopped giving away belt. They give you a big medal, but not a belt. Everybody wants a belt. So anyway, flash forward with my ego to almost 13 years later, I came back and trained. First thing I had to do was find out if my body could take it. You know what I mean? As a 51-year-old, can my body even take sparring like this and training like I used to? That was the first thing to overcome, which Tyson going through that probably too at 57. And my body held up miraculously. And so because I was a master, meaning there's only maybe 20 different people in the world a master can fight, because we've had too many fights as an amateur. Anyway, long story short, so I got matched up. It was for a world title belt against a dude who had 70 fights. I had 15, which that's not bad. It's 70. He was a Canadian Hall of Famer. He fought in the Olympics as a silver medalist, and the person he lost to was Oscar De La Hoya. So this is who I'm fighting against at 51. First time boxing in 12 years. And it was, wow, what an experience in Atlantic City. So again, as an amateur fighter, you're used to just kind of fighting. So I'm in this hotel with fucking tons of people there. There's probably fucking 1,000 people. A bar. And I mean, this guy's a legend in Canada. And so I lost a split decision. It wasn't one-sided, but it felt good. And I can't wait to come back and fight again this year. But that's what I'm facing when I fight now.
Dude, I mean, that's so amazing.
People in the Masters division are most of them are way better than most pro boxers. But if we turn pro, we can't do that anyway. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
No, it seems like there's the.
You didn't see it? I posted it on Facebook.
I'm not on Facebook.
Yeah, that was my only choice. And there were so check this out, man. In Atlantic City, when I was doing this fight, there were 6 people registered in our. So it's a tournament. That means that 2 would fight against 2, and then it would narrow
Right.
down to just. So every single person dropped out against this guy except for me.
Wow. Why?
Because he would have fucking stomped him, dude. I mean, this guy's like, he's in the Canadian Hall of Fame, Olympic silver medalist, fucking fought against Aloya, and here I am, I'm standing there going, all right, let's give it a shot. Let's give her a go. And fought since I was 40. 39.
That's awesome.
Right. Crazy, man. So I'm
Yeah.
coming back this year and doing it again.
That's awesome, man.
Yep. So when you bring things to me like Tyson or Jake Paul,
Yeah.
joke, if they were wearing the right size gloves, Tyson would knock him out in the first round.
Yeah,
No doubt.
and see, that's the whole thing is that like me, obviously, because I like boxing, but I'm a casual fan, so I'm like, oh, okay, I don't understand the difference between the boxing
Dude,
gloves.
my coach is 70 years old, and he still
the black
fucks
dude?
every.
Is that the
He
black
still
dude, isn't
fucks
it?
everybody up, bro. Still fucks them all up, right? Freak of name. That's Tyson's only 57.
Is he really? Wow.
Yes, he's only 57.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yep. So that's
Okay.
again, it's a lot of money, and it's not going to you, me, or anybody else. It's going to them. So
No.
good for them.
No. I mean, everything Tyson does fascinates me. And I don't know if you've seen what Tyson has recently said about Donald Trump.
Oh, I have.
seen that?
Of course, I have.
Dude, he's like, dude, Trump is the only one that backed me up on
Yeah.
all of those charts. And I'm like, that's good because
Did you know that Ice Cube and several other people back him up too?
Ice Cube,
Mike Tyson up.
Ice Cube backed up Trump too.
You see
Ice
what
Cube
Ryan
was like-
Garcia just did?
No.
Ryan Garcia, 3-time fucking world champ. You haven't really?
Mm-mm.
Oh, hold on a sec. I'll be back. So this is well, he's a world champ, professional boxer. He's one of the best in the world. He came out and said that the Illuminati fucked him up, and he went to Bohemian Grove, and they asked him to do. You haven't seen this?
No.
Oh, hold on.
Whoa,
I totally would have thought you have seen this.
No
Hold on.
way.
Yep, I'll find it.
All right. Yeah, share that. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
look
give
for
me a
the-
sec here.
I want to find the
Ryan
clip of,
Garcia. Here, I'll just type it in as a keyword. That probably will bring it up quicker. I know Ryan Garcia. Yeah, here you go. Here you go.
Wait, hold on.
Tied me down and they made me fucking watch, dog.
Start
I
over.
absolutely don't give a anymore.
But do you know the real story behind the Bohemian Grove?
Coming through?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the world champ right now.
Can you start over? Just
Can I what? That's the world champ, a professional boxer, welterweight, right there.
And what it is. Before we start, make sure you like and share this with someone who doesn't know about the Bohemian Grove. Also, do you think this is just a marketing stunt to sell?
Oh, no, it's just about him. But I got a better one from Ryan Garcia. They're saying he's not even mentally competent to even fight anymore because of what he saw. Yeah, man. You haven't seen this, huh?
No.
Oh, fucking good. Because you're somebody who would understand the significance of it. I don't even know if I can find it. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. It must be. There he is. Ryan Garcia. Just kidding, bro.
Reminds me of somebody else.
I just love your passion, Greg. I have a man crush on you. Okay. Yeah, I don't like penises, but I do have a man crush on you.
Yeah, I love badges. I think we're both people of the vag.
So, anything else you want to know about the fight game?
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about this. So, let me see here. Yeah, I want to get your views on this, man. Because you're a boxer, dude. I've been so glad to have you here. Here we go.
I don't like the way this stuff is going, right? But I like Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump stood up for me when they talked bad about me, and people said, "What do you think about this convicted rapist?" Said he was for you. He responded. And he said, He accepted my vouching for it. He accepted that and said, "Mike is my friend," and I respected that.
Mm-hmm. It's hard not to.
And I couldn't. I listened. And he said things, and people went against him, and black people went against him.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that too. Some of the things that went on and why they were upset.
With you, in regards to you?
No, with regards to black people in general.
Right.
All the stuff, Charlottesville and everything.
Charlotte.
But listen, you look at a guy like me, where I came from, all the felons I got. This guy's president. He's a nominee. He's just campaigning. He's not president yet, but he's just campaigning. He says all these cool things. I like Mike Tyson. He likes me. We're both it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's campaign. And then what am I gonna say? Fuck him. He's a racist pig. I can't find myself to say that.
Right.
I can't say that.
Right.
I can't say that.
Right.
I'm not gonna be one of those guys to say that.
Right. And if people are like, well, Mike is fucking bugging, Mike's just saying,
I can't say that. I can't listen. A lot of my people from my community turns against me, turn their back on me for my rape conviction. I don't want to hear that shit. Come on, I'm just keeping it real with you.
Nah, I hear you. That's what Mike, you're so fucking genuine.
I don't want to hear you.
Yeah, right. Like the dude on the other end of the mic is not going to say everything he can to make Mike happy. Too. It's fun. I listen to this. I see this man. I train with men like this. My coaches are men like this. They demand respect. And listen, how can it be bad if one of the arguably best boxers in history is backing Trump? That's a good thing. That's a great video, man.
But that's the other thing.
I love seeing that. I've never seen that.
Trump is backing Tyson, and after Tyson, whatever they went after Tyson, and Trump is backing him. Trump has no reason to back him. Why is Trump backing him? Everybody else is, even me. I was,
Warriors joining up with Warriors. It's what makes sense to me.
Trump understands boxing, UFC, and WWE. He
was an active participant in professional wrestling.
All three.
Yep.
Trump is a guy who got stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin. Trump is a guy who actually punched out Vince McMahon. And we look at all the things that are happening with Vince McMahon right now. Some crazy stuff here.
Do you want to see what's going on with the welterweight champion, professional boxing welterweight champion? What he's saying?
Yeah.
Ryan Garcia. I thought you already knew about this. Well, here's what he's saying.
People just went to Congress and talked to Congress and showed him a little note of a little girl saying, after she was sexually abused for years and years and years by these people. So what happens is they abduct these kids and they sell them in auction to these rich people. It was just Jeffrey Epstein was just the tip, the iceberg tip.
Welterweight champion of the year.
You can imagine if he's and there has to be a lot more, right?
Like him already.
How did Jeffrey Epstein make his money? Nobody knows how the fuck he made his money.
So he came out with this. That's not even the shocking part, though, bro. When he came out, so they called him a crazy conspiracy theorist. Said he's losing his mind because he's talking about this.
Holy fuck. Dude, I'm actually here. This is insane.
Okay, so this is misinformation. That's not Ryan Garcia.
Pay attention.
This is on June 10th, 20.
Just had your t-shirt.
My next fight, I'm gonna get $50 million.
And I'd be crazy to have.
You know, I've already made $41 million in my career. At 25
I saw
years
that.
old.
You posted it on Instagram.
I used to drink Haterade too. How does it taste?
Just so anybody out there questioning who this guy is. Anyway, that's not what Ryan Garcia leaked. That's what Alex Jones leaked. I need to get to. Here we go. You ready for this? And he's a complete 100% Christian. That's why it fucked him up what he saw when they took him one of these parties. Here you go.
I'm not okay anymore. Soon my TikTok will be deleted. They're gonna try to put me in jail. And they're gonna kill me. Real me.
Oh, did you heard that right? That's the champ right there.
Oh, you conspiracy theory, mental health issues. No, but you're an idiot. And Prime tastes like shit. And everybody that's lying on this podcast to say that Prime doesn't taste like shit, you know it tastes like shit. It's super sweet. How is it super sweet?
He's a killer, bro.
One day, it was 3 years ago. I felt, the Lord was calling me, and there will be an earthquake, and people will, God.
The Lord was calling me.
Can come that way if He wants, but most of the time it hits your spirit, and then you kind of have to test it to see if it's true or not. Like where's that coming from? And then if it doesn't leave your spirit and your heart, then you receive revelation. And sometimes.
So they say because he's talking like this, he's insane.
Ryan Garcia is acting really weird.
What is happening?
Of course.
Why did?
I don't know why I did that.
And you're sitting.
Oh.
I'm okay. I think you peed yourself though.
That's not the first time.
I'm sending security in right now. Security. Make sure he's okay.
I think that
You know, I've already made $41 million in my career. At 25
I saw
years
that.
old.
You posted it on Instagram.
I used to drink Haterade too. How does it taste?
You're so
funny.
So lucky you're rich.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Wait till I get my money.
Imagine if you
right?
didn't have money. Would you have any friends?
No, but I'll be still talking my shit.
Rich,
poor, sad, happy man.
You see that? Still talking about the
He seems
love
retarded.
this. I love this
No,
guy.
and there's something wrong with that guy.
I don't even.
Something wrong
right.
with that guy.
Well, right. He might be fucked up right now, but he's speaking truth.
Dude, there's something wrong with that
Yep.
guy.
Oh, yep. We'll see when he fights this month. How
That
we're
shows you I got big balls. All you have in this life is your balls and your word.
And
And
I
I
don't
hang that
break
shit
'em.
on everybody straight up. At the end of the
The renowned boxer Ryan Garcia was recently reported as kidnapped by a very mysterious group of Satanists in a forest at Bohemian
You don't
Grove in
say.
California. Ryan lives in the United States in Los Angeles and disappeared after being last seen during an unexpected visit to this dark place known as a home for satanic rituals and a spot where famous individuals worship a statue of the Babylonian owl god. Garcia witnessed very disturbing things. He claimed to have witnessed massive orgies, alcohol-fueled parties, and even human sacrifice rituals, in which he himself was a direct witness. Garcia managed to escape from that terrifying place.
Oh, he talks about it too, bro.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
said
No, he does though.
Where's he talking about it though?
Talks about that he was sickened by it, and he's going to talk about it. He's probably
I
going to
don't
die.
know, man.
Oh, we'll
That's,
see.
That's some strange stuff. Strange stuff. That seems very strange to me.
Fuck him, man. I don't believe I want no racist campaign for me. He could have easily said that.
Right.
He talked to me about reverencing me. So I said, fuck, I ain't going to say nothing disrespectful about him. He never said, then he said beautiful things about me. So what do I do? You know, people in my family don't like him. I should say, what do I do? You tell me, Mike. I'm on your show now. No, really, tell me, Mike.
You know, I think what you should do, Mike, is just what you just said, straight up. Because I mean, obviously, we're not talking about, like we mentioned, people that have done really horrible things earlier. And your experience from him is different. And as much as I can't stand this cocksucker, this is me as the president. Because before he was just Donald Trump. I see him at the parties and shit like that. It's complicated, man.
I was hoping he said something disrespectful about me. I could deal with that, but I can't deal with him saying something nice and I think something that's disrespectful about him or against him.
And knowing your personal experience is
I can't do that. I'm the Tomden. That's the Tom.
Yeah. He ain't gonna say nothing bad about.
Straight up. Straight up. This is when Ryan Garcia claims he's a clone. Again, he's a world champ, welterweight pro fighter.
Clone.
Here you go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Up. Gotta put the.
Did they clone me?
They clone me. This guy seems like a
listen
fool.
to this. He's not a fool.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Can you?
Dude, how can
listen?
you cap
Mike
on
Tyson,
a three-time world champ, man,
because
speaking out about what he's seen?
Listen
to
what
Mike
he says.
Listen to what he says.
Compare Mike Tyson to this fool.
Might be a clone.
This dude is a
Three-time
buffoon.
world professional
He's a
champ.
buffoon. Come on, man. Mike Tyson is a world-class.
I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying. You're saying a three-time world champ professional right now. He owns three belts as a professional boxer, and coming out against the New World Order is a buffoon.
He's not.
Okay, he's a buffoon.
He's not.
These
are
you're allowed to think what you want.
I'm dead ass, bro. I don't feel like myself. I feel like a shell of myself. They're cloning me for sure.
Dude, Mike Tyson never said this stuff. Compare this guy to Mike Tyson.
They got
Mike
him.
Tyson is a world.
Mike Tyson never said a lot of
guy's
stuff.
A fool. This guy's a buffoon.
So the three-time world champ, welterweight champion, is a fool.
That doesn't mean anything.
You don't.
Mike
you have to
Mike
research
Tyson will knock this motherfucker out. No.
Well, yeah, because he's a
Not
welterweight and Mike Tyson's a heavyweight. Yeah, he would.
Yeah. No,
So this guy's a
not.
fool. He said he was brought to Beaming Grove. He witnessed some sick shit.
But he ain't got no
Said he
proof.
might be dead
got
for
no proof.
bringing this information out, but he's a. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with this.
I'm trying to understand what evidence.
I'm telling you, he's a three-time world champ, current world champ, holds two belts, professional boxer. He was brought to Beaming Grove, witnessed some sick shit, came out and started talking about it. Now he's all over the place.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I like that.
This is
I like it.
he is 100% Christian.
Okay. I like that too. But he says he's a clone.
Well, this was
Come on.
after everything happened, though. After here, let me just.
So everybody knows what's going on with Ryan Garcia. This is where we're gonna break it down.
Yeah, let's break it
because
down.
there's three
I don't
theories.
wanna hear-
Number one,
I don't
Ryan
wanna
Garcia.
hear-
Why was he in the news before?
Other
that?
people
Because
say,
his
I
fight,
wanna hear what
before
he
his fight though, did you hear about him? Not a lot, right? So Ryan Garcia is saying all this stuff to promote the fight. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying this is a theory people are saying. Theory number two, Ryan Garcia is dead ass being under spiritual warfare, under attack by the Illuminati, the elites, whatever you want. Theory number three, Ryan Garcia signs the Illuminati, sold his soul, whatever. That's why he's going through all this shit, and then now he's trying to break free from it. You see his tattoo on his head? Oh yeah, the eye. Was that new or not? It's new, but he came out with a video recently. He said, don't even worry about this. And he goes, that side, the evil side, what they try to do, they try to take what's God and make it theirs, which is true. It's like they try to symbolize things that are actually of God, but make it, bad. But at the same time, if you know that's what it's about, would you really make that? No. You wouldn't, right? I swear you wouldn't. So everybody knows what's going on with Ryan Garcia. This is where we're going to break it down.
Yeah, let's break it down.
Because there's 3 theories, fam. Theory number 1, Ryan Garcia, why was he in the news before that? Because his fight. Before his fight, though, did you hear about him? Not a lot, right? So Ryan Garcia.
No. Propaganda. Fake news. You want to make sure that we hear it from the person who is, from Ryan. And that's the only thing that we really want to see. So if they're going to talk about it.
Las declaraciones de Ryan García continúan y están.
Rest in peace to Ryan Garcia. What the is going on? Earlier today, this was posted on Ryan Garcia's Twitter page. And it has many fans worried, especially since recently there's been speculation of him doing Pepsi and seemingly crashing out.
First, I want to give glory to Jesus Christ. I want to lift the room up with the energy of inviting the Holy Spirit in here to lead what I should say. So that's what I'm going to do. I want to invite the Holy Spirit to come into this room and fill this room with peace.
No, that's bullshit.
To be really direct.
Bullshit.
What happened to your voice?
Not buying it.
I've been screaming for these promos, but I'm not even going to react. At the end of the day,
No, not buying it. I mean, I don't know. Only God knows for sure. So I can't. But no. That seems very strange to me.
Ryan García acaba de revelar al mundo entero que las personas.
So let me ask you, Eric, what do you think about this guy? What do you think about Ryan Garcia? What do you think about this whole thing? I mean, what did he die, or break it down for me, brother? Was he a Christian who was murdered or was killed, or it sounds like they're saying he died, or am I just not understanding that part? I don't know if you can hear me.
Press always asks me, don't I wish I were debating him? No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym. That's what I wish. I said, no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be. That you cannot be civil with a political party that wants to destroy what you stand for, what you care about.
If you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd.
Ain't nobody inciting nothing.
And you tell them they're not welcome.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
President Walker, how do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
When they go low, we kick them.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Yes, I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Wow. Yeah, that's right there, bro.
Some Congress people.
What a stupid son.
Mm-hmm.
Under my leadership, the Republican Party will
Hold up right there,
support
Greg,
the creation
if
of
you can.
strong, thriving,
You can
and
hear me.
healthy American families.
Real quick. I got a 29-second clip you had to play. I know you live near here. You reported on this event.
Wow, Aaron, ¿qué está pasando con Ryan García?
Faster right here.
So what do you think this is? I think it's someone's joke. Bunch of cowboys and shit mixed in with some.
Look at that, Greg. And that's Ryan talking. That's fucked up, bro.
Wow, Aaron, ¿qué está pasando con Ryan García?
And y'all still wondering why these artists went from looking like this, looking like this. Like, I mean, look at Doja Cat, bro. And now look at her.
Someone recently asked me what happened to
Bro, I got a whole bunch of files I got to put together.
What y'all think of the face-off? Got a little.
Right. Nope. Nope. Nope.
You think you'll beat Tank?
I know I'm gonna beat him. 100%.
Nope.
What happened with Ryan Garcia? Did die
He
or something?
got invited. No, he got invited to Bohemian Grove. He saw a whole bunch of shit, just like I
Alright.
showed you,
Alright.
while I was filming Kid Shoes, and got freaked out. And he's a Christian and believes in Yeshua Jesus, and decided to come out and talk about it, and knew when he came out and talked about it, his life is probably over.
Why? Because he talked about it?
Correct.
This is the
Correct.
first.
He is a 3-time world champ, bro. I don't know. I mean, if you don't follow boxing, then you
No,
probably
I'm
wouldn't
just-
know it.
No, I
He's
don't.
just big in boxing, as the biggest wrestler you can name right now in
Okay.
wrestling.
So he's just saying
That he
all
went
the stuff.
there and he's fucked up about it. Like it totally fucked him up.
He went to the Bohemian Grove.
Correct. And filmed it
Do we know what year?
this year.
2023, 2024.
2023. And he hasn't been the same since. And he has absolutely zero reason to do this. Zero. Like, why?
Wait, so he went to.
He said he's.
Let me understand this.
Yes, sir.
He went to the Bohemian Grove.
Correct.
In 2023, and he saw some stuff and blah blah blah, and
came back and talked about it live on all his.
Okay.
And you're
What
talking
has
about
he
somebody who
talked
has
about?
hundreds of millions of people watching.
But
what
what
he
has he
says.
talked about? So, I
He
mean,
talked about the what he saw was horrific. He saw children being raped. And
really?
he said, "Fuck yeah, yep."
He saw children being raped.
And well, that's the least of it. Murdered, actually sacrificed. Children being sacrificed.
So
Right. So right now, when you're saying this to me, you sound like the people that are fucking saying he's insane.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this: somebody who is a world champion boxer, who from another country, they invite him out there. I mean, doesn't it make sense? They don't
No,
know.
I
any
just
different.
I want to see. I want to capture the quotes.
No,
I'm all
this
about quotes.
this guy is almost like he's not like a David Crowley, because David Crowley was
No, I
like
don't care
crazy.
about that. But as
Ryan Garcia, so he went there and he saw some stuff, and
Well,
he came back and talked about it.
Quote him.
And he has just become increasingly bizarre with his behavior. A world champ boxer. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my interest would be to see, okay, what is he quoted as saying?
Well, I can play more. Hold on a second.
Where are the quotes where he's talking?
Well, I played some.
I want to see his experiences or whatever he says about being at the Grove.
Fair enough.
So, because we got people there every year.
guys,
So if
reports
he's
are-
there, he should connect with us so we can. We have people who were there in the.
I just pray for him
Spring
every day.
Kings. All right, let me add this.
One, why did Bieber all of a sudden stop talking about Jesus? Remember he talked about Jesus nonstop? Remember that? Me and Bieber were cool. When I was going through my
Bieber is now all about Jesus. So
I cannot express
I want to
enough
hear about
how much he talks about Jesus Christ.
No, I want to see.
My eyes do look
There you go.
I look crazy. I look like I lost so much weight. Do I look scary? Oh my gosh. I look scary.
See, now that's fake.
You know, you're very proud of your Mexican roots.
Yeah, I'm an old.
But there's little kids that are screaming for help. Tim Tebow just.
Oh,
went to
here
Congress
you go, right here.
For help. Tim Tebow just went to Congress and talked to Congress. But
gotta
there's
go
little
back
kids
to-
that are screaming for help. Tim Tebow just went to Congress and talked.
There are little kids screaming for help.
Ryan Garcia knew this was going to happen.
Oh, he also called out these events that happen in the U.S. Crazy. Can't make this shit up, Greg. Pay attention.
This is on June 10th, 2023. One of BB's insiders asked to meet up with Ryan. He said, "Hey, brother, good morning. I spoke with the Prime Minister BB."
They're wondering if he's still alive.
Yeah,
There you go.
Dude, I'm actually. I want to hear it from him. What is he?
This is him talking right now.
No way.
Just kidding.
Ryan Garcia got on TikTok.
No, these are all people, other people.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. I heard
Here's
it
the
from
dark
his own
truth
mouth.
behind Ryan Garcia that
Maybe it's bad.
Yeah, this is probably why my
Jeffrey Epstein ain't the only
Oh,
island.
here, this is a good one. This is definitely. I'm just saying, some fucking world champ like this talking like this.
Ain't the only island. That's what I will say.
Jeffrey Epstein's island is not the only island. That's what I will say. Let me roll that back.
Yeah, but there's there.
No,
I
no.
mean,
If you want to
it's
hear it, here.
I know, but it's not helping.
Jeffrey Epstein ain't the only island. That's what I will say.
How
They
does he know?
blackmail each other so they can have a union where they won't snitch on each other. Think about that. They do horrible things together so they don't snitch against each other, and they're rich so they hold each other accountable. If you say something, I'm gonna say something, and everything comes down. Think about it.
Let them know about your
These
foundation.
are the
Dude,
videos.
you having some cocktails? You just argumentative
No,
right
man,
now?
no. But
This dude is like fucking just
no,
exposing
he's
it all.
not. No, he's not.
He's
Because
not.
he's not exposing any facts. He is
What?
pretty much doing what they do, so that way they.
All right, so you're saying the current 3-time welterweight champion of the world right now just randomly is coming out and talking about Epstein Island
Here's
and
what
this
I'm
stuff.
saying.
I mean, I cannot understand why you would think this guy
Let
is
me explain it.
not
Let
genuine.
me explain it to you. Because he's not genuine. Let me explain.
This is the shit he.
Let me explain it to you.
What Ryan Garcia saw.
He didn't see this shit. He didn't see any. He didn't
see
any.
shit.
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Where's the evidence that he see that he?
Where's the evidence he didn't see shit?
Where's the evidence that he did?
I'm showing to you. I'm showing you a whole
he
bunch.
didn't see
I
anything.
literally just showed you
Where?
actual live footage of him filming. Oh yeah,
That's
that was
Alex Jones footage.
Nope.
He's never shown any footage of anything that we haven't seen.
All right, I get it.
That we haven't seen beyond.
You
Alex
are
Jones.
completely 100% wrong.
Ryan Garcia
I'm
was
right.
acting really weird.
What is happening?
What is he showing you in the Bohemian Grove?
Renowned boxer Ryan Garcia was recently reported as kidnapped by a very mysterious group of Satanists in a forest.
Come on.
I mean, what?
Come on. No.
What's right? What does Ryan Garcia have to gain from talking about this stuff? Absolutely nothing.
What is? I mean, he's not. Let me tell you what he has to gain. I'll tell you.
What?
I'll tell you.
He has $44 million to his name.
Yeah,
what possibly
exactly.
does he have to gain?
That's what he has to gain.
He already has 44 million. What more can he
propaganda.
gain? Oh my God! Really, dude? Come on,
What
bro.
is he? No, let me.
This is just
this
me.
guy's full of shit. He's full of shit.
Why?
Because he has not presented.
So
any
he shouldn't.
evidence
He shouldn't speak out against
No,
Beeman
he
Grove and the
should, but
elites. 'Cause
don't-
that's
but
what he's
don't-
doing.
No, but he has not
So
presented any evidence.
He went
or
to
anything.
Bohemian Grove. He saw some shit that was fucked up.
There's no
He's
evidence.
he's a
Where did
believer.
He went to Bohemian Grove.
Just again, Greg, do you really think I'm going to say this shit without presenting evidence?
No, and that's why I'm challenging you on this. I'm challenging you on this because
Las
declaraciones de Ryan Garcia
I
continúan.
don't see anything that
Half
that
the
says
shit
that he's
that right here, that's him speaking right now. I showed you the shoes thing, but it's in a different language. But I'll get to it.
Las declaraciones de Ryan.
Rest in peace to
Ryan Garcia acaba de revelar.
I don't see anything with this guy.
Ryan Garcia was doing a live show.
Here you go. Here you go. And this is his voice. Okay, Greg?
Okay.
You want proof? This
Yes.
is him.
Yes,
at
I do.
Bohemian Grove. Film.
Yes,
It's only
want
24
proof.
seconds. Here you go.
All right. Okay.
So what do you think this is? I think someone's joke. Just cowboy and the shit mixed in with some.
That's
You're
Ryan.
not wrong.
And what is that?
That's him filming when he was there.
Filming what?
Filming a bunch
Aw,
of kids.
come on, man. There's nothing there.
Well, it's already been analyzed that it was his voice.
Oh, come on.
Come on,
And
what?
and that's at the Bohemian Grove. Dude, this guy's another shill. No.
Well, why?
I'm buying it. I'm not
Why?
buying it. Because there's no evidence.
I'm not okay with
You don't just show.
Sitting on
Pause that,
TikTok will get
Eric.
deleted.
Pause that. And let me tell you.
Okay.
You don't just,
Jeffrey Epstein ain't the only.
My bad. Go ahead.
You don't just show all of that and then cut. No. Bullshit.
I don't even.
Bullshit.
Okay.
If you have the footage, you're gonna show, hey, I'm at the Bohemian Grove. There's like Alex Jones. I'm here. I'm there. No.
My question to you is, why would this 3-time world champ come out and talk about this randomly if he wasn't there?
Because if he doesn't have proof, then he has.
No, you're not answering my question. My question is, why would this 3-time world champ, professional boxer, just randomly? See, you're not even listening to my question.
I'm answering.
I'm asking you a very direct question. Why would a 3-time world champ, who it's already documented, you went there, come out and talk about a Christian, by the way, come out and start talking about this? For what reason? To what gain?
I would counter that with my own question.
You cannot counter my question with a question.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Well, you're supposed to answer the question, then you can.
Okay, my answer is he's full of shit. But
okay, now hold on. He's full of shit. Why would a 3-time world champ boxer?
Well, let me answer that.
Do this for what reason?
Let me explain why I think he's full of shit. Okay. Can I explain why I think he's full of shit?
By the way, folks, we always end up arguing sometimes, and it's not personal, but to think that a 3-time world champ boxer, professional boxer, would just randomly come out and do this, it makes no sense.
Yep.
Other than he's a Christian, he saw some shit that fucking fucked him up.
Or he's not a Christian and he's full of shit.
Nope.
Right?
Nope. No way. Not a 3-time. Nope. No way would he do this.
No way.
Nope. No way.
Let me tell you why he's full of shit.
No fucking way. You can tell me whatever you want.
Okay.
I don't. First of all, for you to bring an informed opinion on this, you would have actually had to research any of this. You haven't researched any of this, have you?
No.
You don't even know. You didn't even know who fucking Ryan Garcia was before I brought him up. So before you come out and give your opinion, perhaps you should research it, and then we can come back.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't know anything about this.
Yes, sir.
All you know is little clips I'm playing.
Yes, sir.
No, don't call.
Can I respond based on what I've seen?
No, because you need to fucking do your homework.
Oh, come on.
Do your homework and then come back and we'll talk.
So I can't even respond.
After you do homework,
so far,
we'll see a 3-time world champ who is a devout Christian.
Explain why he's full of shit.
Your life, a devout Christian.
All right.
Saw some stuff and just couldn't keep his mouth shut.
I don't believe that he saw
anything. Okay, but that's again after you look at the evidence.
Yeah, I haven't seen
then
it.
You can come back with an informed
There's
opinion.
no evidence that he's seen anything.
I have a hard time believing the Greg Fernandez I know, who didn't even fucking know who Ryan Garcia was, is going to come out with a full-blown opinion on this because you don't know anything about it. You don't know his background. Yeah. You know any of this. Correct. I would think you would do your due diligence.
Yeah,
before
I definitely will.
Well, but you haven't. You're just coming out saying he's a shill.
Yeah,
he's
but
fake.
He's not.
He's not fake. He's a humble dude from Mexico.
You don't know that. You don't. Know
I do know that. I've followed his career for a long time.
You don't know this guy.
I do manage professional boxers, and
you don't know this guy.
And I have followed Ryan Garcia for about 20 years.
You don't know this guy any more than I do.
Okay, right. But
you don't know him from Adam.
I would have more of a
maybe
whatever.
Maybe.
You've already formed your opinion. So
maybe
You have
let me give you my
what is
view.
that called? Cognitive dissonance already. You already don't like him, even though you don't know anything about him. You didn't even know he was a 3-time world champ, but you
I didn't
already
say.
are forming your opinion
No, I'm not saying I didn't like
from
him. I just
the
don't
little
believe.
videos that have come out. I can tell you
Right.
this, in my opinion,
Mhm.
from the research I've done, is
Right.
that this guy was a God-fearing person. He
Okay.
ended up at some weird party at Bohemian Grove, saw some shit he didn't like, came back out and started talking about it. Now he's nuts for talking.
Okay. All right. All right. I
Yeah,
can
well,
buy
let's
that.
see what this one is.
Can buy
I
that.
don't even know. Right. I mean, I'm going through videos, and a lot of them are fucking ridiculous, fake. But I'll find it. Right. Look at this one. Ryan Garcia caught cheating. Like that. That's relevant.
Yeah. This is like a TI.
You know, I'm not gonna get a
More
lot
like
of
a
it's been
TI
erased.
than a yeah.
Ugh. Fucking bad. Anyway, he has no reason to come out and do this, though. Like,
Really?
what reason would he have to come out and say I was invited to some weird party and I was watching anyway,
Mhm.
children anyway. That's what I saw. I can't find it now. Interestingly enough, I cannot find him talking directly about that now. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I haven't seen anything
Isn't
that
that a
would.
shocking? But
No,
I'm
I
not
haven't seen.
do you think I'm making this up that he said
No,
this? Of course, no.
no, no. Of course not. But I don't
He's
see
got
anything.
leave it to a warrior to fucking have balls to come out and do this. And I'm kind of shocked that you're like questioning him. Like for
Of
what
course,
reason?
I
He just
question everyone.
basically he's throwing away his entire life and career.
No, he's
To
not.
oh yeah, he is. Because now they're the
No, he's not. He's
oh
being
yeah, no,
coy.
no.
He's
The
being coy
commission
about it.
is asking them to do an analysis on him by mental health professionals because of this. Because he's out of his mind, crazy, talking about what happened at Bohemian Grove.
Mm.
And I'm shocked you're poo-pooing this.
I'm not poo-pooing
He has
it.
absolutely zero. Give me one reason this guy would have to do this. The only thing it's
No,
there
you're
goes that
muted.
again out of nowhere.
No, do it again.
Interesting. The only thing this will do is destroy him. It can't do any good for him. Why would he do this? He doesn't need money. He's already got 44 million. The fuck would he do this for? If he
Yeah,
didn't
see, like you
make
said, he's already got the 44 million.
right, he's already
Okay. Go again.
just for one reason why he would do this. Why would he make all this shit up for what?
But I mean, I don't know. I just have not seen anything that proves that he's there. Now, remember, I've been there. I understand. You know, you keep the camera rolling.
Oh, you've
here.
been on the outside.
You're correct.
You weren't a 44 million 3-time world champ rolling on the inside.
Thank God.
And
yes,
what he saw fucked him up. I've been following him again for almost 20 years now.
Yeah.
From when he was an amateur to now. Like night and day. After he went there, he came out and he was like, he doesn't care if he fucking gets killed for what he's saying. And quite frankly, it's shocking for you to even question.
No,
Like
just,
his
I haven't.
intentions.
I'm,
Like I have
I'm
no
open.
idea. All you have to do is give me one reason why he would just do this. Makes no
I'm
sense.
just saying, like,
Is he going to get more money? He's about to be. Isn't that crazy, bro?
He's about to be
Continuously muted, and I'm not doing it. And you're not
either. No, I'm gonna keep my hands up here, so you know I'm not doing it.
great. Anyway,
Why would this guy out of nowhere do this? Why? It's total.
There it goes again.
That's all I'm saying.
He's going to make $120 million. $120 million on this title fight. What the fuck? He's in jeopardy of not even having the fight because of what he's saying.
Why? Like, why would people care what he's saying about the Bohemian Grove?
Zero. Zip. Other than to lose $120 million.
He's not going to lose anything based on his views on the fight.
There is no fucking way. I'm looking at my keyboard. Why does my microphone keep getting muted?
I'm trying to keep my hands up here. So
Dude, I know you're not doing it. Obviously.
It happened again. Look at that. Yeah. You muted.
No, man, I didn't need to get just watching a true warrior
like the 3-time Christian go to Bohemian Grove and just get completely fucked up by what he saw to the point where he's going to come back and talk about it.
But where has he really talked about it? Where do we see that he's really talked about it to say, hey, I was at the Bohemian Grove. This is what I saw. This is what happened. Where is that video? I want to see that video.
Well, I
don't want to see a TikTok,
several,
2-minute video.
Oh, is that interesting? And my mic.
I want to see. I mean, if this person, if he's got something to say about the Bohemian Grove, believe me, I've got a book that I'm working on with the Bohemian Grove. I would love to add that to say, okay, I went to the Bohemian Grove. This is what I saw, etc.
I can't hear you, man. I can't hear a word you're saying right now. I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
I don't know if this is any better.
I still can't hear you.
No?
Maybe it's on my side. Let me look over on my other monitor.
Yeah, you're muted, man.
I'm muted?
Oh, nope, not now.
Okay, all right. No, so if he has a video, he needs to do a video and say, hey, look, this is what I saw at the Bohemian Grove.
He's put out a bunch. I just showed you some of the stuff.
No. There has been no video of
He
him.
went there. Well, who cares?
No. And that's TikTok.
He went there, came back.
No, you're muted.
Dude, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know, man. I don't know. All I can say is it's not me.
I know what it is.
Yeah, no, but he needs to make a video just like we did, where we
did. He did.
No, we didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, we didn't. Show me the video where he is...
Greg, 100% he made a video talking about his visit. As I'm trying to find it, I can't. Probably because it was fucking banned.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm not just going to come on here and make that shit up.
I know. But I'm just saying that's what we would want to see. We want to see, okay.
Right. I would like to see Penny Losner and Adam Lanza and all that stuff, but we can't see that either. I'd like to see.
I'm just saying this is all new
stuff
to me,
about
like you said.
David Crowley case, but a lot of that we can't see because it's banned now.
Right.
Same thing.
So I mean, you can't blame me because I'm questioning it and I haven't seen any evidence. I mean,
I've shown you quite a bit of evidence.
There's no evidence.
I've shown you quite a bit of evidence of this guy saying things out of nowhere randomly. Come on, man.
No.
Three-time world champ just talking this way. All right.
No. I showed you Mike Tyson.
Said do some research on it. Use
I showed
use
you
DuckDuckGo and you will
this
find it.
is
In fact,
why.
I'm gonna look right now.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've showed you the video of Mike Tyson clearly talking about his views on Donald Trump. So if this person has views on the Bohemian Grove, there should be some video out there like that. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying that that's what people want to hear. They don't want to hear this or
And
this.
I'm telling you, there was video out like that. Now I can't find
I'm
it.
not disagreeing.
Shock,
with that.
shock.
I'm not disagreeing that the video out there.
There is
doesn't
You said there
exist.
should be video out like that out there.
If this guy is a
There
multi-world
is.
champion,
I can't find it now.
Right? So it should be pretty easy for this person to create his own channel and put that stuff
This
out there.
person, 3-time world champ.
Exactly. If he's a 3-time world champ, put the
For
video
what?
out there.
For what gain?
If he's gonna say that he was at the Bohemian Grove and whatever he saw,
Greg,
put that
what
out
I'm
there
saying is
so we
for
can
what
see
gain?
it.
What could he possibly gain from this?
Well, what could he possibly gain from just letting other TikTok people show it and then he's just gonna...
TikTok people, the dude has $44 million. He's a 3-time world champ, professional
I don't
boxer.
give a shit who he is.
What does he gain by this? Now he's probably...
I don't give a shit who this
all
person
sources
is.
are saying he's probably
If
not
he-
going to be able to fight because they're saying he's mentally unfit.
Why are they saying
What?
that? Based on
Because
what?
he's coming out talking about all this crazy shit
Well,
that he
then-
saw at
well,
Bohemian
then I want to
Grove.
see the crazy shit he's talking about.
Oh
That's
my
what I
God,
want to
Greg.
see.
I
I want to
can't even-
see what is he saying. What?
You know what? If you want to see it, look it up. I'm looking it up right now as we're talking. I can't find what I up. Is this it? No, nope. I'm on DuckDuckGo and I can't find it now.
If they're gonna,
He came out and he talked about child
Okay.
sacrifices at Bohemian Grove, straight up. And that was the beginning of the end for him. I can't find it now.
no, it's cool. I mean, if he's saying that, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's cool.
There's
He should
nothing wrong with that.
continue-
He fucking said that. What
he
you should be
continue
concerned with?
to say that.
Are you
but
not
I haven't
concerned
seen
more
that.
about the? I'm telling you, point blank, he said this, and now when
No,
I'm
I
trying to
believe
find
you.
it, it's been scrubbed.
No,
Like
I-
you should
I
be more
believe you,
concerned
bro.
that it was scrubbed.
I am, and that's why I'm saying.
But you're
like,
questioning Ryan Garcia, a
yeah,
Christian man.
Of course I am.
Why?
I question everybody. He needs. I mean, if this is true, he will continue to put that out.
If what's true, it came. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find something.
Yeah, please,
Because I'm looking for it. I actually uploaded it on my station, but now it's struck from that video's gone.
No, but I want to hear what he has to say, and what he says happened. This is why, if it's in a court case, that's awesome, because the court case is going to give us the public documents.
This one's pretty good.
The court case is going to show us exactly what he said. Put on a record.
What fucking court case? They're gonna murder him, bro.
Dude, if they're not gonna murder him,
He's
if
already
it's in
said.
a
I
court
showed you a
case,
video earlier saying he's gonna get murdered. He
how
said
is he
it
gonna
out
get murdered?
because of
How is
what
he
he's
gonna get
exposing, bro.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
What do you mean that's bullshit?
That's bullshit. You don't
Again,
just
if
say,
you
"I'm
give me
not
one good reason why he would do this, I'll wait.
Because
Here you
he
go.
has not presented
Here's some
any
more
facts.
Here's Ryan Garcia right here. Let's
me,
talking about Epstein Island, but it's bullshit.
I want to say that I'm perfectly fine. I came here to talk, not as I'm frantic or chaotic or whatever, people may assume that I am mentally ill. What did they say? I'm going through a manic episode, or whatever they came about to try to make what I was saying, which was the truth, seem like it was a lie. They're trying to create confusion.
Okay, now what do you think he's talking about?
I don't know. I want to
Kind
hear
of the
him.
truth he talked about Epstein. I know.
I want to
It's
hear
not.
what he's
I
saying.
can't find it, Greg. I cannot.
This
It's not.
is
It
it.
doesn't exist anymore. Isn't that it?
No, I think
The Father, the
what
Son, the
you
That
Holy
makes
have
sense.
is
True.
pretty good. It's pretty good. I think what you
The
have
Father,
is
the Son, the
pretty
Holy
good.
Spirit. What the hell is the Holy Spirit?
What I
And then
want
you
to
go up
hear
and you take your first communion and
is
you're eating
him
the body of Christ in a
talking.
cracker. So is this cannibalism?
Is this guy
Why am I
dead?
eating a cracker? What part of the body of Jesus is this?
I don't know anymore, man.
Is he dead? Okay. Well, if he's not dead, then he has.
I told
He
you,
can.
I am.
Well, it just
I
keeps
want to
going.
hear from
Hopefully,
him.
I'll find it.
No, you just had it. I just didn't hear the
No,
whole
I
thing.
didn't. I didn't have. I cannot find where
I
he
don't care
comes
if
out
it's
after
ads on-
Bohemian Grove and talks about what he saw. I don't
No,
have
that-
it.
Wait, what brings you in today?
Yep, I don't think it.
Soon my TikTok will be deleted.
Well, it's TikTok.
They're gonna try to put me in jail.
It doesn't mean that he doesn't
They're
do
gonna tell me.
things other
Uh-huh.
places.
Just had your T-shirt with Diddy in the.
Y todos mis fans.
He seems like a TI. From what I'm seeing, it's
Nope.
a TI.
Yeah.
where you cannot
He
find.
wasn't. He was not a TI and didn't say or act like this until he visited Bohemian Grove.
But where? But he need. But where are the videos of him talking?
Again, Greg, I'm telling you this for the millionth
not gonna
time.
find it on
I
TikTok.
can't find them now. Isn't
Because
that
you're looking on
interesting?
TikTok. No.
Where
because
are the
you're looking on
videos of
TikTok.
Building 7 collapsing? Can't find those either now.
You can find those.
Really? God, find me one.
Yeah. AE 911 AE 911 which you know because you were standing next to Richard Gage. You
Bro, find me one
got
video
you got
about
a video
Sandy
with
Hook.
Richard Gage like this, so you know it's
Find
out
me
there.
one video about Sandy Hook that is against the narrative. I'll wait. Anyway, listen to this one. This one's good.
But it's all these other people talking about yap. I don't care what any of these other people say. about it.
Because the video is not out there anymore. It was
No, I
banned,
mean-
obviously.
Well, yeah, because we're looking on
you guys
TikTok.
know?
We're looking here, we're looking
do.
there.
That's what I heard.
But
So I have-
What's your theory on aliens?
Well, aliens are basically
if Ryan Garcia
the
is not
demonic
dead,
equivalent to humans. So the devil,
There
like,
you go.
and he has and
Listen
he
to
has
this.
made this money, he's got a website out there.
Listen to this.
so he has a lot of power. So obviously, these demonic creatures are part of the devil's humans type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, why do you think they're coming out with a bunch of UFO things slowly? The aliens been here for years and years and years and years, since Egyptian days.
Confirmed.
Before that, and the only reason they're slowly leaking it little by little is because if they did it right away, it would cause mass
Panic.
chaos, mass panic,
Come on.
confusion. So they've been setting this up just because Jesus is coming.
Movies, everything, right?
Yes,
It's
all
almost
this.
like everyone believes in aliens.
They cut
all of
him
a
off.
sudden, yeah,
He's saying
before that,
Jesus is
they put
coming.
my uncle in jail.
Cut him off.
For
They don't want to
saying
hear
that
him.
he
They don't
saw
want to hear them
aliens
talk.
and put him on just.
I don't think you want to hear him.
I want to hear him talk about Jesus. They don't want it.
He just-
as soon as he
constantly
starts
talks about Jesus. Isn't that
they
interesting?
cut him off. Isn't
disability
that
because he's
interesting?
a alien. But why can't he get off disability now when now aliens are low key real? So what the? At the end of the day, I know exactly what they're doing. There's gonna
He
be the
doesn't
rapture.
know exactly what they're doing.
Christ is gonna come back. It says in the Bible there's gonna be a great delusion. So how do you delude everybody? You got to make them believe it was an alien abduction. So while everybody's like, "Yo, people left," and there's gonna be people left behind, they're gonna be under a spell of sort because they think it was an alien abduction. They've been setting that up for years. You just look it up.
So you think the government's going to tell us soon that there's aliens?
Yes.
They're already starting to kind of to hint towards that.
How so?
I mean, first of all, through personal
Take the one out of your
conversations-
shoe, bro.
For personal conversations that I can't have is that I know specifically, I'm not going to talk like Ryan does, but I know for a fact that, and I have like crazy ass connections,
I know for a
Come from
fact.
the water,
This guy
like
doesn't
Ryan
know
does,
any
but I know
facts.
for a fact that, and I have like crazy ass connections,
This
He's-
guy doesn't know
come
for a
from the
fact. Who is this guy?
That's
Where's
all
your
I'll
proof
say.
of that?
They come from the water.
I heard that from
They're in the
This
water.
guy is. Who's
That's
that
where they are
guy?
right now.
That's why you
With
don't
the
go to
backwards
Half demon,
hat.
half. Yeah, this is literally yes.
They come from the water.
So what you think?
That's why I look
That
at
is a government.
You think aliens are running the world?
look up the Dagon or Dogon tribe. They understood about the calendars and the stars and everything, and they came and asked them, how do they know this? Researchers, and they said that a half man, half fish.
Yep.
dug a hole in the water and told them about all this stuff.
Oh,
Right, that was so right.
Dude, I think you go down rabbit holes and stuff like this.
Not
on
rabbit
YouTube.
holes. This is real shit. I think they're giving information to people that worship me. Yes, I think 'cause I've personally seen it, and one have watched over me and kept up. And I said, "You're not God, though," and he disappeared.
The alien? You've seen an alien?
Yes.
When? What was that?
But no,
Oh,
not
oh,
sleep.
oh.
In sleep paralysis.
Oh,
You ever
that's
had
the
sleep
worst.
paralysis?
Oh my! I had that every night. It's the worst when you can't move.
Yeah, but I had sleep paralysis. I got stuck and I could see my room, and the alien was just like looking at me like this, and I said, "You're
That's a
not God,
demon.
though." And he just
That's a demon. I think you're muted, Eric. I think you're muted.
Oh, this was post. Was this playing?
Yes.
This is post him exposing Bohemian Grove, and yes, he's scattered now, but the things he's talking about. Let me continue.
Bro. Okay.
Oh, hey.
Let me go back.
No, because I'm gonna find it.
Okay.
if you would have seen what I seen,
There you go.
would be not okay. You would have already hurt somebody. Like you would have already been like just knocking random out. Y'all seen what I seen?
Here you go, Greg. This is let me start it over. This is him talking about. Okay, you can.
Shit.
Again, it's zero research. Didn't even know who the person was. Already formed your opinion. Got it.
Yes,
if you would have seen what I seen, you would be not okay. You would have already hurt somebody. Like you would already been like just knocking random out. Y'all see what I seen? You would be doing it. But again, I don't get like too much into that because that's when they start saying I'm crazy. I'm doing one. I already took my body test and all that shit, and obviously it came out clean.
Yeah, so it's bullshit. So Ryan's not doing enough.
I've always done this with my nose my whole life.
Everyone gets a nose itch.
Yeah.
People were surprised that you like drink during camp. Like you just chug that Happy Dad tea.
I've been
That's
doing that my
something
whole life.
I saw you say that.
The slander campaign starts. I'm gonna find it.
Y que se bugueó la Matrix.
Ryan Garcia ya.
Ryan Garcia was on the Aiden Ross stream yesterday and made a spectacular fight that will be recorded in the history books against Aiden Ross and Neon.
Neon. Come on, guys. 2-on-1.
You guys got to watch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed Ryan's live just now, he needs.
Hey guys, I'm coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed Ryan's live just now, he needs critical prayer like ASAP. Apparently something happened, and I don't know if you caught it, but it seems like he got into something with some people.
Man, if you could actually recognize your own cognitive bias, that'd be great.
Hey guys, I'm coming on here to apologize for that guy Charleston White. I didn't know who he was. I was just trying to do it. Okay, wait, hold up. I was just trying to do an interview with
too much.
Ryan Garcia is on his live right now giving away watches to a viewer that I don't know how he selects them, but he's going to give a watch to the viewer in the next 10 minutes. Listen to what he says right here.
Yo, this is going crazy. Yo, the
look
views
at
are
that.
shooting
Look at
crazy
that.
right now.
Look at this chain.
Everybody's trying to tune
He's
in
a
right
TI. This dude is a TI.
I think you would agree that
individual.
You're not listening and you're just speaking though.
No,
I
this
do it.
guy
Well,
is
you are.
not
You're just
talking about
you're not
Jesus
even listening to
Christ.
anything that's going on though. You're
This
just,
dude. Dude.
you're just talking though.
Dude.
Things got a little.
I've been doing this a long time.
I bet you some
Like
of this.
you. Just
you
like
and me
you.
both.
I've been doing this a long time.
There you go.
And I'm very honored to be able to receive this amazing award from
This is what Ryan Garcia is talking about. And you're saying he's a plan or a bad guy? Wow, just blown away.
I'm just
Bieber
saying,
stands are going to come at me.
TikTok
I
is
don't
not-
care.
TikTok is not
Huh? Yeah.
showing us
Ryan
anything
Garcia.
real.
Ryan
This is why I
Garcia tells
don't
Neon
watch
why he's burning bridges with good people.
Why are you burning bridges with people that really care for you over things you shouldn't?
What do you mean? Like,
you know what I'm talking about, bro?
Oh, that, okay, that.
You know, I still got love in my heart for everyone, bro. It's just, you know, when everything hits you so quick and like.
Ryan Garcia dissed Kanye for sticking up for Diddy. He even said, fuck Kanye, this shit is getting litty. He even beefing with the whole Illuminati. Got my mind racing like a fucking Maserati. Is it really real? Is he trying to sell tickets? Is he really woke or is he high off some whippets? Hoping
keeping track of anything that Devin is saying. Or
You don't know, bro. You don't know.
So what happens
Believe
if,
me, I
God
do,
forbid,
brother.
God forbid, you lose the fight? Is that God telling you
That's
no?
impossible. I'm not going to lose. God already said I'm going to win. He already gave me
please.
confirmation.
Bullshit.
Are you keeping
God ain't
track of
gonna
anything
tell
that
you you're
Devin is
gonna
saying,
win.
his workout last.
Dude, what is your deal,
You
bro?
think you're talking to
But
God,
you don't know
not
anything
talking to
about this
God.
guy, and yet you're
Believe me.
forming an opinion. That's
Believe
ridiculous.
me, brother. Believe
All right,
me.
go ahead.
Try a single chip. I know what I'm talking about. I
don't think you do.
Yes, I do.
How can you say you know what you're talking about?
I do, brother. You
Okay,
will
who's
see.
Ryan Garcia? Did
Yeah,
you know?
you'll see.
Did you even know who the guy was? Since I started talking about him to you.
No.
No. You don't even know who this guy is.
Nope.
But you're forming your opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
sir.
want to put that
I
out
don't
there.
know.
Yes.
I'm sorry. When the fuck did I say that I was a Satanist?
I'll find it. Or
The
it's
real
been scrubbed.
reason Ryan
bullshit.
Garcia
Yeah, I
Team
didn't see
Canelo and
anything
Eddie
yet.
Reynoso's gym. And look, let's break it down honestly and objectively as possible. And Ryan Garcia and his team has revealed the real reason they left Eddie Reynoso and
Yeah, but
Team
it's not
Canelo's
coming
gym.
from Ryan. It's bullshit.
Boxing is like no other sport. It's not only brutal.
Come on.
Come on, what?
Come on, man. It's bullshit.
What's bullshit?
All of this is bullshit.
How? I'm
This
confused.
guy-
Again, if
Yeah.
you can give me one thing he has to gain from doing this,
Yeah, he's got a
I'll-
lot to gain, but the
What?
only thing.
Whoa, he has a lot to gain. What?
Yeah.
Tell me, what does he have to gain?
To spread the propaganda.
He's about to be disqualified for fighting for the belt,
Based
which
on
would
what?
earn him $125 million.
Based
So
on
please
what?
tell me what he has to gain with talking like this.
Yeah. Well, tell me what
No,
is-
you're not answering the question. You're asking me a question now.
Okay.
What does Ryan Garcia have to gain from coming out and talking about this?
What does he have to gain from coming out and talking?
Coming out and
about this?
saying that yes.
Nothing. But if he can't prove it, then he's full of shit.
Absolutely nothing.
But he's full of shit. If he can't back it up, he needs to present evidence. He needs to present.
He
facts,
did.
or else he's full of shit. No, he hasn't.
Oh
There's
my
been
God,
no
Greg!
evidence.
I'm
He has
literally sitting
not
here telling
presented
you
any
that.
evidence.
Okay,
He's full
All
of
right.
shit.
All right,
He's
you're
full
right.
Of shit, and people
All right.
need to.
He's
understand.
full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
He's
Yeah.
just throwing away $125 million contract.
No, he's still going to make that because he
No,
already
he's
has the
not.
contract. Yes, he
They're not
has.
gonna-
The contract that he has.
Yes,
is
he
not-
has. You don't
No,
even
it's
know who this
not.
guy is.
The
You don't know the
contract he
contract that was
has-
signed. What are you
But
talking
the
about?
contract is already signed, like you said. It's
He's
already
this
signed.
close to being disqualified.
But the
and
contract
losing
is
his
already
belt.
signed. It's already signed.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
If you see
Yes,
a
it
doctor and you have
does.
a mental
Yes,
deficiency.
it does. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
The contract
why don't
is
you
already
tell me how
signed.
contracts work?
He's going to get the money no matter what because
So
the contract
you're literally going to sit here and tell me, a professional boxer manager, how contracts work. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about it.
Yes. Now
Tell me how it works.
Yes. Now you're going to. I'm going to tell you the contract is signed. It doesn't matter what he does. You're going
Incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect, because within that contract, there's mental and physical things that have to be met.
Interesting. Okay. I'm going to.
No, but you're telling me how the contract works.
No, I'm just saying my view. on it, bro.
I never thought I would be on a. You have an ego like me, obviously, but I never thought I would be on with somebody who is going to tell somebody who manages pro boxers how the contracts work. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not going to tell you.
No, you are telling me.
I'm
That's
not-
what you're
I'm
trying
not.
to do.
No, sir.
You
No.
literally just told me how the
No.
contracts work.
No, I'm going to tell you what my view as.
I don't
how
care
you
about
said.
your view, man. I thought you wanted facts.
Yes. Yes.
The
So
fact
you're
is, if he is declared mentally unfit to box, he will lose his title and he will lose $125 million.
Okay,
So
and
I ask you once again, sir, what fucking reason would Ryan Garcia have to come out and do this right now?
Yeah, and that's the only thing.
I'm just waiting for one reason.
Yeah, because he's
Do
going
you
to
have
say,
any?
yeah, he's going to say that he's not crazy or he's not whatever the contract is.
And lose $125 million and his belts.
He's going to have a lawyer, right? He's going to have a lawyer, and the lawyer is going to argue in whatever court if somebody tries to challenge him, and nobody's going to challenge him, by the way. But if somebody tries to challenge him in a court of law, like then that could happen. I'm just saying, from my view, all I'm going to give you is my view, brother. I'm not going to argue against anything that because I'm going to defer to whatever you say about whatever the contracts are. But I'm just going to say, looking at it, that's how I see it right now. I don't see any way that I don't see anything that he's brought to the table to say that the Bohemian Grove or all this stuff, which I may agree with, and even books that I've written that kind of agree with this stuff, but in a court, what I don't know. I don't see anything that is going to say that, okay, well, this is what the court says, and okay, this guy is wrong. But I don't see anything that this guy has brought to the table, and I do not believe that Ryan will bring anything to a court that will say that what happened at the Bohemian Grove is A, B, C, D. I don't believe that. I believe he will disregard that. He will not even mention anything that he saw at the Bohemian Club or at the Bohemian Grove. And if he does, great. Let's get that on record so that way we have it on record. I believe this guy is going to do exactly what I think he's going to do, and he's not going to talk about it. That's why he's full of shit. Because if he saw something that happened at the Bohemian Grove, you need to bring that and you need to put that in an affidavit and make sure that it is on record. And if this guy, Ryan, cannot do that, then he's full of shit. That's what I'm saying. Let me
I had to come back on the phone. It's my computer is all jacked. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I was listening to you talk about a man who
Yes,
you
sir.
know nothing about.
Yes, sir.
And just forming judgments on him based on.
He's full of shit. He's full of shit. Yes, sir.
But you know nothing about him.
But he has never presented
he's
any
full of shit.
evidence because he's full of shit. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. He's full of shit.
Yes, sir.
He has nothing to gain whatsoever, everything to
Yes, he
lose
does. And
by talking about this, but he's full of shit.
He's full of shit. Yeah.
Like I can't even believe. Come on, man. You can't. Are you
Well,
fucking
tell
with
me why
me?
he's not full of shit.
Okay, so he stands to lose over $300 million.
Tell me why he's not full of shit.
And his belts to come out and talk about this.
Yes, sir.
Tell me why he is full of shit.
Well, because he has.
You're telling us that he's full of shit. Tell me why.
Yeah, because he has made claims about what happens at the Bohemian Grove, et cetera, but he's full of shit. Where is the evidence?
Okay, that's not what we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
We're talking about what does this man have to gain from this? He has everything to lose, nothing to gain. Oh, I'm back online.
Yep. Yep. Here. Let me add you here.
There we go.
I have an echo. I don't know. Let me remove that one.
There we go. There we go.
There's an echo. Can you
Oh yeah,
work on that?
right there.
Test.
No echo now.
Yep, perfect.
All right, so we were talking about Ryan Garcia.
Yes.
And now you think he's a shill? Or
No, I don't know. I just think that he hasn't been able to back up anything, and I think he's full of shit.
okay, and what is the what is the gain from Ryan Garcia doing this? What does he gain?
You'd have to ask him. You'd have to ask him.
Wouldn't you think there's a gain?
I don't know if there's a gain.
by doing
There
this.
could be a loss.
Yeah, he has everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Not necessarily.
Well,
He has
tell
a
me what he has again.
Well, he's got the contract.
That contract is fucked if he can't
like
fight.
you said. Yeah. You have made a very good argument.
He has nothing to gain from doing this.
Yes, sir. You have made a very good argument to say, well, if he is, yeah.
All I want is one reason why he would do this.
I don't know why he would do this, but I would say
he has nothing to gain, and there's.
Here's what I would say to
reason
Ryan.
he would do this because he saw some shit that fucked him up.
Well, if he saw some shit, then back it up.
He
prove
did. Again,
Where?
I'm telling you 100%.
Where?
There was a video out, 2 of them. There were 2 parts about what he saw there, and I can't find him now.
Well, he needs to put those out there so that.
But but the thing is, you're like 100% like fucking already.
I'm not saying 100%
biased against him.
No,
the only thing you've said this. No, sir.
No, sir.
You said fuck that over and over again.
Yes, sir. And I'm willing to.
Have you had anything positive to say about what he said?
I have a lot of positive to say.
It's really hard to watch somebody who is logical, reasonable. You're rational. You look at the evidence, and you're forming an opinion about somebody that you didn't even know until earlier tonight when I brought him up.
Yep.
How can you?
You're
I
right.
mean,
You're right.
why would you
You're
do
right.
that though? That's just crazy to me.
That's how I am. I'd like to look
And
at
talking to somebody who manages pros, who is a former national champ,
respect your
knows the
deep-
boxing game,
Yep.
and just disrespecting the fuck out of a 3-time world champ, professional. Oh yeah, you did. He's a shill. Fuck that. Blah blah. That's all you've done. That's all you. Come on, man. That's all you've done. Every video I've played, blah blah. He's a shill.
No, I never said he's a shill.
Really?
I've
Well,
never said he's a shill.
okay,
I've
well, I'm
never.
going
I
to
don't
say-
believe anybody's a shill. By the way,
Give me one positive thing you said about him.
about Ryan, I don't know anything.
Exactly. Not
I
what
don't
you've
know
had a lot of
anything.
negative shit to say about him, though.
Yes, sir.
And you don't even know him.
Yes, sir.
You don't even know him.
That's right.
Right. If you caught me on the wrong day, never met me, you'd probably say the same shit about me.
You may be right. You may be
Right.
right. But
But, I mean,
thankfully, I know you.
Here's what I can tell you. I
sir.
heard him speaking about Bohemian Grove. I played some stuff, but it wasn't his voice most of the time.
Right.
He's a 3-time world champ.
He doesn't have his own channel.
Make like triple what he has right now. which
He
is
doesn't
44
have his
million.
own channel. Right?
He has no reason to come out and say this stuff.
He does not have his
Why
own
would
channel.
he come out and talk about child trafficking?
Why would he not have his own channel to
He does.
clarify all this stuff so that
He
way
does.
you could
He does. They've been taken down, Greg.
Okay.
That's what I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
I'm
You're-
just saying this is all new to me, brother.
Yep, though this is True Warrior, Yeshua Jesus, Christian, who saw some shit and he said, fuck that, and I'm the champ. And I'm gonna speak out. And then there's you over here going, he's full of shit, bullshit.
Yep,
So
I believe he's full of
and
shit. I believe he's full of shit. Yes. sir.
correct. And so we go back to the point of why would he do this? What does he have to gain? And you cannot answer that question.
No,
he has
because-
nothing to gain and everything to lose.
You are not listening to the real question.
Oh, I am. I'm listening
No,
to
you're
everything
not.
you're saying.
Let me ask you. This is a real question.
Okay.
Okay. What does he say that proves whatever he is saying is fact?
That's irrelevant.
No, that's
everything he's
I don't care
saying.
what everybody else says about what he says or any
You're
of the
deflecting,
TikTok stuff.
man.
No.
What reason does he have to come out and
say?
say this stuff right now?
What
Why?
does he say?
He just randomly wanted to destroy his life and his career.
If he is not randomly wanting to destroy his career, then he will have his own channel. He will.
He does. Again, are we?
Where?
Are you serious right now? I just told you that his stations have all been taken down. I told you that.
And he can't create a new one.
Like a minute ago.
This guy has.
Why does he have stations saying this? They were taken down. Why couldn't I find his original statements on TikTok, Greg?
Millions of dollars, and he can't create a new channel. I can create a new channel. I have $20.
Because that's what's on the world champ's mind.
Let me look at. Wait a minute. I have.
See, this is the problem, man. No matter how good or pure or what people create, they're gonna find a reason not to like you and not to trust you.
Maybe you should.
Oh yeah, nope.
The people to make sure that they're the people that say they're pure. Maybe you should.
You're sitting up here debating with a guy who I've researched.
Yes, sir.
Followed for 20 years.
Yes, sir.
You never even knew this guy until tonight.
Correct.
And now you're debating me about it.
Yes, sir.
Does that make any sense? I would not debate you about if you told me yes, what?
Yes.
Just based upon what?
Yes.
What?
You should never just believe that because I say something.
But I wouldn't vehemently bet against.
I know
fight against you if you told me that you've done years of research on this person.
Yeah, you shouldn't believe just because I've been 20 years of research. You're not going to believe me on.
Yeah, well, I will though. I certainly wouldn't just sit here and go shill, liar, fuck up.
I've never said shill. I've never said lie. I've never said fucktard. Never said anything.
Come on, man. You
never had. We can roll the tape.
You literally said the word shill, liar. You've used both of really.
Brother, I've never used the word shill because I have.
Greg, you literally used those words earlier about Ryan Garcia. Literally used them.
No, sir.
Never. Then what is he?
I've never called anybody
shill. Okay, tell me about Ryan Garcia without using those words.
Yes, I have never been called a.
Tell me about Ryan Garcia.
Yes, here's what I know about Ryan Garcia. Based on what Eric Spitfire Wilkinson, my respected brother, and I respect him, and I am committing. I understand. I could be wrong about 100% about everything that I say here. Okay, Ryan Garcia is full of shit.
Oh, full of shit. I forgot that one.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
Full of shit. Why is he full of shit?
Everything that I have seen that Eric Spitfire Wilson has played for me tonight shows me that Ryan Garcia is full of shit.
Okay, again, my question was, why is he full of shit?
He's full of shit because he has not presented the evidence to back up what anything he has said about the Bohemian Grove or anything.
But I'm telling you that I listened to it and I can't find it.
And I'm telling you,
as a brother to brother, I'm telling you, I heard it. I can't find it now.
You can't find it now.
Shockingly enough, it's been scrubbed just like all this.
There you go, my brother.
All his social media has been scrubbed.
Well, there you go.
Coincidentally.
And this is a guy who is a millionaire, according to what you say.
$44 million.
Okay, so then he can create a new account so we can go back and
really you think somebody that is tracked like this now?
This guy's a millionaire.
Can just create a new account.
I can create a new account right now. All I have to do is show my ID. Show my driver's license and YouTube.
Well, actually, you cannot.
Yes, I can. You want to see me do it? I mean, come on.
So I did that for a while, and then that didn't work anymore because they have your phone number, and you can't create a new account with your own phone number. Absolutely not.
And if
because they will see your phone number, and now I've already been. How do you think I'm here talking to you, Greg?
But he could document.
Literally, I've been banned from YouTube. How
He's
the
got
fuck
the
do you think I'm
money.
talking to you right now?
He's got the
You
money.
think I
to
use my own
document
phone
it.
number?
It doesn't matter. He's
Of
got the
course,
money.
it does matter. He cannot.
Yes, he can.
Okay.
If you and I can do it on our budget, if he's a millionaire, he can do it too.
All right. So Ryan Garcia, the 3-time world champ, who stands to make 120 million on this next fight, who probably is
full of
not going to
shit.
be able to fight,
Yeah, you're
because
full of
he's
shit.
not mentally fit. Did this for what reason again?
Did what?
Gave up his chance to fight for 120 million dollars and another belt. What reason did he do this?
I don't know why.
Because he came out and talked about what he saw at Bohemian Grove.
He should not give up any of his chances to fight.
Well, he
Definitely
already
not.
has. That's where.
Why
it's
would
at
he
right
do
now.
that? Why?
Exactly, Greg. Why would he do that?
He shouldn't. If
Why
if he's $1 million
talk
baby,
about what
then he
happened, what he saw there? Maybe
it shouldn't matter. It
come
should-
out
it
and be a
should-
good Christian person and say this is fucked up. And
Yeah,
I don't.
he should. He
That's
should.
what warriors do.
He should do that instead
Again,
of
if you can
letting.
give me one reason, one incentive, any reason why this guy would do this, I'll retract.
No, he
You
should.
can't.
He should.
There is no
stand up.
reason why he would do this. There is
should
no
s-
reason why he would give up all his belts.
No,
and
he
his,
shouldn't.
and his title defense in 120 million. Right. But he did because he's crazy now.
Why?
Because
Why would he do that?
Because
Why
he's
would
talking
he-
about all these rich elite people who are doing horrific shit to children.
Why would that stop him from fighting?
Because they're calling. Well, the other things I showed
Shouldn't
you,
stop him from fighting.
the
He's full of
alien
shit.
thing,
No, he's full of shit.
all the other
If
stuff.
you're gonna
is
fight, then
bullshit,
fight.
right?
If
Again,
you're gonna fight.
what incentive does this guy have to do that?
Oh, right. And what incentive does he have to not fight? Just fight.
He has no incentive not to fight. He wants
Exactly.
to fight.
Good. Okay, good. Then fight.
They're
I'd love
calling him
to
a
see him fight.
crazy conspiracy theorist now.
Now I want to see him fight.
He was talking about the moon landings not being fucking real.
Yeah.
Chemtrails. Bro, you're not listening to what I'm telling you.
No, I am. I am.
This
Based
is
on
all
what
the
you're
shit
saying.
this guy is saying right now. He has
I actually
absolutely
wanna see him
no
fight.
incentive
Yeah.
whatsoever to say this stuff. But you're saying he's full of shit.
Yeah, I do. I believe he's.
What is he
full
full of
shit,
shit
but I
about?
still want to see him
Is it
fight.
is it the chemtrails, the geoengineering? Is that what he's full of shit about?
I think
Is
he's
it
full.
child
I think
trafficking from our
he's
own
full of
government?
shit.
Is that what he's full of shit about? What is he full of shit about?
He's full of shit because he has not proven and he has not given any facts for what he is saying.
But he's not full of shit about the geoengineering that he talks about, and he's not full of shit about the child trafficking. He's not full of shit about that.
He's never
He's
given
just
any
full of
facts
shit
about it.
about the Bohemian Grove video, which I saw,
He's
and he
full of
talked
shit
about that has
to
been
me-
scrubbed from the internet. You
To
know what?
me-
I'm full of shit talking about
you're
Penny
not.
Losner.
No.
Oh yeah, no, I'm full of shit about
No, you're not.
every single family at Sandy Hook being paid on Christmas Eve, having their house paid off.
I
I'm
don't
full of
know.
shit
I don't
about
have
that.
any
You want
evidence
to know
of
why
that.
I'm full of shit about that, folks? Because according to Greg, if you can't find it online, then it didn't
No,
happen.
I'm just saying. If
That's
you
what
can't-
you're saying.
No, it's on you. If you're
I'm
going
literally
to
sitting
make,
here telling you, as a brother, that this video exists. I saw it.
I don't give
Part
a
one and
shit
part
what
two,
video
and now I'm
exists.
trying to find it, and it's been scrubbed.
And you can't
And
find
you're
it.
saying because I can't find it,
I'm
and
not
it was
saying that.
scrubbed,
No.
that it's bullshit.
Nope, I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is make sure that whatever you are saying, you can back it up. Because if you can't back it up,
Absolutely.
back that shit up.
Okay.
Ryan,
so-
Ryan, as far as what I've seen,
So according to that, you can't back up a damn thing about David Crowley.
no, I can back everything up
What-
because
yeah,
I've researched it. I've written a book on
Show
it.
me something other than you
I can back
talking
it up.
or people talking about it. Show me something random online on YouTube
Mhm.
pointing towards your point of view on David Crowley. I'll wait.
Yep.
Can't.
So
I
here's what I
guarantee you
have.
can. No.
Yes, yes, I
Just,
can.
okay,
Yes, I
find
can.
me something.
Yes, I can.
It's not
Here's what I
you.
have.
Show me.
Yep. On the David Crowley case, here's what I have. We got the information directly from
Show me one clip.
Yep, we got it directly from the
No,
Apple
not you.
Valley
It
Police.
cannot be you or Greg or
No, it's not for me.
or
It's from-
Dan or
it's
anybody
not
else.
from
Just
us.
random
No.
clip.
No, sir. It
And
is
this
from
is going to
the-
be David Crowley
Yep,
speaking
sir.
about it.
Yes, sir. It is from the Apple Valley Police.
This is going to be David Crowley speaking about it.
David Crowley is dead. They killed
Oh
him.
yeah, so he's not speaking about it. So why the fuck would I want to listen to something from the Happy Valley Police?
Because these are the
It's not
people
from
that
David.
say-
You want to hear from his own mouth what happened, and it's been scrubbed. Again, I ask you, show me something from David Crowley's own mouth. By your metrics, correct? Yeah, I want to hear what David Crowley had to say. Show me something.
About him not
Anything.
being dead, or
Show me anything from David Crowley's. We know it existed. We know he spoke on video. Or show me anything from him. Bet you can.
Yeah. So David Crowley has said that he
Joe. Now I don't want to hear what he had said. I want to hear him say it.
Yeah.
Because you want to hear Ryan Garcia say it, and I'm telling you, it's been scrubbed. But
So is Ryan Garcia dead?
he might be dead, might not. He's,
Well, I think that's a.
but
big thing.
you wanted him from his own lips to say it, so I want to hear from David Crowley's own lips what he has.
Yeah.
To say.
Yeah. He has said multiple
wait.
times.
I'm waiting.
that- yeah, he has said multiple
Bring up
times.
one video of David Crowley speaking.
Yeah. He has said multiple times.
Bring up one video of David Crowley in his own words. Him.
in his own words, saying what?
Him.
Saying
Actually, yes.
that
Anything.
he's not dead.
Anything.
Or
No.
bring up.
Bring up one video of David Crowley speaking.
Okay, I can bring up many videos of David Crowley speaking. Is there
bet you
anything?
can.
Yeah, I can.
All
Is there
right.
anything that you want to hear
No. There's
specifically
David
about?
Crowley speaking. Isn't that interesting? It's taking you this long to even find a video of him speaking. But I digress. Go
A
ahead.
video of him speaking.
Yeah. Yep. You cannot. Yep. Him, his face, and him speaking. I mean, come on. It shouldn't take this long, but it does.
What type of?
Yeah. Good. We'll wait. Because you want video of Ryan Garcia speaking about what he did, even though it's been scrubbed. And we're still waiting for David Crowley to speak. Yep, guarantee that's not David Crowley speaking. Because you can't find one because they scrubbed
No,
it.
again, what do you want to?
I'm telling you, bro. I'm just trying to tell you they scrubbed
No,
it.
I mean, I have over.
I do
200
too on
videos.
hard drives. Okay, show me one.
Okay.
Within 24 hours, David Crowley was being accused of a double murder suicide.
All right. When
Those
does David Crowley speak?
accusations are baseless. They were baseless then, and they are baseless now.
Okay, I'm listening to you
What
speak.
do we know
not
about
David.
David Crowley?
Okay. Still
What
waiting
do
for
we know
David
about
Crowley to
Kamel
speak.
Crowley?
Uh,
Kamel and her sister were born on a United States military.
David Crowley with his face on the screen speaking.
His face on the screen. Okay. Okay.
There was a ton of videos of
I'll
him.
find it. I'll
with his
find
face
it.
on the screen.
Dude, I have like
I know
almost
I
like
do too,
30,
but
40
you can't-
videos.
you
So
can't find one now, can you?
no, I can.
It must not be true.
No, I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm
I'll find
waiting.
it. What
I'm
type
waiting.
of video? Is there anything specific or
Just David Crowley on screen
just
speaking.
David Crowley talking?
Yep. Oh wow, it's been scrubbed. Everything.
No, it's nothing has been scrubbed.
Okay. You're grasping at straws right now. This
No,
does not have David Crowley
tell me
speaking.
what you want.
My name is
It does
David
not.
Crowley. I'm a filmmaker from
Oh, here we go.
Minnesota, and I've been working on the project Gray State. And so
All
far,
right,
it's a concept
one.
trailer, meaning that it's not an actual feature
One.
film yet. It's an idea
Okay.
that we show. I mean, to
Okay, that's
help
good. You got
a
one.
possible investor or
You
a
can
studio
stop.
or whomever.
You can stop this one.
visualize what our
You can
idea
stop
is
this
all
one.
about. So basically, it's
You
been
can
an
stop it.
exercise
You already
in,
you found
developing
one.
themes and really getting the visuals.
No, you
across
found one.
and showing
Now
that
find
we
another
can,
one.
that it's a good idea, and that's something
You
that people
found
want to see,
one
and we
video
can actually pull it off.
of him
So
speaking.
it's both
One.
a resume and sort of a pitch to anyone who's looking. And this is now a marketing tool that we can
Dude,
take
this
to a
is not
studio
even
or,
important anymore, dude. Okay, you found one of them
investor or
speaking,
or
dude.
just put online so people
Find
can see it.
another
That's
one.
been one of our main goals is to
I'll wait.
get 1 million views. That's investor
So you
bait,
found
you know,
one
and so far,
video
so good. It's up to
after
170,000
10
right
minutes
now.
of him
It's been a little
speaking.
over 2 weeks since
Find
it's gone
another
up.
one.
We've just released our press kit, so we're about to start
Because you
detailing and actually
can. Because they've been
pushing the
scrubbed.
trailer instead of just letting it go viral. So,
Just
so
like
far,
Ryan
it's just
Garcia's
been
videos are
Facebook
being
shares.
scrubbed.
So what you're telling me by
Uh-huh.
sharing it on Facebook is that it's something you want to
He's
see,
not dead, right?
and that's telling me that.
Did I ever say he wasn't?
He's not dead.
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
How people
Okay,
you know,
one
wake up to
video.
Liberty, and that
There
is the
you
term we
go.
all use.
Are we
right?
gonna play
Wake
it
up,
twice?
because, these things go
Yeah,
on
so
all
you
around
wanna
us all
compare-
the time.
Find another
We
one.
know about everything.
Dead?
Any one of these
So
issues,
David
you ask
Crowley-
people, they've heard about
what?
it to some degree, but it requires sort of an
Why are
awakening
we listening to
context
this again?
by which they can
No, you
establish
wanted to
the
find
difference
videos
No,
between
I
about
asked you to
reality
find a
and
video of him
reality.
speaking.
So
You
for
did.
me,
What do you want to
I
find?
was in the
That's good.
military
Find another one.
No, I got
before
some more. I
2009.
got
I was stop loss.
Okay,
for 14
I'll
years.
wait.
I was deployed
I'll wait.
illegally
Find
as a
another one.
civilian for a while.
I know.
So I know what it's like to
You've
be a number
seen
on a
all-
page, and I've seen
I
what our
bet
military
you.
is
I
capable of.
guarantee you
I
cannot
bet
find.
you. I bet you.
I've seen the
there's
division
nothing
between
that I
the
can show
military
you
being
that
used as a
you
blunt
have.
instrument.
Well, you know what?
Policy
I mean, I'm sure you have shit
domestic police
saved.
force, which
You
it
Jesus
saved it
Christ.
all.
So,
Find
I've
something
seen the
online
context. I've seen
besides
the
this one of
contrast
him speaking.
between one reality and the
I
other.
can find some on my
basically,
grade.
what the
Yes,
military
there are
helped
none.
me to
All right.
decide.
Okay.
I don't know. Is he talking about
Liberty is a real
the Illuminati? Is he talking about what Ryan Garcia was saying right there?
Let's see.
Nope, sure wasn't. Talking about his film.
This is Sean Wright, reporting live from the Midwest Civil Unrest. Working within the truth movement and the activist movement, I came across local filmmakers that are working on a project called Gray State. The Gray State is the pre-apocalyptic collapse of the United States, the epic Orwellian nightmare.
Rolling.
Amy show Sean. All right.
Action! Go!
What inspired them to do research and to do a controversial movie like Gray State to educate people as well as inform them what will be happening and what to expect. So I'm very honored to be sitting next to these people as they have put their livelihoods and their potential future careers on the line
no
for such a
shit,
controversial
Greg.
movie. I'm sitting here with filmmakers
No,
who are
no,
working on one of the biggest
Eric,
projects of
now I'm
this year.
showing
They're gonna be
Sean
calling
Wright.
this the Gray
Who-
State.
who's
So let's
with
talk
them?
to these guys. Let's see what this project
John
is
Wright's
about.
with them.
So I'm sitting here
No-
right now
oh
with
my
David
God.
Crowley
This is your
and
fault.
Danny
This is
Mason,
your torture.
star of Gray State.
Whoa.
So can you guys please tell me what is the Gray State?
Thank you, Sean. Good to be on your show. The Gray State essentially is, like you said, what happens after the police state. So we all recognize these trends that happen day to day, the loss of liberty that we kind of just gloss over because there's something better on TV. What you have to look at
Sean
is
fiddling his fucking
what happens
thumb.
after these trends go unchecked.
Look at him. Look how nervous he
So
is.
if no one steps in to prevent these things,
Oh,
and bring the issues to light, like
douchebag.
what Ron Paul's campaign is doing, or what these other
What a
patriots
douchebag.
like Alex Jones are doing.
Look at
is
him.
They're bringing to light
Look at this.
very real issues that if they
I
go
just
on.
want to say this is all Eric's fault. Okay, here we go.
This is crazy,
create what we're
bro.
kind of terming as the Gray State, which is
I've never seen this.
dystopian reality that we can look at that's essentially possible is laid out in
Yeah, I believe everything you say. After you die, though, I'm not going to
We've got
continue
Leon
the
Panetta
movie.
coming out talking about he
Liar.
doesn't need the authorization of Congress to even pass wars anymore. He basically needs the Agenda 21 and the United Nations to say that NATO can give them approval to go in and invade other countries. So this is what's increasing about the police state. So we need to learn more about what the post-police state is going to be for the citizens of our country.
Again, for the people in the back, who's that little
filmmakers
pencil
like
neck
these guys
fucking
putting together their
bitch
efforts to come
sitting
through
next to David
what they're
Crowley? What's
trying to
his
get
name?
portrayed in this message.
It's like-
Sadly,
Is that
we'd like to
him?
see if we can get this movie out before these events are happening live in our own neighborhood.
That's fucking.
So basically,
That's Danny right there. Holy fuck!
Sometime
We're
between
looking at releasing the
2012.
marketing
Look at me
campaign
twiddling my
or
thumbs, being all nervous.
They're basically shooting scenes that we
Yeah, he
feel are
looks very
representative of
nervous.
these trends.
This
such
guy's
as,
speaking all kinds of good
mandatory
shit.
RFID,
He's gonna
you
be
know, how,
murdered
the
pretty soon,
Department of
though.
Education is becoming
And
more
I'm
and
just
more
gonna
involved
pretend
with
like it didn't
federalized
happen.
education, making
Now
it more
look at him
workforce
twiddling
based
his
than actual
thumbs, bro.
education. And you know, it's things like that, like what you said about Panetta, and
He
basically
looks
the violation
so
of the War Powers
fucking.
Act.
Look at this
So
punk.
the government just acting outside of the best interest of the people of the United States. And what we're attempting to do with Gray State is essentially show the
Look at him
consequences of these
twiddling
things
his
when they're
thumbs again, bro.
uncorrected. So if the people
Can't
do
make
not
this shit up,
exercise their
folks.
rights at this time, the rights are taken away. Soon, this Gray State will exist, and they'll be powerless to stop it, except through
Twiddling his
resolution. So, of
thumbs
course, that's what we
again.
want. We want a revolution of the mind, not of the musket.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, we put together this marketing campaign and this trailer. And what we hope to do is sort of sell the idea of the Gray State, make it not marketable, but sort of
Look at him grinding his
people can
fucking
grasp.
teeth too,
Because we
man.
all know that people are more willing
see it? You see
to
his
watch
jawline
TV, to
busting
watch a
out?
movie than to tune
What a
into the
punk,
news
twiddling
and,
his thumbs again.
discover what's wrong with their world, because it's an uncomfortable reality that
I
they
love
don't wanna
reading
deal
by
with.
people's body
So
language.
what we're trying to do is, this is our Trojan horse, getting into mainstream media.
Twiddling those thumbs again, bro.
presenting these
There it
issues
goes
to people
again.
who would otherwise have
Look at
figured
it.
out a
Look-
month
you
ago.
see it?
So our projected
like
release
this
is
one.
Look at that.
I'm
early
surprised
August.
you haven't seen this.
And what we'll do is we'll
I've
try
never
to
seen. Look at
continue to
that.
advertise through grassroots
Fucking-
marketing
Really?
and
You've never
social
seen this?
networking.
This dude's
Eventually,
never
the
seen
team
it.
will attempt to go public.
So is
Never.
this film tuned in more for the
I'm gonna
truther
shut my
audience
mouth.
that already understands pretty much what's going on and the global elites taking power from individual thoughts and
Yeah,
freedoms?
nice shot.
Or is this
There you
something
go.
that anybody on
This
any research level
douchebag.
can understand?
Wow, bro.
Well, if I can answer that
Twiddling
one.
his fucking thumbs again.
What we have is a film is a piece of art. What it is not is propaganda. So what I will not do is make a movie that panders to one specific group's. It's like a Christian movie. I mean, a Christian movie can be well-intentioned and everything, but it's only going to appeal to Christian people who are already watching the movie anyway. It's not going to convince anyone. So what I'm not going to do is make a movie about the truth movement. However, art imitates life, as they say. So the truthers will certainly find grounds to follow this film, and they'll definitely attach to its concepts.
And I think going off what David said, going into the project, we both talked about it being a character.
Shut up, bitch.
And that all the different variations would be represented through the characters and stuff. So
Yeah,
But
guys.
it's a feature film.
Yeah.
You know,
Twiddling
it's
your
not
thumbs again,
propaganda.
bitch.
It's not about what is going on in the world. Those things are.
Look at
in the
he's
movie
twiddling his
as
thumbs
the,
again, bro.
background
Look at him.
context, essentially. But the A story is essentially, it's a human story.
Total-
because that is the
oh my
film you
God.
want to see.
Can you stop
People
it
might
for
be
a second?
questioning that this could actually be a reality. That's
How
more,
long?
you know, in the mainstream eye, they might
How
not.
long before David Crowley was no longer on this earth was that video shot?
Whew, that was probably this was probably filmed in 2011, 2000. I would say 2012. After the sometime between 2012,
Pretty close to when he was. Yeah, I'm reading Danny Mason's fucking body language, and he's a
I can
nervous.
see that you're like looking at the twiddling of thumbs and everything. What do you think about
Because he
Sean?
did it over and over again. That indicates you're nervous and you're scared. And
Well,
anyway,
you haven't commented on Sean's tie and suit and all that shit.
dude, if I was in Goodfellas right now, I'd be saying you're a stuttering, mumbling fuck.
You stuttering prick, yeah.
He's doing this like that's. Imagine if we're having a conversation, Greg.
Yeah.
You put us on the screen again,
Yes, sir.
and we're only how far in this video? 5 minutes.
We are 5 minutes, yes, sir.
5 minutes in the video, and he's done this constantly. So we're having a conversation. I just keep doing this.
Okay.
What does that tell you? If I just keep doing this the entire time we're talking, am I comfortable? do I seem at ease? Fuck, man. Let's keep going. This is good.
All right.
You're like, oh, you're gonna tell me I can't find the video of David Crowley yet.
Is there going to be some?
Let me give you 2 hours of David Crowley, motherfucker.
Can I get some more of the concepts here? What you're working on?
Like I said, Gray State is about showing.
Look
the
at him, he's
consequences,
twiddling his thumbs
and they are
again,
essentially
bro.
real consequences. So if people can read into what
Look
they're
at him.
seeing and say, "Hey, wait, I recognize that
Danny.
in real life. I'm going to go ahead and do my own research and look into it." That is just an added benefit. That
Look
is
how
not
tense he
obvious.
is. Twiddle those. Look at his hands. all fucking crunched up. Wow. So this
To do
was
that's
very,
great,
very
because
close
We do believe in.
Yes.
to the time before David Crowley was unalived.
Yep.
So, in my opinion, Danny Mason already knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, this is 2012.
I'm watching this.
2012.
Let's keep watching. And now I want to analyze this motherfucker right here.
I'm sure you
things
do.
that Gray State is about. And but we're not. What we're not going to do is try to convince people, because that's like I said.
Take a shot every time he twiddles his thumbs,
You don't wanna
folks.
hit the audience
Oh,
or the
there it
viewers.
goes again. Twiddling
It's
thumbs again.
well,
Take a
there's
shot.
thought to it, but we can
Take a
replicate
shot. Look at the thumbs.
symbolism
Are you seeing
and
this?
character arts.
Twiddle
Yeah.
them again. Take another shot.
Yeah. What do you think? David is drinking water here. What do you think?
I don't care what he's drinking. I'm watching Danny Mason fucking just
And we've done our job.
nervous
Yeah,
as
we both
fuck.
subscribe to a lot
Look
of
at the
things.
thumbs over and over again. They're thumbs again. that indicates you can go to the FBI website and see this stuff. This guy is nervous and just anyway. Thumbs,
themes into
both the
it.
thumbs are
Artists, not
straight up
people.
right there, folks. Thumbs up
Like
again.
some past movies like V for Vendetta.
Wow.
Kind of put a.
How do you like Sean Tsai?
I believe at this point that he knew that David Crowley was going to be murdered and his family.
Back in 2012, 2013.
I believe he already knew it just from looking at his body language. I might be wrong.
You think
Or-
this Gray State concept, Gray State?
Look
movie
at how
could
nervous
forge its
this
own type
fucking
of
guy
movie?
is.
Well, hopefully the
Look
Gray
at
State
he's
term
twiddling
itself
thumbs
will
again.
Identify the weather.
Hands crushed together, twiddling the thumbs again. Take another shot, folks.
The Gray State is coming. Let's stop this from happening. Otherwise, we're looking at a
Twiddle
Gray
the
State.
thumbs again,
As far as
Danny.
symbolism,
There they
we
go.
only hope to
Look at
see
that.
it's that iconic.
Are you seeing this, Greg?
Guy Fawkes
Yeah.
mask, for example, or the resistance.
He's
fist.
still twiddling them.
Try, but we'll see how much it catches on.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
for us, this is our doing
He
our
knew.
job like everybody else should be doing their
Look
job.
at the thumbs.
So,
Doing it
If
again.
it gets to that level, that's great, But
Look at that,
get
bro.
information, truth out there, and this is how we feel the truth is.
I'd love to get
Our
this
own
motherfucker
artistic
in the
interpretation.
interrogation room
Art is a statement of
and waive his right to an
it'll
attorney.
resonate differently with
Look at the
everyone.
thumbs over and over again. Thumb up and then twiddling the thumb.
Nowadays, more of the
Unbelievable.
mainstream kind of guidelines, like the Hunger Games, is
great.
turning into a big phenomenon. Do you feel that this,
Wow.
ultimately could turn into the same type of phenomenon that could be ultimately viral worldwide?
I haven't
Twiddle
seen
those
Hunger Games
thumbs,
yet, but I have heard about it.
Danny.
To me, it resonates very strongly as Agenda 21
Watch.
preparation. Whether that's
Look how calm,
intentional or
cool,
not, I can only
collective is
speculate. I'm not
that
going
David
to
is.
say anything as
Look
fact.
at
but I
Danny,
don't know as
all
fact,
tensed
but
up in the
what I've
ball,
heard about that
twiddling-
movie
twiddling
essentially
his
is
thumbs
that
again.
We know that occurs.
See it?
With, a society is dumbed down.
Yeah, look. Look at his thumbs, bro. Over and over again.
Yeah, a lot of films are just preparing people for the
Look at
idea,
him.
Like Contagion was another good one. A disease comes down, simply wait for the
Yep,
government. to
Danny
intervene.
already knew he was going to die. He didn't care anymore.
There's a lot of reports too about the new GMO foods, everything else that's coming out. They're poisoning all of our foods, brain damaging us down to where we don't have any type of free thinking abilities anymore. Everything pushed through the mainstream is built to take away your ability to free think. From the programming on
Thank you,
television, to the
Captain
commercials,
Obvious.
now through all of our internet searching, every
Can we
single
listen
thing
to
that we
David?
do is all for sale. So we're all just these little corporations. They want to grasp.
You don't
into.
say.
So that's the propaganda media that is using
Sean
everything
Rice
they
is
can
full of
psychologically to
shit.
get your attention.
I've never
and
seen
make you
this,
go purchase
man.
a
This is
product.
awesome.
That's sales marketing.
I guarantee
Also, I would
David's
like to
going to
ask you
twiddle
as
his
well,
thumbs
what's some of the research
zero
that's done
times,
for this
and Danny is going to
upcoming
twiddle his thumbs
Go ahead, Danny.
Whoa.
500,000 more
A
times.
lot. I've been doing a lot of, I would say,
Nervous itch.
5-6 years.
That's
of
my
nervous,
chin.
intense research and dealing with
Oh my
conspiracy
God.
theories, but actually
Twiddling his
my
thumbs.
arm.
the theory separate to actual fact on it, and looking what resonates as actual, truth behind that. And it came to a point where it's just like it's so in the forefront of the media and how people just at this point don't actually have like their own thoughts or opinions on it.
Like,
That it's the best term zombie. Really,
you're a
to it,
retard,
where
bro.
they will be discussing about a topic, but you can tell there's no passion. Once you have that passion behind it, then you have emotions and feelings. and
Really?
actual
You have
critical
so
thinking.
much passion.
And that's
You didn't
slowly
finish
being
the
diluted
film.
through, like what David said about the educational system and presenting.
He's so
David
passionate.
and Mitch with an information
On your
and stuff,
words.
and I remember presenting to him just like, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but just do me a favor, do not believe me. And that's my biggest disclaimer. Do not
Yeah, why
believe,
don't
just
you
do
finish the
research on yourself.
film?
Because that's how people should be. But most of the time, they're like, "Oh, this is crap. You're a crazy, nut."
He just
and
said
I'll ask for
nothing.
people, and same thing with David. Just do the research. That's it, and then provide your own information, your own opinion.
You
on it.
said
That's it.
absolutely nothing.
If you believe it, cool. If not, I totally understand. At least you're making the effort.
Watch him
into
twiddle
it,
his thumbs
where it's
again.
just like,
There
you're
you
not
go.
believing everything that's being
Put
pumped
the
down you through the
put the fist
corporations
together and
through the
twiddle your
media,
thumbs.
and just
Uh-huh.
through
your
Hollywood
words.
and stuff, because that's like the big norm of what sets the values and ethics within people, and they have no idea and don't realize it.
What do value and ethics have to do
like
with
Danny
film?
said, that was the best thing he did was taking that.
And look
impartial
at David,
saying,
like
"Go
fucking
do the
giving him
research yourself,"
praise.
which is exactly what I
He's a
did.
good guy.
And of course,
Look at
David
this
wouldn't do it
fuck
on
nerd
my
next
back.
to him.
It's like when you're
Wow.
arguing with someone, if you attack them and say you're
Twiddling
wrong
his
because of
thumbs
this,
again,
what they're
man.
they're going to rally
Look.
around that idea and protect
Look.
it. So they're not going to listen to you.
Twiddling his
So
thumbs.
doing that,
Look.
having that approach, which is the approach I'm trying to simulate in Gray State itself, is presenting an idea so people can
Twiddle those thumbs,
appreciate it or not.
David.
But what I'm not going to do is
Oh,
ram it down
my
their
bad.
throats. This is true.
Not
The
David.
stuff I believe and the stuff I've read into. I'm not
This
going to
fuck
force them to do it
next to
because in
David.
the end they're not going to listen anyway, unless
Twiddle
they
those
don't listen.
thumbs.
But this does kind of
Yep,
tap into
I'm convinced that
what the Gray State is
guy-
essentially about. Because if once you
This
start
guy
doing this
already knew
research,
that
you start
David was going to
looking
be
into
off.
stuff
Look at
yourself,
twiddling his thumbs again.
and you kind of realize, well,
Yeah,
this
make this shit
reality
up.
that I'm living in is not necessarily real. It doesn't
Twiddle
represent most
your
of the human
thumbs
experience
again.
worldwide, and it certainly doesn't represent what we're capable of.
There they
where we
go.
can,
Look
consider
at
progress
that.
to lie. Like,
You see
why
that?
is progress measured
Hey, make this
financially
shit up, folks.
and technologically?
Twiddle the
when
thumbs
spiritually
again.
we're dead. So it's essentially the Gray State is
Danny Mason,
in
you
one
are
reality
such a
you have
fucking punk.
black, and one reality you have white.
Twiddle your
Either
thumbs
you're like
again.
the truth movement and
Licking
you're,
his lips like
you're
a
totally into this
dog
stuff
who
and it
licks their
dominates your
lips
life, or it
'cause they're
doesn't.
nervous.
And there's that divide. But what we're finding today is
Twiddle your
that
thumbs again,
the
bro.
veil between these realities is ever growing thinner, right? So to exist in one or the other implies, especially the side where you're going to side with the media and what you're
Like,
told,
dude, I'm gonna
doing
get
what you're
paid
told
some
without
money
a
and you're
thought.
gonna die.
That side,
That's
that
what
is the
Danny
side that
Mason
is now
is
having to
right now.
prove itself. I mean, it's no longer the conspirator or the conspiracy theorists who have to prove themselves, because
Like
everything is so
Danny
out in the open
Mason
now.
gives a fuck
So, the
about
Gray
any-
State is essentially the area in between black and white, where these things have to mix, and you have to kind of choose sides, and you have to kind of
Some
develop your own
twiddle is
opinions
coming
and
soon,
decide what actions
folks.
you're taking.
Wait for it.
And
I
going
guarantee
off
it.
what Dave said, I think the basing when he's talking about the whole entire being spiritually dead, that's so true, because once you project
Look at his thumbs, bro.
then spiritual
Over and over again,
spiritually
straight up.
being in tune, that, they
That
won't be
means
at
you're
all.
lying, by the
You-
way, folks.
essence, it's just be able to
Put the thumbs
force
up
people,
again.
just like you said, present the truth on it, because truth is the truth and it will never die. You can't destroy truth, okay? No matter what you do. And the way things are swinging,
You
you're
can't
seeing,
destroy
like what
truth.
David said
There's
about
ways to do it.
the one side, they are scrambling to try to prove themselves, and there's so much more in the open now than how it was before, like even like a year ago, really. Even 2 years ago. It's insane.
Gray State used to be pathetic.
so
When we shot
insane.
The trailer last summer, it was a prophecy.
Twiddle your
Now,
thumbs
most of that
again.
Stuff is common knowledge.
I just did it again.
Which is crazy. And all the stuff that we put into the concept, we were like, we really hope this isn't happening. And a lot of stuff that we put in there is happening. It is in the forefront, and it's being reaffirmed by like Occupy Wall
Then why the
Street and,
fuck didn't
the
you
riot
finish the
police.
movie? Danny.
Also the larger case
Blah,
of the
blah.
military state. through the
Twiddle your
NDAA.
thumbs. There they
I
go
mean, a lot of
again.
people
Thumbs
say
up.
it's not, and we even joked about that. We talked about a bill being passed, and we're looking through our notes.
You're never
and
gonna
stuff,
look
and
at
it
this
actually did.
interview
We were just like,
again
that's
the
just
same
I'm not
way,
saying
are
we're being
you?
confident, but we're able to see the trends happening. A
Twiddle
lot
those
more than
thumbs.
most people are, just because
I'm
of
a
going
scared
down
little
what people say, the
punk.
rabbit hole. And never returning about that. But there is this point that it's
Thumb
like
up.
allowing the
Twiddle
audience to
thumbs,
really dive
thumb
into
up.
it and the critical
Twiddle
reasoning. If we
look
can
at
get that them and start questioning
talk
their own
like-
lives,
you
and
pause
looking
it for
at
a
it from a
sec,
different
bro.
perspective,
Can you
then
talk?
we've done our job to present our truth.
pause
And
it
that's
for
a
a
big
second.
thing. That's all we want.
We have
Just for
been
a sec.
chasing reality.
All right. Can you put me on camera? So, Greg, when have I ever spoken with you? And every other time I speak, I'm doing this.
Never.
So, Greg, yeah, I'm watching it through the video. These are obvious tells to people are trained to look at for them that they're nervous, they're scared, they don't believe in what they're saying. Over and that's all he's doing, over and over like this. Watch his hands, folks. You can take me off camera. Don't believe me? Just watch him. This is all he's doing. Does that show somebody who's confident and believes in what they're saying? Can you imagine if I'm just talking to you and I'm doing this the entire time? See what I'm? Yeah. Keep playing this. This is awesome. Danny August Mason, you little bitch. He is. He's a bitch. Fucking bitch.
I mean, no, it actually literally, as I'm writing the script, it used to be about, here's something that's real, wake up and appreciate it. Now it's more like, well, they already know that. And so I have to go beyond
Look at
that.
Danny August Mason's hands again.
So, I think it's a very pivotal year for Gray State to actually emerge because these things have been brought to light.
Danny, it's okay if you just want to separate your hands.
That we capitalize on this and move.
Relax. Look at him.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Well, to coin the term, red pill. That's where people go through life. The term I like to use. Once you finally accept that the illusion of mainstream media and the
this guy's full of shit. By the
way,
illusion of which we're told
he's
through our
Captain
childhood,
Obvious,
through our parents' childhood, all the way.
Captain.
Look at Danny though.
Captain Hindsight.
Hands still all clenched. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at Danny.
Yeah, and David's like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, and isn't that
we're just told to believe what's on the news and don't ask
having
questions. Do what you're told.
About everyone around him.
This guy thinks he's like the next Alex.
Right. Look at my tie, and I'm smart and shit. Wow, really?
This guy's full
mainstream
of crap.
media is corrupt.
This is the guy. This is the guy that will tell you that David Crowley is guilty.
Really?
This is the guy that will tell you. This guy named Sean.
Right.
Here, he
like
will tell
Alex
you.
Jones on the stand.
He will tell you that David Crowley is guilty. He's full of shit.
Yep.
But this is also the guy that David Crowley, according to David Crowley's Day One Journal, David Crowley was trying to get rid of this guy. This guy was trying to leech off of David Crowley. This guy was trying to stay in David Crowley's house. David Crowley didn't want anything to do with him.
Oh, okay.
So this guy.
Imagine that. And in my opinion, from watching this, David already knew.
David didn't want anything to do with this guy named Sean Wright.
Danny August Mason already knew that they're going to off him and his family. He already knew what was going on. And I'm watching his body
servant to the state.
And that's why I asked you when this
from childbirth
came out.
If you act up, start free thinking, or start, not following plans or
2012,
protocols, and they dumb you down with prescription pills, talk your parents into it, say it's best for you. So I'd like to ask you too, when was it that you finally accepted?
This guy doesn't even have his own home.
Right.
This guy has
he doesn't even know where he is.
Yeah, this guy is trying to leech off of David Crowley, and David Crowley's like, no, you're not going to leech off of me.
I think his mom is calling from upstairs to get his hot pockets, pretty much.
I think Sean.
I'm going to put on a suit and sound like I'm smart. This is awesome.
I would say, well, for Danny, obviously,
that's twiddling his fucking thumbs again. Can't make this shit up, folks.
We had a meeting, and he showed me some things. He's like, this is stage one. This is stage two.
If you're still awake and you're playing the shot game with the twiddling thumbs,
it's true. I'll go look into it.
You won't be for much longer.
When I went home,
look at him.
And that night, it was a sleep.
Look at the body language off of.
Oh yeah, the only stable one here is David Crowley. He's surrounded with Danny August Mason. Then he's got Sean Wright, and these two guys are just.
Again, if you're so Danny August Mason, if you're so gung ho about fucking exposing anything, finish the film.
2010. And I can't speak for David, but there's still times where I still
nervous itch, twiddle of thumbs up again.
Yeah, please, exactly. Yeah, please. And that's the other thing where I get into discussions with people, and they just start, they'll attack you personally.
Thumbs again
of what you believe, and then that's when I kind of
look. He just keeps going back to the fucking.
Everything's gonna happen
together.
I don't have to project onto you.
Is that what you don't have to do?
I've had people when I said stuff, you're crazy, and they come back like, you know what? You're not really that crazy because of stuff that's really happening. So But sometimes you want it to be wrong. You totally do.
You're not really that crazy because stuff.
Dude, this guy is a complete fucking piece of shit right here.
Do not want this reality to really come true.
Right, these are the guys, Danny August Mason and Sean Wright. These are the guys that are going to try to pressure the Gray State fans into thinking that David Crowley is a murderer, that he murdered his 5-year-old child, and he shot his wife twice.
How in the fuck did we not both analyze this video, man?
These guys are full of shit.
Greg, how have you not shown me this video yet? I've never seen it. This is awesome.
Because there's so many videos.
Look at this guy. We're only 60 minutes in.
Slavery. You know,
these are the
terrible.
guys.
Two
They're
words.
sitting right next to David. Look at how David is responding, how he's reacting, how he's interacting with these guys. These guys are full of shit.
Yep. And I think at this point, that's why I asked when this video was shot, because I think this is right at the point when, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, this is
pretty close.
2012. This is late 2012.
This is not far from when he decided to distance himself.
Well,
from other people.
Yeah.
This is good. No, keep playing it, man. This is awesome.
I struggle with my own reality on that too. Where
Look at that fuck. I mean, that guy, that Sean Wright guy is just a
look at. I mean, just look at how tense he is.
Like, where are you going to
you know?
And by the way, I mean, again, don't believe me. Go to the FBI website and
it's
talk
almost
about
like a question of
twiddling thumbs and thumbs up constantly and hand movements.
Yeah.
Danny August Mason has
essentially their
all
religion,
that.
their reality that they believe in.
It's
immediate
his thumbs
knee-jerk
again,
denial
bro.
every time because they are conditioned. It's so ingrained.
Look at him.
in their
You can look at the difference between David Crowley.
Does he
and,
do this the entire video?
We'll see.
Danny
their
August
reality
Mason.
and their self-perception, how they view the world. That to attack it is to attack the fiber of their reality. So essentially,
Look at his thumbs,
you
twiddling his thumbs
can't
again,
do
bro.
that. You know, you can't convince someone that way. They can't wake up that way.
They just want to hear everything David Crowley has to say. They want to focus on that, and then all of a sudden, David Crowley is a murderer and he's a child killer. All of
Any
a sudden,
body
guys
analysis
are
person
just
would tell you that this dude. I believe that Danny already knew what was going to happen to David at this point, and that's my opinion.
I mean, why are these?
I already
guys,
knew
these
it.
Guys,
He's sitting there like, oh yeah, we're fighting for this and that, but he already knew what was happening. Watch him.
It has to be like a spiritual experience, like an awakening.
Twiddling his fucking thumbs
certainly a different
again.
reality than what they're
Can't
trained-
make this shit up,
they're
folks.
trained to believe. I totally agree with him. I think the best thing that happened to me was being raised Catholic. And when you, I know you're laughing, right? Because being a Catholic, you question it. You don't question it whatsoever. As a young kid, you know, that's just like it didn't make sense whatsoever. And then
think for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And then with the public schooling system, you don't question the teacher.
Did he?
Teacher's always right.
David Crowley just
it wasn't until I
speak for
started getting into
yourself?
martial arts where it's like, no, you have a different approach to it.
Did
You
you
have a different
remind
opinion to it. It's not
just
wrong.
said-
It's not right. It is truth for you.
It sounded like David
That's
Crowley
what it is.
said, "Speak for
Try
yourself."
to attack someone's essentially their religion, their reality that they believe in. It's immediate knee-jerk denial every time because they are conditioned. It's so ingrained in
David
their
Crowley's a
reality and
Christian,
their self-perception,
and they're
how
full
they
of
view
shit.
the world, that to attack it is to attack the fiber of their reality. So essentially, you can't do that. You know, you can't convince someone that way. They can't wake up that way. They have to experience it themselves. It has to be like a spiritual experience, like an awakening, because it's certainly a different reality than what they're trained to do. I was trained to believe. I totally agree with him. I think the best thing that happened to me was being raised Catholic. And when you, I know you're laughing, right?
Look at him.
Being a Catholic, you question it.
Speak
You
for
don't
yourself.
question it whatsoever. As a young kid, you know, that's just like it didn't make sense whatsoever. And then
think for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Think
with the
for
public school
yourself,
system, you
okay?
don't question the teacher. Teacher's always right. It wasn't until I started really getting into martial arts where it's like, no, you have a different approach to it. You have a different opinion to it. It's not wrong. It's
David's
not right.
like
It is truth
fucking
for
just
you.
not
And that's the biggest
jiving with
thing.
this whatsoever
The essence of
right
free
now.
thought. Yes.
You
Which
see
is
him?
why, I mean, people say a lot against,
Look at
like,
those
for
thumbs
example,
again,
Lord Christopher
bro.
Monkton, because he is not a
Makes
scientist.
you look fucking.
But that doesn't say anything about the truth or untruth of what he says. Take his argument.
That
I
motherfucker
have the
knew
right
that David
to
was
decide
and
what
his
goes
family
into
was
my
going to be
body through
murdered
GMO
during
vaccines,
this
whatever.
interview.
I don't have to be a scientist to prove to you that I don't want it.
Twiddle those
I mean,
thumbs
you
again.
attack my argument. I'm a free thinking person.
You
I can
little bitch.
project this idea and attack that idea. And if you can disprove it, scientifically or objectively or whatever, that's a different story. But what you can't say is that I'm not qualified to make my own decisions.
And that's just really underestimating the people in the public. And I think
Twiddle
it's at a
those
point where
thumbs.
people are
Rub those hands
craving and
together.
urging for truth because they can't turn
Everything he's
down
doing
the
right now
media 'cause
points
everything's
to
hogwash
how
at the
guilty he
same
is.
time. So there's
But-
a very large movement beginning in the, it's going to boil over. And what we don't want it to is just boil over to
He
violence
believes
and
nothing
civil
he's
war
saying
aspects.
right
That's
now.
what they want. That's what they're trying to do because then they'll come in, they'll clamp down.
Wow, dude.
Gray State.
And that's something Gray State is actually about, the
Yep.
storyline.
Twiddle those
That's-
thumbs again, bro. There
you
they
can
go.
address these issues and you can fight them. Sure, we have 300 some million firearms.
I
in the
believe
US
David
that we can
Crowley
use.
already knew
Sure.
this
Do we
guy
want
was
that?
fucking
Do you
a bad
think
guy.
in this day and age that our nation can survive a post-revolution world? Can we survive the revolution itself? These are questions,
Did you notice
we have to
him
utilize our
shaking
rights
his
now.
head
while we
no?
still have
Can you
peaceful
rewind maybe
rights
10
to
seconds?
exercise, and
So
we can
Danny Alex
peacefully do
Mason, when
grassroots
when
reform.
David Crowley said this,
Boil over.
shook his head
And
no.
what we don't want it to is just boil
Watch.
over to violence and civil war aspects.
Blah,
That's what they
blah.
want.
Blah.
That's what they're trying to do because then they'll
Blah.
come in, they'll clamp down, which is i.e. Gray
Yep.
State.
And that's something Gray State is actually
If
about.
you in the
The
nuts.
storyline is that, yeah,
Watch.
you can address these issues and
Watch
you can
Danny's
fight them.
head.
Sure, we have
Watch
300
him shake his
some
head
million
no.
firearms in the U.S. that we can use. Sure, but do we want that? Do you think in this day and age that our nation can survive a post-revolution world? Can we survive
See
the
it?
revolution itself?
Right there?
These are questions,
Nope.
So we have to utilize our rights now while we still
Mhm.
have peaceful rights to exercise, and we can
Mhm.
peacefully do grassroots reform,
He's-
put our
he-
politicians into office.
So
and
I'm
actually
watching
change the
Danny Alex
revolution us
Mason like
and
grit,
do this way
grind his teeth.
instead of a
Look
revolution.
at his
because
jaw.
I personally
He's
don't
grinding
think
right
that
now.
a revolution is justified by
You
any
see
means.
that?
A violent revolution.
Grinding
I
his
completely
fucking.
agree. 100%. And we're not like advocating that whatsoever.
Not,
You're a
not
fucking
least.
liar,
And the
bro.
biggest thing, you have these people who they've been bred, they've been conditioned to be dependent on the system by living within the cities and stuff too. Simple
Look at
things
the
and not even
thumbs
be
up
able to
again, bro.
grow their own garden or
Look
even
at-
research the food that they're intaking.
Yeah,
So
they
when something like
up,
this
like-
happens, they're going to be scrambling.
Why does he keep
What is it,
pointing
3
his
days,
thumbs
they'll
up
steal
in
for
the air,
food,
bro?
Within a week, they'll kill for it. And you're
Mhm.
couple
That's
million.
your accountant down the street.
Again,
that will do
pointing
that.
his
And you're
thumbs up,
talking,
straight
yeah,
up in the air.
like, yeah, people
10
pushing papers,
cents.
lawyers, and we're talking like 3 million within a city.
300 million people in the U.S.
Sitting
who
here
have
on this
entirely
video,
useless
knowing this
careers
brother's
and
gonna
no
be
skill sets
fucking
that are of
murdered.
any value,
And his
this rug
family.
is swept out from
Good
them.
job, Danny.
They couldn't go out and build a house.
Look at him.
Where are they going to go out?
Yeah.
If they go anywhere,
Look at the
they're gonna be
thumbs,
shot by
bro.
the people who got there first.
Look at 'em.
First of all, if they do get there, they are not going to have, people are a bunch of isolationists. We've been conditioned, like the rugged individual is going to get out
Look
there
at
and
him.
he's going to, with
Twiddling
his
his
gun,
thumbs again,
he's
man.
going to forge his way into the wilderness. He's going to,
Mhm.
bring about the justice and the reform that he wants.
Yeah,
But
Danny
no, I mean,
knew
we're
he was
totally
gonna be
bred away
murdered
from community.
at this
It's
point,
communities
his
that
family.
will survive. It's
He
tribalism.
did.
And we as individuals have no
Twiddling
skill
his
set
thumbs again.
allow our very survival in this scenario.
And if you might get lucky, find a piece of land at the same time, that the atmosphere and the soil has been contaminated so much, people don't know how to clean it. People do not know how to properly fertilize it at the same
Yeah.
time. So if you get there, boom, you have another roadblock you have to. So it's absolutely amazing. I think that was one of the biggest eye-opening.
David looks like he
experiences with
wants
David
to
is not
fucking
me.
blow
I mean,
this
his
guy's head
experience
out
of
of his
growing up
body.
is very different
right now.
It's really
He
telling
does.
to
Look at
really
him.
kind of like
Look
self-sufficient.
at his facial.
And self-reliant,
Yeah,
but
what
also
he
be a
do.
provider
While this clown is
yourself,
talking.
coming to it and what you bring in
He's
as
really-
within
Look
the
at him.
tribe. We've had discussions about that with individuals. It's go into that situation. You're going to bring an accountant. What's he going to do?
Back to free thinking.
Uh-huh.
Free thinking is the idea of being able to make decisions on your own without being influenced, and just accepting somebody else's truths as being real, questioning everything till you have your own defined ideas. Most of the people in the truth movement who are free thinkers, who have gotten to that point, in my opinion, mostly have had a direct
Nobody
altercation
cares
with
about
either
your
law
opinion, bro,
enforcement
but
or
yeah.
had something in their life happen to where it was just so overwhelming that they
Captain
had to change the way that
Obvious.
they thought, because they were directly impacted by it.
You know,
you guys just going
fake
out and doing
Alex
research
Jones.
Captain
and seeing
Obvious.
what's going on versus the people that have been directly affected by this and then decided to wake up. I
there
think
a
is a far
question in
better
here,
way to be
Gregor?
informed about things that are going on.
All
Myself,
right.
I'm
Yeah,
very
good
fortunate. I had a
question.
grandfather, which at a young age taught me that If there's anything that I question,
Yeah, it's
question
all
it or
about
find
you.
my own answers. Don't just believe
Nobody
what anybody
cares,
tells me,
bro.
because
Get
most
back.
Nobody
people,
cares about what
they
you're
don't know.
saying.
They just want to tweet.
You
Nobody's
freaking
listening.
douchebag.
So if you stick to your own roots and you stick for your own research, question
You
everything,
stick to
go
your-
with what you think is right, then you're ultimately going to be a free-thinking individual. You'll be able to make smarter decisions about everything in life, and
Right.
ultimately,
Yeah,
Like
right.
pay your
out of it,
pay
you'll
your
be able to
taxes,
have
Sean.
better inner
Right.
Fuck
peace
yeah,
and
dude. You are
be able
my
to make it through
guru
anything.
now.
But back
I mean, this guy didn't even. This guy, Sean Wright, didn't even pay his own freaking taxes,
Like
and
I
that's
remember being
why.
on and interviewing like
Yeah, no.
fucking people like Max again and people that had a
Yeah.
lot of fucking viewers and shit, but this is ridiculous.
This is a
Like,
guy that
nobody wants to hear about what you went through in your
No,
personal
no,
experience because everybody's
no.
personal experience is different.
It's all
Anyway,
about you. It's all about you. This
is
is a
this
guy
whole
that
video? So David Crowley and punk ass bitch next to him, Danny. Is that this whole video? Is this?
yeah.
to
Oh,
the
keep
isolation
going.
within the whole gray state idea. Once the gray
Oh,
state
twiddling
comes,
his fucking thumbs again, folks.
that's going to
Can't
be
make
a
this shit up.
awakening.
Mm?
For myself, looking into events like 9/11 and
I don't
other
know.
different
If
events,
you're getting into
it
something with
involves psychological
somebody
warfare.
you want to be friends
And
with, maybe your
that was hard to
wife
kind of
or your
handle.
husband,
It even
if you're
shook me a little
twiddling
bit,
your
even though I'm used
thumbs
to
while they're
much surrender in
talking,
my entire life.
it might indicate that
Do you
you're
think
full
that
of
there's going to
shit.
be a big repercussion within the people
Oh
once they are forced to take this red pill?
He's
They
gonna twiddle
understand
his
that all
fucking thumbs the
crazies
entire
and
video,
tinfoil
isn't he?
hat guys out there are actually trying to warn about this upcoming
There he's
event?
going again. There he goes
That's an
again.
interesting question. Yeah. It's very difficult to anticipate, like I said, these people who have
Twiddling your
useless skill
motherfucking
sets
thumbs
are entirely
again.
helpless to the world at large, what they're going to do when they wake up. But in the end, everyone does have their own free thought and their free will, whether they choose to exercise it or not. So that is up to them. All we're doing is presenting the consequences. And it's interesting that you said psychological warfare with the media, because there's almost comfort in that, because once
Danny
you realize
Mason
that
keeps on
TV
twiddling.
releases these beta waves, that
twiddling
puts you
your
into a
thumbs,
beta wave
bro.
sleep state, releasing endorphins, so it becomes an addiction, and you're essentially asleep. You're not thinking. And who doesn't like taking a nap or just getting an endorphin rush every now and then? I mean, it's almost not your fault, but once you wake up, it's comforting to know that it wasn't your fault that you've been so stupid.
Already knew what was going to happen to David.
So yes, it definitely is psychological warfare.
I completely agree. And once you break out of that state, that's when it becomes really, I guess, surreal.
The world is so much more colorful.
Yeah.
Once you're awake, I mean, every day, I mean, you can appreciate every moment. I mean, you drink a glass of water, and instead of just, whatever, I'm slamming it back, you're appreciating it. You're expecting what it's going to do to nourish your body, and everything becomes so much more real once you're aware of it and attuned to it. And free thought is a beautiful thing.
I think even more interactions with human beings become much more significant, and you really take the time as a person to try to get to know that person instead of just having surface conversations and whatnot. And which is really ironic because of being in the entertainment business.
Yeah, right.
It's
like, we're making a movie still.
Yep, exactly.
We're just gonna make a film, try to make some money.
Yeah,
whatever.
and so it really is. So I think one of the increased benefits of it is just how much more, I guess, my relationships with other people, some of my close friends, and my family have just really kind of really spawned and much more deeper and rooted with that.
Bro, what
and that's
the
one of the
fuck
best
is
things
up
with
with
it. But
him?
yeah, no, I mean, everything, you're always constantly bombarded from
Twiddling his thumbs
social waves,
again.
electromagnetic field waves,
Look at him.
and everything from your cell phones,
Oh,
television,
my
when we're
God.
just simply walking around.
Okay.
These things, like you mentioned, the
Really, you believe in this?
electromagnetic sphere around the Earth. I mean, I have no
Yeah.
idea what that means. But what I'm not going to do is project my insecurities into the matter and say it can exist because I can't explain it.
Look at him.
What you can't do is start to assume. I mean, it is not only extremely remiss, it is arrogant to assume that our sphere of understanding of the world will
I feel
persist
bad about it. Look at
into
him
the future
twiddling his
or even into the next
thumbs
couple
again,
days.
bro.
Who knows? To close your mind
Are you
off
seeing
from
this,
any
Greg?
possibilities that the world may offer.
You're
is
seeing it
to
now,
close off
aren't
your own
you?
free thought.
Motherfucker is twiddling his thumb probably fucking what 100 times already, at least.
Twiddle D.
Look at him.
And so, yeah, I mean, how I like to think of it is
Twiddle him again.
shadow consistently proves the sunshine. You find out what the media, what the establishment is trying to attack, and that's probably what you should be valuing.
Look at him
They're trying to
twiddling his
persuade
fucking
you
thumbs,
into
bro.
thinking that a little
seeing
girl on
this?
the side of the road selling lemonade is
Oh
a
my
toxic
God.
hazard or a terrorist threat. That's probably a good indicator that you should probably think the other direction.
Still
And
twiddling his
so
mother.
what they're doing is they're making
Look
interpersonal
at 'em.
communication a transaction. It's no longer communication. I mean, even
Twiddle
even me,
those thumbs,
I
bro.
grew up in this society. I'm just as susceptible as
That
anyone
is
else.
a
I have a
direct
conversation with
indicator.
someone, and I can tell they're alert and they're looking at me and they're thinking. I'm scared by that. You know, like I don't know how to respond because I'd rather just make it a transaction, go about my day, so I don't have to, deal with that level
David,
of
you probably should have stood up and punched the guy to the left of you.
No, I'm sorry. That
Fucking
was,
mouth.
I think even going
Look
off
at him
that, I think
twiddling
David
his
brought up a
thumbs
really good
again.
point. I mean, if there's a little girl selling lemonade, trying to make other people happy.
Could you elaborate about that story? Most people probably haven't even heard about that.
Well, I think it was in Washington.
It's several stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's all locations. I was going to bring up the other thing about a woman who was growing in Michigan who had a garden, and she was going to go to jail for a felony for growing a garden.
And Infowars, Alex
Oh,
Jones
that was
released
big,
the story
Danny.
where the
Look how
guy who was
excited
selling
he is
pasteurized
about
milk, he didn't even sell it. He was the delivery man. He was arrested and thrown in prison for like 8 days or something and tortured. He wasn't given food or water, and he had to like sleep in sewage. This is a
Twiddling
milkman.
his motherfucking
So you
thumbs
see that
in
they're
the end.
attacking gardens.
Look at
Why?
him.
Because you're self-sustaining. You don't depend on the
I
establishment.
twiddle my thumbs.
Why are they attacking
during
lemonade stands? Who
interviews?
knows about
That's
that
my
one?
thing.
It's just they're bullying
at
the
'em.
population into assuming that they must respect.
Oh my
the authority.
God,
They're not
Greg, is
civil
he gonna do
servants.
this the
They're not
entire
public servants.
show?
They are authorities, and we need to obey them.
And the biggest, the Amish. We've talked about this before. They are dangerous people. They are.
They are dangerous.
They are
people.
totally dangerous people. Like when a lot of that story
Hey,
started
twiddle
breaking,
your thumbs, Mark.
when I would talk to people, discuss it with them, they would just kind of, it was like, roll right past them. I was
How
like,
the
really, you
fuck
don't really
are
see
Amish
how
dangerous
this is how
people?
crazy it really is, and you meet a lot more
Twiddle
of these
your
people. But
thumbs.
it's interesting because now you're meeting more people that are like, yeah, this isn't right, or like people are
Oh
very
my
starting
God,
to become
Danny,
very
shut
concerned
up.
About the trends.
He's
and whatnot.
nauseating me.
And
This
it's definitely where they are screaming.
Amish
They
people are
don't
gonna
want
kill
to be
y'all.
self-sufficient whatsoever. Trust the
Okay,
trust the
twiddle
government,
your
trust the
thumbs
state.
again.
Even
There
friggin' Castro.
they go.
During the Cuban
Twiddling
economic
thumbs
crisis,
again,
after
bro.
He did the embargo on them. He
You gotta be
encouraged his
kidding me.
people, make every spot of land on this island arable. Put some food in the ground, and make your own food, and they flourish.
Twiddle the
That's
thumbs.
communist Cuba doing that. And so
Look at
why are
him.
they doing the opposite here? Why are they
Oh my
encouraging us
God.
not to?
Bro,
Why are they
you
telling
know
us
what?
to
I think
relegate
I have to
all
go
of
to
our
bed.
food production services,
But I
the
want to
entire
watch the rest
infrastructure
of
to
this
a few
video.
food companies, the heads of whom are in Obama's cabinet?
I mean, seriously, and one of them being Bill Gates, who owns who
Thumbs
bought
up.
500,000 shares of Monsanto. I mean, come on, and look what Bill Gates, he's an advocate for the vaccines. He's going to solve the problems with Africa. I mean, this is absolutely literal. I mean, they created this system. They did all the third
Who are
third
they?
world countries, and I'm not going to go preachy.
They're experiments.
Of course you're
They
not,
totally are.
'cause
Just
you're
like perfect
looking
example,
at
the Native
twiddling his
Americans in the United
thumbs again,
States.
bro.
That's another wonderful
Yeah, I
example.
can't watch
of
this
just
anymore,
the
man.
experiment of the police state. Of serving
I'll
somebody
watch
of
the
their culture.
rest tomorrow.
He's
But
really relatively. They were
fuck?
more willing to work with people.
Look
but
at this.
But don't piss them off because they're going to fight.
Yeah.
And I fought in Iraq. I mean, not to sidetrack too much, but I fought in Iraq. I do not blame those people for shooting at me. I recently spoke to a veteran friend of mine, and he gave this account. He's like, I was in a field, and the guy shot at me with an RPG, so I shot him back. Fuck him. But I was walking around in his country with explosives, so fuck me.
Right.
Where's the right answer? Where's the
Danny
morality
Alex
here?
Mason doesn't believe
that's one of
anything
the questions
that David's saying right now. And his
Brought
body
up Bill
language
Gates.
proves
Bill
it.
Gates is a huge advocate for eugenics. His kind of end goal to control the
Captain Obvious
benefits
makes
for the
his
world
appearance
are
again.
to reduce the population.
No
The
way.
same
Bill Gates
ideas
is
that were passed
for
through the early 20s
eugenics?
and 30s through Nazi
No
Germany
way.
with controlling economies
No
by
way.
controlling the rate of people growth and
Nah.
controlling who can or can't live. So being that you've looked into, eugenics ideas and different things here, how is controlling the population, ideal for the elites?
It's slavery.
It is-
Absolutely, because it won't fight back. And
It
that's
is
the biggest thing.
greatest fallacy. It is the greatest
Twiddling
flaw
the
of the
thumbs
American
again,
people
folks.
to assume that these things
Yeah,
cannot
this is
exist.
fucking
To
ridiculous.
assume that the people who are in charge of them.
Okay,
cannot their
Danny Alex
party.
Mason,
To
you
assume
are
that
a
those
fucking
people will not
scumbag.
engage in these
Jeez.
crazy schemes, even though history is totally cyclical. Everyone knows that, except for us, because we think that this is totally a sustainable society, and my way of life will sustain itself into the future, and I have nothing to worry about. The fact that we believe that is ludicrous and laughable. The system is not sustainable. So to assume that eugenics does not exist, that Bill Gates is not, he's not using his resources to push a vaccine that will give 1 million children autism this year. Why can't it exist? You prove it to me. I've got the facts. You prove it to me that it's not true.
I totally agree. It's like what Bobby Kennedy said. People say why, and I say why not. I think that's a huge thing. And what people also forget about the eugenics is that you can go through the archives, film archives, about a dozen propaganda films during the 30s, before, and then that was transferred to Nazi Germany, and it's all interconnected. And that's the biggest thing. It takes a long time to really kind of wrap your head around that. And then same thing, what happened, right after, you look at that, it's like terrible. And even with the war crimes of the Japanese, military leaders did, what did the United States do? It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay.
Go back to sleep.
Exactly.
For your protection.
Exactly.
We've got countries that have turned into superpowers that haven't even been acknowledged for war crimes throughout the last century, especially.
Yeah.
I mean,
what are the numbers? Well, you probably know the numbers. How many were killed by governments? What's the term?
Genocide.
Autocide?
No.
Democide, is it?
Democide?
How many are killed by governments versus how many were killed by eccentric dictators throughout the, authentic, legitimate governments? I'm going to come to your country and spread democracy through napalm,
Yeah.
How many are killed by governments waging their moral wars supported by their people versus lunatics, versus cancer even?
You get into that fact as well, and looking back through the power of religions through the history of the Crusades, every other religious, occult out there. Nowadays, instead of religious wars, they're using government wars in the promotion of freedom and democracy.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at what Stalin did. Support the state that caused and 60 million people die in war camps.
We witnessed the same cycle in Rome. What they did is they introduced a pluralistic society where they brought in essentially all they had far outreach and stuff. They had a lot of people to please and bring together. So you raise them all to equal legitimacy, and then none of them have any legitimacy. That's pluralism, essentially. The same thing has happened in modern society. So, it's the land of the free. You can believe what you want, but just keep it at home, keep it in private, and it can't dominate your life. It can't go to work. It can't go to school. And so you have like 2 or 3 or 4 generations growing up with this mindset. Of course, they don't really believe their religions, but it's almost like their reality that they live in now, fed to by the corporation's establishment. It's almost their religion, where they will believe it without questioning it. But on the surface level, where there is no spiritual understanding, they didn't exercise their free thought and come to these conclusions. I have nothing against any religion, but just to follow it blindly without having chosen to do so, utilizing your own free will, that is a mistake. And that is what is wrong with the government as well, because we're following it with the same religious zealotry. So I would disagree that it's a government war. I think that's still a religious war. They're just playing these ideas that people have. They're playing them off each other.
Yeah, it's like bipartisan politics in this country.
Be scared of Muslims. They're different. They abuse their women. Whatever. That's why we should go over there and spread depleted uranium all over their cities.
Why is depleted uranium not good for people?
Why aren't the TSA body scanners dangerous? You go to the dentist and they put a lead jacket on you, and then they go behind a lead-lined wall. Why isn't this happening in the airports?
And then you have some poor fool who thinks he's doing a good job. He's saying that for 8 hours.
Push the button. He's going to stew in that stuff. The radiation.
And then we're molesting 5-year-old kids in the same time. And like 9-year-old women. I mean, it's.
That's the area where I draw the line. I don't mind. I'm an adult. I understand the protocol. I understand I opt out of the cancer machines when I have to fly. And you know what? If they want to feel violated and try to rub me down, that's fine. I'll just stand there and move. But that's where I draw the line, is when they decide that your children could be a threat through your elderly grandmother or your disabled, veteran coming through the airport with his appendages missing and they have to lift him out of the wheelchair. I mean, when has it gone too far when our own men that we send overseas to fight for our wars, when they come back, they have to go through and be violated?
Well, I don't think that they should be held to any different standard than everyone else, personally. But that standard is still pretty fucked up. I mean, the worst thing is, yeah, the kids, don't grope my kids, but also don't make my kids stand there and watch me get groped. I don't want my kid growing up used to the image of her father being helpless to the state for no other reason. I'm not a criminal. And I'm not a criminal. You're not going to grope me.
And also to follow that, and also being used of just like that protective barrier and stuff, and being strong of oneself, where it's cool to have somebody come up and violate you at the same time. And they're saying like kids are, they could be a terrorist threat, but yet they're grooming kids to be dysfunctional through the vaccines and the training, the video games and all that. It's all one giant manipulation,
Everyone we've spoken to on this matter, at what point is the line drawn? Yeah. Like what you said. And largely the consensus is don't fuck with my guns, don't fuck with my kids, you know, and that is everyone's, that is a primary right of humanity. I'm a living sentient being. I have the right to defend myself. It doesn't matter what society I'm in. I have the right, if my rights are violated as defined by the Constitution, whether or not the Constitution exists, I still have the right to defend myself.
And going off that, and I completely agree that, you know, everybody has the right to have their own weapons for to defend. You know, with the training on my martial arts, when I train people in hand-to-hand combat, it's a form of killing people, you know. So it's the same thing as taking a person with a gun, you know. People have that right. They need that right. It's just ingrained in human nature. It's just nature in general, you know. So
it's the greatest success of the New World Order to convince us that we don't need to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
Reports on InfoWars talking about a third grader getting her lunch taken because they said it wasn't meeting their criteria because it wasn't coming from their processed food plants. I mean, it's already crossed the lines in so many areas, but I still try to figure out why people can still be asleep to what's going on and not feel that moral obligation to do something about it, or at least get researched.
This is a 4-hour topic of conversation that's 100 years in the making. Essentially, when you have 3 generations of education, of children growing up under the education system, that they're, it's basically Skinner's psychology method versus, you know what's called Skinner's box. It's operant conditioning and workforce training and Hegelian dialectic theory, essentially. So children are raised to respect their authorities and only their authorities. My wife is getting her master's in public health right now at the U of M. She tells me how these idiot students with their ideas, a product of this society, will convene on the matter because they're the authorities. We need to come to a consensus about what to do about this problem. This is how fluoride is put in the water. Well, in one study, it's good for teeth. So let's mass medicate all of America on those grounds without any looks at fluoride.
Yeah,
I'd like to cut it one quick here. Little note here is recent reports last fall. County in San Francisco, just south of San Francisco, Santa Clara County, they were trying to push through the budget bill. I believe this was on Infowars as well. Trying to push through the budget bill to get the county to spend $3 million to put fluoride in their water. They're convincing the taxpayers that it's so good for you that you need to